your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. We can win the day if we unite. Come on. We can win the
What
day.
just happened?
He just flames is what happened! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness, the steal!
News is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division. Oh my God! One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming. It's a turn. It's a turn. Peru Unite are your world champions.
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championships series. Here we are. Our regional leagues have all led up to this, the final day of our playoffs, where we are going to find out what teams are heading to the World Championships and what teams are going to be your regional grand champions. Hi everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yee to the ha! I'm joined by an incredible crew of casters that are going to take you through all of these games today. Starting off with Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks.
Hello, Spraggles. Very excited to be here to wrap up these regional leagues, crown ourselves our league champions, find out who's going to Worlds, of course. And we've got a lot of great storylines to cover as well, so I'm excited for that.
Bippity boppity boo indeed, my friend. And of course, Wonder Chef is here to tell us about the slow crawl of time. Hello, Chef.
Yeah, the slow call of time. No real opinions on that. I'm excited for the matches today, though. They are going to be amazing. We set up some really nice storylines. There were a few chances, I think, that some teams could have kind of locked in their spots already, or given us some situations that are maybe not quite as interesting. But boy, every single bracket today is awesome.
I want to point out that before broadcast, Chef did kind of under his breath go, no one asked me my opinion on the slow crawl of time yesterday. Kellosaurus, how you doing?
I'm feeling wonderful today. Day one was absolutely incredible. And as Chef said, incredible storylines that are going to continue through to today. I mean, passage of time, we are almost at the end of the road with locking in our teams to the World Championships, and I cannot wait.
It is going to be amazing. And Zoinks, I want to ask you how you're doing. Of course, I want to know what you think about the passage of time, but I really want to know about your top 10. What is happening here?
Oh, that's a good question. I might have to put something new on the whiteboard. Once we know more teams qualify for Worlds, we'll certainly start ordering those out, but I gotta imagine, I can't wait for today. This is one of the most exciting days we've ever had in Pokemon Unite, full stop. Every match that we have is either qualifying a team for a Worlds or crowning a regional champion. I mean, like every single match today. That is bonkers. I cannot wait.
No question, it's all gas, no brakes, and that was yesterday too. What a day we had to start our playoffs. We're going to talk a little bit about EU first. Chef, how about you walk me through this here?
Ooh, this was an amazing bracket. I mean, they all were really, but Volticons just putting in so much work, coming from the first match, defeating Los Catacados, then ending up here, Team Peps, where they were also able to defeat the already qualified for Worlds team. So Volticons truly on an amazing run, giving us the first showing that we had a chance to see of Moltres in a competitive setting, and also the best showing maybe that we had a chance to see of kind of all of the regions, as it was pretty undefeatable. So they've moved now up 2 spots to take on Komai for a World Championship spot.
That's right. They're going to go up against Komai. We'll know which one of them is heading to Worlds, and then they're going to need to face off against BH3. Very exciting in EU. Latam, of course, has been crazy all season, Kello, and yesterday was no exception.
No exceptions here for Latam. Definitely putting on a showing with Peru Unite entering day one in that 4th seed position. They managed to clear through Infamous Gaming 3-0, but not only that, they managed to take down DreamMax Esports in the 3rd seed position 3-0 as well. So clean sweep so far for Peru Unite. And I know after talking to Anemo, feeling that pressure pressure, a bit of nervousness throughout the season after ending the season as the world champs. All eyes were on them, but I feel like this is the 2025 Peru Unite unlocked here. It's just a matter of whether they continue this winning streak to go and take on Stamina Esports and finally earn that world championship spot, because I feel like they have been there every single year. It would be weird to not have those players from Peru Unite be there again.
Honestly, a Worlds without Peru would be absolutely insane, and Peru wants to show that that is not going to happen. They have to take down Stamina, and then if they could do that, they have to try to beat Force to become the champions of the region. What a run it's been for all of these kind of underdog teams starting our bracket. Same situation in North America, Zoinks.
Yeah, and even more similar to Latam, just with a team returning to form. If Peru Unite found out who they were again, so did this Extinction team. By far the best look we've seen from them all season long. Able to take down Lunex Gaming, something that they are very familiar with, but boy, did they make it look good. Borreach's Miraidon just felt unanswered in so many of these matches, and even as Celestial brought out that like iconic Zoroark of theirs, Extinction just always had the response. Save this Mega Charizard Y for the final game of the series, by the way, but it was absolutely crushing it. A Pokemon we will need to have our eyes on going into day 2 of the playoffs, but here we go. Extinction making their way all the way through the bracket so far. Next up, Evil Geniuses.
I loved hearing Rex say that he wasn't that worried about Evil Geniuses, which really, I mean, not that he's not worried. They're, of course, preparing for this team. This is a huge moment, but they're more worried about Dignitas. They actually feel like they can beat EG. And one thing I noticed watching through all of these, I think Extinction, Peru, and Volticons were all 7-7 in their region. Like each one of them was 7-7, and now they are somehow all in a position to win their spot right now. Not only are they possibly going to win a spot to Worlds, but there's a lot of money on the line. Dupsnacks, obviously behind the scenes, we're all very upset about how this breaks down, but why don't you show it to us?
Well, I'll let production show it to us, and I'll just talk about it. How about that?
Great
Cowboy?
idea.
Assuming it gets up on the screen now.
Go
Put
for
it up
it.
on the screen right here.
There
Bang,
it is.
There it is. 45K to the first place team. Of course, regional league champion as well goes with that. Second, 35,000. Then on down, 9876. Monetary values of thousands of dollars on down in the list, blah, 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 blah. We know, but the money's important. The regional title's important. We want all these things. They want all these things. I'm just devastated that we couldn't find that extra $1,000 to split amongst the casters that we have been pitching to the staff here over and over and over again.
Well, look at this, okay? As we're looking at the money here, 45,000, 35,000, this makes sense. Third, easy 25,000. That's 1,000 split between the casters. Now, bump it down to 15 for fourth. That's another 3K that we split between the casters. After that, fifth is obviously going down to 10. Now we have another 2K. This gets easier and easier as we go, people. It's so simple to move this money around, but somehow we didn't do it. We're giving it to all these players, but you know what? They're putting on quite a show for us. So I guess it's fair. I guess it's fair that this is how the prizing is. And yeah, between first and second, they are playing for a world spot, you know, in second and third, but $10,000 on the line. That is a pretty huge match of Pokemon Unite. We're going to talk a little bit now about some of our predictions for how we think this day is going to go. And no question, it's all up in the air. Any team can win this thing. But Dupsnacks, why don't you start us off here?
Well, if the records across all these teams is the lucky sevens, well, let's go to Vegas, baby, because I'm taking all the underdogs. Volticons, Peru, Extinction. And when I say underdogs, I mean by rank, but like, is Peru really an underdog as your current world champions? That's hard to say. I think Volticons and Extinction are more in that underdog category on absolute miraculous runs, and I want to see them finish that great story, because then it'll give us something to talk about for weeks and weeks on end. So, yep, I'm starting from the gutter, and I'm going to watch them climb to the pinnacle of the mountaintop here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, no question right here. We're looking at a hearts and minds list for Dupsnacks, and I can't argue with it. I would love to see that happen, because what a wild run these teams have been on. Chef, tell me a little bit about it.
I'm kind of on a hearts and minds list minus, where mine are 2/3 of the same. But unfortunately, when you get to North America, it's just so hard to not say that Root Dig is going to be the ones that win. They've had an incredible season. They had a great showing at ACL, and they've still just been looking better and better. So maybe, honestly, it's just the fact that I like saying Root Dig, so I got to root for them. But aside from the other ones, Volticons and Peru, yeah, their momentum right now is just looking incredible.
Yeah, I feel like Root Dig is when I started ironically saying bro, and then all of a sudden it entered my vocabulary, and I was like, do I say bro now? Apparently I do, because I love saying Root Dig. Kello, what do you think is going to happen today?
Yeah, a little bit of hearts and minds here, stats all round, but EU, Kamai, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And I feel like Kamai lockdown, just let Gatlu do his thing that he usually does. Then they, might end up coming out on top. That's what I'm feeling in my heart. Otherwise, Latam speaks for itself. It's in the name. Force Gaming have just been an absolute force to be reckoned with this season. Coming out on top, I feel like they're going to be there at the top, and Root Dignitas, same. Once again, I mean, it's a fun name to say, Root Dig, but after incredible performance at ACL, I feel like that's only elevated them, but also just made them even more hungry for the top spot for NA.
All right, Zoinks, what do you think, buddy?
Yeah, I have abandoned the heart. I've accepted just only the mind to go with my 3 predictions. I think Komai really has it in them. I think this is a team that rises to major occasions, that has a lot of clutch. I think that's going to be the time to do so right now in this playoffs. Peru Unite, I'm playing the hot hand when it comes to Latam. And then in North America, I am trusting the #1 seeded team. So I got a 2nd seed, 5th seed, and a 1st seed throughout my predictions. But that's the way it's just going to go. I need this win, as I've been saying for a few times now.
Yeah, a lot of you needing wins here is happening. I hope you get everything you need on broadcast. As far as I'm concerned, I think this could go a lot of different ways today, but I do think Root Dig in North America seems to be the greatest lock for me when it comes to each of our teams. The other I do think are up in the air. BH3, however, is so strong, especially within their region, especially in these online tournaments. I think they're going to be hard to beat. And then Peru is Peru. They are your world champs, and they are on a run. I just cannot think that this could go any other way. With all that being said, momentum being so important yesterday, it is possible that every single team that is sitting in that first place spot, sitting on ice, waiting for the hot team to come in, is going to suffer the same fate that we saw yesterday. So the first matches that we watch for each region today could actually decide everything, which would be pretty cool.
It would be pretty cool. And I mean, history has shown us that the momentum does die between days. So it would be nice to see some of these underdog teams, specifically because that's where all my picks are from, kind of actually find the ability to carry that momentum through.
And now we are going to be heading towards our first games. We're not going to keep you any longer. Who are we going to cut? I'm going to cut myself, Doob, Snacks, and Zoinks. Wonder Chef Kello, you take this first one.
I was hoping I was going to get cut.
All right, sounds
I wanted a break. Can we re-roll
sorry,
it?
you're stuck here with me.
All right. No, always happy to be here with you, Kello. We had some great matches yesterday, and I'm so excited for this first one, right? I mean, this is, I think, one of the matches that probably the entire cast is looking forward to the most. Especially as well. I mean, we're starting off with a Worlds qualifying match, right? Volticons versus Kamai. I mean, this is already starting off with 100% energy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Starting off with that Worlds qualifying match, every single beginning game for today in each of the regions is a Worlds qualifying match. So it's just exciting, especially considering how we saw Volticons Unite just make an incredible run yesterday. It's just a matter of, well, hopefully overnight they haven't gone cold and they're able to keep that momentum running, or whether Kamai Esports, well, have they flicked that switch? I know they haven't exactly had the cleanest run throughout the season, but as I said, when the going gets tough for these players, the tough gets going, and, well, I don't know if they've flicked that on or off.
Right.
What do you think?
It's so hard to tell, right? This is a really unique format that it's one that we've never run before. I know that a few of the other regions have run something somewhat similar, but the fact that we got a chance to see so much of these previous teams yesterday and 0% of the next 2 teams that they're going to be playing today, it's just a completely different situation than I think we've ever seen. But Volticons, of course, the team that we were really looking at going into this match, already has won 2 matches yesterday against some amazing opponents. They were able to stop this from being a non-Worlds qualifying match by defeating Peps. And I do believe we had an interview with them, or I should say Zoinks had an interview with them to see what their thoughts are for the first match. So let's check it out.
All right, Shari, we get to sit down for just a moment before your second day of playoffs now. You were able to win both of your matches yesterday, and you're headed into day 2 into even more tough opponents here in the EU region. But I got to ask a question. We've had a lot of conversations about momentum over the course of these playoffs. How big do you think that is for your team to kind of have 2 match wins, and you're going to be going up against teams who have not even had the chance to play a playoff game yet?
I mean, of course, like sleeping it off kind of halts a bit the momentum that we had before. But I think we're still keeping the momentum from yesterday. We're all very hyped to continue playing, and kind of we're recognizing that, again, as I said in our first interview, that it's here where we can grab our invite to the World Championships, and we're not going to let that go for free. At least not against Komai, even if they are said to be one of the best in the region. We will show them that we are here to get our invite.
Awesome. I'm curious how much, I mean, obviously a lot of prep going into Komai, but how do you think you match up against that team? Do you think there's any specific strategy you're going to need to shut down that Komai likes to do? Any specific player you're going to need to slow down on Komai's side to really find the win today? Or is it going to be more, how can your team perform to get the victory?
I mean, no doubt. There's an all-star team that they have there at Komai. They obviously have Gatlu, one of the most tried and true players in the region. Leok now is an up-and-coming support now for a while, but I think it's just about playing our own style. Of course, we can do when it's a clash of how we play styles, and I think we can get the edge in some specific areas. And I believe that it's today that we're going to show that it's our strategy that's better than theirs.
Awesome. I mean, I can't wait to see it. Charlie, we've got to see you play quite a few Pokemon over the course of the playoffs already. Your Greninja has been looking real clean, especially near the end of that day number 1 of competition. Is that something that fans of Volticons Unite can look forward to in day 2 of the playoffs?
I mean, people who want to watch Volticon stuff, first they're gonna expect the Gren. Like, okay. Gren's one of my personal favorite picks as well. I love playing it so much. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, so I feel like it's very nice to have that ability to play this at a top level, and especially with the performance yesterday, I think it's going to continue into day 2.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to watch. I know everybody else is feeling the same, so good luck to you and the Volticon squad in day 2 of the playoffs.
Thank you.
And an incredible squad that we've been seeing so much of for the past day, I should say, but really the entire season. I mean, Tibby, Snow, Char King that we just had a chance to talk to, Fizzy, and of course the swaggiest Daddy Leon, who honestly, they have just been incredible, absolutely incredible, showing off so much stuff. I know Leon had a really great MVP match yesterday with, well, I don't know if they were technically MVP, but it was truly an MVP performance with the Vaporeon. We saw Tibby on the Moltres. That was a huge game winner. And then, of course, Sharking talking about the Greninja. I mean, just the entire crew has been looking unstoppable. But the question is, can they defeat one of the top teams? And that's going to be Komai. Now, Komai, Kello, have been obviously the entire season one of the only teams that has really kind of stepped up to the plate and been able to kind of stand up in that top 2 rating, where it's not particularly close, I would say, compared to the rest of the EU standings.
Yes, coming out at the end of the season with the 11 wins, 3 losses there. For those of you that aren't familiar with Komai, we have Gatlu, Toast, Gek, Norami, and Adesu. And I suppose when it comes to Gatlu, Gek, and Adesu, they are veterans to the Unite Championships series, having attended multiple World Championships there. But otherwise, they did end up sweeping Volticons 2-0 in both of their matches during the regular season. So we'll have to see how they do end up faring up against this new and improved Volticons Unite, especially after yesterday's performance. But let's throw it over to an interview with one of these players to see how confident they are feeling.
All right, everybody, I have the chance to sit down and talk with Gatlu before their first match of the playoffs. They didn't get to play yesterday in day number 1, but they have been sitting, waiting, and watching to see what their opponent is going to be in day number 2. And Gatlu, you now know it will be Volticons Unite. How you feeling about that matchup as Komai Esports?
I'm fairly confident. We have been playing against them in the regionals week, and we have been 2-0ing them so far. And I think the matchup is just good for us into Volticons. I was surprised that Peps lost, so I'm excited. I'm regardless excited to play Volticons because obviously we want to go for the regional title.
That makes sense. Now, is there anything about Volticon's game plan or strategy they like to do that you're specifically preparing for? Any pocket picks that Volticons likes to bring out that you're already prepared to counter?
I think it's mostly the matchup. Like, we don't really mind them having what they play. We just want to focus on ourselves and do the best that we can do because it's our strength, being good at drafting.
Makes sense. Yeah, it feels like it's always been a huge strength of Komai. Gatlu, final question. This match will determine what the second team from EU to go to the World Championships is going to be. The first match of a day with already so much stakes on the line. I mean, how much of that pressure is affecting your team, or is this just another tournament day for you?
It's another tournament day for us. We have been playing some weeklies to warm up, and I think we are fairly confident that we can beat Volticons and secure the world spots.
Awesome. Well, I know there's a lot of Komai fans out there. I am so excited to watch this matchup. So good luck in the rest of the playoffs here, Gatlu. And I can't wait to see you all play for a regional title potentially.
Thank you. See you guys.
Well, there we have it. Komai Esports feeling fairly confident. Just another day of a tournament run. But we are heading straight into draft here, where we have Komai Esports in that first pick position, Volticons in that second pick position. It is going to be that Rayquaza map. Can you explain to us how this is going to work? I guess for those that didn't end up tuning in during day one.
That's right. It's all 3 out of 5 throughout the entire rest of this bracket. And the first match will be Rayquaza moving over to Groudon, then moving over to Kyogre. Or wait, no, opposite order of that. Kyogre, then Groudon, I think. But the point is, it's going to be Rayquaza the first map. And then once we go to the 4th and 5th maps, if the set does go that long, it will be back to our original loser gets to choose map side or map, I should say. So lots of bans already happening. We do see the Moltres immediately banned out against Volticons. I think that's quite a good choice, but some targeted bans as well coming from Volticons with the Galarian Rapidash, which we've seen Komai be maybe one of the best teams to use it.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of Rapidash yesterday, but Desu, that has been their #1 pick throughout the season, having picked it up 7 times. So definitely looks like Volticons Unite have done their research there to go in with some of these targeted bans. However, that does mean they have given Narami that Psyduck, and that has been their top supporter played this season as well. And I know it ended up receiving some nerfs, but I feel like it's still one of those top tier supporters that you want to have on your side.
It's still banned quite a bit, and yes, it is still extremely scary. I mean, some of the nerfs were decent, but I mean, it's still a big deal. You land one psychic, you can win a game. We've already seen it do well yesterday, but we haven't had a chance to see how Komai plays on this kind of new meta with this new patch. Of course, there were some changes that we talked about a lot yesterday. Another Pokemon that got changed a lot was the Greninja, but obviously we're still seeing a few players do really well with it. We got a chance to see Celeste use it yesterday, Charking talking about it in the interview, and no way, Gatlu is gonna go immediately back to it.
Wow, this is the thing. This is what I said, right? Just let Gatlu do Gatlu things. And I feel like when Gatlu is running around being an absolute nuisance, this is where Gatlu shines. So it's just a matter of whether Volticons Unite are equipped and prepared to handle the Greedent.
Okay, so Greedent, of course, is going to be really wandering around a lot, and that's one thing that Gatlu just really loves doing. Gatlu is just, I don't know, they're just a fan of just wandering the entire map, right? They just want to be everywhere, be really annoying, and of course, Greedent one of the best at doing that, but we haven't seen Greedent competitively. Yeah, I mean, like this entire season, maybe, right? I can't even think of a single time.
Yeah, I know in terms of these encounter rates, this is from this weekend, but I don't know. Can we get confirmation from our stats team? Have we actually encountered Greedent at all this season? Because, I mean, if this is a first, I feel like this is just one of those comfort picks for Gatlu there. But the thing is, you know, this isn't the first time that they've played it. Volticons Unite, you know, if they've watched any of the previous seasons there, they probably are in the know-how of how Gatlu operates.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, a lot of these players, of course, have been on different teams that have played against different versions of whatever team Gatlu is on. And this is such a classic pick. I mean, we saw what was back when Gatlu was even before Gatlu was on Nouns, I think. No, maybe it was back the first iteration of Nouns, but we definitely saw some of these players like Snow fight against them a lot. But we're already going into the match here. Kamai versus Volticons, a world's qualification spot on the line. 3 out of 5 sets, so we're just beginning. We can see who's going where. Mimikyu in the center, Dratini in the center, but maybe a little bit of an no, not aggressive. I was gonna say an aggressive start, but it looks like that Leon did decide to go back up, not go for the full invade.
Yeah, maybe just preparing for a potential invade from a side up there rather than going in for an invade of their own. Otherwise, you can already see Gatlu is being absolutely annoying up here in the top path, being able to get in multiple dunks to go and stack. They're double stacking items. Not only are they running the attack weight, they are also running the AOS cookies. So these early stacks are so pivotal for Gatlu to get in.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really big, more so than kind of like an older style than we're used to seeing. Nowadays, it kind of feels like we see some like stacking and a little bit more of like a when it happens type style, but you really kind of want to get that early so you get all that strength, and we'll see where Gatlu is able to find any of that. Big punch from Tibi, but they're not going to be able to get, I think, a lot of that experience. They're going to be sitting at level 5, but a 4v2 up top, and already they're going to have to defend. A nice way to take down Gatlu, who we've been talking about so much, and that is going to kind of force Kamai back, it seems like, literally back with a couple of their members. A great little classic defensive squad here that's pretty strong early in the game between the Lucario, who will be Mega eventually, and between Hoopa.
Yeah, that was definitely a great pushback from Tibi, quite literally, to go and knock down Gatlu, but stop them in the tracks. However, a sneaky little squirrel coming out from that tall grass to go and get in another stack. And finally, we have that Greedent online, who is just skidding around.
Ooh, and we get to see the stat right there. Greedent with 3 picks, 1 win, 2 losses. So maybe we can even it up. We'll see. I mean, Gatlu certainly wants to even that up, and I would say Volticons wants to make that maybe a 25% win rate, but only one way to find out. So far, we haven't seen a whole lot from the Greedent, I think, which is a little unfortunate. I'm surprised that we didn't see it really playing a little bit more of like an invading role, which I think maybe something that we usually tend to see out of it. So we'll see what it ends up kind of doing as its main goal, because it's really, for a Pokemon that I was saying just roams a lot, it is just staying in this top path. Like, it is just playing like a, I don't know, like you'd play Zacian or something like that. So I'm not sure exactly what strength it's looking to find. We're playing pretty, I would say pretty reserved and pretty standard just in general from both comps this entire game.
Yeah, I suppose even though Gatlu did manage to get in a few stacks of their own, they did get quite shut down, especially considering we have a Mimikyu that is at a level 9 currently on the side of Volticons Unite, so maybe the risk was just a little too high falling behind. Otherwise, we do have our first objectives on the map here with Regieleki spawning up in that top path. Gatlu and Toast are chipping away at it. Daddy Leon making an attempt, but it does end up going to the side of Kamai to go and put on some pressure. Nonetheless, Volticons Unite managed to secure themselves a Registeel buff down in that bottom path thanks to that Mimic.
Just all alone, already level 10 too. I mean, we were just talking about how it was level 9. That is going to be a lot of experience just being funneled into that Mimikyu. Very, very strong carry that we're going to see a little bit later on. And I'm curious exactly what its even target is going to be. I mean, maybe it's going to end up trying to take down the Dragonite a little bit later on, but we'll see. It's got a few little juicy targets. It's actually fighting kind of both of them right now. If you do want to try to take down that Mewtwo, if you do want to try to take down that Dragonite, just a lot of the damage on the team is vulnerable. But right now, it's trying to win a 1v4, as we can see, and finally a few allies coming down. One of them was an illusion that I was tricked by, but that's still a lot of damage they don't really want to deal with. A lot of scaling is going to be really strong on the side of Volticons. Late game damage is going to be pretty huge.
Oh yeah, looking at the resources online, currently they already have 3 Unite moves, whereas Kamai Esports only have the 2. Otherwise, there comes the Berry Belly Badge from Gatlu to go and put the pressure on, but it looks like they're not actually going to find a lot of value from that one, with Snorlax and Hoopa up in the top path being protected.
I'm very impressed that you remember the names of the moves from this Pokemon that we haven't seen for probably at least a year. I think is the last time that I had a chance to catch podcast. So very impressed. But
I actually think I got it wrong.
oh no,
I'm not gonna lie.
You didn't need to say that because nobody else would remember it either. We haven't seen it for such a long time, so just gotta stay confident. Don't let them know that you're wrong because they probably don't know either.
Yes.
I wouldn't have known, certainly.
I'm right in my mind,
yes.
in my heart. Yes.
If that's not the real name, it should be the real name. But we are going to see a big rotate down bottom from Kamai, and up top, quite a few members maybe waiting for an ambush, but they're not going to find anybody, so they will instead just find this Reggie Alecki that will be spawning up here. The buff Reggie will be bottom. It's a little bit of a free trade on both sides, little handshake agreement. Feels like we got to have a name for that. A lot of teams doing that recently, not fighting over one particular objective, but just deciding, oh, wait a minute, actually, we're going to see a huge teleport down with the Unite from that Hoopa, and we're going to try to see an attempt to defend, but they just went through that portal and just got melted. I think that the surprise was a little bit maybe more on Kamai's side. They're not going to continue to try to push down this gold zone. It looks like they don't really necessarily need it, but they are going to find Mimikyu in their own back line. Busy getting extremely low as well, just trying to wall delay them a little bit longer. Maybe they can try to get a little bit more experience while that's happening, but this is going to be a staggered defense. They're going down 1 by 1.
Oh, but there goes the Umbreon with their Unite move to go and push down Volticon's Unite, locking down that Greninja and sending it back to the Pokemon Center. And now Kamai Esports are able to get a dunk and break that bottom tier 1 pad. Nonetheless, they are still behind in points at 158 to 170. There are a ton of wild Pokemon on the map to go and gather around. So Kamai are going to go and do that while Psyduck takes the brunt of it and gets knocked down.
Oh, look at this aggression. Okay, actually, just kidding. they were posturing to be aggressive, but ooh, gets caught by Gatlu, and that's quite a bit of damage. I mean, Hoopa will go down, and inevitably, well, that power nap, just again to delay some time. My goodness, those buffs to the power nap is so nice. Of course, too much range damage on the outside that's not going to be launched, so they're just going to fall eventually. But just trying to get the shields, and it did work to delay their experience. I always talk about this, but one of the most important, if not maybe the most important resource in Pokemon Unite, well, second to score, is time, right? This is a game where you have a set amount of time, a set amount of experience that you can get within that set amount of time. And so if you delay an opponent, that is just one of their most important resources gone. That leads to more resources being lost.
Well, I know you have been talking about the passage of time all weekend, Chef, so we definitely know how important that is. Otherwise, what else is important is going in and getting some KOs on either side. We already have Snorlax, who gets pulled on back by that Psyduck Psychic and knocked on out. And now Volticon's Unite have lost their frontliner, so they do have to go on the retreat, while Kamai able to lock themselves in a Registeel buff 30 seconds before Rayquaza spawns.
That is just about exactly what you would want. Doesn't really get all that much better than that. We can also just take a look at the rest of the stats here. Level just slightly in the advantage. Well, no, actually more than slightly, I would say, in the advantage now of Kamai. They've got 3 level 13s. They've been staying really kind of on par with the rest of all of their damage dealers. Even Psyduck level 12 is pretty nice. Only finally now hitting 2 level 13s on the side of Volticons. This is going to be the Rayquaza. We've got some pretty strong secure too on the side of Volticons. Both sides, really. They've got to be careful. They're already initiating, and already we're going to see Vizzy go down, Tibia as well. They have no chance to even be a part of this fight. Greninja is going to go down as a third, and they're just melting 1 by 1 on the side of Volticon.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, the shutdown by Snow onto Toast with their Unite move. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to handle the power that Kamai Esports are bringing. With 4 members down, Volticons weren't even able to utilize the majority of their Unite moves to fight on back. Kamai are able to take this Rayquaza and run for the heals to get in some dunks.
All right, I mean, less than a 100-point lead, so this is doable, and we are going to completely retreat. Now, this is a scary situation. Of course, the fact that it was a Rayquaza win does mean that you can't steal back these buffs, and they're still going to have these shields for the counter scores. You can see 50 in 4 out of 5 of their pockets right now, and Gatlu probably a pretty good chance they'll end up with more than that and be able to kind of sneak their way over towards one of these gold zones. They are going to be found out by Charking at the moment. Most of the fight's going to be happening on bottom, though, as they're starting their big push down towards that bottom tier 1. It looks like they were able to the tier 1 was gone. They're going to continue to push. big Hundo Burger in the backline for that tier 2. I mean, we got to be watching this big fight down on bottom right now. This is going to be their big chance to defend, but no, they are going to be going down one by one. The Unite was popped to try to bring back some defenders. Unfortunately, not going to be quite enough. The full team going down for Volticons, and Kamai, I think they're going to wrap this one up with a nice little bow.
Definitely got to give credit to Kamai for their awareness there. Gatlu being able to spot out Greninja and Lucario up in the top half meant that Kamai Esports had that numbers advantage as they continued to push towards that bottom tier 2. So going in, getting some more dunks and sealing the deal for that first game win of our best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, what a like 2-minute fight. I was like getting ready for them to start maybe poking or getting into position, but the moment that it hit 2 minutes, they just walked in and they just immediately fought. It was so fast. I do think it started with a psychic from the Psyduck, but hopefully in the I mean, it literally was just so fast. Hopefully in the replay I get a chance to kind of watch it one more time for myself, because I wasn't even ready for there to be a fight that quick, to be honest.
I think it was just, some incredible front-to-back plays, right? Narami locking down Fizzy on that Snorlax and Gatlu belching away to go and knock down their front line meant that the rest of the team ended up collapsing. So a really great pickup there. Yeah, you can see the lockdown onto Fizzy, and even if they are a Snorlax and they can tank some damage, there's not really much you can do if you can't go and utilize your power nap to go and get that regeneration, but also those necessary stunts. So definitely a good pick by Kamai there to go and just create an avalanche for the rest of the match.
Right, it seems like they just weren't able to use any of their defensive tools, and that's something that Snorlax really depends upon. All right, Gatlu evens up the win rate of this Pokemon to 50-50, and maybe 100% for Gatlu. Very impressive. And honestly, I do have to say, again, I really thought this was going to be more of like a roaming type role, but this was kind of just, they were just team fighting, right? Like it felt like very different than what I usually see with this Pokemon.
I suppose we'll end up seeing in that heat map, right? But I feel like Gatlu ended up just sticking towards majority of the top side. I don't even think they ended up going and invading Voltigon's Unite central area at all. But otherwise, as we do look at the stats there, we can see a Desu on the Mewtwo Y also being able to dish out 52k damage. That was also a really great Unite move towards the end there. But yeah, top damage dealt is going to be Gatlu with 57k. It's just, I guess, in terms of, what we've seen from Gatlu this season, sticking to the all-rounders, they did say it in the interview, just sticking to what they know best and their comfort picks rather than worrying about what the other team is going to select.
There were also the hat trick where they were the highest damage dealt on the team, highest damage taken on the team, and highest healing on the entire team. All together, all at once. Very impressive. But I mean, you can see here, I feel like if we were to have had heat maps in, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, seeing Greedent, this would never be a Greedent heat map. Ever, right? This would be all over the place, but this is so top focused. It's like more than some of the other top path Pokemon that we see, I feel.
I think it's also just interesting, as I said, they just didn't even enter the opposite central area at all.
Yeah.
No, go through their own central area. It was just sticking to those flux zones, giving them that speed boost to be wherever was necessary in terms of those objectives, in terms of the defense from the push from Voltigon's Unite. So great first game from Kamai Esports there. I mean, it's the first time that we have seen them this weekend, especially, considering the incredible performance from Voltigon's Unite. It's just a matter of, buckling down and seeing what they can do. I don't know whether we're going to end up seeing Gatlu Greedent once again, or whether that was just a one-off for this weekend. You got to have at least one game throughout the season that we get to see on broadcast with Gatlu Greedent.
Well, it's tough because it really did just work well in such a standard way that I don't really know what you do, because maybe they pick it again and you have to figure out how to deal with it. It's not like, Gatlu was roaming and caught us in our center area and now we have to pay more attention to that. It's not like we can just play better. It's like, okay, what even really just happened? Another thing to point out there was a 17 1609 EXP per minute, which is pretty much like higher than the average kind of high level, which I usually like to say is about 1600. So I really don't even know. It was really truly like a carry Greedent. And at that point, it's like, how do you deal with that? Honestly, you might have to just kind of throw out a ban, because it's far too late to get practice against Greedent. You're in the middle of the set. If they don't have practice against Greedent, because how could you? Why would you? Maybe you just have to just immediately throw a ban. It might be the only answer, just so you can kind of get back to a situation that you know how to fight, which is a weird thing to say, but you don't get other chances in this, right? This is your final chance here. World's qualification spot on the line. You got to get rid of any sort of outside chances, any threats that you can't immediately deal with.
It's such a tricky call though, because the thing is, you know, you only have 3 bans on either side. They are limited, and there are a lot of powerful, I suppose, meta picks, you could say. Is it really worth throwing out a ban for Greedent? Because that might not even end up being their plan for game 2. They might actually end up picking something completely different, especially considering we have a different map this time round. We are going to be on that Kyogre map, but also Volticons Unite, they've decided to go in that first pick position. So, you know, different game plans. Greedent might not actually end up shining. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see how Volticons Unite ends up handling this next draft.
Yeah, like I'm saying, that's kind of the tough part though, right? Because obviously there are so many strong threats, but maybe a stronger threat than Greedent that you have more experience fighting is going to be still something you control a little bit more. So we'll see what the answer actually is. Maybe they do have some sort of strategy against the Greedent. Like I was saying though, the tough thing is that it's not the style of Greedent that these players are probably experienced playing against, because it's not a type that I've ever seen really played. Maybe they have something though. They're going to start off with the Charizard Y ban, which we're going to draft too.
It's because nobody plays Greedent.
Yeah.
It's such a signature pick. Yeah, we barely see anybody play Greedent. It's just so niche in terms of Gatlu there. So, you know, that's the thing. Even though Gatlu has these niche picks, I'd say Greedent and Dodrio are probably the top 2 that I think about. But even then, looking at their season record, I mean, I guess it was somewhat earlier in the season when the Megas were raining havoc, but they played a lot of Mega Lucario and a lot of Mega Gyarados, which were their top 2 picks. So they could have easily just go for one of those traditional all-rounder picks. But yeah, okay, no Greedent ban from Volticons Unite, so not too much of a threat. But what was a threat, and I agree with this, the Psyduck, Narami on that Psyduck, just being able to get those sidekicks, getting those isolations, was definitely incredible work from them. So I think next best.
I agree. I mean, I think there's maybe a world where they could have just instead first picked the Psyduck, but they instead want to go a little more aggressive, take that Machamp, which has also been on the ban table a lot recently this weekend. And previous events. So I do like getting rid of that Psyduck, because yeah, that really, Psyduck is just ridiculous. Psychic is a wild move, even post nerf. We'll see what they do go in Kamai. They are kind of hovering over some Gatlu and Desu picks right now. Gatlu can completely just forgo the option previously. A Charizard is what they're hovering over right now. No, okay, I'm going to stop looking at what they hover over, because it's always a troll pick. And this is tough too, because just knowing that it's your Machamp to start things off, there's not a real set, easy answer to it quite yet. Maybe trying to pick away some of the options that are really strong with Machamp could be a good option. So we'll see if that's what it ends up being. I do feel like they've been on this draft screen for a really long time. Hope everything's okay with these drafts. Blastoise looks like the first pick, and maybe something with some big burst damage. Okay, this is a solid choice. So you were talking about the Megas, Lucario.
Yeah, well, I guess considering Tippy did end up playing that in that last round, Gatlu has opted to take that Pokemon away. Otherwise, I feel like even though Blastoise did end up receiving some nerfs, it still feels like a great pick. Yes, it's the cooldown reduction on the Surf, but I feel like in terms of getting that unstoppable, especially when coming up against a Machamp, that could definitely come in handy there. But one thing I am noticing is there is no Rapidash this time round on the ban table. So are we going to see a Desu on the Rapidash this time round? I suppose if you have one Machamp running, then you can have a horse running as well. But Two defenders on the side of Volticons Unite being Vaporeon and Snorlax.
Now, I do think this is a very intentional choice as far as draft order by Volticons. They haven't shown anything that's going to be vulnerable to the Galarian Rapidash until kind of the very end, right? They kept their frontliners, their supports, their defender, and so then at the end, now they're going to be finally choosing potentially some range damage. It's interesting to see what they're going to do with this Venusaur, but that was definitely a strategy so that they didn't give away an option to be like, hey, look, counter this ranged damage with your Galarian Rapidash, because it was finally unbanned. So something clear that they were watching. We are going to see some pretty solid picks on the other side for Kamai, some things that they've been picking this season.
Yeah, Chara King locking in what seems to be a Venusaur, considering they have the Energy Amp choice specs and that Cursed Incense. I feel like Talonflame is a great answer to get into the backline towards that. In terms of Venusaur, it just does not have great maneuverability, and Talonflame definitely handles that job well. Whether I'd say it's probably going to end up being a Fly Talonflame, it's not only an answer for that, but it's an answer to a Machamp chasing you down. So I feel like this last pick for Kamai, their draft's looking good, but even then, it's up to Volticons Unite there. Their front line, they have a lot of work that they need to do to protect a Chara King on the Venusaur. But here we go, Chef, a second game for the day here with Volticons Unite on the purple side, Kamai Esports on the orange, with the 1-up in our best of 5.
And we actually get to see a combo that we saw out of Latam yesterday, which is the Machamp into the Scyther. I'm assuming it's going to be a Scyther. One day I'll be wrong, and I'll be really happy because I think Scizor is an awesome Pokemon. But the Scyther being able to, like I said yesterday, dual wing beat after a submission is a really strong combo, and we're just going to pair that up as well with the ability to crowd control a little bit more via the Snorlax, and then potentially a Beam. Again, I'm going to assume it's the Venusaur, but I never want to say anything officially because I'm always going to be wrong the moment that I do that. But Beam would be a great follow-up as well. There's just going to be so much damage on anybody that gets caught by a single submission.
Yeah, but look at that clear from that Scyther as well. And yeah, confirmed it is level 5 Scyther to go up into the top path and just put the pressure, preventing Gatlu from going and getting some dunks. Otherwise, a little tussle over those Natus in the central area. Gek and Toast are quite low. Snow is also quite low and opting to retreat rather than look for any KOs and trust that the rest of the team can go and clean up with Chari on that Bulbasaur, getting a knockout on that Fletcher.
That's actually a huge knockout. That's going to be like a complete game-changing knockout. That is the highest level Pokemon on the enemy team going to a Pokemon that's relatively weak early game. Like, they can challenge some things, right? Obviously, they've got some range, but that is just feeding a Pokemon that really needs the EXP, a lot of it kind of for free, while it's your center area Pokemon that's getting slowed down a lot off of that. So a really little minor moment that looked pretty funny because they kind of just walked into it, but it was pretty huge if we really look at the large scope of things.
Oh, it looks like we do have a hyperspace Hooper this time round, so going to be able to provide that team-wide healing if members are able to get into that portal, but also the maneuverability between those paths as well. Meanwhile, we do have Regidrago spawning in that central area, and Adesu ends up getting absolutely obliterated by Snow there.
Oh, Regidrago as well, getting a little bit. Ooh, whoa, the Heavy Slam managed to hit Gek from over the wall. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. It looked like almost like it was out of range, but just barely. And so Gek actually getting caught out a little bit. They won't get the follow-up KO. It's actually going to be Fizzy that gets that KO. But this is looking like a pretty strong early game for the side of Volticons. This time they're the ones just slightly in the lead across the board. They're going to be losing the points lead with that back cap that we just caught up top. But we'll see if they can steal some of these birds with the birds stealing the birds. I know that's kind of confusing to say.
Birds stealing birds. Who would have thought that would happen? Bird on bird action there. Otherwise, Fizzy, I'm surprised they managed to just survive that fight on such little HP. But even then, I just feel like the combinations that they're able to pull off with these heavy slams paired up with this Scyther actually looked quite nice down in that bottom path. Otherwise, we do have our other objectives spawning on the map. This time around, we have the Buff Reggie in the top path being a Reggie steal, and yeah, Snow going on in and wiping out their fellow speed stuff.
Wow, this Scyther is putting in so much work. Already level 9. We actually are seeing Gatlu as well, level 9 on that Lucario. An attempt to steal here, a little bit too slow from Gek, but again, not going to be a great chance. Oh, the Unite coming out. Oh, Snow's at what, 1 HP already, 10% maybe. Daddy Leon doing a great job of making sure that that Mega is just far away from their carry. Great stuff as usual, but that was so scary. I mean, that was nearly kind of like a one-hit KO combo.
Yeah, it really was, but thankfully they did end up having the maneuverability to get out of danger, but also the pad to give him a little bit of healing and shielding there. That way, Gatlu could not go and progress. Reggie Alecki is going to go over to Kamai Esports, but Volticons Unite do have multiple members down here, but Kamai Esports are not even looking to push this. Instead, they're going to utilize that Hooper portal to teleport 3 of those members up into the top path, where it's only Snow here remaining. You can see on the minimap, though, the champ is running from the hill.
Oh, Snow just, I mean, really winning that 1v1 with just the mobility. Gatlu getting extremely low. One more submission, and yeah, you're not going to be able to escape that. That's going to be the end of that. Machamp, oh no, I'm sorry, Machamp actually went down, and Gatlu survives. That was a tremendous amount of damage. I didn't even see where that came from. I mean, that was, looked like almost a full life Machamp, but they just completely got melted right before they were able to land that final hit. So Gatlu managing to escape that fight. We are going to see everybody's kind of returning, trying to farm their own center area here, and so far we haven't seen any real big collected team fights. In fact, Venusaur really hasn't even been a part of too many fights in general, which is pretty nice for them. They just have had the time and the space to just go and farm and get up to level 10, which level's still looking good for Volticons. So I feel like once we group up, Volticons is going to be doing pretty well in these big team fights.
I suppose that's the risk when you do have that hyperspace hooper on the opposite side. You need to make sure that you have a member being able to defend whatever pad. But I guess with tier 1 now out of the question, once again, yeah, you see this Snorlax staying down here to put the pressure on while the rest of Volticons are up in the top path, and a great block to stop members from Kamai teleporting up to the top path. It's only Mega Lucario that made it through.
Ooh, yeah, and they are going to break it, and so no more defense there for Gatlu. That is going to be the first, oh no, I'm sorry, the second goal zone down. Both top tier 1s are gone, and we're about to see potentially the third. If they do decide to break this, they are going to. It looks like it wasn't maybe the biggest overdunk in the world. Not bad though, as we're going to be having, what, a 90-point lead for the side of Kamai, and now both objectives being taken. So truly it was just Kamai focusing on this bottom path in general, and then Volticons focusing on the top path in general, which is something that we've been seeing quite a bit from all of these teams. Still a relatively low scoring game, considering we are now getting into the preparation phase for the final stretch. Daddy Leon getting some vision here, maybe trying to get out of here. They should be able to escape, but right now it's kind of just farming time for everybody.
I feel like that Registeel was quite valuable for Volticons Unite, though, to especially get these elite scalers online. We already have that Venusaur and Scyther at that level 12, needing to get that level 13. Kamai Esports, though, they also have the 2 level 12s over on their side and just trying to scrap for whatever wild Pokemon is available. And I only see a singular dot there down in that bottom right corner, and it looks like Adesu, the Mewtwo's actually going to take it, considering they're only at that level 11, needing their level 13s too.
Oh yeah, they ate that one up pretty quickly, and now it's just waiting time, right? We're gonna sit here and see if they can find anybody, it looks like, but no big objectives seem like probably will spawn before the end. Maybe something will spawn like really close, but no, it looks like probably no chance. So we're probably gonna see just one more, yeah, I was about to say one more wave of spawns for the kind of center area for each side. The problem is the one on the Kamai side is gonna be pretty late. They do really want to hit some level 13s. They've got 0 level 13s, and that is a huge issue for the final fight. That is where you get a lot of those boosted attacks, and there we go. We're going to finally at least see Talonflame, but 2 strong level 13s on the side of Volticons is already looking pretty scary.
Oh, 3 now, as they have the Venusaur, Scyther, and Machamp getting that benchmark, so having those plus movements on hand. We do have King making sure to bush check with the Solar Beam, but yeah, in terms of level 13s, it's only going to be the Talonflame and the Mega Lucario on the side of Kamai. But here comes the Kyogre onto the map. King is going to shoot across into that tall grass, and I feel like they did a fair bit of damage onto that Mewtwo, while 2 members of Kamai actually attempted a back cap but I guess that's because they have a Rings Unbound.
Yep, that's a huge classic strategy. They are going to all go through, and now everybody's going to be rotating back to the center. Fizzy right in the middle of all the damage, gets the power nap with the eject button off, manages to launch a good amount of the team. Not a huge follow-up, but the first to go down will be the Blastoise in the end, trying to wall Gatlu towards the team. Daddy Leon, not the best target they're going to be able to find. They want to try to take them down, but Gatlu right in the middle of everything. A huge Mewtwo Unite as well. 2 members now, 3 members down, 4 Volticons, but these 2 that are up are very scary. We've seen Scyther be able to self-sustain in a lot of fights. The problem is they've got to get away from this burst damage. One big pick here could be huge. We are going to see Unite from the Scyther, but Snow gets melted, as is the classic, and now Tibby has the run away. The submission is going to keep them alive, and Kyogre not that low. We're going to start seeing some runs back. Daddy Leon coming back, Fizzy coming back.
Oh, but we still have some Unite moves on hand. There goes the Hydro Typhoon from Gek to just whittle away at Volticon's Unite and keep them at bay. Fizzy is getting punched in the back. However, they are able to jump into the tall grass with their heavy slam. Venusaur, the only remaining Pokemon that does have their Unite move. It's just a matter of whether Volticon's Unite can make their way into this Kyogre pit. There, Tibby is starting on the Kyogre.
Oh, and Charking landed a huge beam on Gatlu a little bit earlier, so Gatlu's actually going to go in back cap instead of fighting. They're attempting a back cap as well on the Talonflame, who didn't work out. They got KO'd. Great defense from Snow. Kyogre getting melted. Nobody close to be able to try and defend this. No, they actually didn't finish and they started walking away. So 12 seconds left to try and score. They did land a bunch of points in from Gatlu scoring up top. Can they score in this goal zone? A huge defense, but look at these serves. Gek making sure they don't even get close. Can anybody score in? Somebody's got to get some points, but nobody. Not a single score in this goal zone. What a defense from Kamai!
Holy macaroni, what a play from Kamai Esports there to go and split up, go and get some back caps, just focus on the defense of that tier 1 pad, and the defense was on point. Not a single dunk from Volticon's Unite despite their Kyogre buff. So Kamai Esports being able to hold that lead at 276 to 164 points.
What a defense. I mean, I really hope we get a chance to see that one again on the replays, because that is, I mean, really watching a well-defended goal zone, especially when there is something like the Kyogre buff on the other side, is so difficult to do. And that preemptive surf that we saw from the Blastoise was amazing. But I mean, really, what a cool fight at the end of this one from the start to finish. I mean, there was a lot of people returning. I mean, it was like a really big win for Kamai, then a really big win for Volticons, but Kamai having the decision making to, you know, make the macro play to just try and back cap and then retreat. But then Volticons defends at least one of the back caps, which really turns into a scary situation. But then Kamai wins the defense. I mean, truly just an amazing match. I feel like we could watch the end of that match like 5 times and see something new every single time. But Gatlu, double MVP in the first 2 games.
Yes, being able to dish out 85k damage dealt on that Mega Lucario with a KFA of 5-3-3. But honestly, yeah, that just those plays at the end there, definitely risky in terms of giving up that Kyogre. But I guess this just goes to demonstrate the understanding of how these final boss Pokemon end up working. If that was a Rayquaza, I don't think that strategy would have worked.
No, not even close. That would have been game, we would have been going to game 3 with a tied game for sure. So, but hey, that's why we love our new objectives. You know, one of I think the coolest things that we've seen added to the game in the past, I don't know, really long time have been Kyogre and Groudon. So it allows these really smart decisions that we got a chance to see from Kamai. And you can see, honestly, I mean, wow, the huge percentage of that team's damage is Galu.
Yes, at the top of not only their team, but across the board there. Otherwise, definitely a great showing from Snow on that Scyther as well. I feel like they had some incredible synergy with Fizzy there, but I feel like they just ended up getting separated towards that final fight. And yes, they did end up getting into that Kyogre pit, but unfortunately, yeah, their Clans ended up getting red by Kamai and shut down, but we can see on that heat map there, Gatlu just focusing up on the top path. And you know what? Oh, no, I was going to say they did end up going invade. Nope, they didn't go in and invade as a Mega Lucario. I was wrong. But yeah, actually going to go look at these highlights again.
Yeah, I mean, again, what a great match. Snow on this Scyther looked amazing. They unfortunately went down pretty quickly in the final fight, but every single other moment looked really amazing for them. And I think this is actually where they ended up kind of getting melted, as I said. Actually, it was just a few months from here. Gatlu being able to kind of do this like 1v4 situation was wild. I thought this was the end of Gatlu for sure, but they do manage to escape, and that was a huge reason why they were able to kind of win that first fight. But in the end, I mean, again, here you can see there was an attempt to cap on bottom, there's an attempt to cap on top. Snow stopped the bottom one. The preemptive surf from Gek is huge here before they even try to stop it. And then that Hoopa Unbound is just such a great way to control things. They actually submissioned the Mewtwo to stop them. They used the Hyperspace Fury, just everything in that situation. It was amazing.
The double surf from Gek to lock down, was it the Vaporeon and the Machamp there? That was an incredible last-ditch effort. But I guess, yeah, that's the thing. They risked it, sending Gatlu to go and create a buffer with some back caps, create some pressure on that home pad, knowing that if things did end up getting dicey, they had that Hoopa Unite move to go and teleport and help their team. So definitely some big brain plays there from Kamai Esports as we are going to head into the draft of our third game here. Kamai Esports are in that second pick position. So yes, we have Volticons Unite choosing first pick once again, and it's automatically going to be on that route on that.
Right, and honestly, one thing they might, again, try to consider dealing with in some way is that Hoopa. Two huge Hoopa plays, one in the defense down in that final moment, obviously we just saw, but also when they decided to go in back cap and then bring everybody towards the objective with the Hoopa Unite, the first one that they were using in those final 2 minutes. I think both those plays were amazing. Now, I mean, it looks like they're maybe not going to be trying to focus on that at all. They are going to be picking up this Machamp, which of course is pretty key as far as that game and how it went in general. But I mean, the Hoopa plays really just enabled so much. Also, their some of their rotations using Hoopa were really strong. We'll see, though. Kamai seems like they've been choosing some pretty different comps every time, so they can flex around to some pretty different things. I do like this, though. Now, once again, having that Psyduck available, just take it.
Yeah, I think Narami played an incredible Psyduck game during that game one, and that's why it ended up landing itself a ban. But it looks like Volticons Unite have just decided to take away this Mega Lucario, not wanting to risk picking up themselves or giving it over to Kamai. But the thing is, I don't know what's more valuable, giving away this Psyduck or this Mega Lucario on the ban table. Also, Gek has managed to take away Fizzy's Snorlax.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I mean, the big question now, I guess, is what are we going to see as far as Blastoise? Like, will that be stolen back the other direction, or are we going to try to go for something completely different as far as defenders? I did see the Crustle hovered over for a moment, which was looking really, really good for, I can't remember which team it was yesterday, but there was a team that was looking really good with Crustle. I'll remember it later. Right now, it looks like we're not going to be choosing that defender pick quite yet, as they do have some time on it, so being able to take the Hooper for themselves, I do like that a lot. Like I was saying, it was a big problem, it was a big valuable asset for Kamai, and now it's going to be Leon on it instead of taking that Evolution.
Yes, I'm wondering whether we're going to end up seeing Hyperspace Hoopa once again, or whether we are going to end up seeing that Trick Phantom Force Hoopa. I know we've seen a bit of a mixture from that Pokemon this weekend, but yeah, you called it. Blastoise is actually going to go over to the side of Volticons Unite, and Snow's actually going to pick up the Talonflame for themselves, which means we have two all-rounder picks for Kamai Esports, rounding out the composition with a Dragonite and a Garchomp.
Ooh, going Dragon Comp at the end. That's a lot of damage on this team now. Psyduck obviously can do quite a bit of damage itself, but then you have Mewtwo, Y. You basically have three auto attackers, right? I mean, this is going to be a pretty scary deal. I do wonder if there's any chance that we see Toast not go the Hyper Beam. No, I mean, I feel like you do really need the secure, but it just seems like, I don't know. They just got a lot of damage on the side of Kamai. I wonder if they're going to go anything kind of interesting or weird as far as how they decide to split this up. And also as far as how their paths are going to go, I'm curious because there's a few different options that they could take. Probably going to be center area Dragonite and bottom, or yeah, probably bottom Mewtwo and then top. Yeah, that seems actually pretty standard. We'll see if they can go anything else fun, but a lot of picks from Volticons that Kamai had last time, so we'll see how they can use them, as this is now it. I mean, this is a Worlds qualifying game now, right? One more for Kamai, and they guarantee their spot in Worlds after this long-fought season, but Volticons, they get one win, and we know how much momentum this team can get.
Well, here we go, folks. Match point for Kamai Esports for this game. Volticons unite on the purple side and Kamai on the orange. But there we go. We're going to send Snow on the Talon, on the Fletchling currently into that central area. And yeah, you called it. Toast is going to go take that central area for Kamai Esports.
Yeah, they could have done some other kind of fun little switches around, but I realized this is actually pretty standard. So maybe my first thought wasn't the greatest. We are going to see, again, no invade. This could have been a pretty good invade game once again, but really just not seeing either of these teams trying to risk it on anything like that, which is pretty interesting because certainly Kamai and Volticons have both had opportunities where they have taken that in the past. It's just maybe so much on the line. You want to play safe. You don't want to risk it. You want to just outplay somebody in a kind of a more standard way, as they are going to do a great push up top. Tibby barely escaping. Wow, I actually cannot believe they made it out of that, but not really the highest damage comp. And wow, look at that, the jump in.
Oh, but the jump in ended up failing as Kamai were able to go and push back that Fletchinja, and no members end up getting taken on down. Nonetheless, Volticons Unite do end up giving up the majority of those birds to Volticons there. So now they have to go on the retreat and soak up whatever wild Pokemon have spawned in here, leaving Gatlu up in the top path still as that Gibble. I mean, I guess we still have a Machop as well on the other side.
Right, yeah, that's going to be pretty tough. I mean, that's going to be a pretty slow path. Okay, finally, we're going to see the evolution, right, of course, as we talk about it. That is the way that this game works. As soon as we talk about something, it is no longer the case. So this is now going to be a lot scarier, as we're going to see the submission being chosen, of course, but getting that submission is really when this Pokemon comes online, right? You're obviously going to be way stronger once you do end up becoming a Machamp, but especially too, we are going to see the trick confirmed from Daddy Leon's Hoopa, which does mean you're going to be able to get some nice little combos of being able to like run in really far with submission and then safely get back out with the Phantom Force little combo there.
Gotta make Tibby on that Machoke, soon to be Machamp. Gotta go fast, running at this Gabite, catching them in their grasp and wiping them out. Yes, definitely the trick coming into play and in handy, allowing Volticons Unite to get in a few dunks of their own. So Snow having the attack weight stacks, very much a lot of value from that push.
And I do want to talk about one of my favorite little combos too that we don't really get a chance to see all that often, because Hoopa it really synergizes so well with Talonflame in general. So fly into hyperspace portal does a really good job, hyperspace hole, with letting you like land in it and then get back to base safely. But trick means you get to fly in offensively and then get pulled back by trick into Phantom Force, and it allows you to kind of like be a projectile for your team, which is really funny. Wow, Gatlu doing a lot of damage right there as I'm trying to talk about tactical stuff, which obviously we never have time to do that in Pokemon Unite, but I really want to see that combo actually happen. It is really scary. Big fight, by the way, happening on bottom here for this objective.
Yeah, we already have that flame sweep coming out from Snow, who's managed to get a 2 KO streak, potentially a third on Gek, who does end up getting taken down. Psyduck does end up getting pushed back against the wall, and this is some great momentum from Volticons Unite in this current quarter, because they now have 149 points on the board to 0, and shredding down at this Registeel, unless this Mega Mewtwo, why? Adesu has something to say about it.
Oh, was that like the launch of the Side Strike? I actually didn't see what that was, but I saw everybody kind of get launched at once. Maybe that was actually the Reggie that launched them. But regardless, I mean, Adesu, great steal, whatever it was. And Fizzy now being targeted down. Gek trying to build a little bit of space for them to try and take some points onto this goal zone. They don't have a ton. They wanted that Adesu 20 in, maybe just get them to score even more. But they're not going to get that chance. Army didn't even take the chance to score that 5 that they did have. And so they're just going to retreat and go back, as they do have the space being built from the Regieleki that they took up top as well. So a lot of this experience, a little bit free for them. Those birds going uncontested. Probably some birds up top going uncontested as well. But it does look like we're getting some mileage out of that. Oh, Garchomp up top and up bottom as well. Just all the Unites being popped.
Yeah, we end up having a great stun from that Blastoise, but it just isn't able to handle the push of 4 members of Kamai Esports. This bottom goal is left on 24 points, whittled now down to 8, as we do have some backup from this Machamp that Sai is going to shut them down to get that damage reduction so they can't make any moves.
Oh, the Hyper Beam is going to do a pretty solid chunk of damage to be running in, but just getting melted. I mean, launched into the air. It's really funny when you get KO'd all the way in the air like that, but there's just so much crowd control on the side of Kamai, and a great way to stop that dive, even against something like submission. They're going to walk in and get their small scores, 2 points left on this goal zone. Let's see if they get an opportunity to get a big overdunk at some point. It looks like they clearly could break it if they wanted to, but they want more points, and they are behind by points right now, so I do think that's a very safe bet.
I suppose it's not only in terms of getting more points, but also it shuts down the comeback experience for Volticons Unite. I was going to say, but they're the ones that are currently ahead in the levels lead with 3 level 10s and that 1 level 11. Well, actually, as I say that, I look at Kamai Esports and they actually have 2 level 11s on their side.
Oh, yeah, and some pretty strong level 11s as well. The ones you really don't want to be the highest level in the game if you're at all, able to stop it, which unfortunately you can see how quickly they can melt any objective. And that's going to be something, too, that they're going to have to worry about, right? The combination between all 3 of their auto attackers and a hyper beam to guarantee a secure, and then the crowd control from their basically support and defender line to stop the enemy team from trying to secure is going to be a very, very, very real threat when you get to the final objective. Fly is going to be a great option because it will be able to kind of get past their defenders, but I mean, it's not going to do the damage that hyper beam will. We're going to see Daddy Leon pop the Unite, trying to get everybody in, but there's just so many members coming from Kamai. Big Unite coming from Blastoise. He's able to launch a few, but the shield's coming back from the Unite from Snorlax, and we are going to take the secure in the middle of the fight while Psyduck picks up 2 KOs in a row.
Wow, I am so surprised that Toast managed to get the secure on the Regieleki amidst all of the chaos of those Unite moves flying around. But Regieleki is going to end up crashing into that top tier 1, and that is going to be a 30 overdunk from Narami, bringing the lead closer for Kamai Esports. But Volticons Unite, they still have that advantage at 264 to 204 with a minute remaining until the final stretch.
It's weird to see how much of a points lead Volticons had, right? That was a huge overdunk, and they're still leading by a significant amount. And it feels like Kamai has been up in levels kind of the entire game, but Volticons just did a really good job of focusing on scoring in kind of these sneaky little ways, which is going to really help them as we're 40 seconds away from maybe the fight that decides a Worlds qualifying spot for 2026. So we get to see the Regidrago being taken down. 11 seconds to take down this basement Regi if they really want it. Volticons can choose to try and get the initiation here. They are being seen. Great vision to make sure they can't sneak into that tall grass. And Fizzy being hit by the Psychic. Do they want to commit to the final fight here? Look at the Gatlu's positioning.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Gatlu has spotted Chari and is going to chip away. Now we have some Unite moves being popped away as Machamp is trying to run and make an escape. We have Mew popping their Unite using a Surf, trying to make it out alive. Unfortunately, they just aren't successful. And now Kamai, this is their chance to try and take advantage, considering they have the numbers. But there goes the Rings Unbound. Talonflame now takes to the sky along with Blastoise getting multiple stuns and a great serve.
They have the chance to rip and flip. Fizzy's going down. All their damage is there. Snow was the only thing that stopped them from actually doing it. They did start to attack it. Narami getting extremely low in the backline. They might have to back up. Gatlu will be able to make it back, but that's going to leave Toast a little bit vulnerable. The submission, though, not hitting Toast, hitting instead the giant defender target. Not what they wanted. So look at this. All the damage on the side of Volticons. 3 members extremely low. Hyperspace portal here would be huge, but or hyperspace hole, but unfortunately they just don't have that level of healing. They've only got the trick, so everybody's going to back up. The big thing for Volticons is that even though they're kind of like, I don't know, coming in one at a time, not really getting all that much mileage out of the fights, they have the points lead. There's got to be a back cap. There's got to be something used. So, it looks like Machamp's the only one left with a Unite for the moment. Less than a minute left.
Yeah, it looks like teams are just scrambling about trying to find a pick. Tibby is going to get pushed back against the wall. However, they are able to make an escape. There goes a dive from Gatlu on the Garchomp as they have their Unite to go and bonk some heads. The thing is, they end up missing those hits. And now Daddy Leon is about to get stomped on by Toast, but they're able to escape. A great stun from Groudon working in the favor of Kamai Esports as that one-way ticket not only to the grand finals, but to the World Championships in San Francisco, because none of Volticons Unite are up to go and stop them.
Nobody even up to try. Okay, Gatlu finally getting shut down, but 10 seconds left on the clock, and I think Gatlu has done more than enough. What a final fight. Well earned, drawn out, but really in the end, Kamai found their moment. Volticons putting up an excellent fight, but Kamai, after having to watch all the matches yesterday, they had one chance today to qualify for Worlds, and they took it with a clean 3-0 sweep. These players, we've seen them at Worlds so many times before, and that will not change today. So Gatlu and Adesu, I mean, how many times have they been there? Gek, and now they're going to add the entire roster to teams that will have been at Worlds.
What an incredible match. I said, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And, you know, for the beginning of that match, it was in Volticon's favor. They had the numbers advantage in terms of the points, in terms of those levels. But Kamai Esports, they realized how much was on the line for this match, and they just wanted to shut it down, end it quickly with that 3-0 streak. But yeah, I feel like there was just so much happening during this final fight. Gatlu receiving that Unite move to just go give him that shield and go and create some space. Honestly, I'm trying to even keep up with this currently, and my eyes can't do it.
Yeah, they're really. I mean, we can watch that again like 3 more times and like still not catch
in
everything.
slow-mo.
Yes, in slow-mo.
I don't know the slow-mo.
I do think our MVP player here was one of the biggest moments in that replay where Snow was trying to get away, was not able to get over the wall of the objective pit, and then was taken down by Adesu, who is our MVP and one of the nicest human beings I probably have ever met in my entire life. So always going to be happy to see Adesu take a dub and, of course, return back to Worlds. But, I mean, this was a wild comp. You can see the damage was pretty high across the board, although the Psyduck doing more damage there than Toast on that Dragonite, which is kind of the classic, right? 3 hard carries and a Dragonite.
I mean, I feel like this is why Psyduck ended up getting those nerfs, right? It just can do too much. It's a supporter, but I feel like it's secretly that all-rounder there. But I guess that's the thing. In terms of the game plan, Toast focused on those objectives. Even though there were fights brawling out all around, they made sure to line up those hyper beams and get the secures, as we ended up seeing up at the top path with that Regieleki. But yeah, as we see on this graph, Volticons Unite, they had the advantage throughout the whole game there. It just came down to that final stretch, that Groudon fight, where they just didn't end up coming out successful.
And I do really have to commend them once again. Of course, you know, I'm a huge Volticons fan, obviously, but I do really want to talk about some of the great moments in that match where, I mean, really, it was their macro decisions in the early game, where we were talking about the fact that Kamai had the level lead for a long time, but I like that Volticons kind of realized how the game was going to go with such strong late game scalers, I think, on the side of Kamai. So they focused on getting a really early points lead, and even though they were in situations where they weren't necessarily winning the fights, in that final, I don't know, it was like the second fight in the 2-minute mark, which I know is a wild thing to say, but they were able to just choose not to lose the fight and then make it go on even longer, which was really to their advantage. In the end, of course, they did lose, but they knew that they were going to be able to set themselves up into that situation. They did set themselves up into that situation. It was just a few too many refights eventually, and one of them was just enough for them to crack. So great choices from Volticons in that game. A lot of great choices from them in the set, but Kamai, there's a reason why they have been one of the only teams up in that top 2 spot to really kind of dominate the EU region.
Oh, look, you've said it time and time again, the passage of time. And yeah, Volticons Unite hoping that they could use that to their favor by drawing out that final stretch. But no, time, I guess, ended up being against them because, well, that's where Kamai Esports, we need to push the pedal to the metal and take the fight to them if Volticons Unite aren't coming to us.
Right, which we get a chance to see a little bit in this replay. Lots of scary moments from the first. I'm sorry, this is the first game. What am I talking about?
This is second game.
Yeah. Not the most recent game, but just some of the highlights as we can see of us kind of going through this set and seeing how Kamai did end up qualifying. I mean, that was a pretty wild set as far as drafts go, right? I feel like almost all the comps were very, very different on both sides. A lot of being showing off their ability to flex on both teams, which is again just shows like how strong these teams are. And really, just every single time that Kamai went for it, their comp will just seem really well thought through, and you can see why they chose it, right? I mean, again, this triple damage comp we get a chance to see. We get a chance to see Adesu being able to take down two really important members in this final fight, and then of course this last hit here, an attempt to hit the electro ball, not going to be quite enough, and then the only person left there was Tibby, who just wasn't able to secure the final hit. So really good stuff, smart choices all around, but unfortunately we do have to say goodbye to Volticons, who will at least have the last chance qualifier match available, with 3 teams actually of the league not going to be playing in it because Peps of course have already qualified. So we'll see who the 4th team later that qualifies for Worlds is from EU, but we've got our EU qualified teams from the actual league set in stone.
Yeah, we do. We already have BH3 earning their #1 seed there, who Kamai Esports are still going to go up against next for that title of the EU champs. But we can see the run here so far. So yes, day 1, Volticons Unite had an incredible performance there, being able to win the 2 in the row, taking out Los Caricados and Team Peps. But unfortunately, that is where their run ends, as they ended up getting knocked out by Kamai Esports in that 2nd seed position. But yeah, definitely an incredible performance there from Volticons Unite. Just not this weekend, but the whole season. It's been amazing to see their growth, and I'm hoping that we do end up getting to see them in the future, especially in those last chance qualifiers, because they definitely have a lot of potential as a squad there.
And a big shout out to Los Caricados as well, who we got a chance to see eliminated yesterday. Both Los Caricados and Volticons will be the only 2 teams, well, not the only 2 teams, but the only 2 teams from this particular bracket that are going to be potentially in the last chance qualifier in a couple of weeks. And they have put on some really great matches, I mean, against each other, and just as far as kind of like being the next set of teams to really show how strong they are in EU. So there's a chance that they will end up playing again in the last chance qualifier, which is something I'd really like to see. But it does look like we are going to get ready for the next match that is going to include, of course, those 2 teams that we do have left in EU, Kamai and BH3 Esports, a team that has not played yet on broadcast, but the only undefeated in the entire team, or sorry, the only team in the entire league. So let's see what they had to say as Zoinks had an interview.
All right, I get the chance to talk to Worlds qualified BH3 Utah. After an incredible regular season, literally flawless, you are in the grand finals position already, currently awaiting your opponent as we're recording this interview. So we'll see who you're playing in a little bit, but Utah, let's talk about your regular season. Flawless, 14-0. What do you think was the biggest factor for your team to accomplish that? Individual player skill, teamwork, preparation. What do you think was the biggest factor?
I think this is like all the factor you said. Before the season, we were like set it up kind of. So, we prepped a lot. We have huge staff that's helping us. Our coach, our manager for statistics and mental preps and everything. So yeah, I think so.
Okay, so yeah, all pieces kind of working together to set this up. That's pretty exciting. Now, I already mentioned at the start of the interview, you're already qualified for the World Championships, but now you have a chance to play for the European regional title. I mean, there's a couple of great opponents in front of you, either Volticons or Kamai. Which one of these teams do you think you match up better against specifically?
I think like both of the teams are really good. I think I'll probably say Volticons.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with a flawless
yeah.
season, you've been able to defeat them both during the regular season. But you got to do it
Yeah.
one more time if you're going to be that regional champion. But that's going to happen momentarily. Obviously, with that 14-0 regular season, you had a great one. Is there anybody you want to shout out? Maybe teammates or other kind of staff that are helping you out, or even people who are cheering you on from the sidelines during this regional league?
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out like all the support that I received and for the team. Only thanks to all my teammates that actually like putting a lot of work to make this out. I want to thanks also my coach Remy, our manager Lau, and Chronic Sister. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, yeah, huge shout outs to everybody who's been supporting BH3, but a massive shout out to you and the rest of the team for an amazing accomplishment. Already qualified for Worlds, and now you get a chance to compete for that European regional title. So Yutao, good luck in your match, and we can't wait to watch you play it.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championships series. What a day we have in front of us. Our final day of playoffs. We are finding out which teams are heading to Worlds. We just found out one. Komai just cinched their spot right there against Volticons. An amazing series where they went 3-0 Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, looks like the momentum has been officially KO'd going in from day one to day two. Volticons easily dealt with here, but what does that leave us? That leaves us with our first seed and our second seed, both qualified for Worlds now in the EU region, but now battling it out for that regional league title. BH3 undefeated this season. Komai looking to be really the spoil sports for that perfect season.
And yeah, I mean, they are obviously on a run now. Komai just securing their spot, a hot set, moving right into the undefeated BH3. You just saw them, you love them. Gotlu, Toast, Gek, Narami, and Adesu. By the way, Gotlu on Greedent tier to secure their spot to Worlds. I absolutely love to see it. They looked phenomenal, and what a final fight. in that game 3. Like, that was just expertly done by Komai. But is it enough to take down the undefeated BH3? There's a lot on the line here, Dupe Snacks. Of course, you want to be the regional champion. Even though you already won your spot to Worlds, there are still 10,000 reasons that you'd like to win this game.
Absolutely. Of course, the money is a real factor here. But for me, for BH3, it has to be to prove themselves that they can do it, right? I mean, they found themselves obviously leading the pack in their league all season long. But has BH3 ever been able to really secure that big time win? Now's a great opportunity for them to prove, yes, we did win the league. Yes, we did stamp ourselves to world champions. And yes, we are undefeated this entire year.
Yeah, what an impressive run it would be. They're the only team that has this opportunity amongst all of our regions. The only team remaining undefeated is BH3. Rezu, Sazero, Kranix, Yutao, and Megu. These players are familiar with high stakes play like this. The question is, can they do it? Can they end the perfect season here in EU? We're going to find out very soon.
Absolutely. There's a lot of fun stuff going on between these two squads. We just watched Komai, so I'm going to touch back on them for a moment. Of course, you mentioned Gatlu on the Greedon, but I mean, shades of year 1 World Championship run. Adesu on the Dragonite was a ton of fun to watch. And with Gatlu at the helm there, or excuse me, with Gek at the helm, kind of leading the charge, making sure that all those players stay ready, you have to imagine they're in a good spot here as we are taking a look at our top Pokemon by win rate throughout these playoffs.
Now, a few of these numbers are really interesting. I want to talk about Moltres in that 6th spot, but I need to start with Mew. Mew has been a power pick. I mean, if teams have been fighting over this as first pick in some of our matchups, and it's not surprising. A defender that I was just kind of glazing off stream here with you is Snorlax. This Pokemon is incredible right now. It just received some buffs. It was already a strong choice, and now it feels like one of the strongest defender choices in the entire meta. We talked about Zacian a lot with ACL, but let me touch on Moltres here. I think this thing is crazy good, and it happened to have a few games on a team that didn't move on here to day 2. But if a team has a Moltres, this thing is a game changer.
Yeah, we were talking about it actually leading into us being on broadcast here. I kind of said, tell me the story of this Moltres this weekend, because it seems incredibly strong, but its ban rate was down to like 40%, to which you explained exactly why that is. If your team has a Moltres, you better be banning it. If not, you can probably just leave it on the sideline, because it's definitely one of those more impactful Pokemon, assuming you have somebody that can press those buttons in the right order.
Take a look at more top Pokemon by win rate, but it's like all messy. Blastoise at 20%. You know what? I don't know what's happening with this graphic. Maybe I might have made this one while we were on break. I'm not sure about that one. But
hey, remember when 99% was rounded up to 100%?
I do. Yeah.
I think this is that type of scenario here, as we clearly saw that 20% was not the highest win rate on that graphic that we just saw. We're not judging anybody. We would just like for that individual to either be fired or at the very least dock their pay and give it to us instead.
Yeah, I hate this idea that we want everyone fired. I would gladly just accept their wages. You send those to me and I wouldn't be mad at all. I feel like we're the most reasonable casters, yet we're called divas. It's insane.
It's unprecedented, the amount of just slander that goes on in our online chats just because we're trying to dock people's pay, end their potential statistic related careers. Okay, listen, you wouldn't have to be so shady on your statistics if you owned yourself a Spraggles and Snacks Abacus.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel like they always say, stop trying to get people's pay docked. Stop trying to take the player's prize pool and give it to yourself. Stop pitching your own Abacus on stream. If the draft isn't ready, we simply have no choice but to do these things.
Absolutely. So really, what we want to all the folks at home to know is we wage a constant war, Spraggles and I, between us and everybody that actually makes this show happen. And we have to know that we have just as much importance on these broadcasts than the people that actually hit live and make sure we can bring this broadcast to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not enough for us to be the ones talking to you, to be the face of the broadcast in these moments, to call some of these big things. It's also that we have to put other people down to make us feel better. And again, the idea that we're divas, it's really getting old.
It is, but it's something we've committed to for 5 straight years now, and that's not gonna change. Top Pokemon by pick rate. There you go. Throw a stat on the screen. We'll talk about it. Hoopa getting a lot of love, and Snorlax, as you mentioned before, really a premium defender now.
Yeah, Hoopa has been a powerful supporter pick. And one interesting thing, we've had a few games from yesterday's playoffs where supporters were getting banned out left and right. I've noticed a lot of teams focusing on some of these targeted bans that we've been going. So when you're not able to, when you target like a certain player, right, you're going after like 3 of their all-rounder picks, you're going after Sirfetch'd, all of a sudden something like Hoopa or Snorlax, they make it through and they start to become first picks in a lot of these situations. And of course, you see there, Moltres, obviously an extremely popular Pokemon, just became available for play here in UCS, and a lot of teams are already running it. I do love it when a new Pokemon is used a lot, because oftentimes they're quite powerful. I'm not telling you anything at home you don't know. A lot of the new releases in the game are very, very good. Moltres, I was really wondering if we were going to see here this weekend, and it's been a force.
Yeah, that early game impact that you had mentioned really helps the laning stages of these games hum a little bit. So it's one of those quintessential, it's very strong out of the gate, get ahead, stay ahead, and really kind of submit your opponent in a chokehold just by having that stronger boost from the jump here. As we have our second page of 7 through 12 of top Pokemon by pick rate, and it looks like this graphic is at least correct in the order of the percentages.
Yeah, that's correct, and that I think is pretty positive here. Blastoise had a low win rate from the other graphic that we saw, which is interesting, but it looks like the nerfs, have hurt this Pokemon. Machamp, on the other hand, a low pick rate, but extremely contested, right? Most of the time, you're seeing this Pokemon banned out in a lot of our games, so that's why its pick rate is that low. It is probably near a 100% encounter rate, at least up in the 80s or 90s. This thing is just so common in our matches. After the Asia Champions League and everyone saw the unbelievable impact this had, I feel like every single team needed to figure out a way to add it to their roster.
Yeah, unsurprising on down the line there, we see Psyduck, a Pokemon that I'm a particularly big fan of. It seems to just always rear its head there because Psyduck is incredibly strong at that 31% pick rate here through the playoffs. A Pokemon that I would love to see more, and really in that last match that we just watched between Komai and Volticons was a big time difference maker.
Interestingly enough, look at all these Pokemon, a lot of water representation here. Greninja never really getting banned out by any teams, but it's one of those comfort carry picks that a lot of players still have. And with its recent buffs, it's just really powerful in the meta. Inteleon, still incredible at range. And Vaporeon does feel like a Pokemon that a lot of teams are still flexing into, maybe if they don't get their first or second choice.
Yeah, definitely a good read there just on the water types, kind of back-ending that as we finally have a match, and we are starting on the Rayquaza map here in our best of 5 to crown our regional league champion in the European region.
So much on the line, Dupe Snacks. While these two teams have already qualified for Worlds, they want to be the regional champion. Komai wants to shut down the undefeated BH3. BH3 wants to end their season with a perfect record. And of course, a $10,000 difference between first and second place. There is a lot that these teams are playing for as we're taking a look at our bans. And I told you, these supporters and defenders, they're getting a lot of bans.
Yeah. Rightfully so. And then Machamp, as you mentioned, just to close out that banning phase, another Pokemon that we talked about. So kind of giving us some shine here are these teams through the ban phase.
All right, first pick on over to Komai. A lot of powerful picks available. And, you know, a Pokemon that we, interestingly enough, saw picked out a lot if it didn't get banned was this Charizard. Until our last set of the day between Extinction and Lunex yesterday, they actually didn't pick it and didn't ban it for multiple games until the final set where Extinction took it and had an insane game to end their series. BH3 now with a couple of picks. Surfetched, if it hasn't been banned, has been getting picked a ton. Encounter rate of 92%.
Hoopa rounding out that selection as well, a Pokemon that we just looked at our graphic, getting a lot of representation, so Sazero snatching that up. Gatlu going to be going to their trusty Mega Lucario here, and we'll see where Gek ends up, playing a lot of Umbreon, playing a lot of Snorlax. Snorlax still available, but it's the Suicune that Narami's going to take to battle.
Well, one thing for sure, I mean, the Surfetched is going to want to fight you kind of at close range. So if you have a Suicune and you can shut that thing down, it would be quite powerful. Rezu is going to be on the Dodrio, Megu on the Crustle here. We have not seen much Dodrio here in the West. In fact, it looks like we didn't see it a single time yesterday. Adesu locking in the horse. I mean, we got a couple of fast Pokemon making their way out for this first game. Gek. We've got Slowbro. I mean, I kind of love this when you have something like Surfetched or Dodrio. Slow Beam here is just so powerful, and we are probably looking for some range from BH3.
Yeah, don't forget how disruptive, you know, if Gek is to go into that Surf-style Slowbro, like those multiple instances of Surf in the late stages of the game can really disrupt a Pokemon like Dodrio's timing as well. So Gek may be looking to be a little bit more disruptive in tandem with Narami as Yutao is grabbing a Alolan Ninetales to round this thing out.
Wow, I'm kind of shocked to see Alolan Ninetales here. Not that I think it's bad by any means. It did recently get some buffs, and if those items are to be believed, we are going to be seeing an Aurora Veil Dazzling Gleam, which is such a fun build. I love it. We're going to have to see what they want to play with. The interesting thing about it is you will pepper your opponents with insane amounts of damage and constantly be applying a slowing effect, freezing them. We also have a curse item on this Pokemon. I'm loving this from BH3, and honestly, I hope it works out, especially if they do commit to that build.
Well, if there's one team that can make it work out, it's BH3, the undefeated first seed team in this European Regional League. And Komai, though, a lot of fun on their side. I like rounding out with the Galarian Rapidash, bringing that Unicorn Horse into battle as well. So a lot of disruptive stuff going on the side of Komai, that it's going to be a back and forth jockeying for position and CC control between these two teams.
You know, I'll tell you, as we head into our first game, Komai, your purple team, BH3, your orange team. These are your grand finals, by the way, here in EU. One of these two teams will be your champion. Rezu is either going to dominate this game or get absolutely shut down by the side of Komai. We're going to have to find out as soon as that horse gets online. It's going to be scary for Dodrio.
Who are you looking at Komai to shut down that Dodrio specifically in your mind?
I think the Smart Strike on Rapidash is going to be really annoying to deal with if they can set up some good positions for it. As soon as you Smart Strike Dodrio, you're going to, push it, you're going to move its position, and you're going to get rid of its sprint gauge all in one. So it's going to be a very annoying thing to deal with. And of course, if you happen to walk into anything that Suicune has, you're going to be feeling bad. But a good start, almost a KO there for BH3.
Yeah, fortunately for Narami, able to kind of eject away and get back to pad so they don't get knocked out. But Reisu looking to get those K openers and those KOs early to really push this advantage that they have here. Here comes the Surfetch moving in. Reisu as well, gonna dip dive back, and they're gonna go after the Swablu and Altaria here, getting most of them.
Yeah, it looked pretty good for them, at least from a secure perspective. Not able to pick up a KO. And then Komai on the other side, they're playing Charizard. Charizard is a lot slower than Dodrio. And you can see two members of BH3 moving immediately into the center area of Komai, taking away all of their experience. We could see Komai actually move to the other side. A lot of teams try to counter this, but it looks like they're just dealing with this Hoopa.
Yeah, I mean, good identification by BH3, knowing exactly where that Charizard wise bread is buttered, and that is through that central area. And now you have the Ponyta going in and trying to see what's going on with this Dodrio here, as we've got a little bit more of a normal contest on the wild Pokemon. Love seeing the Surf Slowbro out of Gek, though. I think that's going to be a difference maker for them as well.
Yeah, and we can see the horse finally getting their level 5 here in the bottom path as we're taking a look at Megu in this bottom path as well. Here comes the Alolan Ninetales. We have a fight breaking out in about 20 seconds around these objectives, and Utah, yes, is running Dazzling Gleam Aurora Veil.
Okay, we're gonna wait here as we're looking to scrap, just really settling things out. You already have the Charmeleon ready to go back through their central area to make sure they don't get it stolen from them again, so a bit more of a slow start out of Komai.
Yeah, Komai is kind of forced into a slow start because of the aggression from BH3. They're going to be looking to take as much of this as they possibly can, moving in for the KOs once again, and they finally get Narami.
Narami goes down. They did their best to try and secure some of that wild Pokemon, but 2 KOs back-to-back for BH3 is going to allow them to finally get some points into that goal zone, and Reisu's going straight for that central area.
Yeah, they're looking to see if they can slow down this Charizard. The fact that it's not 9 means they can take this fight and take another KO. This is what BH3 is looking for. If Dodrio can get online early and slow down Komai, they'll take over the whole game. We'll see if there's anything Komai can do to stop them.
Yeah, they just have to shrink this gap. Gek gonna have to trying to leash everybody away to give their team a chance. And look at that, Adesu stepping forward with the Rapidash, making the horses deep engage count. A lot of freeze, a lot of damage down, but not enough follow-up to actually get a subsequent knockout.
Yeah, no knockout. They're really close. If there was even just a hair more experience on that Charizard, it could have been basically a team wipe there with their Unite move, but they just didn't have it because of how much pressure they were able to put on the central area. Finally, Charizard for Komai ticking over to level 9.
Level 10 is the Dodrio. Gatlu goes down after getting their level 9. Not too sure what kind of mission they were on there into the central area. Surfetch grabbing the Regieleki up top. And BH3 really feels like they've established control here.
Yeah, we're just watching them kind of clear out the bottom path here, but we do have Regieleki moving top with Dodrio in the central area here, just zoning away the Charizard. Will they do anything to fight? No, they're moving down to this bottom path here. The trick is on Dodrio.
Surf in. They identified Sazero. Going to get the Dodrio back out with that trick Hoopa here. Sazero getting peeled back. Okay, a nice little engage though by Gatlu. They're still looking for another target. X-Scissor down, Rubble Rouse, a couple Unite moves. Gatlu with a big close combat tops off their HP, and they manage to stay standing.
Yeah, here they are pushing towards this goal zone here. Can Suicune score? We have Adesu moving forward. Big time Hoopa Unite, bringing the team in for BH3, Noob Snacks.
There goes the Charizard, popping their Unite move, going Mega Form, burning it down. The Fire Blast is huge, and the heat that they're putting on is tremendous. Deep engage, the Ice Age down back the other way, but BH3 keeps pushing. Can they get a Adesu down? They do. Surfetch rolling back, Kranix looking for more action. We want some points in, but a big Surf. Follow-up knockout, we're looking good. Slow Beam catches the Dodrio. That's another player down, and Komai is serving up a dish cold here with those right hooks out of that team.
That Suicune Unite was one of those, that's like a dream Suicune Unite onto the entirety of BH3. One of the best you will ever see. That fight was going chaotically bad for Komai, but what a clutch move there out of the Suicune. Narami with the absolute hero play gives Komai enough time to come back in that moment. What a Unite move. It's truly a game changer when it hits, and it just hit hard.
The problem that BH3 has now is they were ahead, but after that awesome counter-punching team fight out of Komai, all those level leads and advantages they had are gone now, and Komai's machine is up and running, and it is one that can battle with BH3 with the best of them.
And now we can see Narami kind of finding out exactly where Megu is, and we actually have Komai going in right here. Big time Mega Lucario Unite move into a close combat. Crustal Unite right back the other way. Hoopa bringing the team down. Narami picks up another KO right here and takes to the skies Char.
We're using all the Unites. We had a good snow globe on the backside here. Finally, a deep engage, that lunge, that leak lunge out of Surfetch. They've got a little bit of shield, but they're getting burnt through. Smart Strike comes through with the Desu. And now we've got Gatlu deep with the close combats, giving enough time for Komai to close out a goal zone and take the score lead.
Wow, I mean, this is such a razor-thin match right here between these two squads. BH3 really had their number at the start of it, but Komai has come back in a fantastic way. Level-wise, this Charizard is now 13. We have Narami, the playmaker of this game so far, crushing it on Suicune, and somehow a match that was just spiraling for Komai is right back within striking distance. Only 5 points separate these two teams. Levels are almost identical.
Narami almost gets caught, trying to put a little coverage down, able to eject past the Rock Tomb. I mean, how many times, you mentioned it, have we seen that big Suicune Unite looking like the Ice Age populating underneath the feet of another team be absolute backbreaking? And Narami has an opportunity to do it again here in the late stages of Game 1.
You see Gatlu using their power-up punch right here to be unstoppable, give their team some information, and they are going for this Regirock. The power-up punch, close combat going to be coming here very soon, looking for the secure, and BH3 just fully peels away from it. Nice buff over to Komai as we get ready for our first big objective here. Rayquaza is about to hit the map.
Good counter scores by BH3. Now they have the score lead as Gatlu goes in, tries to tempt BH3 as well.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're actually going to go in for this fight, but if he hits it up, no, he's Megan right away.
X Scissor right through into the Rock Tomb, taking up, back down, Mega Charizard Y, Rubble Rouse counter, gets a nice little Ice Sage, catches two, and in the middle of all of that, stepping up and securing is the Alolan Ninetales. Everybody took their eye off the prize. The Green Dragon is going to go to BH3, but Komai's looking to fight, but it's looking horrible here, Cowboy.
Wow, I don't know. I guess Komai was just kind of like seeing if BH3 was going to call their bluff a little bit. But when Rayquaza got that low, it was very scary for both of these squads. Nice KO here from Adesu, but they're not going to be able to do too much as they go down. They've broken a lot of shields, but at the same time, they're already up 299 to 114. With Rayquaza, this match is definitely not over Doob Snacks, but wow, what a rough Rayquaza fight for Komai.
I don't know what they were doing. Gatlu going straight to the middle, catching in the Rock Tomb, throwing a close combat in, and then going Mega. I mean, it just seemed like Komai wasn't even ready for the action that Gatlu was going to make there.
Yeah, it was an odd play for sure. We have Hoopa trying to score in the middle, and boy, if they do, wow, they actually got the point. So we saw it on the mini map there, the picture-in-picture. Adesu hops down to try to stop the score on the tier 1, or excuse me, on the tier 2, but Hoopa in the meantime, even without a ray shield, scores in the center. 314, 565. They need to KO just about everything over here. BH3 could actually just hide in their base right now and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not enough energy on the map to try and square this circle here. So BH3, I mean, God, what kind of a fumble out of Komai, and BH3 saw their opportunity. Awesome secure out of Utah, giving the team the Rayquaza secure, the Rayquaza buffs, and ultimately the win.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you look at that match, and I'm sure we're going to take a look at some big moments here in a bit, it was BH3 starting off, Komai actually kind of coming back, and then a pretty chaotic Rayquaza fight. I think on the side of Komai, they recognize that BH3 does not have any great secure tools for Ray. So maybe they're just like trying to take the most weighted flip possible there. But geez, that it felt like Komai actually had a shot to win a fight, but instead we just went for the objective.
Well, we know they had a chance to win a fight, right, Spraggles? Because even down levels, they took a massive fight in the middle of the game to kind of get themselves back into it. And it really seemed like they should have been playing off of their playmaker that game. You called it out. Narami was everywhere, making all the right moves, all the right calls, and catching everybody under the sun with that Suicune, and especially that Suicune Unite. And they just kind of keyed off the wrong person, I think. And it left things a bit disastrous.
Yeah, and here we have BH3 pushing Komai back, and we see this Unite move right here,
Boom.
catching everything on the side of BH3. What a Suicune Unite. That was absolutely beautiful. Gave him enough time to come back. And then all of a sudden, Komai starts coming back in this game. Even their center area Pokemon ended up being up on levels because of some of these fights here. However, as we get towards Ray, you can see Ray very low right here. We got the Crustal Unite move. We have some players fighting around the top part of the pit there, but it ends up being the Ninetales Unite with the secure.
Yep. Yeah, you actually saw that big leak lunge, right? The Surfetched went in deep, tons of damage, and then the Snow Globe popped, procced, and secured right after it. Megu getting the nod here on the Crustler, but overall, a pretty solid reactionary game out of BH3, right? Even though they got counterpunched pretty hard, they saw their opportunity in the late stages and made a great call at that main objective, Rayquaza, to win the game.
Yeah, really great start. Kind of a shaky middle of the match, but it didn't feel like they were shaken at all. And then we have this fight at Ray, and something that happens, I've noticed, sometimes I think a team is, you're tapping Rayquaza, you're just kind of like forcing your opponents to come in and fight you. But if it gets to a certain point, right, if its HP just gets a little too low, all of a sudden you've initiated like a race for that objective. And you no longer have the opportunity to fight. You kind of have to turn around and see who can get it. And in this situation, it was the surprising secure there from Utah, but no question, it was a flip regardless. It was just like up in the air as to who was going to get this thing.
I'm taking a look at these damage numbers, and BH3 had 3 players over the highest damage dealer on the side of Komai, despite them having the first pick and choosing something with the strength of Mega Charizard Y. So definitely Komai needs to get on the same page and right this ship, because BH3 has clearly shown that they can exploit any mistakes you make.
And we're taking a look at our player of the game as well, Megu on the Crustle. A lot of big plays. A huge one, of course, was when they do kind of go for this flip, Megu is right in the center of that pit. They hit their Unite move. They're trying to shut the enemy team down, push them around with the X Scissor. It's absolutely what you need when the enemy team is doing this. Some Rayquazas, Kyogre, Groudon, the final objective, they just go down to Crustle's Unite. Just the revenge damage that thing is outputting sometimes is enough to pick up a Rayquaza. So I think it was a huge play to have them right there in the center for sure.
Yeah, I mean, great facilitator, because they went in, they popped the Rubble Rouse, right, which has a little bit of stun action to it as well. Then we saw the Surfetched do that big lunge into the center, followed by Utah going with the Snow Globe, keying off of Kranix's engage with that Surfetched Unite incredibly well. So, like I said, BH3, if you make any error or you take your eye off the ball, they can exploit you and take advantage, and that's exactly what happened.
Now we're heading into our next draft here, and while Komai did just secure their spot to Worlds, they also secured their first L of the day against BH3. Even though they're heading to Worlds, BH3 is saying you're not heading as the best team from EU. They continue their undefeated season so far. We'll see if they can win this best of 5 here. They will have a perfect record heading towards San Francisco.
And that's, again, the only team with the opportunity to do that. You had mentioned it earlier, and that is no short feat. I mean, that is tremendously well done with all the skill that we have within this European Regional League here. So we've got a Blissey, Dodrio, Mew, Psyduck, Umbreon, and we'll see where this last band goes. It was Machamp last time, and this time it is Snorlax. So look, you're putting these defenders on a premium right out of the gate.
Yeah, and you are opening up Machamp right away. I mean, it could be a first pick, but no, they say it's Charizard. Heading over to BH3 here. Now all of a sudden, I mean, giving them both Charizard and Machamp, it does mean that you could take it for yourselves. We'll see if they want to do that here. It is an extremely powerful pick in the hands of these top teams. BH3 with the next 2 in a row. Hovering Machamp, and our next pick here, we could see a strong defender, and we are going with the Blastoise.
Blastoise not really converting in that win column too much, as we saw by our stats so far these playoffs. That doesn't mean it's not a good choice. Blastoise is incredibly strong. Gatlu going back to this Mega Lucario. Narami has the opportunity to get Hoopa this go around, which means this menacing Suicune is still on the table. We'll see how BH3 reacts, and they go Eldegoss for Sazero.
And here we go. Final pick over to BH3, final pick of these 2. And yeah, we're going to get Surfetch. No, I was going to say we're going to get Surfetch pretty cheap here. Once again, not banned out. However, we are bringing in the Delmize, a Pokemon that we've seen rise in popularity in a big way since Overlord played it at ACL.
Yeah, turns out when the best player in the world is playing something that you didn't have your eye on, you better take it through the test cycle to see where it lands. We've got Slowbro, we've got Moltres rounding out Komai, Reisu grabbing a Glaceon, and you know, when you have a pick like a Gutter Glaceon, I think that's a pretty good indicator that the meta's solid.
Yeah, this is a really interesting situation here. I like this team composition from BH3. It feels like they've got some real tanky stuff. They have multiple ways to catch their opponents, right? I mean, you have a hook and you have a Machamp. You've got really solid burst damage here from Glaceon. On the other side, we've seen this Moltres have a huge day in day one. Now Adesu is on it right here. This thing has an 89% encounter rate, making it into most matches. And you've got two of the fiery flying Pokemon on the side of Komai with that Charizard and Moltres. We'll see how they can handle this. I think they're not going to go for a flip here. I'm just feeling like you don't make that play again.
I sure hope not. I'd like to think they want to knuckle up and brawl a little bit. Really, with the range that they're bringing to the table, we're going to be up in each other's faces for this match. Maybe the exception being what Utah can facilitate with that anchor shot, dragging Komai into the depths and the deeps of those waters so that Megu and Kranix and Reisu can close the door on them.
Yeah, and here we go. Getting ready for our next game. Komai, your purple team, BH3, the undefeated BH3 out of EU, your orange team. These are your grand finals here in EU. We're going to find the champion of our region as Sazero makes their way across into the central area of Komai.
Really stressing this Mega Charizard. Why? It did pretty well for them at the start of last game, and they're not looking to change up their approach too much. Really going to go and try and A-press down Toast and slow them down is Sazero's goal.
Yeah, and here we go. They were able to take one piece of experience from them, which might be enough. They're not Charmeleon heading to the top path right here, and Sazero is going to continue putting the pressure on, see if they can take something away from Lucario. They do send some experience over to Toast, and they're not feeling too bad about how that all went.
No, not at all. I mean, that's the best case scenario on an invade. You give up just one small piece of farm, can't really disrupt anyone else here, as Reisu is promptly going to the top path. Sazero finally evolves, and it looks like we're going icy wind mode here, Cowboy.
Yeah, it's what I figured. We get the burst damage right here. Also, pro players, for whatever reason, refuse to play the other build. I think it's because it's just not very cool. It doesn't seem very cool, but it is a good build. However, Icy Wind with great burst damage could set up some huge plays for BH3.
There you go. Quick little poach of that buff right there. And Reisu keeps grooving. Sazero sitting in their pocket, which means they're putting a lot of good pressure onto Komai here. And you want to talk about slowing a team down. They're doing a pretty darn good job. But look at this counter commitment that Komai has to make. They do get a knockout on Reisu, but look at one point, all 5 players of Komai were in that kitchen.
Yeah, everyone was trying to stop that there. And the question is, was the experience worth it? It is a nice swing of XP for Komai as they head towards this Drago. Not only do they get a lot of experience, but they're also in a great position to be able to take this away. And they do easily.
Yeah, that had to be the follow-up, in my opinion, is you get that knockout, you committed a bunch of people's time and effort to cover for that knockout. Now you have to take that middle objective, that Reggie Drago, and get more of that team-wide XP.
And here we go. Charizard now hitting their level 7. They do get to evolve from Charmeleon, and we can see Narame heading down towards the bottom path. 3 members of BH3 are hanging near top, as we have the War Turtle also coming back towards the bottom path for BH3. This match seems to be going much better for Komai at the start. Last game just getting invaded by Dodrio, and it was really tough for them.
Yeah, I mean, also having the Toast online on this Charizard faster is no exception either. Doing much better this round. And of course, you see the power of Moltres in the early stages of the game, what it can do. Moving forward here is Utah. They're just putting pressure on this Regieleki here. A lot of damage and really well done screening by that War Turtle to keep everybody else away. Just enough time for that Glaceon to do their job.
Beautiful plays there from BH3. They had the secure. They just ripped through it, went for it. They got it. They also have a Unite move ready to go, but so does Komai with Charizard. How do they want to play this? Will they move in for the fight right here? We're going to find out. Yes, they do, directly targeting Glaceon.
They're forcing out the Glacial stage. The Glaceon is going to get out. Tons of damage being put down, and Narami has to provide cover, able to use that trick Phantom Force Hoopa to get Toast back out of there. So they used that Unite move, but got nothing out of it, Cowboy.
Yeah, they were going for Glaceon, right? They knew, like, hey, I can pick this thing up, even with its Snow Cloak. Doesn't matter. I'm able to move in there, but not able to pick up the KO. A really great reaction there from BH3, but they did get it to spend its Unite move as well. So it's not like they got absolutely nothing. Pushed him away from the goal zone there also. Not the best thing for Komai, but I think they're okay.
Little chase pressure on Utah as that Delmai is stepping back forward as Megu, surfing back the other way. Anchor shot doesn't hit anybody, and that surf can't pull anybody either. So these teams like are kind of putting up the veil of wanting to fight, but not really engaging in any meaningful way.
Yeah, it does feel like neither team really wants to brawl that hard. I mean, you have, Utah down here just trying to see what they can grab with this Delmise, because they could set up a huge play if they were able to get a pick, as we're taking a look at Utah just hiding in the tall grass here. In the top path, we've got an objective. Registeel already at half.
Well, Komai rotating down. It looks like they're going to collapse on that bottom goal zone now that they have that information, going straight forward. Nice surf back through, putting damage down. Moltres as well. Adesu with some good cover fire, but it's Utah getting credit for Gatlu. Toast taken to the skies. We're going to start putting those fire blasts down and burning everything down around that goal zone here. Nice little anchor shot in there. Can't pluck anybody. Gatlu coming back through, getting tons of damage in. Can they keep the sustain up? Gex surfing away, and now BH3 has had a substantial stand here on their own goal zone. Eject button, Nitro Typhoon, because why not?
Yeah, Megu unfortunately not making much happen here, but it really isn't the worst thing possible for BH3. They take another objective, and now Komai is going to have to decide how they want to defend this. We do have a Hoopa Unite move. Yep. They could bring the squad through at any moment, and they do.
Glacial stage set, rings are unbound. We see a submission going through, but it's Gek that bites the dust. They are able to deal with the Machamp. Deep pushes, no. BH3 just backs up and says, you know what, we're fine with this. We'll just chill out here for a bit. We've got a big score lead.
Yeah, this is another moment where BH3 wins an objective, but they don't give up anything on a failed push, right? So I think a really solid play from them. They won a fight. It wasn't crazy, but they're still up in every metric, so they're happy. If they don't give up any of these big EXP moments to Komai, they're going to enter our final moments ahead.
Yeah, and that's going to be critical here. 20 points in the top. Maybe Gatlu's still looking to stack, putting some damage down on Reisu there. Can they open the door for Toast to get some points in? Okay, slow beam. That's a quality knockout. Just Zazro sitting there, takes the sky, crash lands with the cloud. Good close combat on Megu, surfs away, provides separation. Another close combat down, Surf is there as well, and now it's time for Komai to try to get out of dodge because BH3 has finally shown up.
I really like this play here from Komai. Obviously, we have Gek in some trouble heading back to that Phantom Force. Really, really solid play there. I really like what Komai did. They have to use the Slowbro Unite. They need to get some points on the board. So what they do is they find the strongest target on the side of BH3, shut it down with a slow beam, take a lot of experience, and get a few points. No, they're not ahead on the scoreboard, but if you're gonna, use a Unite move, the perfect timing before Kyogre, that's when you need to use it, and that's huge value.
Absolutely. Nice little surf into Utah by Megu. Those two have been working in tandem for years now, so it's unsurprising to see them in sync. Rest of Komai is interested in this basement Regieleki, and they go straight forward here as BH3 is sussing that out, and they're going to fall on their head. Anchor shot grabs a bundle, be not quite the prime target they're looking for. Regieleki getting low. Power-up punches there, secure.
Yeah, this was easy for Komai, and BH3 made it easy. They're not too stressed about this. They are ahead. They could take this very fast. This is going to give Komai the opportunity to position around the final objective, which they absolutely need to do. They're setting up here, trying to get themselves in a spot where they could catch someone from BH3, and the target, of course, is going to be that Glaceon. Level 14, insane burst damage. If they can get it early in this fight, they can win. But Machamp immediately!
Machamp Unite into Gatlu going Mega, straight on the backside, but Champ is gone, setting the stage. Go! The anchor shot, deep Unite move onto the Rings Unbound Hoopa, and now the Moltres is seeing that big anchor's swinging for him. They're going to keep the pressure on. Of course, Mega Charizard Wise in the action as well. Great Eldegoss Unite move to top off the HP of 3 players, and that might have been the fight difference maker, as all of a sudden everything is slowing back down.
Wow, unbelievable right there. I feel like Komai had an amazing start to that fight. What a reaction from the Hoopa, using its invulnerability on its Unite move so that the Dhelmites couldn't do much about it. But you're right, the Cotton Cloud crash saving multiple members of BH3. Glaceon is fine now, and Komai still behind. Every Unite move spent for both of these squads.
What a balance sheet register. Moltres, tons of damage back on Kranix, who goes into submission mode straight towards Kyogre, and it's secured by Gek. He goes through as a legend, securing it with the Slowbro Surf through the wall. Now everybody's scrambling to score. Look at those goal zones absolutely unlocked for Komai. The first Hundo Burger goes in, and there's surely more to follow.
Yeah, here we go. 162, 134. Sazero looking to score right here. And we actually have a Desu deciding how they want to play this. It's going to take so long to score those 50 points that they can make their way back. They're getting hooked here, but I think they're okay. Big time Surf Plus from Gek, one of my favorite plus moves in the entire game with those multiple knockups. Right now, 262, 134. Komai is up.
Oh, they're pushing now. A slow beam onto the Glaceon right on top of the pad. Fire Blast hits their head. Unite move to finish them off. 74 points goes in, and this is the Slow Bro show in the last 2 minutes. Gek leading the team, Gek leading the charge, and Gek delivering big for Komai. It's gonna end 1-1.
1-1 here in our best of 5, and you love to see these two monstrous teams absolutely slug it out. If I've learned anything from these past 2 games, Dupe Snacks, I've learned you do not hit the objective when you're ahead. Stop hitting the objective when it looks like you're gonna win. The other team will take it. Komai in game 2, BH3 in game 1. Impressive stuff from Komai, and maybe a lucky secure, but I don't know if BH3 even really needed to put themselves in that spot.
I agree completely. I mean, you mentioned it, Surf Plus. It's my favorite plus move as well. That Surf goes through, and the knockup on every single instance of a wave from that move is so disruptive and tough to navigate. And it was a difference maker. I mean, let's take a look at this here. Hopefully we get an idea of where this squares up as we're watching this fight.
Yeah, we're taking a look at this fight. Look at that play right there by the Hoopa. They get caught by Dhelmise right into their Unite move. Kyogre is low here, and now we can see, I mean, there were actually a ton of opportunities for Komai to get that. I mean, we had Lucario back in that moment. I don't know. I get BH3 going for the win. I always appreciate a team going for a win. It just felt like they really didn't even have a great secure option for this. Not terrible by any means. Player of the game, we've got Toast not going down a single time on this Mega Charizard. I think you and I would probably both give this one to Gek though.
Yeah, I mean, it's those factors don't really weigh into that MVP sheet here, but of course that Surf was great. The slow beams caught Reisu, especially on that last push to really seal the deal, was terrific, right? Especially because all of BH3 was grouped up on that goal zone, so it makes it a little bit harder to target them down with that move specifically. But look, Toast was there every single time Gek was engaging, and that's where they got those last knockouts, those quality knockouts at the tail end of the game. And I'm proud to see Komai's damage numbers are much better this time around.
Yeah, a lot healthier, and you're kind of seeing the exact opposite from BH3 in a situation like this. Rezu not really putting the numbers you would expect on a Glaceon right there. Yutao actually out damaging them. And then we have Kranix on the Machamp. This Pokemon's extremely good, but it feels like if you can't set up enough powerful catches, you're not able to win with it. Komai taking game 2. They had a much better early game than their game 1 that BH3 absolutely dominated. And then once again here, we have a team, tapping that final objective and the other team taking it away from them. I have to say, and you called it out with that Cotton Cloud crash, the Eldegoss save in the fight for BH3 was incredible. Just unfortunately, they couldn't do enough with it.
Yeah, it's almost like they got, they understood that they were advantaged all of a sudden, right? Because they didn't have to send anybody for resets. Everybody was still there. They kind of had control of the central area. So, you know, tip of the cap for Sazero, who I believe was playing that Eldegoss for BH3 for that awesome Cotton Cloud crash. However, sometimes when you find so much success or you feel like you're so advantaged or like you really turn the tides, it kind of puts you into a state of disillusion here, because they started ripping without checking. Where is Gatlu? Where is Gek? You know, we talk about Gek securing. Gatlu was still in there with a power-up punch. You know, that's still a great secure tool that was left completely unchecked. So again, Komai giving BH3 a little bit of a taste of their own medicine from game one, saying, look, we can take advantage of missteps too, and now we find ourselves dead even here in our grand finals.
Yeah, there's no question this is exactly how you would want this to go, right? I mean, BH3 taking game one, Komai coming right back here in game two. We're heading to our next map. It looks like BH3 is going to be second pick, something that they chose, and the map is Groudon.
Yeah, you know, so each team kind of getting what they want every single game, right? Komai lost, chose first. BH3 lost, they chose second. Our bans, some of them are staying the same, mainly Blissey, Dodrio, Mew on one side, Psyduck, Umbreon, and they are tired of that slow, bro. Get it out of here.
It's just such a problem. Slow Beam is such an unbelievably good move, and clearly Gek is having a great day on it. Charizard is free for Komai once again. They had a interesting game one, but a really strong game two, so this doesn't shock me at all to see it as a first pick.
It's so incredibly disruptive. Of course, you know, we talk about the damage that Mega Charizard Y can do, but what about that isolating Unite move, right? Being able to snatch a target if they get too close. Toast is one of the best moving with that and able to deliver here. Kranix and Megu sticking with their first two picks of Machamp and Blastoise.
Gotlu coming right back at it, saying, I'm fine playing Mega Lucario again. Gotlu in a little bit of Mega Lucario jail right now against BH3. Narami, this is what I talked about before. With all these supporters and defenders being banned out, a lot of people are flexing back to Vaporeon, and it's having some great results. Sazero on the Eldegoss, no shocker there. That was so incredibly good. And now we have Rezu on the Zacian.
Yeah, a great Pokemon. Obviously, we've mentioned it a few weeks ago. Incredibly popular in the East. And Adesu is taking all the legendary birds for a spin here as Zapdos gets locked in. I'm surprised to see no Hoopa either out of these teams. Gek getting Snorlax, something that was banned at one point. I mean, this draft is just all over the place.
Yeah, this is a really interesting draft, really interesting game. Utah now on the Dragonite. We've seen this slot into teams, and I feel like it's had incredible success every time we've seen it this weekend. It can secure an objective better than most Pokemon in the entire game. It can rip an objective better than 90% of the roster as well, and its Hyper Beam is really powerful against opponents, so are its auto attacks. It does have a really tough early game. I think that's its biggest problem. Outside of that, though, it's feeling pretty great. And now Adesu on Zapdos, this is a Pokemon that we really haven't seen much of. It's a 11% encounter rate this weekend. I don't even remember what game we saw it in.
Yeah, maybe just in one game, maybe like accidentally banned in another. Who knows where that 11% came over? Maybe Stats Team, you can redeem yourself from that egregious graphic earlier and let us know that piece of information, because I'm interested to see it as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was just bans. I don't know. Either way, I've not seen much Zap, but I'm excited to see Adesu on Zapdos. This is a really strong Pokemon, and its game like winning potential. The match from Evil Geniuses a few weeks ago, where they were able to beat Dignitas by, just making a goal zone defenseless, was pretty beautiful. As we head towards game number 3 with our two Titans from EU all tied up. Komai, your purple team. BH3, your orange team. Will they have their undefeated season spoiled by Komai? Sazuru says no, and I'm heading over to stop you right now.
Yeah, keeping the same strategy going. Let's slow down Toast to the best of our ability. Make sure we can try and shackle this Mega Charizard Y. Did a great job in the first game. Second game, a little bit different story here, because we had that Charizard go into the 7-minute mark, and here comes Gatlu to run cover.
Yeah, Gotlu peeling back, and it looks like Sazuru is going to be able to move away from this. They didn't get a buff, but they did do a ton of damage to Toast right there. Gotlu now seeing if they can secure this blue buff. Obviously, it looks like the Eldegoss is just going to be able to chip at Gotlu the entire time, but the blue buff does head the way of Komai.
Great work out of Sazuro, right? Forcing Komai to make kind of a hot swap. Gatlu going back to that central area. Charmeleon going to jump into that top path. So Toast slowed down effectively so far. Poor Megu is looking down 3 players, including Zapdos, and they are going to take complete control of that central.
Yeah, they are, and it looks like Rezu is going to try to stop this right here. Can they get the big bird? No, they do not. And word from our stats team, as the Snorlax is in a little bit of trouble right here, is that Zapdos did not make it into a game, banned in all 3 games as it picks up our K opener.
And there we go. Resu has an opportunity to get one back. Desu providing cover with the Zapdos. You can just kind of see that big sphere of influence that Zapdos can create. And it's enough to bully Resu away and have the Snorlax get back. So Gek feeling good as well.
You see Gotlu on a bit of a mission in the central area there of BH3. Not going to be able to make it home, it doesn't look like, but at the same time, they did steal a lot of experience and some buffs, and now they're just wasting an insane amount of time as Gotlu finally goes down.
Utah now has to spit back into that central area. Just a Dragonair, a little danger noodle running around. They want to evolve quickly to start using that Hyper Beam and become an impactful player here. Sazero, again, a bright spot here for BH3. Kind of everywhere, babysitting everybody on this team, but it's Gek. I mean, coming back with the timed out heavy slam.
Yeah, this Snorlax has just been an absolute monster in these games. Adesu now level 7 here, so we have the powered up Zapdos looking to hit some of these big time electro balls against their opponents. Can they do it? We're going to find out as they just continue to put pressure on from afar. Now we have Toast scoring a big 30 points here and 13 from Narami, leaving the goal zone at 1.
Somehow that Zap Cannon switched through and just got that quick stun there. Everybody grabs everything in the middle, those Swablu and Altaria, and now they're pivoting very well towards an objective. Meanwhile, Reisu's going on a mission here. They're trying to find value somewhere, and they are dismayed to see that Gatlu is already in the mix right there. Zapdos secures Registeel. Close combat doesn't hit the broadside of a barn. Here comes Narami for cover. Right back in with the power-up punch is Gatlu. Reisu trying to hang tight, but he can't. Now it's Sazero on the chopping block, gonna have to eject around the corner. They can't create enough space. Here comes the Machoke. Crane is gonna try and make a difference. A little suplex there, but they are blendered by Komai.
At least while that was happening for BH3, they were able to solo that objective, of course, with Dragonite, something that we talked about before. Big time Dragonite Unite move, but they knew exactly where it was landing. It ended up being a target for the Mega Lucario as they pick up a KO with Charizard.
Yeah, I mean, big time Aura Cannon, well timed out. Gek with the heavy slam to cut off the retreat, and then that's easy work for Toast from then on out. Komai is looking real tough, brother. They are looking solid.
Yeah, Komai's looking to play here in game number 3, and they're looking to win. Look at this. Rezu in a lot of trouble, goes down. This Charizard is crushing it right now. It has a Unite move, by the way, so if BH3 gets a little too confident and pushes forward, you know that Toast is going to move in. Just hit level 11. Highest level on the other side is only 9.
Brother, Adesu is sliming them down right now, too. These Zap Cannons are just murking multiple targets, and it's making the follow-up incredibly easy. I mean, we saw Adesu with just one sequence of its moves eviscerate half of Megu's HP pool, and if you're frontlining as a Blastoise, that is a tough customer to deal with.
Yeah, I totally agree. Adesu has been such a force here in this match. And then Gek blocking for them has just been incredible. So we're taking a look. Top path gone for BH3. BH3 looking to see if they can grab this Snorlax. It's not your favorite target, really. It has block. It has a power nap. It's getting healed by the Vaporeon. Just kind of walks away.
Cool. I mean, Gek went straight in with no fear. Maybe that second time was a bit of power nap for 4. Zap Cannon cover, stun, block with the heavy slam combo. Gek is on like something else today. Kranix gets scooped up. They're getting burned down. Komai is in complete control, dude. They are a well-oiled machine, and now they're looking to push.
This is incredible here from Komai. This is a devastating game 3 for BH3. We were wondering if it was going to be the team with the momentum moving through this in Komai right now. It looks like they could be 250 to 81. Level 12 on the Charizard here, winning every fight in front of them. Consolation prize over to BH3. They are able to take this objective here and have it walk towards the tier 2 of Komai, but it's not really going to change anything.
No, I mean, great use that high voltage Siege Unite move out of Zapdos, right? The goal zone was left at 1. They didn't need it in the fight. Let's go ahead and unlock that, make it easy for the Mega Charizard Y to score 48 points. Now it's BH3 looking for a little action here. Heavy Slam Surf puts them down. We're right into the middle with the Vaporeon. They're going to kick up, going to get a couple. Hydro Typhoon creates separation. They finally get the Zapdos down, and that's the difference maker. That Hyper Beam was huge. 4 players instantly eviscerated. Gatlu is nowhere in sight. Win for BH3.
Massive for BH3, and BH3 was tired of hearing these two chuckleheads say Komai was crushing it in this game. Look at that fight. Now they are up 271 to 250. The coordination from BH3 there was absolutely perfect. If they bring that towards Groudon, they're going to win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that BH3 has to at least keep themselves honest about is that was a 5v4. You know, Gatlu was just off on a mission, leveling up themselves. I'm not saying that's to take away anything of what they just did, but that's something they need to make sure they're keeping track of here so they don't fall victim to themselves in like they did in Game 2.
And here we go. Objective in the bottom path. Dragonite has an easy secure. We do have multiple members of Komai considering this fight, though. It's not great for them position-wise, but they are moving in.
Good attempt at trying to poach here as the rest of the squad moves forward. Heavy Slam gets 4 players again. I mean, Gek is giving every opportunity. Stunned out and pushed out is Gatlu. They can't hit a close combat despite having 4 targets in front of them. Now Registeel's getting leashed to the side of Komai. Moving back forward, block into Kranix, keeping them from being able to submit everybody. And Gatlu buys all the space, but Registeel leashes. We've got 15 seconds till our boss monster.
Here we go. Registeel very, very low. Who's going to get the secure? The Hyper Beam takes it, but now Komai is on the push. They're looking for Dragonite, but they can't shut Dragonite down. Charizard's in the air. Dupes next. This is the Groudon fight already.
Yeah, Kranix got blendered. Dragonite Unite is to just disengage because they're so close to getting knocked out. And Komai wants the weighted flip. They're right in the middle. Groudon's getting eviscerated. Gekka's on backside blocking. Right in the middle, Hydro Typhoon. And it's the Vaporeon. What is this support core for Komai on today, dude? And now everybody's falling for BH3. And they're looking for those Hundo Burgers.
You know, we talked about these weighted flips, but I think that was 1,000,000% right. Knowing Machamp was net down, knowing you have Mega Lucario, your Charizard already used its Mega. It is time. It's time to fight. It's time to secure. Komai up 442, 271. This game is far from over with 1.5 minutes left on the clock here, but what a powerful Game 3 so far from Komai.
Incredibly well sought out. You're right. Weighted flip in the middle here, but not the targets you would think securing for this team. First it's Gek, now it's Narami, which Narami has been playing spectacularly as well. I mean, I'm just impressed. But this game's not over. You said it. There's still 1 minute left, and look, BH3's looking to push.
Yeah, here they come. We're going to see. We have a level 15 Charizard with the Unite move, though, so maybe this is more over than we think. Charizard actually deciding not to even engage here. They recognize that they should be ahead in this moment, and if not, they are looking to score, putting points in. We have multiple members of BH3 coming back to the goal zone here. Now they're up 486. However, 445, now 586. This should be too much for BH3 to come back from.
Yeah, we have 2 players playing defense here for Komai. BH3 is looking to try and smother someone down. They are going across the map now with a Groudon buff, going straight for the quick 22 score there with Gatlu. Scooping him the sky is toast, and they're about that action. 15 seconds left. Hydro Typhoon down. No real targets there. Close combat gives just a hair of sustain, but they get knocked out. Toast goes straight back through for the dagger in the heart. That is another Hundo Burg.
Man, what a great series between these two squads. EU showing up in a massive way today. These are, of course, our regional finals here. We're going to have a champion at the end of this. And right now, Komai only 1 game away from upsetting the perfect season.
I am so impressed with the play out of the support core here for Komai, whether it was Narami in game 1, who was really the only shining star on that Suicune, right? Or whether it was Gek and Narami in the subsequent 2 games, they are difference makers for this team right now and really helping carry water for the, Gatlu, who's supposed to be securing, right? Toast, who's supposed to be doing the damage carries. They are setting everyone up to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, Komai right now is like you and I in an escape room. They are locked in, my friend, and they are crushing BH3 right now. The fight that they took at this bottom objective, I think, was amazing. And also, even though BH3 gets it, look at Komai right here. Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard, Machamp down. They say, we don't have a better opportunity than this. We have to take the game win right now. I think 100% the correct decision. Even if that flip doesn't go their way, it doesn't get better for them.
No, it doesn't, right? And you put all your eggs in that Gek basket. You make them do work. We'll talk about that in a second after we talk about our player of the game.
I mean, they just keep letting Mega Charizard get through, and Toast keeps showing them why they shouldn't. I gotta say, of course, we had amazing plays: Gek, Narami, Gatlu, Toast. Adesu on the Zapdos this game was so scary, so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, that bird's a problem. Like I said, in the middle of the game, Adesu was just sliming them down. Like, those Zap Cannons were hitting multiple targets over and over and over again. So, I mean, really, great job here out of Komai. Of course, Toast getting the nod, but I think you could make an argument for any player on Komai having their moments in that game. Last thing I wanted to mention on that weighted flip, though, is Gek, right? They sent Gek on a mission and said, look, we are trusting you to bully out Utah. We know the Dragonite Unite is gone, and that is what's going to help us get through this flip. Now, Utah did manage to squeak past Gek, but was it enough to stop and mess up the timing or the damage numbers of that Hyper Beam? Perhaps, but that's all they needed to secure there. So again, very well sussed out, very well executed, and they came out ahead with that weighted flip.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just have to make the play, right? I mean, they're running out of resources at this point. If they let Machamp re-enter this fight with the Unite move after both Charizard and Lucario have Mega'd, and they didn't even get the bottom objective, I don't see a way they're going to come back from that. So it was, without question, I think the best possible play for Komai. Fortunately for them, it worked out. Unfortunately for BH3, they are one game away from their perfect season going up in flames, from Komai walking away as your champion and Komai walking away $10,000 richer than BH3. And everyone's always comparing money out here.
That's literally all the players do, where you and I have to, guys, settle down. Do we have to talk about money? Do we have to talk about garnishing other people's wages? Do we have to talk about these things? And the answer is no, you don't. All right, so focus on the game.
Yeah, focus up, guys. Leave that to us, okay? You guys need to worry about winning matches of Pokemon Unite. Well, Komai is having no trouble here. I mean, game 1, that was tough for them. Game 2 was close, obviously. That was a very close game. Game 3, it did feel like most of it, they were actually either on par with BH3 or in control as the match started to go on.
I have to say, they were in control, but I think that game, again, was real close. I think it was just another opportunity of a misread of a situation. BH3 obviously overcommitted to that basement objective, but that kind of lulled them into a trap because Komai was ready to make the call to collapse, where BH3 was not. And what did that leave them? Down a Machamp and a Dragonite that had to use their Unite move just to disengage. And because of that, I think it's what allowed Komai to have a little bit more confidence into that pivot into the center, because BH3, I think, overextended into that basement objective. If they would have just retreated after it leashed, I don't think they wouldn't have gotten the buff, but they would have still had Kranix, they would have still had their Dragonite Unite move, and maybe the texture of that fight changes. So we are working with razor thin margins out here, Cowboy.
Yeah, no question about it, right? And then there's also the conversation of, okay, well, instead of even disengaging, because it felt like they were just kind of staying in the zone of the bottom objective, is like, it's either we leave or we go. Like, can we win this fight? And if we can, we should move forward. If we can't, we probably just need to let this go to the side of Komai here. Unfortunately, they kind of picked neither, and what it turned into was Machamp going down and a Komai victory, up 1 game here in our EU finals. Our next map is going to be Kyogre, chosen by Komai. BH3 has decided to finally take a first pick here.
Okay, so they put themselves on the back foot, and by the back foot I mean the second pick. I didn't mean the back foot as in like stunting their own progress. But we'll see what they do with the first pick. Is Mega Charizard Y even going to be allowed through by Komai now, or is it going to be banned? Because they've prioritized that with the first pick 3 consecutive games in a row.
Yeah, it's one of those tough Pokemon where I feel like if you have the opportunity to take Mega Charizard, you're going to take it. And that is what is happening for Komai. It would be probably my first pick every single opportunity if I'm just looking for the absolute best thing in the game. Fortunately for both of these teams, there are tons of amazing Pokemon that they can pick through. Desu has been a bit of a chameleon here, showing us a lot of different looks, which has been really exciting. You absolutely love to see the Zapdos come out in a match like this, the Moltres in the game before. I think Desu has a lot of different options that they can throw at BH3 as we're heading into our draft here. Of course, BH3 now, finally with that first pick, how are they going to use it?
Hopefully well, Cowboy, and it's not going to be with Mega Charizard Y because Komai saw the writing on the wall and they're like, we're not going to let you have that. There's no way. Psyduck Umbreon getting banned again. Really putting the screws again to Narami and Gek, and so far unsuccessful. And now they're finally going to force Galu onto something that isn't Mega Lucario with the Mega Lucario ban.
Yeah, Mew also catching another ban here. Mega Lucario ban is going to be very interesting. I wonder what that means for Gotlu. BH3 with this first pick right here could also take something that they think Gotlu may want in this position, but they could steal away a Pokemon from multiple members of Komai. Snorlax felt extremely impactful in that game. We'll have to see what this first pick looks like.
Yeah, when Gek has had 6+ years or whatever playing Snorlax, you're gonna have some pretty good moments. How is BH3 gonna react? And it looks like Machamp is being selected, something that they were getting in that second slot all day long.
Yeah, Machamp, an important pick for a lot of these squads here. Komai going to have to respond to that. This could be a great spot to get one of those powerful supports or defenders that can sometimes be taken away. As we're scrolling through a few of our picks, Desu deciding quickly to go for Moltres and Gotlu on the Garchomp. Interesting. 2 Pokemon that I don't know if they would have been contested or not by BH3. And now it's up to BH3 to see how they're going to respond to this. Is it time for, yes, we have the support core of BH3 all locked in. Megu on Snorlax, Sazero on the Suicune.
Right back the other way, though. Gek and Rami with 2 very comfortable picks here. Looks like it's going to be Blastoise and Vaporeon. And look, I mean, Komai's building themselves a hurting bomb, and BH3 is just trying to keep up, it feels like, but they've got a lot of crowd control that they can throw into the face of Komai.
Yeah, these next 2 picks are going to be big-time damage for BH3. We've got Rezu locking in the Cinderace. Yutao here considering this Surfetch'd, a crazy brawler, but no, looks like they might be moving over to Urshifu. Interesting.
I am very surprised by that. Toast now with perfect information. They quickly go to Mimikyu, quickly switch off to Comfey, back to Mimikyu. I don't think Toast is going to be playing Comfey today. We'll see what Toast decides to lock in. Talk to me about this Urshifu, though, Cowboy.
You know, we've been seeing Urshifu pop up here and there from a lot of our teams. Most of the time, you are seeing this Pokemon played with the rapid style. But with the build that we have here from Yutao, it's also very possible that we are seeing that single strike Wicked Blow Urshifu, something that they have played in the past. You know, you have incredible resistance when you're charging up that punch and crazy good secure. And, you know, on the side of Komai, you don't have a lot of incredible secure options. So this could be a big game for Yutao. Also, with the beautiful reposition from Machamp, you could run into the enemy side, grab them, peel them back with your submission right into kind of that one-shot combination from Yutao.
Yeah, that's true, right? And the subsequent, we saw it a couple times, is the heavy slam. Great tool off of a Machamp submission as well. So there's a lot of great opportunities to trap players on the side of Komai, but which one's the prime target they're actually looking for?
Yeah, I mean, if you were able to take down the Moltres quickly before it could, continue to fight, I think that would be very, very powerful. A lot of the Pokemon on the side of Komai actually have some pretty incredible recovery, but we'll see how they want to play this here as we're heading into game number 4. BH3, your purple team, Komai, your orange team. Komai, 1 game away from shutting down the perfect season of BH3 and becoming your EU champions.
And for this, they're sending Toast into the central area. Moltres going to put pressure downstairs. Narami looking to stack early. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw the same moveset out of them. Go with that Aqua Ring. Gek now putting pressure on Yutao, who's able to secure, but that is a lot of damage going on to that Kubfu.
Yeah, I mean, Squirtle's pretty good early. Kubfu is absolutely terrible. So I do like a play like this from Komai. I mean, you might as well try to punish them for playing one of the most, abysmal early game Pokemon, which is, of course, this Urshifu. If they can hit their level 5, this invade won't be terrible, but definitely less successful. And there you go, still at level 4, so they're going to need to feed this some more experience.
Yeah, Narame peeling back. Gek finally has to give up the mission. Toast rotating here. And looks like it's going to be a 4-player Huskardu as we're going straight towards them into the back line. That Wicked Blow Urshifu is online, popping Gek for a ton of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage there, but clearly the Huskardu was at least canceled or postponed due to weather there. Everyone just peeled away, and we didn't get to see a full-on Huskardu at all. We did see everyone gather for it, though, which was pretty exciting. No one really getting the best of that exchange.
No, you do want to see Husker do's and not Husker don'ts, and that's where we unfortunately ended up. Tons of good pressure here out of Komai, really just kind of A-pressing BH3 Esports and stemming their ability to really keep their progress going.
Yeah, it looks like things are going pretty well for both Pokemon here in our top path, level-wise pretty even. We see the picture-in-picture on our bottom path as we're fighting over some experience. Now we're moving on to the center because, of course, we have Regidrago on the map. We want to see if these teams decide to fight over it. Toast, level 7 now. Same thing on the center area for BH3. Here comes Yutao at level 7, and it is single strike, so they've got great secure.
Heavy slam there, gets 2, straight engage onto Megu. That Regidrago was dusted quickly. Unfortunately, so was the Machoke. They were just caught in the crossfire, and it got them at the very least an objective.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be sort of the cadence of these fights, right? BH3 with insane secure and Komai looking to take the bodies on BH3 and hopefully win the fight that way. Big time Wicked Blow, but it wasn't towards the side of Komai, as now these birds are being fought over here. Desu in a little bit of trouble right now. Are they going to be able to make it back? No, they don't. They go down.
No, nice little heavy slam here on Gek, trying to keep the scoring down, but I mean, Megu doing a great job buying time for the rest of the players on that team. Yutao on the retreat going straight for them is the Toast, the Mimikyu, unable to secure a knockout there.
Yeah, and here we go. Picks up a knockout with the play rough. We've got the reset. Do they move in? The Wicked Blow is charging, and they decide, no, I'm not going to shadow sneak onto Urshifu right now. We are now fighting over Regieleki Doob Snacks. We have them being pushed out by Sazero. Another shadow sneak.
I mean, great work by Sazero on the freeze there. Here's Desu straight to the back line. Toast has got to follow if they want something. Cinderace secures. Desu taking a ton of damage. Heavy Slam helps get that knockout. Putting them into the blanket is Toast, but Yutao is unfazed and now just marching forward. Megu on this Snorlax looking to provide cover.
Yeah, you saw a beautiful play right there. It was the Unite move from Urshifu, immediately covered up by the Mimikyu Unite, but at the same time, it just canceled it, right? So they did get their Unite move back. They just couldn't use it in that fight. We'll find out if that was enough value for the Unite move from Mimikyu.
Trying to get more points in up top is Narami. Trying to get that Aqua Ring to be able to sustain the rest of this team here. Toast is in the bottom path, but it looks like BH3 is looking to make a move up top.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, big time catch from the Machamp right there, but can they make anything happen? Adesu Unite moves back the other way to save themselves, and it looks like they're going to stay in this fight, but hitting this objective is very scary for Adesu.
Definitely is. They're going to keep trying, though. Nice little submission on the backside. The Cigar Chomp taking a ton of damage. Big freeze by Sazero, and somehow Gatlu's still standing. And finally, Adesu gets dealt with downstairs, or excuse me, upstairs, and the rest of Komai just has to peel back.
Yeah, nice stuff from BH3. They secure this objective here, and it really does feel like their strategy around a lot of these fights is very strong. Look at their level lead on the side of BH3. I mean, they are crushing it right now in all of these engagements. I'm not sure what Komai's answer exactly is going to be for this combination of Machamp and Urshifu.
It's going to be tough here. I mean, they need to just kind of pick something and go with it. But I'll tell you what, this Suicune in both games that we've seen it has been impressive. It's really causing these teams fits when they have to contend with that freezing power of that Suicune.
Yeah, we hit the Shadow Sneak in the top path there. Not able to do much in our bottom path here. We stopped them from scoring. Really great stop from Komai. But once again, we've got an easy objective, it feels like, for BH3. I mean, this will just be a simple Wicked Blow, Cinder Rip, and Regieleki walks.
Yeah, you're starting to see their recipe for success here on this main objective at the tail end of the game. How is Komai going to react? They haven't really cracked the code yet, and they've only got about 2 more minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, big time freeze there. Regieleki does walk. Do they decide to move in? Snorlax is possibly moving in here as they're looking. No, they break it with a 50.
Oh, that's great. Oh, huge Unite move out of the Suicune again. Those two things are synonymous now, Cowboy, with these top players. Big surf here. Gek can't get back to home base, and they are going to get beat down.
Wow, this is rough for Komai. I mean, the scoreboard doesn't tell the full story here, but these fights have all gone the way of BH3. Excellent coordination, super strong combos from the squad right here, and it feels like Komai has not yet had an answer to any of it. And level-wise, they are getting trounced.
They absolutely are. I mean, these levels are getting out of control quickly. And you remember last time Komai got to fight back into it from this position, or the closest they were able to do it was from that first game with a big Suicune Unite. But the Suicune is on the other side here, and they haven't shown any ability to slow that down.
And look, they're going to get the Regirock, which is a little something for the side of Komai. But while that was happening, BH3 was scoring in the bottom path. Level-wise, things still great for the side of BH3. Maybe this Regirock buff will be enough here, as we're actually setting up a fight in the center of the map.
Immediately frozen here. Aqua Ring coming through. Adesu finds about half HP back. BH3, though, still feeling very good in control. We've got 35 seconds until our boss monster here. We'll see how Komai plays it.
Yeah, we can see BH3 able to capitalize on this. This is an easy objective. Komai isn't even going to contest it. They're behind on the scoreboard. They could look for a score, but I think they're aware that we're going to get someone from BH3 peeling off, and yes, they are. Garchomp kind of getting some vision near the pit here as Regieleki is walking towards the side of Komai. They may not be able to do anything with this, as now BH3 is making their way to the Kyogre pit. Now, a big reminder here, Doob Snacks, if they can't win this fight somehow, BH3 is going to lose their perfect season to Komai.
Oh, big freeze on Adesu already. Running around looking for a new target. Surf on the backside here. Straight into the action. Garchomp goes in. Pops their Unite move into the power nap. Now Gatlu has to retreat to the other side. There's submission suplex, but it's the Machamp that goes down. Big Hydro Typhoon kicks up. That's 2. That's 3. Wow, what a play. Now they're on the chase. Yutao's trying to get away, but the separation is created. Gek is going to keep an eye on them. They're going to bubble out the Wicked Blow. They see where Megu is. Gatlu goes straight for him. Kyogre solo. Back into the middle is the Wicked Blow. But they're taking KO'd. Faust is right there to cover them. There's Gek, and now Kyogre's on the blink of an edge. And Komai.
Wow, 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 Komai, what a fight, what a Dragon Claw from Gatlu. What a perfect season possibly ruined here. Big time Machamp Unite though. They're not done fighting, Doomstacks, they're taking KOs.
Now they're turning and flipping the script. 386 to 216, 1 minute left, and they've got an opportunity. They're chasing Toast. Does Kranix have a submission? The freeze is their follow-up, another knockout. Oh no, we might be going to a game 5. BH3 looking to push.
BH3 is not done done. They're moving towards this tier 1 goal zone. Komai is in trouble. Only Blastoise remains. It's going to be hard for them to stop them from scoring right here as they're running towards the home base with points. Here we go. 348, 428, 526. It's not over. BH3 somehow with the counter punch of a lifetime.
Holy smokes, brother. 20 seconds left, and we are running on E here in game 4. BH3 keeps their composure, and you want to talk about a counter punch. You said it. Holy.
What an unbelievable move from BH3. And now Komai is in trouble right here. Just like you and I in escape room, it looks like they had it all figured out, but they need some help because we're going to game 5.
You and I in an escape room indeed. Whether we're locked in, locked out, stuck, or looking to figure it out, regardless, we're heading to a game 5. We need 10 more minutes on the clock.
Wow, this is such a good series, dude. What a war. EU does not disappoint. BH3 ties it up, and Komai has to be kicking themselves right now. I mean, they had it. They had the game. Of course, they need to make a play. They need to look for a score right here. But Machamp still having that Unite move, it just set up a perfect opportunity for BH3. What a game 4.
What a game 4.
5. Let's freaking go. Game 5.
Dude, I can't say how well Komai fought that team fight in the pit. And then BH3 like completely served them back up on a dinner plate. It was wild to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you got to really, first off, you have to really give it up to Komai for how expertly they handled the Rayquaza fight here, which is, honestly, if I watch this replay here, I just want to watch the last couple minutes of this game if I could. Yeah, here is the huge fight around Kyogre, massive catch there, and you can see they keep the Garchomp around, big time Unite move here, every member getting taken down, expertly handling this moment, and now they push towards this goal zone, right? So they need to score. They are behind. They take down Snorlax, and here comes Machamp. Big time Unite. Suicune, big time Unite. The KOs start to fall, and all of a sudden, this game is right back in the hands of BH3.
I love this pick for BH3. Give credit to Sazero here. An insane game showing every time BH3 had signs of life, it was because of a great play out of Sazero here. That Whirlpool Ice Beam, I don't think Adesu could get out of it. He was constantly frozen in that, and that's all credit in the world to Sazero to make sure that they could stifle that legendary bird.
This is such an incredible set between these two teams. I mean, really just showing off the level of play here in EU. Both of them will be representing their region at Worlds, but only one of them is going to be your EU champion. And I think it's only fitting that we are taking this thing here to game number 5 after a match like that.
I mean, I did not expect this out of Sazero, but they led the lobby in damage as a more supportive Pokemon here in the way that they play their Suicune. They were everywhere, and they were a difference maker. I'll tell you what, if you want to highlight some players between these two teams, look no further than their tank and support gamers, because they are gaming indeed.
Yeah, no question about it. So many huge plays between these two squads. Toast, by the way, I mean, look how little of an impact stat-wise this Mimikyu had. There were some big moments for sure, but if you look all the way down the list for the side of Komai, Adesu, look at the damage given, taken, recovered. I mean, that Moltres was all over this match, but we saw some other players just get completely shut down.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, as you mentioned, Adesu was all over the map, but they were contending with it really well, right? They weren't letting Adesu completely run roughshod with those damage numbers. And again, Tip of the cap to our player of the game. That's off the back of Sazero with key Whirlpool Ice Beam combos to just make sure Adesu, every time they came in, they were just frozen in place.
Yeah, and that Unite move, I mean, it is a massive, massive game changer. I talk about it a lot because I really do think it's one of those Unite moves where with the click of a button, the entire match changes. And there are a lot of Pokemon that have extremely powerful Unites, but man, if you can line up the Suicune Unite move, the whole thing just goes your way.
You know, if I can pull your memory back in time a little bit, if you recall when we had those round of Suicune nerfs, if you recall what I said, and I was like, yeah, you could nerf everything in this kit. The fact that they didn't touch the Unite move means to me that this is still a contender and it's still a massive problem. And it comes to find out, like you said, you don't really have to do much, but if you hit one Suicune Unite move on multiple targets at a key moment, just whatever strategy you had just implodes because that is such a devastating maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, all your plans kind of go out the window when the entirety of your team is frozen, right? I mean, there's not a lot you can do when the whole squad is sitting there like, ooh, I think we just got ourselves caught. As we head to game number 5, that's right, everyone, Komai, BH3, the two best teams out of EU in our league are facing off. One final game between them, $10,000 on the line, and of course, the title of regional champion.
Komai back into that first pick position where they prefer to be. And I believe the map we're going to, yes, is Groudon. So we have Blissey, Dodrio, Psyduck, Mega Charizard, Y out of BH3, finally throwing that under the bus. Mew and Mega Lucario. So they are seeing something exploitable in Gatlu right now through this Mega Lucario.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to play it here. I do think Garchomp was an interesting pick for Gatlu. And to be fair, speaking of interesting picks, well, they grabbed a champ, but speaking of interesting picks, the Dragon Claw combination that Gatlu hit at the final fight was maybe the game possible winning moment for Komai. Catching 3 in that was huge.
Yeah, catching 3 in that, and of course the Gek follow-up with the Surf Hydro Typhoon is really what allowed them to win that fight in that moment. Now they just have to keep their wits about them to close out a game here because we are in game 5. Sazero and Megu getting Umbreon and Blastoise. Umbreon has been banned almost every single game, if not every single game so far. And Adesu going straight to Espeon, Gek grabbing Snorlax, another game-changing Pokemon.
We have seen the absolute domination that can be applied when you combo Adesu on Espeon and Gatlu on Machamp. Being able to throw the Pokemon over your shoulder right into a Psyshock Psybeam combo is incredible. As we have Rezu now grabbing the Miraidon, a Pokemon that never seems to go out of style with just how unbelievably valuable its Charge Beam is. And we have Narami picking up Hoopa. Toast once again on the Mimikyu, looking for that single target shutdown.
Yeah, and I think that target that they're going to have to shut down is pretty exclusively that Miraidon. We'll see where Yutao goes to round out this team. And going back between Blaziken and maybe that Wicked Strike Urshifu, Single Strike Urshifu, and it looks like that's what they want.
Yeah, interesting here. They don't really have the setup that they did before. However, they do have an Umbreon, which means you could set them up in a mean look. And at that point, it's like shooting Magikarp in a barrel, right? They don't have many places to go, and that Wicked Blow could do some serious damage here. So we're getting ready for game 5. These are these moments with Unite that I just absolutely love. Seeing two teams at the top of their game with everything on the line. One final 10-minute match to go.
This comes down, I mean, this is BH3 for their perfect season, and this is Komai saying when the game is on the line, when the chips are down, we can deliver. And what a better way to make a statement between these two teams than to go all the way to a game number 5 here with some pretty interesting picks throughout.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see how this one goes. The damage from Komai is going to be inconsistent at times, but with heavy burst, right? And we kind of have something similar on the side of BH3, except the Miraidon. Miraidon is just going to constantly pepper your opponents with damage. They're going to be very well seasoned in all of these fights. We're going to have to see what they can do with that. BH3 does not want to lose their perfect season. Neither of these teams want to lose this at this point. They want to become your EU champions. Well, here we go, Doob Snacks. Koma, your purple team. BH3, your orange team. One final match here in EU for all the marbles.
All the marbles, the whole kit and caboodle. Let's get after it and see who can secure the kit and or the caboodle.
And it turns out it would be actually both the kit and caboodle. I'm hearing from our stats team. They will not split these between these two squads. So this is truly for everything.
Okay, if you were to choose, would you have the kit or the caboodle?
Obviously, I would have the caboodle. I'm not crazy, but you would want the kit and caboodle.
I'm a big caboodle guy. Because the problem, once you have the caboodle, is how do you carry it? And that's what the kit is for.
Great point. Dang, great point. All right, here we go.
That's enough of that.
And done. As we're heading back to watching these two teams fight for everything in the game. All right, I cannot wait to see how. We actually have a scrap taking place right now in the middle of the map right here. In some trouble is our Machamp, and they go down early. Massive KO for BH3.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good. That's not what you want to see. You can't let your Machoke get caught that early and give up a quality knockout here. And it was pretty easy for them to convert on. So I think Komai, with a little bit of their signals getting crossed and unable to adjust quickly, that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about Mean Look, Wicked Blow, and we saw exactly that in that fight. It's really difficult to deal with. Charge Beam getting set up here. Gek in a little bit of trouble, but Rezu recognizing they aren't going to be able to pick up the KO just yet. Looking to see if they can get a secure right here. Adesu only level 4. On the other side, Rezu almost 6.
Yeah, I mean, really, they had Adesu alongside Gatlu in that top path to try and set up that submission style play that you were mentioning, right? Submission into side shock. But because of that early knockout, now they have to just scramble across the map and just try and keep up.
And now we have the center of the map here. We are looking for Reggie Drago, secured there by Komai. Got loose, stuck in the Mean Look once again, but it was not enough this time. Rezu now hitting the charge beam, but not able to pick up a KO. Nice big heavy slam from the Snorlax here, able to stop the Umbreon from actually catching with the Mean Look.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned this burst damage that's going to be put down and that their damage overall will be inconsistent out of Komai, and it's going to become even harder now that you have a Pollen Puff Eldegoss and a Wish Umbreon to really cut off the amount of damage you're putting out.
You know, I really like this play from Toast right here, switching up their build on the Mimikyu. Trick Room kind of stopping the Miraidon from being a factor, at least outputting damage to the Mimikyu there. I like that a lot, and Narami did get the steal.
Good look on Narami, at least giving BH3 the opportunity here, and Komai as well. Excuse me, giving Komai the opportunity here. BH3 pivoting to the middle, gonna get that basement objective uncontested, just like Komai got the top one uncontested.
Yeah, we see the Regieleki walking in the top path. We do have 40 on the Mimikyu. They may move with it here, but it looks like Komai is focusing on this bottom path right here.
Oh, heavy slam in to try and get more time for Adesu. Toast straight into the back line, and now they're looking to scrap. Can they actually get back out? Tons of damage being put on Toast here, but they use that Trick Room to maneuver well. A nice portal down, and a good little save here out of Narami, really putting the team on their back. Tons of damage. Nice. Espeon Unite is going to convert into one knockout. Portal is down. Can they catch a reset? No. Adesu is dusted. Miraidon gets credit, and now everybody's split, and it's Komai that's beginning to fall.
Yeah, BH3 moving forward right here. We had the Unite move there from the Urshifu. It was disrupted a bit by the Mimikyu, but it wasn't enough. Yutao pushing towards this goal right here. They're going to leave it at 22. A big time 40 points right there is going to almost even this game up. 122-108. After a rocky start for Komai, they are right back in this, and now we have a razor-thin match at about the halfway point.
Just like we want it for a game number 5 between two powerful teams here that have been in first and second place almost the entire season in their regional leagues.
And here we go. We have BH3 making their way back to their central area, just looking for some experience. This is one of those calm before the storm moments. You have teams positioning, trying to get every piece of XP they possibly can before the next big fight. How many Unite moves can you have? How many Pokemon can you get to evolve or get up to a level breakpoint? That's what they're looking for right now, Doob Snacks. Halfway point of the match. It's a close battle. Yeah, it is. Game 5 here.
Game number 5, looking to get some pressure down. Gatlu needs to stop getting caught like this, brother. You just can't be out on an island. You can't set up knockouts if you're always by yourself. Another Espeon Unite here, and that's really just used to disengage as they're back to their side of the map.
Yeah, Gatlu moving in right here, catching the Blastoise. Are they going to be able to convert anything on it? Blastoise surfs out. Regieleki getting very low right here, and it's secured by Komai.
Nice Hydro Typhoon follow-up here to try and get space. We've got the Miraidon Meteors hitting on Planet Toast resets. They're going to be coming back through, and it's a Desu putting the team into the backpack now, moving backwards. Charge Beam Miraidon putting in tons of damage, does get Gatlu, and it's going to keep everybody else from that push continuing.
I mean, BH3 right there, not able to get the objective. Both teams taking a few KOs. Regieleki not providing a ton of value, but it does give Komai the opportunity to run down to the bottom path. They've got a Hoopa Unite, and the team is coming through.
All right, Megu is there giving them vision a little bit, but a good little fists that can stun, bullying out the Umbreon, gives them another objective for free.
Yeah, here we go. Hoopa in some trouble right here, but they expected this. We've got the whole, can they make it home? They do! Wow!
That one has to hurt. They thought they had that Hoopa completely in their grasp, and just a little dipskerdoo to go with the kitten caboodle back through the hyperspace hole and a nice reset.
And here we go. Utah actually in a little bit of trouble right here, getting pushed around. Reggie Drago right now could be anyone's, but they get the big time KO they're looking for and the secure. This is going great for Komai. They're going to continue this push towards this bottom goal zone. Another huge catch for Gatlu right here. The Psyshock doesn't hit. The Hydro Typhoon pushes them back, and it looks like they stem the tide with the Blastoise.
Nice portal reset, saving 2 players again, and now a Desu's on the run here. Nice mean look on them, stepping straight forward as Megu to get some damage. Good block separation here, and Komai is looking inspired now. They might have heard me say, Gatlu, get with the team, and here comes Gatlu with Narami. We'll see what they can do. The hyperspace highway's open, and Gek rolls through.
God, this is so unbelievably close, Dude Snacks here. We have 35 seconds until our final objective of EU. This is a final moment for the playoffs between these two squads. Very few points separate them. Regieleki getting chipped by both sides. Does anyone actually want this objective, or are they going to peel back? With so much on the line, this could be a moment where everyone just needs to take a breath.
10 seconds. Take your breaths now, because I think it's going to be a fiery finish. BH3 going back through, eating their yellow dots. Komai looking for position.
Here we go. If they could possibly get a score here, that would be great. They are peeling away, of course. They would love to put the pressure on, but they don't need this score just yet. 122, 148. Our final Groudon between these two teams. The perfect season from BH3 could be spoiled right now by their in-region rival Komai. Snorlax. Oh, wow. Gatlu moves in.
Huge suplex. They get the knockout. The Adesu's there for the follow-up. The Meteors are landing, but Gatlu's gone. Right in the middle, Hydro Typhoon. 2 players down for BH3 now. Trick Room is set. Block into the Cotton Cloud Crash hasn't been unlocked. They're down. 4 players down. 3 players down, and more on the Razor's Edge. Toast goes straight to the back line. Reisu is the target that they want. They have to back out. Great defense here by Kranix. We're going to have a portal that's going to be a monster reset, and that's going to be a problem as Gatlu's back with a Unite move.
Here comes Gatlu with the Unite. We already have the Groudon getting very, very low. What is the plan here? They're going for it. They grab them. Groudon is almost gone, but here comes the members of BH3 with the secure. No!
They took it. It was a Desu, but they're also low, popping heads here with the Psyshock, and now it's poor Sazero. Gek is there to provide cover. They need to get that first burger, and they do. Machamp is peeling, and they're keeping that pressure on. Holy smokes, what a raucous finish.
What an insane match. What a finish. I mean, we had the Urshifu around the objective. 422 to 148. Komai has done it. BH3, just like you and I in an escape room, could not finish the job. They are going to lose this thing. Their perfect season is dashed, and while they're heading to Worlds, Komai will be your champions in EU.
That 0 is going to tick over to a 1 here shortly, and Komai, they won the single match that mattered to become regional league champions of the European region. What a showdown.
I have to say, this war between these two teams was one of my favorites to cast. What a great set from these squads. What a finish. What a match. Congratulations to both of them, but of course, congratulations to Komai. They took down the undefeated BH3.
Incredibly well done. I don't know how the player of the match stuff is going to shake out, but I sure hope for the sake of Komai and for this individual, it is Adesu, because they turned it on in the middle of this match and really set their sights on BH3 and that championship title here, because for me it was the Adesu show all day for Komai on this Espeon.
I totally agree. I mean, for my money, I just want to see those final moments slowed down around Groudon, because that is where it was. I mean, here we are. It's getting very low here. Dupes next. Big time charge beam. Adesu misses right there. Look at that Unite move from Gotlu. We get a KO. And you can see Yutao is here. They're at the top of the pit. They move in. They're looking for it. Toast has 0 HP. Narami has 0 HP. Gotlu's about to go down. The Wicked Blow is charged up. The Surf pushes Adesu back, but he already let it go like the Hail Mary play. Call him Ryan Gosling, because what a moment for Adesu.
I mean, that's got to be a heartbreaker too if you're BH3 looking at that. Boom, just another explosion of damage out of this player. Adesu, player of the game, man of the match, whatever you want to call them, they are on your screen and they earned every single ounce of it.
Incredible. I mean, this was just so amazing. What a series. I truly, hats off to both of these teams. This was not one-sided at all. This was a nail biter in every single game. Congratulations though to Komai. Wow, wow, wow.
Incredibly well done. I mean, we're taking a look at the stats across the board here. I mean, easily leading Komai was Adesu. Look at Reisu's damage though. I mean, they were trying to do the work for this team. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this right at the start, right? Komai's damage was going to be inconsistent, but with incredible burst. And then on the side of BH3, you have more consistent damage and also an extremely strong finishing weapon in Yutao. They just were not able to get it done there. It's crazy when you see the Kranich Surf too. I mean, they really did everything they could to stop Komai in that moment. It was almost like it was fated.
Oh yeah, and if BH3 secures that objective, there wasn't an ounce of HP between the 4 standing players on Komai to work with. I mean, their HP bars were completely eviscerated. So it was, like you said, a real kind of Hail Mary shot out of Adesu to get it done. But, you know, much like the New England Patriots and the New York Giants, that perfect season goes down when it matters most in that last game of the season, and it's Komai coming out ahead.
I mean, it just shows how close these teams are throughout this entire season. And it also goes to show, and we're going to have to see how it looks through the rest of the day here, how important this momentum is. In day one, it was literally everything. Every single team that won their first set moved on to win their second. Well, we saw Komai do that here today. They won against Volticons, and then they move on to a team that no one has beat in their region, and they win. Incredible.
8 straight games of Unite for this Komai squad with almost no real break in between, and they win 6 of them, and that's enough to become the regional champions of the European region. Could not be more excited to have been able to cast that, because holy smokes, what a showdown.
And we're going to bring in from Komai, again, your EU champions, Gek. First of all, Wow, dude, congratulations. What a series. That was some of the best Unite I have seen. I mean, I guess just coming off that high, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm new to this feeling. I'm Mr. Second Place. Finally got the first. Last interview I did with Doopsnacks, we said third time's a charm. Apparently it's the fourth.
Well, I'm glad that you're here. You're finally able to climb that mountain for yourself. But of course, this is just step one in a multi-step process, because up next, you have to get your eyes set on the World Championships. What does the preparation look like now for your team moving forward, now that you've not only checked the box of going to Worlds, but you're the regional league champion for your region?
Yeah, so at UIC, I said was about keeping composure, just play how we play best, focus on ourselves, and just be ourselves. I think we skipped a couple of steps. The season did not look like we wanted it to look. I'm not gonna lie and say it was perfect, because it wasn't. I think we're gonna have a little bit of a shock therapy, because it worked today, but it was still not as good as we want our standards to be. So we're gonna do a little bit of shock therapy for sure, and try to come to the next level, because right now I would say it's definitely 5 very good players. We all get along, but there's a couple of skeletons in the closet that we're not addressing, and you can believe me, we'll address all of them until Worlds, and we will do the best to represent our region.
I mean, amazing. I have to say, you know, it's interesting coming off such an incredible win. I thought maybe from you I would have more elation, but it looks like you're very much in jobs not done mode. There are things that your team needs to work on. Is there anything specific that you want to talk about with that, or is this something that you need to kind of keep close to the vest?
Well, they call me Liko Kami for a reason. I'm gonna give everyone the scoop. There's just a little bit of lack of synergy, lack of trust sometimes, but I think this win is exactly what we needed to show ourselves that we can do it, we will do it, and it is possible. Let's get obstacles, because we put the obstacles in front of ourselves, and it's time to get rid of them. It's time to reach full potential.
I love that, you know, the kind of realizing that obviously the obstacles of the other teams are always in front of you, so you have to eliminate the self-provided or self-generated ones to really be able to hit your full stride. I kind of want to go into some clips that we just took a look at. How good did it feel to go in with the slow bro with that surf? It really seemed like once you secured that, it was kind of a messy situation, but it was a decently weighted flip. If you kind of look at the numbers there, how did you feel in that moment, especially when the slow bro coming through with the surf?
Well, so what happened was we did 2 games of slow bro back to back, right? So the comps were pretty similar. Clearly BH3 had a very good strategy to shut down the Charizard. It worked perfectly almost. We just got a couple of good interactions that bounced us back to the game. The plan going into the Rayquaza was similar on both games. We basically did the ego play per se of saying the problem was not the strategy, it was the execution game 1. Let's do it again, but with more emphasis on let's just do the call. And when you do those bursts at the last objective, anything can get it, but when you're the team that determines when the damage is going in, 8 times out of 10 you're the one that's gonna get it. Of course, the two times seems to be a lot bigger than it usually is, but there's just bias of when bad, very bad, when good, expected. So we were expecting to have the results. That was what we called for. So that I got the last hit, it's a detail.
Yeah, that makes total sense, obviously. You know, when you're pushing all the chips in the middle, your opponents might not call you. Taking the aggression right there does give you a huge advantage. Well, I want to say once again, congratulations. Before we let you go, you're going to be heading to Worlds. You already know that. You're the champions from EU. Who are you most excited to face off with?
So last season for Worlds, I had an injury. I broke my arm. I wasn't able to go. I was allowed to participate as LG's coach. They went out to the 3rd. I would love to play anything from that roster. From Evil Geniuses with Kyrios, Extinction with Trainer, I hope he wins. And of course, Overlord on Rechecked. I would love to play all the boys, and I hope Slash makes it as well. Me and Slash go way back. I just want to play against the boys, because I still have a bone to pick with them since last time because we didn't get to finish off that series. So I still have a bone to pick with all of them. And now instead of beating them all at once, I have 4 wins to get. So let's go for that. Also, shout out to Junkie, always there with us, trying to keep us down, give us the motivation we needed, the plans we needed. Just thank you, Junkie. It's been a long time. We've been doing this together. We finally got some payoff together. He has had major success at Worlds. I hope he's the key to making you go further in Worlds that is done before.
Very well said, Gek. Again, congratulations to you. Always a pleasure talking to you. You know, you're my favorite interview to do personally, so I'm glad I got to do yet another one finally when you get that big win. But on that note, go celebrate with your team because we've got more action coming up. So Gek, get on out of here. And let's go ahead and show our EU bracket, I think is what we're doing. And bang, I nailed it, Spraggles. Nailed it.
We actually nailed it, everybody. What a throw to the bracket here, and what a run for Komai, taking down Volticons. It was on an absolute heater through our playoffs. But of course, the day, the momentum, whatever it was not enough for Volticons. Komai moving from that, securing their spot to Worlds, going up against the undefeated BH3, and finally taking them down. An amazing way to start our day and an amazing way to end EU. Of course, we have more exciting stuff coming up. Incredible games in Latam and North America. We're going to find more champions here today, so make sure you do not go anywhere. We are going to take a quick break, and we're going to see an interview with the incredible Wonder Chef coming right up. We'll be back.
We're here with Anisas from Stamina Esports. Welcome. Of course, you are now 1 match away from qualifying for the World Championship. And I do have to ask, of course, you're fighting Peru first. You're fighting the reigning world champions. Is there any pressure on the team knowing that you're fighting world champions?
No, I think we prepare enough to fight Peru. We study them for about 5 hours. And I think we're ready to fight the world champions.
All right. I mean, I'm glad that the confidence is there. Stamina has been doing amazing this season. So good, especially the end of the season. Do you feel like you can dethrone Force? I know that you've done it before. Do you feel like if you do beat Peru, how do you feel your chances are against Force Gaming?
I think we have a 100% chance to win. I'm ready for them.
All right. That is awesome confidence. Awesome confidence from one of the players that has been considered, I think, by many to be one of the best mechanical players in the entire world. So Anisas has the skills to back it up. So thank you so much for joining us. I'll let you prepare for your next set. It's going to be amazing to see whether we're going to see you at Worlds, and good luck for your next matches.
Yeah, thank you for the interview.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. We're here with Anemo from Peru, our reigning world champions, and they are 1 match away from qualifying once again for Worlds. Anemo, I gotta ask, how has the team, after such an amazing showing yesterday, how have you tried to keep up the momentum going into today?
Hello, Chef. Well, actually, we are very happy to have this opportunity because it reflects our effort despite all the difficulties that we had in the beginning. And we are just trying to keep doing the same that we did yesterday about draft, strats, and all that stuff.
Okay, I mean, so humble. I really love how humble you are for a world champion. But I have to ask, of course, your next match is going to be up against Stamina Esports, who have been looking really undefeatable towards the end of this season. How comfortable do you feel up against Stamina Esports?
Well, we know these guys since 4 years ago. Actually, Kira used to be my teammate. They are friends. Also, I'm happy that they are right now a very good team, because that shows how strong Latam could be. So yeah, they're very strong, but we think we are ready to face them at this moment.
All right, well, we're very excited. We would love to see, of course, Peru return to the World Championship. So I'll let you go and prepare for your match. Best of luck. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, Chef. Goodbye.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Sunday of the Pokemon Unite Regional Leagues. We've already closed out Europe for their Championship Sunday, so let's keep moving around the globe. It is time for Latin America. Time to qualify a team to Worlds and decide an LA Regional Champion. I am Zoinks, joined by Kellosaurus. We're going to take you through an absolutely incredible best-of-5 match. I cannot wait for this one. Kello, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. That last match between Kamai and BH3 was absolute fire. And considering how Latam has gone throughout the season, we are not expecting anything less, especially when it comes down to Peru Unite and Stamina Esports, of course.
I mean, this regional league, I think, was one of the hardest to predict of what teams would end up in our final three, outside of maybe Force Gaming, which is what an amazing start they had to the season. But Peru Unite squeaking their way in, ranked number 4 at the end of the regular season, but now they're guaranteed at least top 3 from the playoffs. And of course, you got that clarifier at the bottom of your screen. This is our defending world champions, one of the most impressive showings on one of our most impressive stages ever on that Championship Sunday match in Anaheim. Peru Unite took down Zeta Division, and now today, if they want to become the Latin America Regional Champions, they got to take down 2 teams in Stamina Esports and Force Gaming.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If they want to go and defend that World Championship spot, that title, well, they actually have to make it to the 2026 World Championships, of course. But, you know, they're going to have a tough opponent to go up against, and that fact being Stamina Esports. So they did come into day 2 in that number 2 seed, but Peru Unite, you know, working their way through, clean sweeping those 2 teams. Well, we'll see how this ends up going against Stamina there.
That might be their most impressive stat, right? The fact that they were able to 6-0 in day number 1. No other team able to accomplish that. We saw some really interesting storylines in day 1 of our playoffs with some of these bottom-seeded teams rising their way through the ranks, Peru included, but no one doing it in quite as clean of a fashion. Like you mentioned, Kello, stakes in every step of the way in this latter playoff bracket, as this match could qualify Peru for the World Championships, and the one after being that championship game, of course. We're slowly going to be adding Worlds qualified teams here onto the whiteboard. Obviously, I know there's some teams qualified via international tournaments and things like that, but yes, what's up?
Whoa. Hold the phone. I am sorry to interrupt you there. Zoinks, you're missing a team.
I said that. I said I knew I'm missing a bunch of teams based on international qualifiers.
One team. I mean, I was going to say, yeah. I thought, I thought you were at least gonna put Team Peps up there.
Okay, the decision to write on the whiteboard was made rather late when the timer was counting down.
Okay.
I have a lot of teams.
We'll put it up there now. Write it up there now, okay? We're EU Latin. They need to go up there, okay? Team Peps deserve their name up there. I got your back, Team Peps. Don't worry. There. They are.
Okay, I won't be writing with my left hand anymore. Peps they're going through something right now. There we go. Team that also has a chance to qualify for Worlds. Would love to write this team on the whiteboard as well. Maybe with my right hand this time. It's going to be Stamina Esports, Kello, ranked number 2 with 10-4 in the season. They did split the regular season with Peru, going 1-1 overall. But Stamina looked untouchable in the second half of the season, except for their game against Peru, which maybe we'll have to be talking about momentarily, because this team looked like they leveled up a ton. Also, at that same World Championships that Peru won, this squad had an incredible tournament run, finishing top 4 overall in Anaheim as well. So not a team that can be slept on whatsoever.
No, not at all. Yeah, as he's mentioned, incredible performance last year at the World Championships, incredible performance this year in the regional leagues. I guess in terms of, mentioned the 50% win rate against Peru Unite, whereas they won that first part but lost that second part. But also, I think the biggest thing with Stamina Esports, well, they were the only team to successfully take down the number 1 seed during the regional leagues, being Force Gaming, who are currently waiting in the grand finals. So honestly, I feel like with this match, it could be anybody's game between these two.
1000%. I mean, a split series, Peru having just a huge level up at the end of the season, but Stamina Esports also coming in with a ton of momentum. This one is sure to be a classic match here in our playoffs. So getting into our drafting phase, obviously we will be starting on Rayquaza. For anybody unfamiliar with our best of 5 format, the matches will happen on the Rayquaza, Kyogre, and then Groudon versions of Thea Sky Ruins. And from that point on, we'll be back to classic map pick. Omega Charizard Y going to be available, as is Machamp. 2 of these power picks, Kello, and it'll be Mega Charizard Y, picked up by Mufasa of Stamina Esports.
Yeah, he really called it there, especially because it's not banned on out. It's just a matter of whether Peru Unite are going to prioritize this Machamp. I know Tempo has played it a fair bit throughout that season. We did end up seeing it yesterday as well. But I don't know. We'll see what they end up opting for. And it looks like they're going with the defender being Umbreon and a Hooper from Kia as well, which I guess I'm surprised about. I know we saw a fair bit of Blissey from them yesterday, actually.
Yeah, we saw a ton of Blissey. That's a really good point, especially seeing what kind of damage carry that Tempo wants to play with. We often see that Blissey paired up. I thought maybe it's an option to try to take away one of Minato's best selections in terms of support. However, Minato throughout the course of the season has played primarily Eldegoss. Does have a decent amount of Hoopa games though as well, but by 10 plays of Eldegoss, 7 plays of Hoopa. We'll probably be seeing that option from Stamina a little bit later. No surprise to see the Scyther from any sus though. This Pokemon is absolutely fantastic for them. In fact, it is the most banned Pokemon against Stamina Esports, tied only with the Zacian. This time Peru favoring the Zacian ban over the Scyther ban.
I think it also makes sense considering there is a pretty well-known Scyther player on the side of Peru Unite, so do not want to give that Pokemon into the hands of a Nemo. So locking that in for themselves. Otherwise, these final 2 picks for Stamina Esports are going to be that Mega Mewtwo Y along with the support of Eldegoss. So I think rounding it out there in terms of, well, I feel like Eldegoss is a great pick, especially paired up with that Charizard and Scyther pick.
Yeah, absolutely. In the passive, just kind of mid-game fights, you can keep your Pokemon happy and healthy, but having both Hydro Typhoon and Cotton Cloud Crash, their own support respective Unite moves, that is going to be a huge boon for Stamina Esports in some of these bigger team fights. However, that is one thing about the Latam region, Kello, is while big team fights are impactful, these teams love to skirmish throughout the match. There's not always a patient game waiting for one big moment in any point in the series. We love these constant little battles. So we'll see what Peru Unite wants to try to do to pressure that early game out of Stamina Esports. But when it gets down to that late game, watch out for Kira and Minato support moves specifically. Now, on the other hand, Hitman on this Mega Mewtwo Y going to be relatively safe for the backline. It's going to be up to a Nemo to get this Palmont within range to really be that backline threat.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing with Palmont. It does have the ability to dive on in if need be. But the thing is, maybe that's why they decided to go with that Hooper in case a Nemo does end up getting caught out in some sticky situations if we end up having that trick Phantom Force combination to get them out of the way.
That is really interesting. I am curious of which kind of Hoopa we'll be playing. Oftentimes when we see that Buzzwole, we could see that Portal Hoopa, but I mean, Trick Healing will still provide a lot of resources for this Buzzwole at the same time. So this combo play is going to be fun to watch when we talk about Peru Unite. You got to talk about the fireworks, hyper carry damage players, but also the support players. Honestly, we got an all-star match in front of us, Kello. All 10 players in the lobby are world class, but only one of them is going to punch their ticket right now. Stamina Esports, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team.
Yeah, and as we suspected as well, we have seen this throughout the season, sending any sus on that Scyther into that central area and a Nemo on that currently Pawmi into that central area to try and get that level 5. Otherwise, some pressure up in the top path by Minato. They are at half HP, so do need to retreat. Also, I see a Charmander. Did they end up actually getting taken down? I ended up missing that notification.
Yeah, the K opener, give it a Tempo's Buzzwoles. They took down that Mega Charizard Y, just the basics. Charmander state at the moment, but holding back that Mega Evolution a bit longer is going to be massive. And now it's going to be up to Anysus to try to make up for that space. This Scyther is so strong. They were my Rookie of the Year candidate last year and potentially a league MVP candidate this year for the Latin America Regional League. Love watching Anysus and on their iconic Scyther. They're always electric.
Yeah, 100%. Otherwise, it looks like Peru Unite managed to get a hold of the majority of those birds in that central area. We now do have that Palmy at level 5 as well. Tempo is really close. However, it's just a matter of waiting for these Natus to spawn on in as they're just punching the air.
Yeah, an invisible wall there. However, we do get a bit of information, right? Rayquaza map. That's right. I also reminded it of it too.
Rayquaza map. I'm like, that's not Natu.
Rayquaza map is always throwing
gosh.
At you and I, Kello. But either way, we do see a couple pieces of information here. We do have the trick from Kea that we constantly put on top of Tempo. That's going to be a lot of movement speed increase, and once we get access to the portals, a bit more healing to work with. We got Anysus rotating towards the bottom side, but as 8 minutes dawns, we will have the middle birds spawning in. No Reggie Drago this time around, but a small little contest as we got a bout in the middle. Palmont versus Scyther, Umbreon rotating around as well.
Yeah, no KOs just yet, but I guess because there was multiple members from Peru Unite in that central area, it looks like that Charmeleon made an attempt at that dunk, even though they only had the 2 points. They do end up getting shut on down, and to follow that on is going to be this Eldegoss. So it's only Anysus at that level 7 to try and defend against these 3 members of Peru Unite. And you know what? They were actually successful.
They did a great job. I think Tempo worried about that half HP. One thing we want to watch with Tempo's Buzzwole, by the way, is that Beast Boost passive once they get the KO. With that Trick move speed increase, that's a ton extra. Now Tempo has access to it. 1 KO in the War Turtle. Looking for a little bit more, but now it's a Nemo's turn to step up to the plate. That Scyther brought so low, but the mobility is going to be there for that pseudo speedster all-rounder. Scyther going to make it towards the bottom side of the map as Charmeleon still hunting levels, and Peru Unite has opened up a ton of space to get some scores on the top side of the goal.
That is really the benefit of the Scyther, especially when coming into a Buzzwole, is the maneuverability to get out of the ways of that muscly bug. Buzzwole doesn't really have that great mobility, but I suppose that's why that Hooper is there, just to give him that bit of an extra boost with that trick. Otherwise, meanwhile, we do have Stamina Esports taking down a Registeel, as we saw in that picture-in-picture, while Tempo is just trying to get whatever wild Pokemon here. They do have their Unite move online now at level 9.
What a quick burn of that Registeel as well, Kella. I mean, they took that thing down. We got Mega Mewtwo, Y, and Scyther getting to work. Those objectives aren't going to last long. We'll see how long this Regieleki can hang around as Tempo has to solo defend. It will be a full heal used by the Mega Charizard Y, and they'll secure the Regieleki with the help of Anysus themselves. Picking up the Scyther, putting them down, and that will be a Regieleki take. And that goal zone will break. Regieleki going to hop on down to tier 2.
Yeah, that was some great timing from KO and the rest of the team to stay on that pad, making sure that they can get that break and guide this Regieleki towards that tier 2 and go ahead and break that. Peru Unite now leading at 242 to zilch, 0 points a donut. But Mega Charizard isn't happy about that, as they have come here to play and burn that Umbreon down.
Finally got access to their Unite move, Kello, but I think it's fair to ask the question, is it too little too late? We're almost at halfway point in the match, and Peru Unite has built up a score lead of 242 to nothing, and the first Regieleki of the game has come and gone, and both tier 1 and 2 are shattered on the top side of the map. That means every Regieleki from this point out, secured by Peru Unite, will be walking all the way to the home goal zone. Possibility of 2 more of those most likely. That is scary. Great board position for Peru Unite right now.
Yeah, that is really going to put Stamina Esports in a bit of a pickle. They either need to try and contest this Regieleki or give it up, but be sure to go and defend that home pad. But I guess that's where those late game Regielekis really come into play, just being able to create those win conditions for Peru Unite. Otherwise, another objective is about to spawn on the map. We'll see which random Reggie we end up getting at the bottom here. It's going to, it just flicked on over. Did you see that? It's a Regirock.
Yeah,
there we go.
Regirock defense boost. I'm actually worried Stamina Esports getting a push to the top side. Hoops Unbound will bring some squads up for the defense, but they actually just bait out the Hoopa Unite move and decide to immediately retreat. So Peru Unite do not need to take that portal. They can secure the Regirock quite easily. Basically a safety Hoopa Unite. Anysus now going to try to take down that mythical Pokemon as they join the fray, but Draken on the Umbreon defense is right there to back them up, and Nemo to get the secure onto the Scyther.
Yes, and now we have Stamina Esports making their way to that bottom path. Charizard is able to get their 40 points as Blastoise eats Liquidation. Here comes the Mega Charizard Y once again to try and burn down these members and take these pads, but there's just too many members of Peru Unite to handle. Charizard gets taken down mid-flight.
They're just out-leveling and kind of out-posturing them at that point. I love that response to the Blastoise Unite, by the way. They had Buzzwole Unite and a full heal on the Palmon. So 2 instances where they could just ignore that super powerful Unite move. Anemo not quite done yet. That Regirock buff helping out a lot, ignoring so much of that damage from the Mega Mewtwo Y. Constant auto attacks. And everybody's able to recall. So again, Peru Unite very happy with this situation. Stamina Esports did have to dedicate Anysus to solo down that Regieleki and make sure it lands on the opposite side. Peru Unite lose a little bit of the grounds in the point race, but they break yet another goal zone.
Yeah, this goal is left on 20 points. I see a 6, which will potentially go in along with a 30. So that was actually a pretty hefty overdunk from Stamina Esports, making use of that Regieleki. But the thing is, I'm looking at the levels here currently. We have 3 level 12s on the side of Peru Unite. The one level 12 being the Scyther, but, well, Charizard, they've actually already reached that level 13. So Stamina Esports, they are slowly catching up.
Yeah, I mean, Mufasa's had to play a bit of a solo game in a lot of these instances, could not join a lot of these smaller team fights around the map, instead had to just favor leveling up. But that job has been done now. You can see Kira stepping up to take a lot of that liquidation damage. Zainu's not able to fire in those snipe shots, instead needs to have a target in sight to line up a few of those to start the fight.
That final Reggie is going to be a Reg Ice, already burned down to half HP. Peru Unite trying to look for an opening or potentially a secure steal, but they don't even have the chance as Anysus is able to lock that down. Otherwise, Blastoise is also locked on down in the mean look, but Peru Unite, they're not actually looking to take this fight, instead pivoting towards the Rayquaza because it is now here.
I think they would have loved to get in on that Reggie fight if they could, but Kira just way too good of a job on the Blastoise. Holds on to their crowd control moves like in the Surf and Hydro Pump until Anysus gets a dual wing beat onto the Regice, knows that the execute's right about to happen, covers all of that space. Perina just doesn't want to risk taking that fight, at least anything more than Draken, who had that trick bonus.
Oh, well, Peru Unite do have the points advantage here. Tempo trying to look for a grab, but they do end up getting Hydro pumped back by Kira. But here come the Rings Unbound. Liquidation locked on in as we have Stamina Esports getting stunned on up, but Blastoise answers back with a great stun of their own. 2 members of Peru Unite have now been wiped out, and now they are making an attempt at shredding the Rayquaza.
Huge stun by Kea on a multiple targets. See if the liquidation from Zainus is impactful enough, and so far, it's looking great. Anemo able to take down both Blastoise and the Mega Mewtwo Y to follow, and Zainus is able to take down the last remaining member of Stamina Esports. So Peru Unite, they lose the Buzzwole in that initial interaction, but they take out a lot of resources in the meantime. That allows Anemo and Zainus to kind of move forward relatively unhindered. Now they have a Rayquaza bonus as well as a massive points lead. Peru Unite handling that fight in spades.
Yeah, and these buffs are not going to get transferred over if Stamina Esports do manage to get some KOs, but thanks to that score shield, Anemo is able to go and get in another hundo dunk in that middle pad. Here comes the Umbreon with a hefty shield, also being able to get in another hundo burger.
Yeah, Draken able to just basically face tank all of that damage with the help of that Rayquaza, and Peru Unite will get a map #1 win in this series, which so far this weekend, Kello, means that they have won 7 games of Pokemon Unite in a row. The last 3 Rayquaza games they have played, they have now won. This is ridiculous. Peru Unite is on one of the hottest streaks we have ever seen in professional Pokemon Unite.
That's, a pretty incredible stat there. But you know what? We probably wouldn't expect anything less from Peru Unite. I know in terms of their season run, the nerves coming into play, but I feel like this weekend they are really just locking down. They have the eye on the prize, being the World Championships. And, well, they have just made it one step closer, but still many more steps to go.
Can I say something crazy? I think I did expect less. I truly did.
Really?
Like, I mean, listen, they're Peru Unite, they're world champions. I get it, but my faith was shaken in this team. I was concerned about what this team was bringing to the table after their regular season performance, after some of these IC showings and things like that. I expected less, but Peru Unite has somehow found a way to go above and beyond in these playoffs, and boy, it's been so exciting. Also, really liked a lot of that play. I was talking about, they bait out the Mega Charizard Y Unite and the Blastoise Unite, all to try to shut down the Buzzwole. I think if Tempo was able to find a way to click that Super Swole Slam button in the midst of that crowd control, that would have been even better for them. But in the end, Draken on the Umbreon is able to take half of that Blastoise Buddy Barrier shield away for their own. They buy so much time. Kale lands a crazy 3-player Hyperspace Fury stun, and at that point, it's just up for Anemo and Zinus to play cleanup on the damage work. Anemo going to be your player of the game on this Pawmod, by far and away their most played Pokemon in our regular season, and they're showcasing why they are the Pawmod master.
Yeah, we had Super Swole Slams, we have Super Cell Slams, and Nemo actually picking themselves up feints throughout that whole match. But not only that, Kia and Zinus also not going down at all during those team fights, which is, I guess, incredible to see considering the amount of brawls that was happening between them.
Yeah, Peru Unite played phenomenally, but I do want to make sure I'm being kind of fair to both sides at this point. Stamina Esports did not have the game we were really hoping to see from them, right? Anysus held to 1 KO on this Scyther. That is something we almost never see. Mufasa on this Mega Charizard Y just was not ramped up enough in these fights. It took them too long to get powered up, and they were held to just 36,000 damage on this game-defining Mega Evolution. So Stamina Esports are going to need to be changing things up going into this next game, if not draft-wise, at least on the battlefield, because you can't let Peru Unite run away with this, because we've already seen 2 matches worth of evidence. If the momentum favors Peru, they might be unstoppable.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see what ends up happening in this second draft. But yeah, talking about this graph, you mentioned, Stamina Esports, for pretty much half of that match, they were on 0 points. And it wasn't really until that second half where they did start to ramp up, catch up in levels, at least get some dunks in, especially being able to secure themselves that second Reggie Alecki and go and break that tier 1 pad. But the momentum was just Peru Unite riding that wave to that first game victory. But wow, we had Peru Unite, Anemo there in and around the whole map there with that heat map.
Yeah, this Pawmod impactful everywhere on the map. Killa, one fun thing here, you can see their KOF, or our KFA as some people like to call it, at 11. One of my favorite things in this matchup between the 2 series they played in the regular season, Anemo averaged 10.9 on the KOF throughout both those matches. So hitting their average exactly in this game with the Pawmod, also the most frequent Pokemon they played in this series. So that could be something that Stamina Esports needs to figure out. How do we shut down this Pawmod? And it's so tricky to take this one down. It's hard to predict, or not hard to predict, but it's hard to play around those deep dives. Also, it's a Pokemon with amazing self-sustain. You saw the recovery numbers that they were able to put out. This is going to be a tricky one to take down. Stamina Esports might need to consider a few more cursed items on the roster.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what the answer is, whether Peru Unite are even going to opt for the Pawmod once again. But heading into this second draft, we do have Stamina Esports picking that first pick position, and it is automatically going to fall onto that Kyogre map this time around. But so far, the bans are the same with Mew, Slowbro, Psyduck, Snorlax, and Sirfetch'd. But this last pick looks like it's going to change, because Peru Unite are going to lock away the Mega Charizard Y, letting free this Zacian.
I think that's an interesting decision. I mean, one, they were able to shut down the Mega Charizard Y quite well in the last game. However, you you've got to consider we are going on to a different map, right? So this might be a situation where Peru Unite's like Mega Charizard Y might have more room to work with on that Kyogre map, have more access to healing. It could be tougher to take it down. We're willing to give it up. We're going to give them the Zacian. So curious what Tempo wants to play. We could see the Buzzwole. I don't think it has a terrible matchup into the Zacian on the side, but KO and Draken are going to return to these two power picks. Honestly, I think if Stamina doesn't counter pick any of those options, KO and Draken are going to return to the Hoopa and Umbreon every chance they get.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially if they are in that second pick position, just being able to pick up two at once. But looks like we do have a bit of a yoink here with Hitman locking in the Inteleon for their own and taking that away from Zainu. So wondering what their long range is going to be. And you know what? I feel like Miraidon is a pretty good, decent pick here as well.
Yeah, Miraidon is nice. We'll have to see what Anemo wants to bring for their Pokemon selection. I could see something like the Scyther here. Miraidon and Machamp are both awesome at setting up big KOs, but right now if I'm looking at Peru Unite's roster, they're kind of looking for a sweeper, someone who can get the door closed on some of these big knockouts. Scyther could be big. Anemo also really likes the Leafeon. It could be another viable pick, and something like the Talonflame would make a lot of sense to me in this game, but we haven't seen Peru Unite pick it up, and jeez, a Meowscarada would be so sick. I would lose my mind if that's the option we get, but Anemo currently is going to be hovering through a few of the roster options. Urshifu, another one. This would be a pretty slow, brawly composition, but of course will have access to a lot of self-sustain.
Yeah, I think in terms of their picks throughout the season, Pawmot, Cerulege, Scyther being their top picks, Urshifu, I'd say it would be up there as well. This would be the Rapid Strike Urshifu. I feel like we barely see the Wicked Blow Urshifu these days anyway.
Yeah, it feels like an EU every now and then Utah plays it, but that's like kind of it. Like we have a player or two who likes to bring out this Pokemon, and I'm very likely going to be on the Rapid Strike. And again, a Pokemon like Urshifu's got the ability to do like what we kind of call true damage, hitting below some of those shields into a composition that boasts Blissey and Blastoise. That could be massive. Urshifu just kind of ignore a lot of those, get some big impact damage, even when the buddy barriers are flowing, the Unite move shields are flying.
Yeah, I was going to say there's two buddy barriers there, one on the Blastoise and one on the Blissey. So, you know, not only do you have those buddy barriers, I mean, they also have their own shields, getting the shield from that Surf, Blissey getting their shield from that Unite move. I mean, actually having a shield move of their own with that Safeguard. So being able to go and combat that, especially if they do end up, you know, hypothetically losing this Kyogre, that is going to be a great defensive tool if needed.
Yeah, that's a great point. Oh, it's matches like this which made me wish that Tempo would still bring out the Tinkaton as a counter shield option, but unfortunately the metagame just not lining up that way. Let's see, Kello, if Stamina Esports can have a bounce back game as they are down 1-0 against Peru Unite. Winner of this one, going to Worlds. Stamina Esports, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team.
Tinkaton, I want to see some Tyranitar out on the field. That is, I feel like one of the OG true damage Pokemon that we always used to see. But
they will never let you forget it. Just let you know.
I am a dinosaur. Let me see the roar.
Yeah, I would love it. Urshifu's got their own kind of roar, a more bear fashioned one, I suppose. All right, Tempo and Mufasa. I mean, so far the early game working out a little bit better as there's no been KO'd so far, and he sucks with an empowered Metal Claw, getting right in the mix. But take a look at how fast this rotation was from Anemo. KO gonna take the knockout. That is going to be a red buff going over towards the Hoopa, and Tempo also getting a massive knockout. They are gonna choose to get some scores in and not even take down the Chansey, who's gonna get some stacks off the other side. This will be the evolution for Minato, but still, what a early surge for Peru Unite.
Yeah, 100%. We already have that Machoke online at level 5. Also with Kia at that level 5 as well. But we do have Minato, who was able to get in some little dunks for their special attack specs there, just to try and boost that healing. But very much needed stacks for tempo and their attack weight by getting all those getting those KOs as well.
I think it gets real scary when we start talking about tempo, especially when they already have almost a 2-level lead on this poor Gibble, who cannot get a last hit and means they will go down in Gibble form as well. More stacks in for Tempo. As Kea and Tempo, this duo have been so deadly. It feels like this duo and then Anemo and Draken and Zainu's kind of on their own island, but the Maridon very happy to be holding it down on the bottom side of the map. Kea now finds themselves alone for one of the first times of the match as everybody wants to take the fight in the middle. Submission for that move speed boost will not catch the War Turtle as it is a skull bash back to safety.
Yeah, they have to go back to safety, knowing that there are 3 members there. I guess the thing with the Kyogre map as well, there are those citrus berries in the middle there to try and go replenish the HP for whoever gets them rather than the normal speed berries there. Otherwise, speaking about speed, here comes the Machamp once again trying to get a grab, but Minato is able to utilize their eggs to heal up the squad.
Trick plus any of these move speeds. Last time we saw it with the Beast Boost passive, this time with the submission is very fun to see. Machoke has got some extreme movement going on. Kea gets into a dangerous spot. While they're only at level 6 on the Gabite, Kea can be a bit more aggressive with these, but as soon as that full dragon combo is online, it is going to be a lot more difficult for kind of Kea on this Hoopa or even the Machoke to face check a lot of these combos for Mufasa. Good news for Peru Unite is they're still hunting for those, but right now it'll be Maridon picking up the Registeel. Kea in a good position to take it, but they will not. This support going to be securing the Regieleki, but for the side of Stamina.
Gotta say, a very interesting call there to go and divide and conquer by Peru Unite. They had those 3 members down in that bottom path, leaving Kia to try and contest that Regieleki, and Tempo decided to go take these buffs, now reaching that level 9. This Regieleki did end up crashing on in, and you see Hitman creeping on through with that 30 points, locking in their liquidation. Didn't end up finding a KO, but looks like they're just buying some time with this Regieleki in this goal.
Yeah, they wanted to see if they could secure any of the experience in the middle of these 2 goal zones, I think, but in the end, they are just going to elect for a massive overdunk. Just like that, Stamina Esports, I think you gotta say, gets the better end of the trade in terms of the first Regis, right, Kello? Like, you take your Regieleki, you got a huge points lead. Sure, Peru Unite got a few levels, but your team is getting very close to the sweeping Unite moves in Blastoise and Garchomp.
Yes, that's the thing. They have to get into that Garchomp phase just yet. And meanwhile, we already have 4 Unites on the side of Peru Unite. So able to go and defend this pad if Stamina Esports do decide to go in for a push. Kira looking to secure this indeed just to reach this level 9. However, they are just shy of it.
Yeah, we're at an interesting point in the match right now. There's not a whole lot to fight over, but that's not really going to stop either of these teams, especially when you have a Unite move advantage. We're getting to that point of the game where both sides are going to have a whole arsenal of Unite moves to work with, and that's going to get really scary for Stamina Esports. I know I've talked about it a few times, but these game-winning teamfight Unites are on the side of Stamina. Tempo just being so safe, getting about half the damage done to Blissey on this Machamp. A self-sufficient Machamp at this level 10.
Oh, look at that submission missing Kira there because of that unstoppable within that shield. And I think this is where that Blastoise really is a viable pick against Machamp. Otherwise, the other basement Reggie has spawned on in. It is going to be a Registeel as Peru Unite are shredding it on down. But Stamina Esports, they're focusing on the distraction being that Umbreon, meaning Peru walk away with that and able to go and push on back if they wish. And there we go, Machamp does wish.
Okay, ooh, huge Hydro Typhoon knocks out 3. Nice eject button from Tempo to actually dodge the follow-up surf from Kira, and they'll get the KO. So despite having that Hydro Typhoon, there's not a lot more to work with. Bliss Assistance not utilized in this team fight, and that means Peru Unite will walk all over Stamina Esports. Only thing is, they did not have Mufasa as a part of that fight. Garchomp was soloing down the Regieleki, and it did land in the tier 2. So Stamina Esports holding on to a points advantage despite losing a tough battle here in the bottom path.
I'm actually really surprised how little Unite moves were utilized during that fight. Otherwise, there we go. Machamp has gone and utilized those along with the Blissey just to try and keep this Garchomp up and running as they pop the Unite move of their own. Unfortunately, their defenses just weren't enough to keep that tier 1 up and running. And Peru Unite have gone and breaking that, but it's only a 20-point difference between these squads.
Yeah, levels also extremely close across the board. I mean, Stamina Esports, I think they're starting to show show us a little bit about what this game plan is, why they're holding on to the Unites. They are trusting in Mufasa to carry a lot of these major team fights. I think both Hitman and Anysus are players that are kind of relying on having solo levels of impact, but this Blissey plus Garchomp combo seems to be what they are putting a lot of their eggs into, specifically and of course figuratively. So I think Stamina Esports kind of showcasing what their strategy is. We'll see how it plays out in the final stretch, as we're a close battle and 1 minute away from that.
I suppose that's the risk, right? Do you want to put all of your eggs in the Garchomp basket there? Well, I have to wait and see. Well, I mean, look, we already have some level 13s as we have Umbreon getting completely wiped out. They're entering this 45 seconds until the final stretch, only the level 10. Otherwise, Reg Ice does get shredded on down. So that is going to at least give that HP regeneration into the final stretch for Stamina Esports.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake there by Draken getting punished a little bit by his Surf scooping them over to the other side. I'm not sure if Umbreon passive just wasn't up or what the deal was, but either way, it means that Peru Unite did not have the opportunity to contest that bottom side objective, and likely won't have the opportunity to contest the top side either. Stamina Esports are going to take the Reggie advantage. 3 for 3. Reggie Alecki secured for the side of Stamina Esports, and that will land in that tier 2 goal zone during the final stretch, leaving it defenseless and setting up for a very easy hundo burger. But of course, Kyogre is going to be the main attention grabber for these teams.
Yeah, we can already see that Machamp has decided to go and wait on pad in case any of Stamina Esports do make the move to go and backcap. But all members are present. Garchomp poking at this Kyogre, enraging it, hoping that Peru Unite get in closer. Draken taking a huge chunk of damage from that liquidation.
Yeah, but so on the other side is true about the Miraidon poke damage, right? It is really tough for these supports to keep up, and Kira's already down to about half HP. Minato doing everything they can to try to heal them up with these eggs, but also disrupt the push with the egg bombs on the other side. Kyogre finally getting hit a little bit by both the Zacian and the Garchomp, but now it's Peru Unite who is able to push them off successfully. That is a Nemo pulled in, but of course pulled right back out thanks to that trick, Phantom Force. Mufasa gets within range, but they are trapped with a mean look. They hold on to the Unite move though, so very important. No unstoppable triggered yet, and they finally let it loose. Garchomp chasing down a few targets.
Oh, we have the reason about being utilized there to go and save a member. Otherwise, Anemo has now been wiped on out. Blastoise pushing up tempo against the wall, trying to get the stun. But now they have the shield to go and give them that speed boost towards the Zacian. But they have other plans on their mind. They're chasing down that Zacian, and there is a berry to go and replenish that HP. Zacian's locked down in a minute. That is mean.
I love that work. Okay, awesome work from the side of Peru Unite to have good target priority. Tempo was about to chase down that Blissey in that team fight, immediately heel turned and chased down the Zacian instead, as they were the main damage threat. Great choice. This match is not over though. 22 seconds remain. Stamina Esports still has the lead. Surf gonna be a contest. Knock up for the Kyogre. It will be secured by Peru Unite, but they only have 13 seconds to score.
Yes, they do have that tier 1 pad to go and run to, but first they have to go and get through this Garchomp. Can Anemo get this 50 dunk? Yes, they do, and now they have managed to go and take the lead. That is going to be the second victory for this match, but also an 8-win streak for Peru Unite this weekend.
8 games of Pokemon Unite in a row is crazy. Also, shout out to Draken and Umbreon for the fadeaway mean look. They grab the Garchomp at the mean look to make sure that Anysus can score, and they're already trooping towards the tier 2, saying, my job is done here. I have done what I can. I'm gonna trust that my Urshifu will get the points in. Peru Unite this weekend are untouchable, Kello.
Whew, I mean, look, Machamp, Hooper, big in that trick, Phantom Force. Yeah, I'd say they definitely do end up having that unstoppable with them. But yeah, 8 knockouts, 0 feints. That is absolutely wild. And gotta give it up to Kia, though, for getting Tempo out of trouble, especially during that Groudon fight. They did end up getting caught on out, but that Phantom Force, those combinations were insane.
Yeah, I think Kia definitely supporting the squad. lot. I think a lot of plays with the Nemo on that Urshifu too, kind of utilizing all their cooldowns off the surging strikes, and then immediately has the pullback. Tempo, on the other hand, has just a bit more mobility with access to that submission to give you the unstoppable. I don't know. I think the game shows correct in my opinion. I thought Tempo played an incredible game on this Machamp from early game to late game. That Machamp's got more options than you think, and with that trick boosting him up, this was a speedy Machamp. Excited to see the heat map on this one. Loved what Tempo was getting done in this game. Very impressive. 12 on the cough.
I'm also looking at Zinus's damage right now. That is 6 digits on the board. So yeah, that charge beam really shredding on through and dealing a lot of damage to Stamina Esports, meaning that Blissey also had a bit of work to do with those eggs, being able to rack up 127k healing.
Man, it was so intense. I think normally with these two Pokemon that can provide quite a bit of healing, like one with the trick combo, one with the eggs, we see a lot of these fights kind of happen even faster, right? 'Cause you don't have to have a lot of recalls like sometimes we see when we're playing more utility supports, but still there was so much damage from both sides that these teams were still having forced into those positions time and time again because the supports had so much work cut out for them. But here we go. Tempo having a bit later of a game to hit that level 13, but I would say an extremely fast level 9 for a Machamp at 328 into the game, but taking all the way until 914 to get up to that level 13. But of course, once they got to, this is one of my favorite plays, by the way, dodging the Blastoise, setting up for a crazy play. Machamp might have 4 arms, and that takes a lot of the attention, but they also got some fancy footwork, especially when they're being played by Tempo.
Yeah, more footwork definitely coming into play there. That way they could go and get those KOs paired up with Kea. But yeah, I feel like just seeing trick submission is so fun to see on that. And this was so mean. You think Zasha's trying to get on out, but no, here comes the mean look from Drake and not allow that dog to make it on out free.
Yeah, catching them at every single time. Yeah, just a moment before was what I was talking about in that play. The Blissey gets so low, like a, scary, very tempting level of low HP. And Machamp's chasing and then completely pivots and runs back to go shut down that Zacian. So now we are headed to Groudon. I'm curious if Peru Unite will allow the Mega Charizard Y through again. It feels like maybe that was an option just for the Kyogre map, or if they are going to keep up with the ban. It looks like they will. So Mega Charizard Y, despite having a shaky game number 1, will be not available in games 2 or 3.
Psyduck is free.
Is finally free.
Are we going to have Stamina pick it on up? Especially considering, well, looking at their top picks, they didn't actually have anybody that have top 3 for a Psyduck.
That's
so,
really interesting.
well, too good to pass on up, because it is being hovered over right now. Kira's locking that duck in.
That's a great point, though, Kello. I mean, I'm taking a look at Minato's overall stats. Ritsu was kind of their Psyduck player pass. I think we're looking at the same sheet. But yeah, kind of shocked that we are seeing Kira pick up the Psyduck for the first time in our regional leagues. And there we go. You got the Hoopa, you got the Machamp again. I mean, that is just too good of a combo to pass up, in my opinion.
Yeah, incredible plays last round, so definitely do not want to give that one up, especially considering, well, this time they can't go for that regular Hoopa Umbreon pick because Umbreon is banned on out. So what is Stamina Esports going to answer back with, considering, that Machamp player, I was going to say, they're going to lock into Blastoise once again, but no, they've actually opted for a Vaporeon. How do you feel about Vaporeon instead of a Blastoise as a defender? I mean, there's still options for Blastoise to get picked up if they need be.
We could see it any sus Blastoise, right? Or maybe even Mufasa, but that is an option. I don't know. I am kind of shocked to see the Vaporeon here, if only because with Umbreon being gone, I feel like Blastoise's stocks just rise up a little bit more. But Peru Unite instead are going to grab the Garchomp and the Machamp. That is also Draken picking up the Garchomp, so have to imagine Tempo and Anemo and Draken are going to be shifting things up a little bit later on in this fight. And okay, right now Mufasa is hovering over standard Charizard. That would be crazy. Moltres, of course, is still available. Anysus going to pick up the Urshifu. That makes a ton of sense to me. Anysus is actually, Urshifu is their most frequently played Pokemon during the regular season. Mufasa going to get a chance to play this Moltres for the first time in Stamina Esports postseason.
Yeah, we don't actually get the fire lizard this time round. We get that fire bird being picked on up, but Anemo has opted for a Leafeon pick this time. I'm actually really surprised they ended up going for a Leafeon rather than, say, a Scyther. I guess, you know, in terms of Leafeon, that is a Pokemon speed set that they have played quite often.
I mean, early game, both the Scyther and the Leafeon are kind of at the same point. I don't know. Maybe it's an option for the Unite move. You're hoping to just take down that Mega Mewtwo Y so fast they don't really have any other options to shut you down. Either way, I think this is probably going to come down to comfort picks. I think what's crazy right now, Kello, is that Draken is playing, I guess, Tank Machamp in this game. I suppose that is what we're going to be playing. It obviously does have so much utility in its kit. It's why it's become such a popular pick option. And Draken is going to be playing this all-rounder in a more defensive position. Tempo going to take the Garchomp, and Zainu's just going to return to that Miraidon. I mean, after those damage stats last time, and this time the only healing on the side of Stamina is going to be Minato's Aqua Ring. Yeah, I think Miraidon is going to put up numbers.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how that one ends up faring out, especially considering, well, there is going to be that Psyduck, Vaporeon, and Urshifu up in the front line, but I'm also having a look at Mufasa's build here. I know we have seen a little bit of a Moltres there yesterday, but I'm going to put in a pin in that as we are headed on into Game 3 here. Stamina Esports on the purple side, Peru Unite on the orange. This is match point for Peru Unite. If they are able to go and win this, they can go and book their tickets to the World Championships and the Grand Finals as well.
California 2 times in a row for Peru Unite. I mean, they obviously have it on the brain with a 2-0 advantage. Tempo is going to be changing it up and playing on the bottom side of the map, which means Zainus and Draken are going to be the top side. So they just want to keep that synergy together. You know, Zainus and Draken, so used to playing with one another. Why not put this Machamp Miraidon combination in the same spot? Anemo is going to join the fray on this Leafeon and even take the last hit, holding back Minato from that Vaporeon evolution.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit of that Leafeon there, just being able to have that range of that Razor Leaf and pull it back whenever you need necessary. Otherwise, we do have a 4v4 up in this top path as Psyduck is trying to cut off this Leafeon with a Surf. It looks like they were quite successful at that too.
Yeah, they did a great job, and I'm not able to follow up on any of those options. I think they would have loved to take down that Moltres, so I think it was around a half HP. Yeah, even Kea kind of wise to those tricks, trying to chase down Mufasa on this Firebird. Easy Pokemon to spot, I'll give it that. Kind of a giant beacon in the sky about where that Pokemon is, but wow, Mufasa able to weave in some auto attack damage and actually finally out-secure the Machamp on the other side and get an evolution to Vaporeon.
I'm gonna now unpin the thought that I had earlier on about Mufasa on this Moltres. And considering that yesterday was the first time that we ended up seeing it out on the field, I feel like we were seeing more of an attacker style Moltres. But this time around, they've actually gone in with the Eos Cookie and Focus Fan. So more leading into that all-rounder Moltres rather than the all-out damage. Yeah. So being able to take a bit of damage themselves.
Yeah, that's interesting. The Eos Cookie is a big surprise to me. I know we saw the Focus Band once, I think when Lunaire was playing that Pokemon, just obviously relying a lot on the HP recovery of Moltres so that you have just even more chances to restore your own HP. Tempo gonna bulldoze a Regidrago. You don't see that moves you secure Regidrago very often, but they will get the takedown. And this Zainus Miraidon, again, just proving to be such a problem. Will take down that Moltres, but not before Mufasa got at least one stack in of their Eos Cookie and special attack specs. Double stack.
Yeah, double stacking all around, trying to get the damage and the HP there. Minato also having those special attack specs of their own. Otherwise, those birds are going to get contested, as we do have Draken needing to back on up because they have quite low HP. But the first objectives, well, second objectives, I guess, if we count Regidrago, are now here on the map.
Yeah, and again, it is Peru Unite favoring the bottom side of the map. Even if they totally change where their players go, it will be a focus on the bottom as Anemo takes it down. And are you kidding me? Zainus, without even a empowered charge beam, will out-secure that Regieleki. That electric-type magnetism working out in favor of Zainus as Miraidon secures Regi, and then it's both top and bottom objectives for Peru Unite. This momentum keeps on sweeping. Kello, Peru Unite could be 6.5 minutes away from qualifying for Worlds.
Oh, yeah, we're 6.5 minutes away. They are already 141 on that scoreboard there. As that Reggie Alecki is just going to give an opportunity for Draken to go and get in more attack weight stacks that they need. But for the moment, it's just members getting whatever wild Pokemon is available on their side. And I'm looking at these levels. Level 11 Leafeon at this time. That is really scary.
It's so scary. I mean, and Emma was able to get that 3 KO streak in our picture-in-picture on the bottom side right after that Reggie secure. So I think that is where a lot of that experience is coming from. And now Anysus is going to try to contend, but even this Urshifu, they just cannot deal with this level disadvantage. It's not only an Nemo on this level 12 Leafeon, it's also Tempo on this level 10 Garchomp that's paving the way. Draken also timing up. They don't have to play EXP share on this Pokemon. They can level up with the best of them, and this Machamp is looking great. Crazy Hollowware and Hollowware Spray choice combination, but still, they're looking great.
Yeah, it's pretty much double digits, bar that Hooper across the board for Peru Unite. And there's 4 members still at that single digit number for the levers on stamina. So Peru Unite are really continuing to ride that momentum wave. They've just got to make sure not to get caught on out, because here comes that Mewtwo, but Miraidon's able to back it away because Machamp comes in with some side punches to go and get some wipeouts.
Oh, I've said it before, you're either the hammer or you're the anvil, and Peru Unite have been fulfilling the role of hammer in a tremendous way. Stamina Esports unhappy about it, but they are certainly anviling right now as they're trying to defend this tier 1, and finally a bit of a bounce back. The reverse hammer hitting it on the Mega Mewtwo. Y-Star's getting some damage done, but it's Tempo diving into the backline with a livid outrage. Garchomp eject buttons forward, and everybody's falling. Pins after pins, Stamina getting shut down. Peru Unite with a full team sweep and a Regieleki secure. This team is unstoppable.
Yeah, Peru Unite really hammering down Stamina Esports, especially Garchomp with that Unite move. Not only were they able to go and pick up multiple KOs, lock in that Reggie Alecki, which is now pressuring this tier 2, that also has just provided them the space to go and rotate down for the next objective that spawned on in just then, and now it's gone within a flash.
Yeah, I think Peru Unite is not going to be in the business of giving Stamina Esports an inch. They are shutting down every part of this map. You can see that if they want to take down an objective, they do not need the full roster. They can allow Garchomp, Machamp to kind of solo these things down, allow this Miraidon to defend these other goal zones. Zainu's doing a great job of that so far, as they have held Stamina Esports to 17 points. The 10-4 Stamina Esports squad has been held to 17 points on the Groudon map, Kella.
Oh, wait, Draken is caught all alone here as Stamina Esports are sending 5 members up towards this top pad, attempting to get in some dunks. 12 points is going on now, but otherwise Leafeon comes on in with their Emerald 2-step to wipe out the Psyduck from the sidelines. Urshifu fighting on back. Don't know if they're diving a little bit too deep with their Unite move as they locked onto a Nemo, but they're the ones that end up paying the price and getting wiped out.
Oh my goodness. I mean, all hands on deck just to shut down one player. You see the immediate recall. They're trying to call out this split push by Stamina Esports. KO will not make it in time to stop the Moltres, but will stop the Mega Mewtwo Y. And Peru Unite are going to hold on to this points lead, and not a single goal zone is yet to fall. Stamina Esports with a few Hail Mary plays to get points on the board and maybe steal a level 14 knockout for some comeback experience. Both of those are going to fall relatively short. The only one with middling success will be that points push, as Stamina Esports have finally built themselves up to a nice 69.
Yeah, less than 20 seconds left to go until the final objective spawns on the map. Soon to be in the hands of Peru Unite if they play their cards correctly. Otherwise, this is going to provide them with a potential win condition here to keep Stamina Esports distracted, because we can see on the minimap that Urshifu and Moltres are there on that tier 2 pad, and Peru Unite, well, they're looking to gain this positioning all together.
Yeah, but Champ is just looking for a target to see who they could pull away. Obviously, you're so safe with that Trick Phantom Force combo. It's a short window, but it's one that an unstoppable Machamp can retreat to at any given time. They already know that combo well. They employ it a ton with the Umbreon earlier that we've seen. LB Mufasa getting some stacks in at 2 minutes, because why not? Power up that Moltres a little bit and try to even up this scoreline. As I'm 30 seconds of past the final stretch, Peru Unite still with a stranglehold on this game.
Looks like they're going to be a tag teaming there as Vaporeon is able to go and get in their 20 dunk as well. But Stamina Esports, they're so spread out across the map. Members up in the top path, members down in that bottom path there. Looks like they're collaborating towards that middle as Vaporeon is looking to go and get in another back cap of 30. That is still not going to be enough to take the lead because Peru Unite still have that 100-point advantage. But now that they've noticed that they have the numbers advantage, they're looking at poking out the Urshifu.
Look at how well these damage players trust this Hoopa. I mean, Tempo not dropping the Unite move in that situation, even though they went down to about a third HP. They knew they would be able to get the retreat off that Phantom Force, and Anemo had a nice back of 100 points, but now Tempo grabs 2 with that Dragon combo. Hoops Unbound in a really interesting position. Portal on the opposite side of the map, and it comes down to a Groudon secure. Then, of course, Tempo rises to the occasion. That is all 5 members of Stamina Esports wiped off the map. Groudon secured, and Peru Unite are undefeated for 9 games of Pokemon Unite in a row and are headed to San Francisco.
Be sure to wear some flowers in your hair, Peru Unite, as you are heading to San Francisco, and Stamina Esports are not there to go and stop you. What some incredible plays, some incredible shutdowns from this team that we have seen not only today, but just this whole weekend. We'll see you in the grand finals.
And I cannot wait to see this grand finals game. Unstoppable Force meets immovable object between Peru and Force Gaming. That's going to be crazy, but this one was also electric. And Kello, I feel like we got to call it like we saw it. Stamina Esports just not really in this series at any major moment. Peru Unite crushing all 3 of these games from top to bottom. And this final one, an exclamation point on this series. 8-25, the final scoreline, and what a decisive final team fight.
I feel like, yeah, exclamation point, but also leaving me with a bit of a question mark in terms of the plays that Stamina Esports were going in for that final stretch. Not only did they end up going and sending their Moltres in for some back caps, but sending in that Vaporeon, even though they didn't have their full pockets, to go and separate from the team, knowing that, well, Peru Unite, they had a Hooper available to them.
Yeah, okay, we're watching this Groudon fight again. We're sort of seeing the final secure attempts out of the Groudon. Urshifu getting a lot of damage done, but I mean, by the time the Groudon went down, I think 2 members were already gone for Stamina Esports. Peru Unite just kind of in a game-winning position, no matter what in that scenario. And Anemo, one of the only Leafeon players still out there, I feel like, is crushing it yet again. 9 KOs, 2 feints, 7 assists with an 8 cough on the game. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, that is insane. But also the fact that Zainu's Draken and Tempo didn't get knocked out once throughout that whole match. Draken managed to pick up 10 KOs of themselves, which is absolutely nuts, considering, you know, just how that all ended up playing out. I just feel like this combination with Kia on that trick Hooper really worked out a treat for them.
I really didn't Tempo in the last game on their Player of the Game on Champ get 9 KOs, 0 feints? The Draken really just go, all right, let me try it, and then get 10 KOs and 0 feints? That's crazy.
It was 8 KOs. 8 KOs, 0 feints.
Imagine getting egoed by your tank player. That's nuts. But either way, I think Peru Unite won't have too much infighting, as it will be mostly celebrations and jubilation, as they will be going to the World Championships and, of course, going to the grand finals momentarily. Stamina Esports will be headed home. Of course, their chances at the World Championships are not quite over. They, of course, have the last chance qualifiers in a couple of weeks and potentially even a trip to NAIC on the horizon to play for that final stretch spot. But in the meantime, it is Peru Unite dominating this game.
Oh, wow. That is so incredible to see. Peru Unite being able to have that chance to attend the World Championships and go and defend their title as well, considering, well, they were the champions last year. But also just the fact they are now on a 9-win streak, that is bananas.
I don't know if I've won 9 games of Pokemon Unite in a row ever. Well, but
I mean, maybe up against bots, you know.
I don't know, sometimes those
That
Sometimes
count.
the Tyranitar bot hits hard, okay? Either way, Peru Unite.
Tyranitar mentioned.
Peru Unite in a different tier than I am, I guarantee it. And they know it right now this weekend. I mean, from a 7-7 record, you couldn't get more 50% than this team. Same with their matchup against Stamina Esports to an undefeated playoff berth. Peru is just unstoppable. Force Gaming have their work cut out for them to shut down this team. I mean, I don't even know what you approach in the draft screen with this squad. Maybe that Hoopa you would have to consider taking away for Peru Unite because, well, let's face it, Stamina Esports clearly didn't have the answer in any of our 3 games.
I'm just looking at these stats here. They ended up reaching level 9 at that 3-minute 12 mark, but also the fact that they managed to reach level 13 before the halfway mark at 5 minutes and 16. So could definitely tell this is one of Anemo's power picks and comfort picks because they really just
1675.
That's huge.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
The best I've seen out of like Central Area players is like 1590s. 1675 is absolutely bizarre. Anemo knows how to crush it on this Leafeon.
I was going to say, we did end up having somebody, I believe, in the 1700s earlier on in EU. Chef point. Oh, it was Gatlu. It was the Greeded. That's right. So, but still, 1675 is still very, very impressive.
All right, fine. I'm going to need a 1v1 between Anemo and Gatlu on Greeded and Leafeon, respectively. And they're not allowed to fight. They just have to farm and see who does it the fastest. Does anybody want to watch this? I think people want to watch this.
They're both at Worlds. Could happen. You're not fighting for the title. You're fighting for whoever can get the most experience.
It's me and all 3 people in the world that like the average EXP per minute stat. That's who wants to watch it, and I can't wait to see it.
Who's the other 3? Who's the other 2 people? I don't know who these other 2 people are.
Don't worry.
Are these made up? Okay, sure.
Yeah, they're real. Anyway, here we go. Is our updated playoff bracket. There's one team you're going to see quite a few times on this screen, and that's Peru Unite, dispatching Infamous, DreamMax, Stamina Esports, and now going up against Force Gaming. One of those interesting things, Kella, about this LATAM region is that it is an amalgamation of a lot of regions that did used to be separate and will return to being separate for the LCQ and Worlds qualification. So Infamous Gaming, a LATAM South team, in-region rival, DreamMax, a Brazil team, Stamina Esports, a Latin America North team, and now they'll be returning to the Brazil battlefield for Force Gaming in this championship match.
I think that's just why LATAM was so stacked this season. It's all of the best teams across those 3 regions coming together to form LATAM as a whole. And honestly, it was just so incredible to see these teams battle it on out. But yeah, there's still that last one to go for who can actually take that title of LATAM champions for the regional leagues.
I don't know, we'll see. I just added Peru Unite onto the whiteboard, by the way, as they have qualified for the World Championships. They are crushing it. You know, Kella, one more thing that's going to be kind of interesting about this Force Gaming and Peru Unite matchup is the coaching change. A reminder, Replicate coached this team at the World Championships to a World Championship title last year, and now Replicate has been on Force Gaming this season. So we will have Replicate kind of having to coach their new team against the old team.
Wow, that is interesting to have, that coach come up against you on the opposite side, I guess, knowing the ins and outs and everything like that. But otherwise, we're going to end up actually having a replay here from the best of the 3 games that we got to see during this set. This is during that second game. Yeah, and just being able to completely wipe out Stamina Esports, not only during that one, but also in that final game as well.
Yeah, they looked so good. I mean, just lights out all 3 games. I do think Stamina Esports had a couple of big moments. I mean, listen, Anysus is always getting up to some major levels. That Mega Charizard Y still eliciting a ban from Peru Unite after seeing it in game number 1. So Mufasa showing some good looks, but in the end, it's just Peru Unite that feels like they are shutting down these enemy teams at every single angle. If it's not Tempo picking you up and throwing you down on Machamp, or even Draken getting it done, it's a Nemo finding all your players in the back line, or it's Chaos just stealing away KOs that felt like they should have been easy for your team to grab, and they're just portaling them back to safety. I mean, Peru Unite's doing it all right now. They're playing at just another octane that we haven't even seen yet. Also,
oh, it's, you know, team-wide effort. And it doesn't matter who ends up landing the KOs as long as somebody ends up locking it out. But yeah, there we go. Peru Unite has landed themselves on the famous Zoinks whiteboard alongside BH3, Kamai, Root Dig, Force Gaming, and Peps as well.
I can't wait to hear from this player because we actually have a Nemo joining us after qualifying for the World Championships. So, Nemo, congratulations. You're going to Worlds. You're going to California again. How good does it feel for the team right now?
We feel very excited, to be honest. We didn't expect that we are going to have this result. I mean, we want to win, right? But we respect a lot of stamina. We are very happy that we were able to make it.
Oh, congratulations, Nemo, on that win as well. I guess going on into that third game, going into that draft, what was going through the team's mind in terms of your picks? I know you're locked in your Hooper, you're locked in your Machamp, but why did you end up deciding to go with Leafeon as your final pick there?
To be honest, Leafeon is one of the picks I feel like Scyther. For me, it doesn't have a counter pick, and I feel like really confident when I'm playing that mom. Maybe I can do so many mistakes sometimes, but it's on me. It's all on me. It's like if I lose with this mom, I say it's on me. It's not because the team enemy composition.
Ah, okay. I like that. You're kind of taking responsibility for your pick, and hey, a big claim to have no counter pick. Either way, it looked really good out there. One more pick question. We saw Draken play the Machamp, and they actually got more KOs than Tempo did. So who's the best Machamp player on your team? Is it Draken or is it Tempo?
To be honest, they have two different ways to play the Machamp. Tanky, I mean, Draken, he just told us to play the Machamp like last week. And he just said, yo, I want to play this one because I was practicing a lot with ranks and we give him a try. And yeah, this was the result. Yeah.
Yeah, it worked good.
Well, yeah, no, it did work out good. And I guess that is really just one of those key components to your team, being able to have that flexibility between those picks and those players, depending on what the opponents select. But I guess now that you have qualified for Worlds, are there any teams in particular that we know of have also qualified that you're really hoping to go up against once again?
Well, if there's a team, I'm not sure, but I would like to face maybe Fennel. They are very strong, I think. So I want to face them and see how we can do it against them.
Oh, I cannot wait to see you versus Fennel potentially. But the next one that is going to be coming up for you is going to be Force Gaming. You got one more match in these playoffs. And so far, Ademo, you have not dropped a single map. You are 9-0 so far. This is absurd. We've never seen anything like it. But how much have you prepared for Force Gaming, especially knowing that Replicate's coaching them now?
Well, if I have to be totally honest, we didn't expect that we were going to be this here, so our preparation is just like we are just going to repeat what we did against all the teams that we just faced. As you say, well, Replicate, he knows a lot of us, so it's going to be very complicated for us to do something new that they don't expect.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we look forward to it. And then we don't want to hold you any longer. You got another match that you were going to prepare for. So thank you so much. Congratulations on qualifying for Worlds and good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kello, another team qualified for Worlds, Force Gaming and Peru Unite. I think if we saw all the teams qualified for the Regional League before the season started, we might have predicted these two teams to be the ones making it out to Worlds, but I don't know in the midst of the season if anybody would have been confident enough to make that prediction.
I mean, there were a lot of chaos triggers in Latam, so honestly, it was really hard to put a finger on who was actually going to end up landing themselves in that grand final spot. But there we go. Up next, Peru Unite up against Force Gaming. That is all for, what was it, the Ken Caboodle? just
Attempting to
I don't know what
understand
that
their
is,
minds
but
is a
yeah,
fool's
it's a title. The title, okay, yes, it is for the title of Latam there, but we're actually going to throw it to an interview that Chef ended up doing with Lel from Force Gaming to see how they're prepared and confident going into this next match.
Take it away, Chef.
We'll be back right after the break.
We're here with Lel from Force Gaming, currently qualified for Worlds and sitting in that #1 spot. Of course, we're so happy to see you all there. So I've got a couple questions for you. Now, you're, of course, sitting in the grand finals here at the regionals, and you have an opportunity to play against either Stamina Esports or up against Peru, the reigning world champions. Does the team have an opinion on who they would rather go up against in the grand finals, or is it really just either one is fine?
We are happy for being qualified towards yet, but we are aiming for this tournament, of course. But I think between the both teams, I rather fight Peru Unite. It's better for us to play them because of the server. So we rather play Peru Unite, so it's more comfortable to us because of this thing.
That makes perfect sense. Do you practice, or does the team practice with any of the other teams that are in the league right now? So, for example, like, do you practice a lot with Stamina? Do you practice a lot with Peru or any of the other teams? Since you did say they're closer in your server.
Yeah, we practice a lot with the league teams. I think we practice a little bit with Peru United and Stamina, but we did have practice against them, and we practice against N18 leagues too. Just because like we have to be prepared to face Stamina if we're gonna play on the server. So we practice a lot. DreamX, I think it's our most common screen partners. So yeah, we play against many league teams, not just from here, but from NA too.
That's great to know. Are there any teams that you can tell us from NA that you scrim a lot? Because I would love to know that.
Yeah, we have already scrimmed against Dignitas. We have already scrimmed a lot against Extinction. I think this is the two teams that we scrim against. The other ones we haven't scrimmed against yet.
Great teams to scrim against because they're both currently in the top 3 of their region. So my final question for you, of course, how do you respond to my personal claims that you are the coolest player in the entire Championship Series League?
I appreciate a lot, my friend. I try my best.
You're doing a great job. Do you think there's anybody that rivals your coolness? Any players you can think of?
There are a lot. I will give some coolness here to improve the interview.
All right.
So I think there are like some Japanese player that also dye their hairs, and there are many cool players in all around the world.
That's true. Japan, they've got a lot of style going on over there. I know we all just had a chance to go over at ACL. But right now, I still think you're top of the world. So we'll see if anybody can overcome that. But right, first, they have to overcome your team as the top of course, LATAM right now. So good luck in your match coming up pretty soon. And we're all excited to see you, of course, not only there, but at Worlds.
Thank you, my friend.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. It is time to crown a champion for the Latam region, and what a match we have in front of us. Peru looking absolutely fierce on their way to these grand finals, Dube Snacks.
Yeah, they look pretty darn tough to beat as we're taking a look at them now. Zainus, Draken, Tempo, Kea, and Anemo, all names you know if you've paid attention to this circuit at all. Peru Unite really fighting for their lives to be the opportunity to be back-to-back world champs here, because they need to win themselves a little bit more to really position themselves as the best team in Latam.
Well, they can breathe a sigh of relief that they have their spot to Worlds. At least they've got that. It's secured, locked up with an incredible 3-0 victory. But in front of them, a team that they have lost 0-2 during this season, the almost undefeated Force Gaming, which has been at the top of the LATAM region, arguably the most competitive region in the world.
And we're looking at Force Gaming right now. A force to be reckoned with, as Kello said earlier today. Lyle, Salto, Kyluk, Falb, and Angel coming through and really looking to put on a performance here and maintain that first place position. Just like BH3, they've had a great regional league, but are they going to drop the ball here in their last set of that league?
Yeah, that is the question, right? And interestingly enough, a lot like BH3, they've had better results in their online league and qualifiers than they have in their in-person events. However, a lot of these players having an incredible LAIC last year, which would actually be like last year, right? Not the most recent LAIC, but the one before, where they came in second place. However, in region, in this league, almost untouchable.
Yeah, almost untouchable. You mentioned Peru Unite, falling to Force Gaming 2 times in the regional league. And I want to point out that there's a lot of teams that have been beating Peru Unite so far this year. So they really want to reestablish themselves as a force, because I think we are all a bit surprised at kind of the falling off they've had until this kind of late stage banger run that they've cobbled together in these last 2 days.
Well, when it's important, they have absolutely flipped the script, turned it on, done all of the things that mean gotten good at this game all of a sudden. And it's what you would expect. They are the world champions. But yeah, they've had a tough run this season. They've run into a lot of obstacles. They went 7-7 in the league. Not very impressive from your world champions. They honestly have not done very well at the live events. If you're going to start doing well, though, this is the time to do it. The championship of the region is on the line.
Yeah, and unlike Volticons, for example, they were able to recapture that momentum that they had yesterday. They are 3-0 in matches. They are 9-0 in games across these 3 best of 5s that they've encountered so far. And an exclamation point statement is going 4-0, 12-0, and really cementing yourself as, look, we are the world champions. We might have struggled during the league, but we're putting everybody on notice now.
Yeah, and it looks like they are the team that could get something like that done. Honestly, their games against Stamina did not feel particularly close. It felt like Peru was absolutely on fire, playing even better than they were yesterday. But they are about to run into the best of their region in Force Gaming. I think before Peru going on this kind of run, almost everyone would have said Force is going to take this thing. But right now, I think this is going to be an extremely good matchup. Very close between these 2 squads, and I don't know if you could pick a favorite. I did predict earlier that it was going to be Peru. I just think sometimes the world champ difference has it, and their run has been insane.
Yeah, I agree with that Wolf Glick mentality here. I also think the world champ difference makes the difference, especially when you have a team fighting from that 4th seed, 5th seed match position all the way up to where we are now. However, let's take a look at top Pokemon by encounter rate throughout these playoffs, and a couple usual suspects up there.
Yeah, no question, a few Pokemon we would expect, maybe a few you wouldn't. When we're taking a look at encounter rate, this not only means that they made their way into the match, but this also means they were banned out and didn't make their way in the match. So in one way or another, they were part of the game, either a ban or got played. Snorlax actually not only at the top of our encounter rate, but also making it through to a ton of games. Psyduck, Blissey, Machamp, a very contested Pokemon, often banned. Same thing with Sirfetch'd. And now Moltres in this tournament, the first tournament it is available, already cracking our top 6.
Yeah, I like where Moltres released. I know we talked about a little bit the impact it's been able to have in its first tournament, right? The other thing I was going to mention, it's not like when Mega Charizard Y came out and it had that insane encounter rate, like must ban, must pick type energy. So it's fun to see that out of a new Pokemon that's been added to the mix. But a lot of, again, of usual suspects here. We've been seeing a lot of Umbreon, Hoopa, Mew, Blastoise bans and picks because really they're just kind of top of class for that support defender role.
Well, here we go, Doob Snacks, into our grand finals for Latam. Force Gaming versus Peru. The defending world champions against the best in Latam with almost a perfect record. Take a look at our bans here. Palmot getting that ban that is a targeted ban for sure towards Peru. In fact, all 3 of these Pokemon are targeted bans.
Yeah, especially if you've been paying attention to Zine News at all, you know that Miraidon is a problem. Chef said it while we were just chatting, while we were watching this set. He said some reason Zine News' Miraidon is just head and shoulders above everybody else's, and everybody else's looks pretty darn good. So that speaks to the talent that that kid has.
All right, we're seeing our first couple of picks here over to Peru after Force Gaming and Falb was able to lock down the Moltres. We've got a Hoopa, we've got an Umbreon, so prioritizing the defender and supporter on the side of Peru, where Force Gaming using their powerful first pick to steal away Moltres. Next couple of options here for Force. They, of course, can start to pick up their support defender, but no, they're also going to grab Machamp, so multiple power picks to Force.
Yeah, and really Lel on that Eldegoss is something special, and really a Pokemon that I really make really hand in hand with that player, Eldegoss and Lel. Good response here by Peru. We're going Garchomp and the Mew. Zainu's getting a premium Pokemon that's been banned a lot as well.
Yeah, I like Mew here. I think Mew is incredibly powerful. If you're not able to get your Miraidon, if you have a good Mew, Mew is always fantastic. Final couple of picks here to Force Gaming. They're looking for their defender. They could be looking for some range damage, and they do. They grab the Inteleon. They grab a Slowbro. That Slow Beam is a very difficult thing for a team to deal with. It means if we do have a Pokemon that wants to dive in and fight, we have an immediate counter to it. Garchomp's going to be in some trouble. We'll see what the final pick for Peru is going to be here, and if they actually want to deal with that Slowbro, because anything at close range is going to have to, and we do have Sirfetch'd. Final pick, a Gutter Sirfetch'd.
Yeah, again, another Pokemon that has an insane encounter rate here of 79%. And Sautao at least identifying with that Slowbro. Listen, I'm going to try and make us as Anemo-proof as possible with that Slow Beam. Anemo with perfect information, grabbing the Sirfetch'd, a powerful Pokemon in its own right.
Yeah, we've got some options to keep Anemo healthy on the other side. You see Draken there with the Buddy Barrier on Umbreon. So without question, if we get a Slow Beam, the plan would be to Umbreon Unite right back the other way, give a barrier to Anemo, and then hopefully also be able to do some insane damage to the other side by stealing away some of their shields. We'll see if they can make that happen here. I gotta say, just sitting back watching the Peru games while we were on break there for a bit, they looked untouchable. So I gotta see how Force Gaming handles this. Those were really, really one-sided games.
They were. Force Gaming, though, has really equipped themselves with the tools that they need, I believe, to combat what Peru has drafted. You know, I think they are I kind of like where they're at slightly more than Peru, just in terms of like character matchups. But execution is really the whole name of the game now.
Yeah, no question. I'm with you. I think Force has a really strong draft here, but we're going to have to see how they play it as we are heading into our first game of our grand finals in Latin America. Force Gaming, your purple team, Peru Unite, the defending world champions, your orange team. And we have Moltres in the center as well as Surfetch. These are two Pokemon that you can often see in the top path. Right now, they're hanging out in the center, and right now we're taking a quick pause here. Doob Snacks, when you're taking a look at this, I did not expect both of these Pokemon to be in the position they're in. I thought for sure we were going to see at least one of them in path, but they're prioritizing getting a lot of XP to these two all-rounders.
Yeah, of course. When you're committing your first pick on one side and putting it onto your hyper carry Nemo on the other, you really have to understand what you're getting into. So while it's not where we would traditionally see these Pokemon go, I think there's one thing that Latam is incredibly strong at, and it's bouncing away from convention when it doesn't make sense with how they're prioritizing things. And this is a perfect indication that both of these teams understand their players, understand their picks, and are making the adjustments necessary to make them work.
You know, I have to say, looking at the region as a whole, there's so many LATAM teams that I would love to see at Worlds. I think it's so fair that Force, of course, is in the position they are in with the season that they have had. And selfishly, I am very happy to see Peru get their spot here. I know we're now playing for the championship. We're playing for that extra $10,000 as well. But man, am I excited to see the world champs back at Worlds, because the defending champions at Worlds is going to be a very exciting show.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough look, if Peru isn't there to defend their title, right? Regardless of how things shake out, I'm with you. I'm happy they're here. I would have loved to see Stamina. I mean, there's like in there as well. We have great teams in LATAM, and really, I wish we had more invites to give them. We're taking another look here at that second page of the top Pokemon buy encounter rate, where we've seen things like Mew catch a lot of bans, but finally, Peru is bringing it into a game.
Yeah, it looks like they had some targeted bans sent their way, right? So they were able to get something like Mew into this match, which is incredibly powerful. You know, speaking of, you know, LATAM having more spots, I know Kello is in charge of OC. Is it possible for Kello to just give the OC spot to LATAM? Is that doable, do you think?
You know, no, it's not. I just decided it's not possible. By hook or by crook, we are required to have one representation from that region, theoretically, or at least the opportunity to have one. Now, I think what we could make an argument for is, can we have these LATAM teams VPN into OC and then compete for that spot?
Well, it's something I would love to see, more LATAM representation, but these are two teams heading to Worlds. But right now, we're trying to find out which one of them is the champion of Latin America, as we're back in our game.
Back in our game, indeed. We're taking a look, really two quick lanes here. Moltres getting in the mix. Falb ready to put some pressure on. Seeing Anemo step up, and Anemo does not shy away from confrontation, kind of scrambling right into the tall grass.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting ready for a fight here. In 10 seconds, we have the birds in the top path. We have Mew and Umbreon walking to the top path as well. Actually, multiple members of Force are now stuck in the bottom path fighting. We're going to see how this breaks out. Mew comes up to the top path here. They are pushing towards the side of Force.
Tons of damage going in. The K opener does go to Anemo on this Surf Fetch. They engage very quickly, get a KO Shrika 2. Unfortunately for them, they do go down and get the evolution of the Machoke. But overall, I think Peru's pretty okay with that exchange.
Yeah, I think both teams aren't super upset with it, but it did go slightly better for the side of Peru, getting the KO on the central area Pokemon earlier. However, now you have Machamp with some buffs up here in the top path, and they are pretty dang healthy and over-leveled.
Yes, and that's something that can really spell disaster for Peru Unite, assuming Anemo still runs straight into contact like they tend to do. Right after them, though, Dragon Rush goes through, tries to poach the Eldegoss. Lel is going to make it out, though, in short order.
And here we go. Surfetch making their way to the middle right now. We have Reggie Drago. They're looking for a possible fight here. Dupe's like, oh, no, we don't have Reggie Drago. I forgot. We're on Rayquaza to start.
Yeah, it's the Rayquaza map to kick this thing off here. Valve having a pretty good line of sight on Anemo, able to keep them from running into the middle here. Got that E-ball going in. Good damage on the Surfetch. Half HP actually has to disengage. A lot of like calculated disengagements that we've seen so far between all the games you and I have cast.
Yeah, a lot of these teams not wanting to commit fully to some of these fights, but we know Latam is known for scrapping in a lot of these moments here. Anemo looking to move forward here. We have the mean look stopping Fall.
Looking into the mix here, right back to Pad as Anemo. Good solar beam out of the Mew, but it's Fall with tons of pressure on Pad. Gonna get 2, looking for 3. No, Mew's gonna get away, but the damage is done, and Force Gaming is attacking the goal zone.
Wow, what a fight there from Force. And this is the, that power that we've seen from Moltres. You can just see how unbelievably strong it is, all the while recovering its own HP while it was continuing to push forward. You can see why it was a first pick for Force Gaming. Bottom objective to Force, top objective, the Regieleki heads on over to Peru.
Yeah, okay, they're looking to push again. That goal zone's at 4. We're backing up. Zynus and Draken sitting there. Let's see if we go for a cheeky break, or are we going to try and make the biggest over they can? No, just a +6 here. They wanted that goal zone gone, and they want to start limiting the Hoopa.
Yeah, at this point, they've decided they don't want to fight in between these two pads anymore. We have the Gabite that we are moving towards right here. Inteleon catching it quickly there with the liquidation, but it is able to peel away. Have 2 goal zones up in the top path. Will we have a fight? Machamp not yet level 9, but it could get there very quickly, and it does.
Anemo eviscerated after the submission here. Tons of good pressure on the Hoopa. Draken trying to hang in the pocket here. Tempo tries to get back to Pad, but it's not good enough. Machamp uses Air Unite, doesn't hit much, but is willing to chase, snatches the Mew, and now they have to go into the mist. Liquidation damage on Hoopa is true. Still pushing forward, though, is the rest of Force Gaming. Submission can't quite lock it down. Boosted auto all the way to Kyluk is going to be enough to send them packing.
Nice start of the match here for Force Gaming. It feels like they are playing very well into what Peru is throwing at them. The game is incredibly close score-wise, but all of the fights have been very strong for Force.
I agree. Peru Unite at least doing a good job trying to maintain this this score here, despite being a little bit behind on experience and getting the rough end of those battles. So we'll see what they can do here at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, they've taken none of the goal zones yet, so it's possible they're going to look for it right here. Nice Dragon Claw combo going for Lel. Lel has to take to the sky with the Cotton Cloud Crash.
Yeah, not for anything but to just keep themselves alive. But Moltres again dispatching another target, sending Hoopa packing. We now have a Garchomp Unite move within the mean look, and it's 2 players down now. Draken and Tempo are really finding purchase, and immediately Tempo is scampering away. Here comes Falb, though. Tons of pressure, tons of damage. Draken is down. Good re-engage on Zynus, who takes a ton of damage. Surf back. Little bit of shield. Can they get out? No, they can't. KO streak of 2.
Well, I think Falb has gotten themselves a target ban moving forward here. This Moltres has been absolutely incredible. They have so many huge moments with it already, and it feels like it is dominating this game, number 1. Force Gaming now at least getting pushed away by Peru. We have Machamp coming in with a big Unite move, eject button, and they're looking to continue fighting, but they didn't get enough members of the team. They're looking for another KO if they can steal it here. No, they cannot.
Moonlight Prance out of Draken is going to secure the Regieleki as we go to a quick admin pause here. Really good exchanges. Honestly, I think Force is getting the better of that early part of the game, especially through Falb and that Moltres. But they're kind of overextending their welcome in these fights, Spragos. They keep rolling back into them a little disjointed, and it's given the opportunity for Peru to get a couple knockouts, a couple knockouts, a couple knockouts, and now they're starting to climb back into the experience game as well.
Yeah, there's no question that they're throwing a lot at Peru, and they're clearly landing a lot of hits, but it does feel like Peru is not getting knocked down just yet. They're staying in the pocket. They're continuing to fight back against Force Gaming. The big problem is that Moltres. That thing has been incredible so far, picking up massive KOs, staying in the fights for extended periods of time. It feels like it's kind of competing with Sirfetch'd for, that role almost. Like they're both two Pokemon that love to stay in the fight, use their abilities for Sirfetch'd to regenerate crazy shields and tank damage, for Moltres to reset its moves and give itself some HP recovery. And it does feel like it is winning in that respect. So we're going to have to see how the rest of this match goes, but I don't think we're going to see Moltres again in this series. I would be really shocked.
Can't imagine so, Cowboy, because it looks very, very good. One thing I'm incredibly surprised by is that Nemo got their pick of the litter. They had perfect information. They went with this Sirfetch'd, and right now it hasn't had much of an impact comparatively to the third game, right, between Peru and Stamina, where Nemo was Leafeon at level 12 at 6 minutes or something. Like, it was insane. They had completely dominated that game, and that's really more of what I would expect out of the player like that.
We're taking a look at a big moment here in this match. There was a slow beam onto the side of Peru. The Garchomp Unite move, seeing what they could get done. Machamp goes down, and it's not able to use a Unite move. Didn't have one available yet. The Mean Look catching the Eldegoss right here. But here comes Falb once again. I mean, just chasing on this Moltres as we are heading back into our match. Our players ready to go. 4 minutes on the clock, and less than 10 points separate these squads.
Regieleki is marching towards Force Gaming, but Peru Unite is using that to pivot around the map. I like how tempo's up top on that Garchomp, getting vision, taking inventory of what's going on. Surf into the Mean Look. Now we're trying to score while we've got some spacing. Can they do it? 40 in, 50 in. Okay, great over. I think that was a 45 over right there, and they're going to use that. We have the Inteleon popping their Unite move, looking to put in some damage. Draken seems to be the target, and Moltres, Falb with another knockout.
Yeah, Falb just, flying in and making the entirety of Peru Unite scatter. Here comes Garchomp to try to pick something back up. They're going to be in some trouble right here into the side of Force. Big time Dragon Claw combo poaches the Moltres, but Moltres kind of wants to be back there anyways.
Yeah, I mean, great top off, good support. I can see what Peru was going for after that Dragon Rush eject button into Unite move to get the Inteleon down. However, their prime target was that Moltres, and not getting it down after expending some resources doesn't feel good.
Man, if I am Peru, I am not loving this Moltres, and I'm not loving that they just got a Regice buff. So it already stays in these fights for too long, and now you're giving it even more HP recovery. I feel like this is absolute priority number one. Burst this target down, get rid of it. I hope for their sake that it's something they can do. I also hope for their sake that they decide to take it away from them or ban it in this next game, because it has been the dominant factor.
Yeah, I think if you are in that second slot, that orange side, I'm banning it to make sure it can't get picked. And then, of course, if you're on the purple side and you want to do that dance, well, then you let it slide and maybe you can first pick it on the way back. However, to your point, something needs to happen with this Moltres, because it is a problem, regardless of the result of this game.
Yeah, and here we go. Back into our match here. 2 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Peru is finally up on the scoreboard, but the biggest thing on the map, a level 14 Moltres, has 2 levels up. No, finally 1 level up on Peru, as Sirfetch'd does hit level 13.
Yeah, desperately needed as well. 20 seconds until Rayquaza. Again, Rayquaza is the map we are on for the first game of this best of 5. You already have Force Gaming going for position, Peru Unite as well.
Yeah, Peru Unite actually hiding pretty well here on their side of the map. They're in the tall grass. We have Moltres waiting for this fight also. They're going to go ahead and throw some fire, see if they can find anyone. And we actually have Soto moving forward with the Slowbro, being very aggressive.
Yeah, they're trying to find a target here. Lel finally gets their Unite move as Peru is looking for a way in. Big flank here by Anemo. We're working in the middle. We're onto the backside. Tons of damage. Submission chop. Hoopa's gone without using their Unite move. How is Force Gaming going to react now? They're starting to chip away at Rayquaza. Solar Beam is early. It's in there, but it's dealing damage. Bang! Whoa. Big Unite move out of Machamp. Another target gone. Moving into Surfetch. Oh, the big leak lunge into the middle. They want to get a target. Moonlight Prance, but they're taking too much damage. And this thing is completely in the hands of Force Gaming. They have dusted that Rayquaza. Holy brother.
What a fight. I mean, absolutely surgical precision, moving in one after another, just picking off members of Peru. That was incredible. They absolutely crushed them.
Yeah, I mean, we had two characters without their Unite moves, right? I mean, Hoopa went down without using their Unite move. One of the strongest ones you could have right there. At least preventing a reset's good. Garchomp moves forward. They get the trap. Okay, they're starting to eviscerate them, but we do have a big flank counter score. So I still think Force is in control.
Yeah, I mean, Force is in control. There's just too many points on the board at this point. Even with 35 seconds left, they just can't even get enough points. You know, they're going to run towards the goal zone. All Force needs to do is kind of hang out near their center. They can land on them. They can fight them here. Either way, they have taken control of game number one. And that's got to be the last time we see Moltres. It has to be. It was just way too dominant.
Yeah, way too dominant. A huge misstep by Peru there. I mean, having Kea getting snatched up by the submission Machamp and getting knocked out without even using their Unite move. I mean, Kailu nailing down the targets they need for sure.
Wow, incredible start for Force Gaming. Peru was on a 9-win streak coming into this match. They hadn't lost a single game in our playoffs, and now here they are taking a beating in game number one. Wow, I mean, Force Gaming, jeez.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to cast the fight there, but it wasn't really a fight. It was just kind of an absolute beatdown. Peru Unite wasn't really doing much. As we're looking at the highlights here, we've mentioned quite a bit this Moltres, but what about this Gutter Surfetch?
Yeah, you know, Surfetch, I've noticed it either has like some of the best games possible, or it just really doesn't do it. And I think a lot of it comes down to whether or not you get a good detect shield. Sometimes, you know, the timing of it's just super awkward and you don't get the shield that you're looking for. Like, this was a great Unite, right? But there's just not enough that they get right here. Beautiful slow beam counter, like great Unite, but who cares? Yeesh. 14 knockouts from Falb. Wow.
That is a gargantuan cough for this player and this Pokemon. Almost 100,000 damage dealt, 50,000 damage taken, and unsurprising that it's on our screen right now. Falb was a menace.
Yeah, so incredibly good. It cannot make it into game number two. There's no way, unless Peru wants to take it, of course, but I just see no way you do not ban this thing against Force Gaming. Absolutely insane. What a show from Force, shutting down Peru hard in game number one. And you know, some of these matches, even if a team wins by hundreds and hundreds of points, they were really, really close, right? This one, it didn't feel as close.
No, it really didn't. And it looks like we're getting information here that Peru has selected the orange side again. So wants those back-to-back picks and the Gutter pick as well. And I hope that they change their draft strategy a little bit and they don't just run this same thing back.
No, yeah, I don't think it's possible that they at least don't pick up one of the two Pokemon, either Moltres or Machamp, right? I think both of them are huge factors. The Machamp sets up massive plays, and Moltres just dominated the game. It was really hard to take down. It did absurd damage. You know, it did damage equal to 2 carries put together on the other side. So yes, you're gonna need to do something about this.
Okay, I'm taking a look. You know, Zainu's grabbing this Mew. We've also seen them have crazy games on Inteleon. Of course, the Miraidon was banned. Is this an option to shake up, or was Mew just kind of doing what Mew does and it's okay?
I feel like Mew is very solid. However, I agree with you, especially if you feel like the other side wants the Inteleon and you know you have a good Inteleon. That can be a powerful pick, right? When you're in these draft moments, I do think if you are able to ban something specific from your opponent, that's great. If you're also able to use a pick to essentially ban something from them, sometimes that's even better. You know, if you know they love Inteleon, but you have a great one too, it kind of feels like a double whammy in that moment in the draft screen.
I have a tendency to agree. They have to find a way to get Force uncomfortable here because they were clearly in their kitchen. I mean, they were prioritizing Lel on Eldegoss in the middle of that draft, and they still ended up with some awesome picks after that. So Peru Unite, again, if they're going to be in this second draft spot, which it seems like they will be, we need to see a new strategy out of them.
And they've been playing so well, you of course could see it. You know they have so many different looks. This is definitely not over for Peru Unite, but after winning their world spot, I don't know. Maybe they're kind of coasting a little bit through these grand finals. I wouldn't expect it, however.
I wouldn't expect it out of Peru, given the fact that how we've seen them play against like children in the pickup games of Unite at live events. They are always looking to win, no matter who their opponent is. It's like all gas, no brakes. So I would expect Peru to bounce back well here and hopefully give us a bit of a different look with a little bit stronger of an attitude going into game 2.
Yeah, and you can take a look at that stat distribution here. The knockouts, the scoring, the damage taken and given was incredible. And it looks like we fixed our crowd control stat. So that looks pretty good.
Yeah, that was great. We were calling into question what exactly we were looking at based on some of the other ones we had seen. It looks like this one, for the sake of argument, is correct. And I'm a big fan as we are going into game number 2. No, we're not. I lied.
Or are we? Or are we? The production likes to do this to us a little bit, you know? As soon as we start saying we're going to take money away from them and they're like, why I have to feed my family? As soon as that starts happening, all of a sudden we get and here we are right back at it. Of course.
Right back in it here. It looks like our draft is in Palma, Buzzwole, Miraidon, Snorlax, Mega Charizard Y, and wouldn't you know, Moltres.
Yeah, not shocked at all. And here we go. First pick over to Force is going to be the Umbreon. So let's see what they want to grab here. Machamp is available right now.
They have a lot of good options here. Machamp is definitely one that I'm thinking of, especially because of how Kyluke was able to play it in that last game and really help spell disaster for these team fights. So Psyduck isn't bad. Neither is Slowbro. Look at this. Completely bucking the trends here. And they're like, you know what? Have Machamp. It's fine. We're grabbing this other stuff instead.
Yeah, maybe they think without, the Moltres there, the Machamp would not have been as impactful anyway. We're going to see the next couple of picks over here to Force. It does feel like they should snatch up this Machamp at this point, given how well they did in game 1. I wouldn't change my composition too much, but it's changed completely.
Absolutely. Going straight into the Crustler and, of course, Mega Gyarados, which is going to give Tempo the opportunity to lock down this Machamp if they want it. Maybe Zacian, which was banned last time, and this Inteleon. Zainus, are you going to make my dreams come true? Play maybe a little snipe shot of Inteleon for us. Fingers crossed, brother.
Yeah, this could be really fun. Ooh. Couple of final picks here for Force. This is a really interesting comp from them. Not at all what I expected. We have Darkrai and possibly Zapdos. Wow.
Hey, okay. Very interesting look here. The good thing is Zainus will be able to battle at a very, very deep range. And right now, Anemo has a good opportunity to pick a Pokemon that can get in, get out, and shell some massive damage.
Yeah, Nemo right now, it is possible that we see, a Scyther or something like this able to jump in. It's tough. Like, Darkrai, it's hard to KO that thing. And then you've got Umbreon and Crustle trying to stop you when you jump in. You're looking, obviously, to pick up, some KOs on Sesame Street's boss over here. If they can get Big Bird down, that would be massive. But at the same time, I don't know if I want to dive in against that comp.
It's going to be tough, right? The good news is, for the first parts of the game, it doesn't really materialize into 5v5 fights. So there may be some good spots where Anemo can pick with this Scyther, get in, get a knockout, get out, and essentially become so big in the late stages of the game that it doesn't really matter what you've got going on, right? At some point, there's just a tipping point and you're just too big to be able to contend with.
Yeah, except for Zapdos. I mean, so many players on the other side do make it quite hard for you if you are trying to dive in, right? The Umbreon Crustle, obviously. Gyarados can just hide underwater. Darkrai can do a very similar maneuver. So we're going to have to see what it looks like as we head into our next game here between these two squads. A really different composition from Force. And I mean, if they win with this is kind of flexing, saying like, look, we have a lot of different looks right now. This is why we're the best in Latam.
Yeah, this look was completely different. Say the thing.
Force game in your purple team. Peru Unite your orange team. Force up 1 game in a dominant game 1 win here in our grand finals for Latin America.
One thing that is exciting though is Anemo on this Scyther. It is very fun to watch. It's incredibly strong. And look at Lel just trying to put the screws to that poor Scyther, and it's gonna leave with a red buff.
It does take the buff. We now have an Anemo trying to steal it back here, and it looks like they will be able to take it. We have the Psyduck slowing them down. We have Scyther moving in. So they were able to get their buff back, but a very annoying situation for sure.
Without a doubt, the K opener to Peru, and is that something they can use to build off of? Anemo looking for that opportunity now as they are sitting pretty here at level 5, ready to go.
Yeah, they're trying to give as much experience as they possibly can to Tempo right now to hit level 5 on Zacian, and they do. As we start to head down the map here, we can see 3 members of Force Gaming in the bottom path right now looking for a fight.
I cannot believe that here as they are just kind of turtling up a little bit. Now, we've got Kea dropping in up top as the Psyduck. They're trying to get vision on this Darkrai, and it looks like that's where Anemo wants to go as this 2v2 continues in the bottom path. They are doing a pretty good job shutting down this Sobble early, so Force Gaming is doing well, at least on that front.
Yeah, and we can see the Darkrai not yet level 7, so they're trying to punish it before it can kind of get away from the Scyther here. In the center of the map, we do have Regidrago now. We're no longer on Rayquaza. This is Kyogre, so we will have a Drago that they're going to fight over here in about 10 seconds.
Nice little surf there. Decent flank by Kea. Put the Bubble Beam down on Angel, who's sitting on half HP. Surf gonna chip him up a couple bit more. Everybody pivoting to the middle. Here comes Darkrai. Fob looking for an opportunity. You just saw Psyduck leave with their headache. They're caught in a mean look. Dual wing beat on Lel. That's good for a knockout. Darkrai misses Zainuz and Anemo, who's going to go for a flank here. Regidrago is low. Zapdos is down. And now they're looking at this Regidrago serve through, but it's taken by the Crustle on that big-time X-Scissor. Does pin down the Slowbro. Anemo's looking to be trapped. Another big X-Scissor out of this Crustler, and Salto is making Crustle like the Pokemon to beat right now.
Wow, and look at that, just an immediate burst damage right there. They also get another 30 points here for the Darkrai. That was an odd fight because it actually looked like it was going pretty well for Peru, but they were not able to get the objective, and then Crustle picking up these massive plays with X-Scissor set Force up for a big win.
Yeah, I mean, again, you mentioned it. Those X-Scissors really were the difference maker in that. And Anemo just kind of overextending, getting caught, and then the X-Scissor into the wall, good enough to deal with them. Of course, we're moving through. Zainuz is Drizzile, and is trying to evolve, and that's going to be an issue. You'd expect them to be online already.
And here we go, Regirock just being ripped apart by Force here. Multiple members of Peru are here in the top path, though. We do have a Unite move on this Scyther. Are they going to use it? Another X-Scissor that is just massive.
And next key knockout on Anemo is the fall with that Darkrai. Now they're looking to push. Zapdos is getting a knockout. Now they're sitting on this gold zone, and this becomes pretty darn easy to attack. Zainuz, Be Still My Heart, didn't go with Snipe Shot, electing the liquidation, and it's Fall that's going to deal massive damage and a big Zap Cannon to deal with the Psyduck.
Wow, man. Wow, Force is just unbelievable here. They are playing so good. I mean, we expected them to have a great game, but geez, they are crushing it, dude. 142 to 0, winning every fight.
I mean, they're making Peru look like Peru made Stamina look a few mere moments ago. Force Gaming, momentum be damned. They don't care about that momentum. They're here to win some games of Unite and start in first place today and end in first place today.
Yeah, wow, geez, just incredible stuff here from Force Gaming. Peru, obviously not out of this thing, but having some really tough looks into the almost undefeated squad here in Latam. They are looking to remind everyone, yeah, Peru won Worlds. That was last year. This year, it's all about Force.
Southtown looking for that X-Scissor, can't quite get it. Nemo goes in, gets caught instantly and has to bail back out. Zainu's looking for their next target with Liquidation, kind of stunned out of that here by Angel. Nice reposition on the Psyduck. Can they do anything with this Mega Gyarados? There's the Psyduck Unite move. Darkrai goes in, can't find anybody yet, and I can't believe this team is still standing. Now Peru caught with the Rock Tomb. K is there, eject button, X-Scissor into the wall with the Mega Gyarados, and that's good enough for a knockout. And Nemo is on the absolute mission across the way to finally try and get some points in. Holy.
Wow. I mean, just wow. I don't really know what to say here, except this is so rough for Peru. They are finding some great value in the top path. They have a score, they have an objective, but geez, Force is on another level right now in game 2.
It really is. They're completely shutting down everything. One item that is a bright spot is Peru. Something they're always incredibly good at is, despite being down on the scoreboard, they're still keeping pretty close with the experience. So they might be one team fight away to making some magic happen, and that's a good collapse on a Mega Gyarados who's trying to waterfall away. Nemo's on the chase, and this is going to open up the opportunity for some scores. 187-114 on the backside. Nemo's looking for more. They pop their Unite move. They can't get the Mega Gyarados. They do dodge the X-Scissor. Meanwhile, up top, we've got some scrapping going on as well. Darkrai's on the chase. Lel is pivoting as well because the Nemo's going straight for the score.
Yeah, and here we have Angel trying to pick up the KO here in the top path. We have the score attempt in the bottom path. Darkrai looking to shut it down. Can they get the KO before it's able to get out of there? Darkrai jumping on in, but no, they're not close enough. Reggie Alecki going down to the side of Peru.
That was very close. That Unite move was very early for the Zacian. They're able to get it with a basic afterwards. Now the Regieleki's marching, they're running away. Mega Gyarados goes straight for the action. Caught in the slow beam instantly. Can they convert that to a knockout? They do. Now they're looking to push. Right into the mix here is Tempo and company. They're putting the pressure on Darkrai's underwater. They're under the ground, coming back, dealing damage, and that's 2 back the other way, Cowboy.
Wow, I mean, Force, a lot of resources from both sides expended in that fight. Obviously, the slow beam was huge there so that they could pick up the KO. The Gyarados used the Unite. It feels like we used a ton of Unites. Everyone needs to scramble right now to charge their Unite move as quickly as they can. 30 seconds until Kyogre hits the map. We also have an objective in the top path. I don't know if anyone is going to go for it or if everyone is just going to be too busy trying to get themselves ready for Kyogre.
That's a great question. Force Gaming already looking to position here.
Oh, wow.
We have 1 Unite on the side of Peru, 2 on the side of Force, and we've got about 5 seconds until Kyogre.
Yeah, and here we go. Peru right now looking for their Unite move, but they take a solid buff as we're heading into some of the final moments right here. Kea in trouble, getting caught. They cannot go down, and they do.
What was that nonsense, brother? Kea getting caught again. Now they get their Unite move back in 5 seconds. Now they need to buy time. Peru needs to win this fight, and they can't do it down a player.
I guess the positive thing here is they don't expect Forces going for this Kyogre. Kea coming back into this fight. We'll see if Peru can find a moment.
Now Draken's pinned down. They eject button to get the berry. Southtown exits them into the wall. We've got a Unite move on the backside of the Inteleon. They're looking for their opportunity. Meanwhile, Kyogre's getting ripped out from under him. Back into the middle. It's taken by Anemo. Out from under the noses of Force Gaming. Can they get some knockouts that they need to get the breathing room they need? Yes, they do. 3 players down. Angel's in a blender now. The Zapdos is gone. And so is the rest of Force Gaming.
Wow, talk about playing to your outs there from Peru Unite. They said, look, I don't think we can win this fight. Someone has to distract these guys so that we can take the objective. They were able to make it happen. Now they're up only 187 to 376. It really is kind of time for them to head back to base here. They can't really lose unless they give up a ton of these buffs. Slowbro now getting caught, but at the same time, they can last a while before going down. So I don't think this is the end of the world here for Peru. 35 seconds on the clock. They would need to score an absurd amount of points if they're going to come back in this game. Peru Unite, I mean, just stealing the cookies from the cookie jar right in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, Nemo having signs of life and flashes of brilliance in those final moments, whereas those team fights leading up to that point weren't too great. Sometimes you got to just grab that big boss in the middle, and they are successful in that. Look at this fight raging on, and Nemo right into the mix, level 15, and that's tough to contend with. So much damage. Zacian Unite as well. Peru Unite evens this thing up.
Whoa, I mean, a sigh of relief has been breathed by Peru Unite and all of their fans right here as they pulled out a wild victory in Game 2, a game that they were just getting crushed in for the most part. Force Gaming still looking fantastic, but they were not able to shut down the sneaky play.
No, you're right. They did a good job. I don't know if it was intentional, but they certainly did a good job getting Force Gaming's attention split right off of the Kyogre onto them to give the window of opportunity to be opened so Nemo could jump in, which is really the only Pokemon they had with the speed and agility and mobility to get in there and make a play. And you know, playmakers make plays, and Nemo is certainly a playmaker.
Yeah, as we're taking a look at some big moments in this match right here, we just had some huge moments from Force throughout this. Massive X-Scissor right there. This is when Nemo gets caught right here by another X-Scissor, and it's the Dragon Breath that picks up the KO. Big fight here in the top path. The Zapdos is going to be pushing towards the side of Peru.
You know, it really felt like the Falb show again on that Zapdos, right? Just being an absolute problem everywhere. And Sauto, of course, no slouch either, a great facilitator for that team.
Yeah, and now we're going to be heading towards kind of the big final moment right here. So what they were able to do is they were able to distract enough members of Force. So the time they came back here, they had an opportunity for a secure, and it was the Scyther that ends up picking it up in that moment. Really scary fight for Peru, but I think they were just going for the only play they had available, which was take this objective. They were losing every time they ran into Force, so they needed to find an advantage elsewhere. That's why they're a world-class team.
Yeah, I agree. I think Peru needs to tighten up these drafts a little bit. I do think they're getting gapped within the draft screen, and I think it's making their job exponentially harder. What that correction actually looks like, maybe we can talk about. But for right now, I need them to have a little bit stronger of an assessment of what's going on around them and making sure they're setting themselves up for the opportunity to win.
We got Force here. They are still going to be first pick. Groudon is going to be our next map here. You know, if I'm Force, that's just one of those moments where I'm obviously not happy about it, but I'm not too upset when you lose a match like that. You kind of had them most of the way. You just tripped at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we've seen that a lot across the years, is that trip at the end here within these top level teams of Pokemon Unite. It's really easy to take your eye off the ball when everything seems to be working the way you need to. So Force Gaming, focus back up, making sure you're playing a full 10-minute game. On the side of Peru Unite, you got away with one. How are you going to square this circle and get yourself back into it in Game 3?
Well, I think they grabbed Moltres as a first pick here, right? I mean, yeah, it's left available. They are going to take it. I think that's absolutely what they need to be doing. Over to Peru Unite, we're going to see their next couple of picks. Do we switch anything up from game number 1? That's really the question.
Well, I think Psyduck and some sort of tank. Yeah, I mean, Umbreon is a great way to go. Give your opportunities at least to trap the Moltres and shut it down. And they've got 2 tools there that they can use to do that. Salto, unsurprising if they go with this Crustle, looked great last game. Certainly was not an issue as to why, or a part of the reason why they lost. So I'm okay with that selection.
Yeah, but they're prioritizing the bro. I mean, slow beam is it is a great equalizer in this game, you know? No matter how strong you are, no matter how good of a carry you are, if you simply can't press any buttons, you're in a lot of trouble.
Pushing buttons is critical to success here in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. And you know what? When you've got players that can push buttons, what do you think you want them to do, Spraggles? And that is push buttons. No question about it. And we are seeing a Nemo on this Leafeon. We saw Leafeon on the side of Peru earlier, which looked pretty fantastic. If they can get a strong early lead, this is going to be a hard Pokemon to shut down. We now have our final couple of picks over to Force. Going to start with the Mew. And finally, for our last selection, and probably something hanging out in our top path, but yes, we have Lucario. Not even Mega Lucario. I was going to say, base model Lucario right there. Zainu's with the last selection going to have an opportunity to counter, and they're going Alolan Ninetales. I like this a lot. I like seeing Alolan Ninetales. I think it's really cool that this Pokemon got buffed and some teams are picking it up, especially if we're once again seeing this Dazzling Gleam Aurora Veil build. It doesn't seem like they're perfectly set up for it, but you could run it with this setup. However, this does appear to be more of a Blizzard Avalanche combination, which is really good into most everyone on the side of Force. Yeah, Blizzard Avalanche combination is good at keeping your opponents from doing what, Spraggles? And that's press buttons. So going with the anti-button pressing strategy here between that Psyduck and that Alolan Ninetales. Is Force Gaming going to be ready to contend with that? A real question that they need to answer going into Game 3. You know, I want to get our stats team on this, and I know they're trying to figure out some stuff behind the scenes, but I do think when a team can't press buttons, their likelihood to win goes down by at least 15%. 15%, you know, that might be a little conservative. I think you might be able to bump that up 22, 23, maybe even 24%. We're going to find out if they could possibly crunch those numbers. Obviously, we don't think it's as high as something like 33% or anything like that, but we're just curious, if your opponents can't press buttons, what are the odds that you would win that game? As we head into game number 3, Force Gaming, your purple team, Peru Unite, your orange team. You know, Doomstex, you and I talked about it. What if every grand finals was a game 5? It would be extremely hype, and these teams are setting that up so far. I love that for us, and unfortunately for everybody else on this broadcast, they're getting 3-0 stomps, and we're getting barn burners out here, and I want to see that to be delivered the rest of the way, selfishly, incredibly selfishly. And here we go. We have the Lucario getting beat up in that top path a little bit as we were taking a look at both of our center area Pokemon farming up and now heading to the top path. Falb ready to go at level 5. Same thing with Anemo. They know exactly where they are, and they're looking for him right away. Collapsing quickly, and that's a huge K opener there on Anemo as moving forward, Falb is ready to go. The Headache buying just a little bit of time and space, but unfortunately, Machop and Psyduck are not going to be enough in the face of 3 here. Force Gaming having control early. Yeah, good stuff for Force Gaming, setting up their plays here with the Moltres, but wow, we already have the Alolan Ninetales making their way to the top path. We did see the Avalanche there, so this is going to be a Blizzard Avalanche version of this Pokemon. Anemo there in tow. They're going to have to be working together, trying to isolate some targets and deal some damage. Anemo back into the middle. Zainu's meeting up with Draken here in the bottom path so they can try to make some magic happen. And here comes the Leafeon. Yeah, Leafeon in the bottom path. Already level 6. A pretty strong Pokemon here, able to pick up some big KOs. They have been found out. They cannot see them in the bush, but they know someone is there. Catching them with the mean look, however, and they should be going down. That's a very quick KO combination. The mean look into the Leafeon Alolan Ninetales support here. And of course, K on this Psyduck is just watching 3 players score in their face, and there's not much they can do about it. Finally, the pressure's too much. Those 30 points go in. Yeah, and now we have Machamp making their way back up to the top path here, but it looks like they found someone in their own central area here. Psyduck trying to help out deal with Soto, and we do have the combination ready to go for Zainus. That is Blizzard Avalanche Ninetales. You catch an opposing Pokemon with that, and it is almost a delete button. Yeah, like it puts on the brakes too, so you can at least have some damage follow-up. Peru Unite moving well, now moving across the map with 4 players and doing a good job putting pressure early, or at least countering the early pressure that Force Gaming had put on them.
We have Reggie Alecki in the top path here. Tempo staying in the top path. We also have the same for Kylux staying in that top path, looking for this KO. We have the submission. I don't know if Machamp could actually win this, though, and they do have to peel away.
Yeah, maybe more of just letting them know that they're there, right? Nothing's free up here in the top path, not when I'm around. Going straight for them, Emerald 2-step, identifying Lel as the target. I'm sure they wanted Falb in that mix, going straight through with the secure and a quick knockout with a big burst of damage.
Things are looking really good for Peru as they are now pushing onto this goal zone here. 18 points in the goal zone. We have a Nemo actually pushing forward right now, and it looks like they're going to continue looking for the scores. They decided to make an easier cap in that bottom goal zone so they can keep the push going.
I cannot believe Anemo has made it out so far. Moltres is going to get Draken. Falb is going to get Draken. Anemo's going to get out. And that's an exchange that Peru Unite will do any day of the week, my friend.
Wow, I really like that from Peru. But no, take a look at this. We have the Lucario making their way through the center area and actually finding the Leafeon right there. It looks like they're going to pay for it, but what a great play. What a huge catch.
Huge catch. Nice freeze there by the Alolan Ninetales as they're moving forward. Tons of Unite moves on the side of Peru Unite, and now have a great opportunity to make their presence felt.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, look at this combination that they can set up. The mean look right into this Blizzard Avalanche combo. Of course, you could also submission into it. We've got a really strong 1-2 punch here from Peru, and you can see him still swinging.
Still swinging, and there's a fight raging downstairs as well as they're going to get that goal. So I thought it was going to be a closeout. They're going to leave it at 1. Kea peeling back and honestly doing a pretty good job having defended this goal zone by themselves, Cowboy.
Yeah, and you can see here just like wasting as much possible time as they can so that Valve has to get KO'd here by Peru. Leafeon's Unite move on such a low cooldown and the priority of that Moltres is so high, they take the KO.
Yeah, you have to, right? If you get served up that chicken on a dinner platter, you got to eat. Well done there. I'm taking a look, and this is a night and day difference than the early stages of these games that we've seen out of Peru Unite so far.
Yeah, Peru is back. Maybe they needed that win, right? They just needed a little wind in their sails. They need to remember that they are that team. I love this changeup in the strategy, too. This Ninetales has been extremely impressive.
It's definitely working out really well. They found the recipe to shut down Falb. Falb going straight towards the Psyduck, triggers a headache. Mean look down, getting Falb stuck as well. And Umbreon, that's not a tool that they had to combat Moltres last time, and it looks like to be a key factor this go round.
And we have Leafeon moving towards the center. It doesn't yet have a Unite move. We got Unite moves on almost everyone from the side of Force, but Machamp is ready to go here in the top path. This could be a free Regidrago if they decide to not contest it, but here comes Machamp looking for it, and yeah, they actually get it with Ninetales.
Ninetales stepping up. I believe they snow globed as well, straight into the Psyduck headache, and of course we saw the Machamp Unite, those million fists hitting like bricks right into the middle, well timed. Nemo's relentless. He doesn't care. He tries to follow up and obviously falls to his own hubris here, his wax wings melting in the sun.
Man, this series is just so good. Peru Unite waking up here in game number 3. Game number 2, a bit of a steal. I wouldn't even say a bit of a steal, but this looks fantastic.
Much better here. Let's turtle up. Nice slow beam. Can they get the knockout back? The Psyduck Unite in the middle of a lot of characters right there. And the Lucario falls, Slowbro falls, Moltres falls, Lel falls, everyone falls. They're getting a mid-game ace here, Cowboy.
Amazing stuff from Peru. Just incredible, man. Wow. I mean, this Leafeon has been so incredible, but I think the big, shocker in this match is the Alolan Ninetales. I didn't know how well it would perform. I'm excited to see it, especially after it got some buffs. It is crushing it for Peru.
It's really good. I think Peru, we wanted them to tighten up on the draft screen, and I think they figured out something, at least something they need to combat this Moltres, as Anemo's going to tick over to level 14 here in short order, and a basement, a Reggie, might be the thing to tip it over the edge.
Yeah, and this is a Reggie steal. I think a lot of teams look at this as the best possible Reggie that you can have before one of the big objectives, right? I mean, you have the opportunity to do insane burst damage with Reggie steal, and a KO at the end is worth more than a KO at any other point in the game. You can see Peru Unite right there, holding that till kind of the last possible moment. They want that buff to last as long as it possibly can.
Yep, just well calculated here. We've got 5 seconds until our Groudon. Everybody's relaxed. Force Gaming taking position in the middle. Looks like they're starting to hit into it, going for a little rip ski. Blizzard Avalanche in there, not enough to slow them down. Kea finally realizing something's going on. They're going to have to move forward a little bit. We're getting some space. Slow beam on Anemo. They caught their target. Suplex is going to buy some time, but Anemo goes down. What a target prio by Force Gaming. They're continuing their rip. Groudon is low, straight into the middle. Oh, it's the Alolan Ninetales. Blizzard Avalanche, Snow Globe, question mark, doesn't matter. The whole team's gone. Despite being down, they're absolute baller.
Wow, what a play there from Peru. And this is another Ninetales with a secure on the objective today. Amazing stuff. They are up right now, and you can see they're deciding maybe to not fight at that home goal zone. There was an opportunity for them all to score, but I think they recognized after their scoring animations would have taken place, they may have all just gone down and handed all of their buffs over to Force Gaming. 112, 316, a minute on the clock, and Force is now way behind. They have to take a huge win, and it's going to be hard. They're about to get caught with a Groudon buffed Blizzard Avalanche combo, almost a one-shot.
Almost a one-shot indeed. They're going for an isolation. I mean, Kyluk is low, Lel is trapped in the mean look now, and we've got everybody else scampering to score towards that home goal zone. And really, Machamp, Tempo making that difference felt as they were able to pick up the team after the Alolan Ninetales secure and get those 3-4 knockouts that they needed. Peru Unite now in complete control with 20 seconds left.
Wow, I mean, they gave him the Moltres. It did not matter. Not only did it not matter, in fact, I think the counter that Peru had for it, this Alolan Ninetales, this mean look, maybe even the Machamp being able to redirect it or reposition it, I should say. Clearly, it was actually, you know, the best possible thing for Peru. They gave them their power Pokemon and they were ready for it.
Yeah, a much better draft this go around to combat that Moltres, and obviously the difference, the difference is night and day. 890 to 112, your final score line, but what a fight! And you have to give Force Gaming credit. They caught the target they wanted, you know. Salto, like eject button, got on top of Anemo with the slow beam. They got the knockout they wanted, but Peru just took a great follow-up fight and was able to secure the Groudon and give themselves those buffs and the damage they needed to bring the balance sheet into order.
Yeah, amazing stuff from Peru here in game number 3. And now all of a sudden they are up against Force, and Force looked like they were crushing them in our first 2 games of this set. Even though Peru was able to pull out a win, Force just looked completely in control. Now right here it is Alolan Ninetales picking up that secure with Snow Globe.
Yeah, eject button, Snow Globe, right? They procced the Snow Globe, eject buttoned in, and just detonated on top of the Groudon. Tempo getting the nod here as your player of the game. 9 knockouts, 1 feint, 11 assists. That is what we like to call, Spriggles, a very high cough from Tempo.
Extremely high cough, and we've also got the 9 knockouts, 11 assists. We got the 911 calling an ambulance, but not for me at all in game number 3 here, as Peru just dismantles Force Gaming. It did not look great for Force. Falb still having a decent game on the Moltres. I wonder if the Lucario was just not the factor they hoped it would be in that match.
No, I'm not too sure what the thought process on that Lucario was specifically. Zainus with an even higher cough, 8 knockouts, 16 assists, no feints. This Alolan Ninetales is a difference maker, and when you talk about gutter picks and having an impact, it's hard to find one with a stronger stat line than that.
Yeah, that's just incredible. And it does feel like a perfect counter to what they had on the side of Force Gaming. They just really had nothing that was going to outrange it outside of Solar Beam on Mew, right? But besides that, you're actually you are fighting in the exact range that Alolan Ninetales wants you to fight in, and it worked out incredibly.
I love when Pokemon like this find their ways back into the meta in very impactful manners. We saw, this is our second Alolan Ninetales that you and I have seen, and they both looked great, and that was with both movesets as well. So I'm happy to see it back. How is Force Gaming gonna bounce back now? It feels like they were kind of the momentum destructors. Peru ekes out in game 2, has a pretty commanding game 3. What's the call now?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what Force has is very solid. They are going to need to recognize that if they have nothing to outrange Alolan Ninetales, it can make its way back into this game. So, yeah, I really think that Force is... They're still fine. Their first 2 games were incredible. As long as their mental is not completely shaken after this game, I feel like they're going to be okay.
You know, they're going to have to be, right, Cowboy? I think they now need to buck up on their draft screen and get a little bit more creative. Now that they've recognized that Peru has kind of figured some things out, Force Gaming, I'd be expecting them to change up stylistically, maybe a little bit what they're doing here in these games to try to keep Peru Unite honest. Because this first pick Moltres is going to get solved pretty quickly, especially the way Peru Unite just drafted in that game 3.
Yeah, no question about it, my friend. Peru absolutely coming unglued in game number 3. I think Force, you know, after that wonky game 2 loss, I don't think they were particularly bothered, but maybe it also did frustrate the team considerably. Your mental state in these games, if you can get shaken, we've seen a lot of teams not perform well just after some small moments, right? Especially in some of our live events when you can see the players on stage and you can see their entire demeanor shift. I don't know if that's what's happened with Force or if they just happened to get completely counterpicked in that draft in a way they did not expect.
I think it's a little bit of column A, a lot of column B. I definitely think they got outmaneuvered in that draft screen quite a bit. That Moltres, poor fall, did not have the opportunity to be as impactful as they were in that game 1 with Moltres. So I think Peru is on to something. I also think Force Gaming, maybe that loss in game 2, kind of losing in those final moments, rattled their cage a little bit.
And here we go. Force Gaming is going to be our first pick once again. And we have Peru as our second. The bans, we have the Palmot, the targeted ban towards the side of Peru. Another targeted ban being the Buzzwole.
The Buzzwole getting a lot of bans here just against Peru Unite specifically. So Force Gaming is using the information they have of Peru to make some pretty pointed calls. Palmot, of course, is definitely targeted. Buzzwole is definitely targeted. Meanwhile, Peru Unite is just going with some stuff that's really good. Snorlax, get it out of here. Mega Charizard Y, get it out of here.
Yeah, Psyduck, definitely a problem. Final ban is going to be this Zacian. Force Gaming now has a decision to make. Do they prioritize this Moltres, or is there something else they're concerned with? They go right for the Slow Beam.
Yeah, first pick, they don't want that countered out from under them. But the Moltres now is available for Peru Unite. So are they going to start looking into that well, or are they going to allow Force Gaming to go back there if they want to? Kea quickly grabbing this Umbreon, or highlighting this Umbreon, and Zainus has their Miraidon unlocked, and they decide to pick it.
So now, interestingly enough, with Miraidon taken, they know that Alolan Ninetales will not make its way into this match unless they have a crazy switch up on the side of Peru, meaning that this Moltres feels a lot safer now. I don't know if they're going to pick it, but it does feel like you're in a much better spot here. Machamp is being grabbed by Force Gaming, and their second pick here is going to be Eldegoss.
Well, now the Moltres is on the table here for Peru. So is that something they want to look at? Even though Zainus already has their Miraidon, Blissey going to enter possibly the game for the first time since you and I have been casting. We'll see where they go.
Here we have them hovering the Moltres, and they are going to take it on the side of Peru. So they actually put Force into a position where they didn't want to grab this Pokemon again. Now we have Blissey, which can either give the ability to heal or possibly even safeguard its allies to make sure that they can't be grabbed by Machamp. Final couple of picks over to Force. We have them hovering the Galarian Rapidash and the Inteleon. Inteleon looking really fantastic for them in our first match of the day. And Falb does take the horse.
So where's Anemo going to go now? Of course, that Leafeon has been tremendous for them, but is that the well they want to be in? Quickly going to the Scizor, which, as we know, if it's in the hands of this player, it's actually a Scyther.
Yeah, Scyther is strong in really any situation, but they do have sort of the perfect by-the-book counter for Scyther, which is Slowbro. The second it jumps in with its Unite move and all of its crazy burst damage, it's a one button click away from being completely shut down in a big fight. However, it does get online extremely fast. It can take over the early part of the game, and maybe they're expecting that this is going to happen. They have Bliss Assistance as an option. They have a Buddy Barrier from Umbreon. Maybe they can even save the Scyther once it jumps.
That is a tall order, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Because the damage it takes is just so difficult to mitigate. It is so weak on defenses. But Peru Unite has an opportunity to get clever with how they maneuvered their players in and out. If you can bait out the slow beam or have the slow beam hit something like Kea or Draken rather than its prime target, maybe that's your way in. Either way, this is going to be very interesting, and I think a lot of this rests on the execution part of this game.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how this one goes here. Peru Unite with the opportunity right now to become your Latin American champion in our regional leagues. They have to take down Force, which really hasn't been done much at all this season. They're 13-1 this season, only dropping a single match the entire time. But Peru right now, one game away from being the second team to knock them down.
Force Gaming, your purple team. Peru Unite, your
Force
orange.
Gaming, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. Here we go, Doomsnacks. Possibly one game away from crowning a champion.
Let's get after it. Moltres finally in the hands of Peru. Now let's see what they can do with it. Again, very strong early. Quick rotation by Anemo. This is a fight they'd love to take. And no, Kyluk makes it out just barely straight across. But Moltres is dusted. What an just approach by Falb. Again, the carry for Force Gaming.
Falb just barely missing that Dazzling Gleam too, the second one on Anemo. I don't think Anemo goes down there, but it would have been really nice to hit that. As we now have the Moltres running back to the top path, just a few seconds now until these birds spawn.
Over rotation, Draken's going to be frontlining. The birds all go to Peru. Rotation follow-up there by Salto. Goes for a surf. Anemo's looking for the dual wing beat. Goes straight for the engage. Trying to slow down Falb. That's the target they want. Tons of damage. Mean Look is there. Moltres catches in and follows up. Now Anemo's low on HP, and they get two prime targets out of Force Gaming.
Yeah, really great stuff from Peru. They knew that they could push that with the extra healing that they had there from Blissey. They get some massive KOs, and now they are ahead here at the start of our game number 4.
Tempo going to have to try and make an impact here. That fight obviously went their way. However, it felt probably a bit scarier than they thought it might when they were calling the shots and going for the 4v2 engagement. So I would love to see that Moltres work as well for Peru as it did for Force.
And we can see in the bottom path, we have a little bit of a scrap between these two squads. Easy secure here for Peru in the center of the map. Tempo able to get the Regidrago buff there.
Rolling back up top here, and everybody else for Force is going downstairs. Just the Machoke living up top. Draka goes for the Mean Look. Traps Falb. Big charge beam around on tons of damages. Dual wing beat. That's a knockout. Anemo's looking for the next one. Salto on half HP. They're going to get topped off by Lel with a Pollen Puff. The rest of Peru backs off.
Yeah, and here we have, once again, they're moving in, possibly, right? If they hit that dual wing beat, they can make a big play in that moment. And they stay aggressive here on the side of Peru.
Great mean look up top. The support by K is there. The charge beam follows up and does the damage. Nemo now is getting too big for their britches. They are getting huge. About to take over to level 9. Get themselves humming through here with that Unite move.
Yeah, now that they are 9, Force has to be extremely careful here. First Unite move in the game over to this extremely powerful carry that is Scyther. They may just have to let this go completely.
I mean, the Regieleki's walking. We're going to go there. 40 left, 21 left on the clock here. Or excuse me, on that goal zone's clock, if you will. Peru Unite, I mean, Anemo's huge. They are really outpacing everything on the side of Force.
Yeah, and here we have the Galarian Rapidash running to the top path, hitting a ton of gleams right here, but a nice secure from Peru.
Kea is going to go down here. Anemo uses their Unite move. Trapped in the Mean Lucas Fall, but again, Kyluk goes down. Lel goes down. Wow. I mean, Salto goes down. Everybody's down, and now we're getting tons of points in up top. Peru Unite looking like Force Gaming from game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say about Peru here, except what a turnaround, what a glow up in this moment. I feel like Peru Unite in the first few games, they were wearing the overalls, they had the glasses on, they had their hair in a ponytail. All of a sudden, they took their glasses off. They got the ponytail. They're wearing a pretty dress. They look fantastic. They're the belle of the ball.
They're the belle of the ball, and the difference for me is Anemo's playing Anemo characters instead of a Surfetched as well, right? They can make magic happen when they're on these super speedsters, and when they're not, it just feels different. Now we're going into that action, straight into them, are we? We just had the Moltres Unite going to the back line. They're trying to get on top of this Inteleon, who also goes into their Unite move. We had a Bliss Assistance back in the middle. Tempo's still standing. Now they're focusing on Salto on the other side. Putting pressure on, can't get that knockout. We expend our Unite move to take care of Lel. Now we've got Mad Vision around the goal zone because of the Moltres Unite, and the fight continues. Anemo is low. Are they finally going to get a knocked out? Submission, coverage by the Miraidon. Fall pops their Unite move, dual wing beat. Anemo's still standing. Kay is doing miracle work on Anemo. They're still going, and then Fall goes down.
What is happening? What is happening? Unbelievable work for Peru. Anemo living through that is absolutely insane. Pause, record. Look, I don't know what happened.
I would pause
there.
too. I'd be like, my controller isn't working. I don't know what that was.
There's something, there's like, it doesn't have power maybe. I don't know, but jeez, what is happening with Peru right now? They are absolutely on fire, completely crushing it here as we are jumping back into this. Well, we're taking a look at a replay. This moment was insane. The soft-boiled healing, and look at the play right here. Obviously, this is a great moment for the Rapidash. However, they double dash. They miss slightly in that moment, and it's just enough time to get the extra healing, the extra wish on Anemo, and they make it out of this fight. Just an incredible start to this game here for Peru. Wow, I mean, this is wild.
Shout out to Draken hitting that wish long range away before getting knocked out themselves, and that was a difference maker because it bought just enough time for that next instance of soft boiled that you mentioned. And of course, Tempo on this Moltres getting a KO streak of 3, just cleaning up and, well, I guess burning up all the trash. When you burn trash, it turns into dust that becomes stars. We all know that. And a lot of players on the side of Force just became stars in that moment. Holy smokes.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Peru is completely crushing this game. This series is honestly confusing in a lot of ways, right? With the way this started from Force, I thought, oh wow, Peru is maybe not exactly who we thought they were this season, right? They've had a tough run, 7-7, but they were doing fantastic in our playoffs until they ran into the first couple games of Peru. But now here in game 4, they're just a few minutes away from becoming your champion, and Peru is way behind. 0 to 223. Level-wise, it is devastating. Position-wise, it's devastating. Score-wise, it's devastating. I think Peru is going to be the prom queen. It's just really tough for Force.
Yeah, man, and obviously they're behind, not just on the scoreboard, but in a huge. Okay, good slow beam. Bliss assistance is going to be enough to catch him up. They pop their Unite move, and Nemo is almost full on HP. Meanwhile, they take the Reg Ice and get right back into the action. And Talion's down. Peru Unite's looking for more. K is low. Okay, that's a knockout at least on a target. Charge beam reposition off the eject button is going to rake up a couple KOs. And here comes Tempo yet again. Anemo almost feels like the bait and switch at this point. Look at Anemo, and then Tempo comes through and burns you down.
I mean, it's a level 14 Scyther, so even though that fight overall was not beautiful for Force, you do need these KOs badly. You need this catch-up experience here. You need ketchup experience, mustard experience, relish experience. You need just about everything you can get on this Unite hot dog because they are way behind. 0 to 273, a level 14 Scyther with a minute to go here in what could be our last match in Latam for our playoffs.
I mean, Peru Unite is just playing so incredibly well right now, and they're playing without fear. Rarely do these teams ever play with any fear. Surf in, looking at Draken. Draken gets the mean look down, looks back. Falb tries to find their way in, but Tempo deals so much incidental damage that it's going to be too much. Draken gets knocked out on the cutoff to make sure Tempo stays standing. Big time charge beam here out of Zainu is going to provide cover for at least a moment. Regialecki's still getting worked on. The secure goes in, Falb goes for it, and they get knocked out in that exchange. Falb is gone, and we've got 25 seconds until Groudon.
Okay, the positives for Force Gaming. It's not over. There's still time on the clock. It's not yet a level 15 Scyther, but it looks like it's going to get there with some of this experience. You have Unite moves on all of your players, and you now do have level 13 on your carries. This isn't over. You have a slow beam, but you have to execute right now because everything is coming down to this. Peru is up a game. They could win the entire championships now if they make a strong play here. Force Gaming needs to make the catch of the tournament currently if they want to stay in this thing. Saotao in the mean look, and they move forward.
Okay, Falb goes in, moves back out through. Draken is there, Wish coverage. They have to peel back again. Suplex is there on Tempo. Charge beam coverage peels them off. Back into the middle here, they're trying to take a look at Groudon. It's only been chipped a little bit. Thunder is raining down on the heads of Force Gaming. Time is at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Liquidation is peppering in, but it's not hitting the correct targets. Anemo goes through the wall. They're looking for their way in. Force Gaming's looking to dance. Charge beam is harassing them in a big way. Look at that flame wing action out of Peru, and now we're just watching. Falb goes in, a little smart strike, little surf action, not going to be good enough. Is this going to be the fight that we're going to take? Straight to the back line, submission on Moltres. Big Machamp Unite, they got the catch. Then we go into the Draken Unite move, right and caught in the Bermuda Triangle. Miraidon's using their Unite, crashing down heads, 2 players down. Force Gaming with under a minute. They need more bodies. Anemo finally uses their Unite move, and they catch the Bliss assistance. 2 down, back the other way. No HP left on Kylux. Anemo's on the chase. They're going to try and bubble them out. We've got the 100 points going downstairs. Falb gets it on the backside. Peru Unite, take a deep breath. We need to chill for a second.
35 seconds on the clock. I mean, Force Gaming needs to make a play here. They needed Groudon. They're so far behind in this match, and they have to go for it right here. This is a full-on rip towards Groudon. Anemo is going to look for the KOs in this moment, getting moved around by the Smart Strike, jumping in with the dual wing beat. It looks like Rapidash is going down. Groudon already at half, but we only have 15 seconds left. Tube snacks.
Okay, Anemo gets stunned. Fall bubbled out right into the middle. Surf there, secured by Anemo again. They just turn the tides, flip the script, and take it for Peru.
Wow. Force Gaming not able to make it happen. Peru Unite with an absolutely dominant game 4 with just about how dominant Force was in game 1. Peru says we can do that, but just one better. They do, and they become your champions in Latam, the defending world champs, the rockiest of roads to make it here, all the way from the bottom of our playoffs, climbing to the top and taking down Force Gaming.
What a show. Force Gaming well performed. I mean, yes, it was 3-1, but it felt like they had a lot of agency in a lot of those moments. You said they're going to need the catch of the tournament, and they darn near found it when they snatched up Tempo with that Machamp submission into the Unite move. Good reactionary play by Peru, keeping Force Gaming guessing. Well done. Well, I mean, what a match. What another banger match, dude.
Yeah, I mean we're lucky today because these games have been unreal. This was our fourth one. I thought we were going to a best of 5 until I kind of saw how this match started, and then I thought, okay, this is probably where it ends. This was a crazy start for Peru. The fact that Anemo did not go down here is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. You could see the longest range distance wish right there, right before Draken went down. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. There's one thing these teams know how to do, Peru specifically. Kea and Draken know how to keep Tempo, Zainus, and Anemo alive. And that's how they've been able to win and perform so well over these years.
Yeah, just incredible stuff there in this in these final moments. And I love the patience that we had for Peru, right? You know, things weren't going amazing for them. They got caught, of course, but they were able to just say, look, we still have a Bliss Assistance. We still have a level 15 Scyther in this moment. We don't need to make a play. Force needs to make a play. They did, and they were able to perfectly counter it. Anemo, your player of the game. 15 knockouts, only going down a single time with 7 assists. And as far as only going down a single time, that's Draken and Kea and the unbelievable skill of Anemo. Those knockouts, though, that's just pure carry right there.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they're able to get it done last game, as I said, without their baller. This game, they relied on Anemo yet again to get them another victory. But you said it best. Tempo doing their job, Zainus doing their job, Kea doing their job, Draken also doing their job. I mean, when you're doing 86,000 damage, that was the quietest 86,000 damage I've seen today. Zainus was everywhere with that Miraidon.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, and look how much damage they took, right? Only taking 18,000 damage themselves. They were basically never targeted by Force. There were a few options to get to them, but they spent all of their time trying to deal with Anemo and Tempo. I mean, look at the damage Anemo took. 62,000 damage taken on a Scyther. They were in the mix all game.
Yeah, in the mix all game, 62,000 damage on a Scyther, and they only went down once. And again, you have to highlight the 94,000 healing out of Kea, the 55,000 healing out of Draken to make sure that these carry Pokemon are up on their feet to carry.
Wow, what a series, man. I mean, what a day of games. They've been absolutely phenomenal. We start off with Force Gaming looking unbeatable in game 1 and even in game 2. That felt like a very fortunate moment for Peru, just playing to some of their only possible outs, all the way now till game 4 right here, where it seems like Peru could not be beaten. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah, and the only reason that scoreline didn't say 0 is because Falb scrambled and put a burger in just to say they did a little something out there. What a game. What a game. Peru Unite, you know, this is the team I like to watch. This is the Peru Unite I like to see, and how impressive they can be is undeniable, and that is a gargantuan cough.
Yeah, massive stuff there from Anemo. Just so impressive. The whole squad is so impressive. And it's so good seeing this here from Peru because they had a very shaky season coming from being the world champions. And of course, this is something we've seen before. You know, we saw this happen to Fennel out of Japan the year after they won the world championships in dominant fashion. And now Peru started off this season in a really tough spot, having to win their way even into this league through a loser's bracket run. And now having to climb all the way up this playoff bracket to become your Latin American champion.
Like I said, I'm happy they're back at Worlds because that would just be a shame if our current world champions weren't. But I love to see them kind of cap their regional league run with a big win so that they can make sure they're going to Worlds on the right trajectory. And I think we can all agree that that was not where they were at going into this weekend. And it looks like they've really righted the ship.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was no one that was counting out Peru. Obviously, they are that good. We know they are that good. You don't go from winning Worlds to being a bad team by any means, but they didn't light this league on fire like we perhaps expected they would, or now seeing it maybe that they could have, right? But moving into the playoffs, they went right back to where they were at Worlds. They were that unbeatable team. The only time we even saw them shaky is at the start of this series against the other best team in Latin America.
Right, exactly. I mean, your champion, you see it right there. Peru Unite dispatching Force Gaming, but Peru Unite on a long run. Break that run down for me, Cowboy.
Yeah, Peru having to go against Infamous, taking them down 3-0, then running into DreamMax, also dispatching them 3-0. And we actually, it looks like we have our interview ready to go, I think, with Anemo. If that is the case, we can head on over to it. But now we can still take a look at our bracket here. Again, Peru then running into Stamina Esports. That felt like the most dominant I'd seen them throughout the entire run here, maybe until we got to this game 4, Doomstacks.
Yeah, so now they are 4-0 on the weekend in terms of matches, 12-1 in terms of games. And as we just got noticed, we're still trying to work through an interview with Anemo here.
Yeah, just getting ready for it. Obviously, we want to talk to your grand finals champion, the champions of Latin America. I think a lot of people could have thought maybe Force Gaming, maybe Stamina. I don't think anyone ever counted out any of these squads, never counting out Peru, DreamMax, or Infamous, but Peru able to take down a massive victory. We do have a Nemo on with us right now. First off, congratulations. What a run. You qualify for Worlds. You become the Latin America champion. What has changed between the start of the season and now, Anemo?
Hi. I don't know what to say. We were just trying to focus more, I think, because at the beginning we actually were not relaxing, but maybe we have some progress to adapt to this new meta, because since LAC we were not having a good performance. So I think this was our last chance, because they were qualifying to Worlds. So yeah, we were practicing a lot.
Well, I'll say on behalf of us, we are excited to have our current world champions back at the World Championships to defend that title, to keep that exciting. Tell me what the energy was on the team going from maybe those first 2 games against Force that were a little shaky, and how you were able to close with so much dominance to become champions.
Well, I think most of the people know how we can adapt quickly to these kinds of games. So I just had to analyze quickly the draft. It was the way for us to find this victory.
Yeah, I'm wondering, game 1, that was a hard one for Peru. Obviously, the Moltres from Force looked incredible. Was this something you expected to run into and you just ran into more problems than you thought, or did you not yet have a counter for Moltres?
We actually faced a lot of good Moltres in our screens. So here, the problem was that we didn't have a counter. So we were not respecting the enemy jungler with this Moltres. So in the next games we did it. As you can see, it was harder for him to play with Moltres. So that's why I'm saying that we adapt our draft to this kind of situations.
Let me ask you this: going into the draft here, you picked in the first game, you picked Surfetched, and then we saw you go back to more Anemo classics like Scyther and Leafeon. Is Surfetched something that you've been working on, you've been practicing, or you just felt in the moment, hey, this is something we need, it's a strong Pokemon, let's see how it'll work out?
To be honest, at the moment I wasn't sure about what to pick, because as you know, something like Leafeon, Scyther, even Urshifu or something are picks I usually play, right? But Surface was not one of them, but I feel like it was the moment, but I was totally wrong.
Yeah, one pick that I absolutely loved from you guys was the Alolan Ninetales here. Was this something that a lot of teams knew that you were running, or was this a pick that you maybe had in your back pocket after the buffs?
Yeah, actually, what you're saying is true. I don't know if you can remember, but Sinus, he used to play these Ninetales a lot in the past. So with this buff that they just add, with the new patch, Zaino was able to play again. And in that game, I thought that with Umbreon, with Ninetales against Moltres was definitely the combo to stop the Moltres.
Yeah, well, incredible stuff. Once again, congratulations on your run, an unbelievable run here through our playoffs. Started at the bottom, and now you are here as the champions of Latin America, the defending world champions. You are heading to Worlds. I cannot wait to see you there. I think it's going to be incredible for Peru. Any last words for some of your fans before we let you go?
Yeah. Thank you to everybody who was still supporting us, even if we were not like having good results this past tournaments. A lot of people was like giving up on us, but also a lot of people was still supporting us, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for that.
Amazing. Peru Unite, Anemo, congrats again, and I know we will see them very soon at the World Championships in San Francisco. We have more incredible games coming up that we are going to be checking out, so you're not going to want to go anywhere. It looks like we've got some interviews with Kellosaurus, so we are going to take a look at those, and then we'll be right back with North America, more champions to be crowned. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't.
And hello there, everybody. We are here with an interview with Chris Smith from Evil Geniuses, one of the teams from NA. Firstly, Chris Smith, how are you feeling today, knowing that this next match is one of those final spots to go and lock in a World Championship invitation?
Yeah, it's definitely exciting to be in this position, but with that also brings some nerves, as I've never been to Worlds before, so it definitely has a lot on the line. And it also isn't my first time I'm a set away from Worlds, so I think I'm kind of used to it, but hopefully this time will be different.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the thing. First time at Worlds, if you are able to go and defeat Extinction there, what would it mean to you to be able to compete on the world stage?
I mean, I've been looking forward to it for so long. I think it'd be so cool to play, like, not just the Western teams, but meet all the Eastern teams and compete against them and their different metas and playstyles and whatnot. It just sounds super exciting, and representing North America would be a dream come true for sure.
Yeah, definitely a great honor indeed. But there is still steps that you need to take there in order to get that invitation. And first step is going to be Extinction. I'm guessing that you ended up watching those matches yesterday, being able to come out of a 2-match victory. Given the momentum, how confident are you in the team going up against them today? Especially considering during the regular season, you ended up losing one of the matches, and then you also ended up winning against them too.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely done a lot of draft prep from them over this past few days, even week. And I mean, the only time they were able to beat us is when I wasn't able to play. So even though they have momentum from yesterday, we're unfortunately going to have to halt them.
Okay, so looking to stop them in their tracks and take that ladder to the next step up against Root Dignitas there. But are there any words of wisdom that you would like to offer to your opponents before going against them on the battlefield?
I guess good luck, because they're going to need it.
Good luck, they're not going to need it? Or they are going to need it?
They're going to need it.
They're going to need it. All right, there we go. Words of wisdom from Chris Smith from Evil Geniuses there. Thank you so much for coming in and chatting to us, and all the best in your upcoming match.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And hello there, everybody. We are back here with Bora Reach. I feel like we have met multiple times this season, but Bora, welcome on back. How are you going today? Did you end up getting enough sleep last night?
I did. Thanks for asking. I got 12 hours of nice princess sleep, so I'm feeling good.
Well, that's a lot of sleep. That is a lot more than me. But considering Extinction's run yesterday, being able to get the 2-match victory, now going up against Evil Geniuses. I mean, amongst all of the sleep, did you have time for preparation if you decided to do any preparation for your upcoming matches?
Yeah, we went over a lot of team prep, going over possible things they can play, what we want to stick to today versus them. We're really confident into them. I know this game has Worlds on the line, so obviously we're really focused on it regardless of who it was going to be. Dig would be kind of the extra consolation prize afterwards, but yeah, this match is really where we're focusing on today.
Yeah, well, with Worlds on the line, having participated there last year and having multiple members that have already participated at the World Championships, what would it mean to you and the rest of the team to be able to lock this invitation here today?
Yeah, I mean, like everything, we had such a kind of up and down year. We got into the playoffs though, and we knew once we got into the playoffs, we're a team that can win the whole thing if we're playing on our A game. So I think it would just mean the world, like I said, to get back there for all these guys.
Well, considering that you are on your A game here, do you have any words of wisdom that you would like to offer to your opponents before going up against them?
Man, yeah, I just think they should hope we don't stay on our A game, to be honest, because if we play like that, how we were playing yesterday, I just don't know what they can do against us, to be honest. I think we're going to be really prepped and we're going to play really well together, and so...
Oh, we'll see how that ends up faring on out, but all the best for your upcoming matches here today. But thank you, Bora Reach from Extinction. See you out on the battlefield.
5 teams qualify for Worlds and 1 to go. I'm excited. I also think I might be a little bit frozen, so we'll see how that's going. But 1 team left to decide who qualifies for the World Championships here in North America, the only one that's still there.
Yeah, I can't be okay.
Looks like we might be going to break. Not 100% sure if you can hear me, but we'll be right back with that intro once again.
We're back. Hey, we are back. What's
all right. Oh, yeah. Great first intro. No, I don't know if anybody heard me, but I'm going to say it again. We've got 5 teams qualified for Worlds out of our league. Technically 6, but we're not going to talk about Peps. But 1 more to decide who will be joining us at the World Championship. And that is going to be a North American team. That's right. Give us that list, Zoinks.
I can't believe I just started to write them right where the lens glare is off my lights. But there we go. So far, because of our regional leagues, we have qualified BH3, Force Gaming, Kamai, Peps, Root, Dignitas, and Peru recently taken that World's qualification and the championship. I mean, what a run from that team. We got more teams making to make more runs. I mean, Wonder Chef, this day is insane. A World Championships qualified match followed by a regional championship title match. 6 of those in one day. I mean, I'm in heaven.
I know. Really just an awesome day of matches just in general. Even if there was nothing on the line, I would have really enjoyed everything that we got a chance to see today. Obviously, you and I were just off stream watching some of the Peru games, and boy, what a storyline that was. The Europe as well had a great storyline. So really now it just comes down to North America, which to me is honestly one of the biggest question marks.
Yeah, I am really curious about how this one goes. I feel like in a lot of our pre-interviews that we've been talking to some of these players about, a lot of our questions have been around preparation, and honestly, the team coming from day number 1 is like, I mean, at this point, we're just trying to do what we can do best and see what we can forge forward, and the team that's waiting, they're kind of prepping for the team of the championship match. But this time around, I feel like both Bora Reach and Chris Smith has said, no, we have prepped a lot for this other team, so we'll see how this one goes. Rex was feeling pretty confident in their interview. Bora Reach feeling confident as well. I think this Extinction team running on some pretty positive vibes.
Right, and we've honestly seen a lot of teams so far that have come up from pretty rough spots, I would say. One of them being Volticons, the other one being Peru, and one of them got pretty far, didn't quite make it. The other one obviously went further than all the way, the absolute distance here. And so Extinction now is the 3rd in a very similar spot. I think it was somebody was saying earlier at the start of today, maybe it was Spraggles, that everybody was 7-7. I think all of those 3 teams going into the final finals, and then they all had to fight their way through the entire bracket. So really, Extinction is the big question mark to me.
Yeah, 7-7, that magic number, apparently. On the other hand, Evil Genius is going for a more nefarious number. See how many evil jokes I can add into this breakdown. But they are 11-3 headed into our postseason. They have yet to play a match in our playoffs. They are ranked number 2, just outside of that automatic Worlds qualification bid. And I mean, let's face it, that has kind of been the storyline of this Evil Geniuses team. They are incredible. They are so good, and they're always right outside of that championship spot. They're looking to change that today. The Evil Geniuses, though, they got players on that roster who have become regional champions. I know for a fact Curios, Roland have had that accolade given to them. The Evil Geniuses looking to see if they can get their other players that same award.
Oh, easy path? No, the opposite of an easy path.
Yes.
It's going to be, yes, whatever the most difficult path that they could possibly have is currently what's in their way. We are already going to see the bans, actually. Those happen pretty quickly. Miraidon is a very fast ban. I'd say Pokemon that we saw doing really well on the side of Peru in that last set, or really just all their games previously this weekend. So we'll see that taken away. And Ducky picking the duck, I feel like that's the most appropriate thing we can see.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen him play very much Duck, though, in this regular season. I'll pull up their stats as we're talking about it, but I am excited to see Ducky picking up this Pokemon. They're one of my favorite defender players to talk about, and when the Psyduck is played as that tank role, it is a blast to spectate.
And we are going to see as well the Alcremie, which is a Pokemon that I feel like we saw a lot in like maybe our 2 previous weeks of events. A decent amount of ACL. One that I was surprised that we're seeing quite so much, but it was looking pretty strong. We just haven't seen it at all this weekend. As you can see, that 0% encounter rate doesn't even have a number there. So Roland picking that up for the extra healing. I'm excited to see how that's going to work in this current meta.
One thing that's backing it up right now, Wonder Chef, is the stats. Roland has played it 5 times in the regular season and has yet to log a loss on the Alcremie. So a good old 100% win rate when Evil Geniuses are playing this Pokemon. They got some other Pokemon that also are dominating in terms of the win rates for them. Mega Lucario from Crispin, the Mega Charizard Y from Vin. We've yet to see that one kind of show from this team, but still a powerhouse Pokemon being added to the mix. And Extinction hovering this last one. We saw Trainer dominate on the Draco Meteor Latios in the last game. Looks like they're going to be picking it up yet again. A lot of power picks allowed into this draft. Psyduck, Mega Charizard Y, Moltres, Latios, even if you would consider like the Snorlax to be up there with how high its ban rate has been this weekend. A lot of things kind of falling through when these two teams want to target ban so hard.
Right, yeah, I mean, you can see the ban percentages are all pretty low, the highest one being the Surfetch'd, and even then it's only at a 58%. There's plenty of Pokemon at a higher rate than that so far. So, like you said, very much targeted bans, and I mean, a lot of specialist Pokemon being shown right now, which is really cool. We've been seeing Jail a lot on this, oh my goodness, Vaporeon, I forgot the name for a moment, this entire weekend. Metallic tried the oh my gosh, I can't remember any names, Moltres, thank you. Oh my, what game is this? What are we watching? No, Metallic tried the Moltres. It didn't quite work out that well last time we saw it. So I'm excited to see if that's going to work out again. Bora on this Espeon is just, I mean, everybody on the Espeon has been looking really good, especially today.
Yeah, we'll see how Bora ends up on it. I mean, there's something I feel like we kind of got to address it here a little bit. Amongst attacker players in the competitive landscape, oftentimes Miraidon players can kind of be looked at as players with a bit of a crutch sometimes. Miraidon, maybe a Pokemon that doesn't need a ton of like incredible mechanics to pull off big successful moments. And so I know it can receive some slander, but Bora Reach, I think so far this season has been proving they are not in fact a Miraidon one-trick. Their Espeons look great. We were just talking about how we saw Days of Old and the Armarouge was really fun to see from that player as well. But I don't know. They've got plenty of Espeon games logged in this season. I think 7 in total. So we'll see how they play. It's Evil Geniuses and Extinction. Game number 1 of this best of 5 set with a world spot on the line. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. Extinction, your orange team.
And now, not a super uncommon choice recently. We are going to see this poor little Charmander slowly trying to clear the center area. And we are going to see Trainer, of course, here on the Latios, clearing the center area probably a decent amount faster. Although right now it's actually not looking all that fast. I'm not really actually familiar with how fast it clears. I assumed it was going to be a little bit faster than that. But not going to need all that much experience. It's going to need to start scaling, obviously. It's Eon power, but not really the experience as much as the Charmander.
Yeah, a lot of those mages taking a little bit longer if they don't have some kind of boosted auto attack mechanic, right? So once they got their moves, all of a sudden they're clearing real quick, but their auto attack's not the main part of the kids. You see, JL will actually get a pretty quick Vaporeon evolution. We saw in the last game where Extinction was looking a little shakier, that it took a while to get those. I think it was Tie-Dye really showcasing some good early game damage. Right now it's JL out-leveling Roland, and already Trainer at that level 5, stacking up that Eon power and getting those Draco Meter stronger. Big Hydro Pump play.
Ooh, a big 4-on-4 up top here, and Vin extremely low, has to back up. Jail taking the brunt of this damage, does go down, hunted down by Chris Smith, who has to eject button to get out of there. Roland throwing some healing over into that tall grass, decides to pick it up themselves instead, saying, hey, you don't want my healing? I'll take it. But altogether, only 1 KO out of that big fight. A little bit surprising. I thought it could have been more. Feels pretty rare that we're seeing a full 4v4 in any path this early on in any game.
Yeah, I mean, when these teams just know each other so well, been playing against each other for, at this point, years, right? Just even outside of the regular season, we do see these rotations that often match numbers to numbers. They know where these players like to move. JL already trying to apply more pressure to Chris Smith. You saw them go down to Chris Smith's Mega Lucario a bit earlier. I think that power-up punch being available a little bit earlier than JL had expected. That crowd control disruption a bit hard to play around. Rex is called out by Ducky's side out, but they find him, but Metallic and Trainer taking up so many of those last hits. Very important for Latios to be getting the last hits on wild Pokemon. When it comes to other enemy Pokemon, does not matter, just gotta get the damage done. Well, they want a ton of Secures to stack up these Draco Meteors.
We are just, ooh, nice, yeah. I mean, Draco Meteor already doing a ton of damage, by the way. I'm a big fan. I think it's just a really fun move to actually play. That's what I was using when I was playing some Latios, but it is, once it starts scaling, I mean, it just gets scarier and scarier and scarier, and especially, too, if you have any Pokemon that are not very mobile to be able to get away from it. I'm curious if we're going to see that kind of picked as a counter to the Alcremie, right? It was picked after the Alcremie, and maybe your whole goal is like, okay, if you want to stand in the Alcremie healing, I'm going to just take up your space instead with giant meteors that are going to basically one-shot you.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice combo. And obviously, I think Trainer does have an opportunity to kind of set those up by themselves as well. They often did the telekinesis build on the Latios, so not going to be totally reliant on enemy positioning, but it will take a little bit of time before they can get that move set. However, a Unite move already ready to go. Roland going to be about half HP, but they are good at dealing with that. Shield put up by Rex to buy some time, but Regice is not being burned down quick enough. Draco Meteor with great poke damage. Ducky taking up a little bit of space, but it's Finn looking to land a Unite move, and there they go. They take to the sky. Early Fire Blast is already out. They're going to have to wait for the empowered one, as Regice will be easily taken by Evil Geniuses, so they buy that space with their Unite moves.
That healing that Ducky just got was a ridiculous amount. I don't know if you saw it. It was like 60% of their life. I'm not sure if that was just the Alcremie, but it looked like it maybe was, I don't know. It was just a lot of healing all at once. But nice little fight that they took there. I do like the fact that Extinction decided to back up. Boreach was still there, but they decided that they did not want to risk it. I mean, they could have maybe got one more pick, but it was mostly the defenders and supporters that were low. So they decided, you know what? We can wait. We've got time. But unfortunately, their time to be aggressive is starting to kind of quickly end here, right? We've got the big power spikes now for all of the multi-stage Pokemon on Evil Genius's side. Oh, the Psychic being followed up by Curios, one of those multi-stage Pokemon, and then Vin on that Charizard now, all at their big power spikes.
Yeah, it's going to be something to watch out for, especially with Rex trying to absorb a lot of that crowd control, but you can only take so much as the Snorlax, but that so much is still a pretty remarkable amount. We got Curios and Ducky hanging out on the bottom side here, but Rex is going to be too late to check in that tall grass Trainer, picking the wrong spot to land those meteors at the moment. I mean, this poke game between Bora and Trainer and Curios is going to be really, really interesting. Who can land lasting damage on the other? One with Liquidation, the other with these Draco Meteors.
Right. The thing is, you have to be, I think, a little bit closer for Liquidation, right? So they've got to be careful, because that also does put you a little bit into the range of the Psyshock. And if you are getting clipped by a big Psyshock as an Inteleon, that can be game over very quickly. So it's not that like it's going to be, you know, like the worst thing in the world to try and get your poke damage in, but with good players, it can be pretty scary. Curios, though, very, I would say, pretty famously strong at staying alive in any game.
Yeah, it's one of their most remarkable talents. I think it's what's made them a world champion a couple of times. They're great at playing their life. But yeah, I think just with the stage being set this way, and these teams not wanting to take too much, they're going to see a lot of moments like this exactly. A bit of a civil war moment between these two teams. They just hold the line and do not want to give up too much space to one another, as they will be taking a ton of damage if they do so. Rex has got to put up the block, trying to keep themselves safe from Finn. Will go in for a little bit of crowd control, trying to set up a quick KO. They will fall. It's up to JL to find the space now in the Vaporeon.
Ooh, and they're already taking quite a bit of damage. Ducky as well, kind of sitting in that front line. Red Rock will reset, which is actually probably positive for Extinction. They might be backing up. JL again taking quite a bit of damage. We are going to see the assist here from Moltres, who's going to use basically everybody's using their Unites all at once here. First one to go down will be Ducky on that Psyduck, and they're just going to completely try to push them back. Not a lot of damage being kind of gained by this Charizard. It's going to be wasting a lot of its time just dealing with the defenders. And honestly, for how many Unites were popped right there, that was the biggest stalemate of a fight that I think could have possibly happened.
Right, I mean, that's just what's going to happen with these two front-to-back focused squads, right? You're going to have a lot of moments where you just have to decide, we have spent too much, we're in too dangerous of a position, we just got to back off. So both these teams making that call, and honestly, these Unite moves are being spent a lot more for spacing and objectives, more so than anything else. Rex is getting up there for the body block, trying to take as much as they can, but even the liquidation in Psyduck Bubble Beam is too much. With this block Snorlax, they will go down. Let's see if JL can hold on to this goal zone in the meantime.
I mean, it's going to be so difficult to take a goal zone against Draco Meteor. That is exactly... I love every move in the game that's exactly the size of a goal zone, and it just hits multiple times. Like, those moves are like, okay, like one that we're seeing right there, the Fire Blast. It's like, this is going to be very good at defending a goal zone. But they just decided to back up. They decided the same thing. A very safe game and a very low, really point game. I kind of... Oh, that's a huge KO, actually. Going to reset a little bit of their respawn cooldown, but they really wanted to get some more levels. We're really close to the final stretch, and levels across the board are really low because they've just been doing kind of nothing.
Right, exactly. A lot of these team fights have been more focused on objective secures rather than getting big sweeping like team fight aces or anything like that. So it's actually, I think, going to come down to a lot of the top carries who have been leveling up for the majority of this game. Same thing would go for the central area players, right? We got 2 level 13s, 1 on Vin, 1 on Trainer, both of them looking extremely strong. And so far, I don't think Extinction's been able to answer this Mega Charizard Y up until this point. That's going to be a really difficult Pokemon to take down. Obviously, Rex could probably body block a decent amount with a Unite move with the Buddy Barrier assist, but that's only going to do so much to a level 13 Mega Charizard Y, who's going to be relatively unimpeded once they Unite move.
The big fear here that we saw, basically kind of the only big team fight win for Evil Geniuses, was how these psychics from the Psyduck are going to land, right? If you can land a psychic that pulls out maybe Rex and catches them before they're able to use their defensive options, then they suddenly don't have any blocking the rest of their team. Or you try to pull JL, I mean, that's another option, barely able to escape. But the thing is, I mean, it's only a few seconds and then we're going to get psychic back up. They've got to be careful. There's another pull.
Yeah, Rex this time is going to use the block, holds onto their Unite move, but gets pulled in again by the Psychic. They have to Unite move, force that one out, and now Evil Geniuses have baited out one of the most important moves. That Telekinesis does bring the Lucario back in, but Roland quick with the dollops to get the recovery all ready for their squad.
Oh no, another Psychic, this time on Moltres. Rex is going to kind of heavy slam in, but this is the full commit. We're going to go Mega with Lucario, trying to go all the way in. Wall is going to come out from Rex, but not a lot of defensive options to try and stop that. The Unite coming out from Charizard Y on the back line. JL is going to be able to heal back a lot of that, and up top, I didn't really see how it happened with Mega Lucario going down is huge. Moltres having so much self-sustain. Rayquaza, of course, our first map of the game, is going to be hit a little bit, but another member going down. This is still a little bit of an awkward fight, right? Another huge Psychic there. Roland getting caught out is going to have to spend a little bit more time resetting, and an awkward moment. 40-point difference, 42-point difference. Evil Geniuses is behind. They've got to make the first move.
Yeah, Trainer's been really clean with these telekinesis. I like how they take that fight, they kind of bait Vin in, and everybody spreads out and scatters away from the Mega Charizard Y, and now you got to take this fight without Unite moves. Rex is going to take early positioning. Love this. JL and Rex working in tandem. However, Evil Geniuses, the one to take the space. Bore reach with a later Psychic Solaire, but now it's going to be all about the Rayquaza. Evil Geniuses are throwing a lot of damage in towards that Pokemon, but Metallic is back, and Trainer is on the outside looking in. Draco Meteor will secure the Rayquaza. Dragon type super effective. Ray goes down. 10 seconds remaining. Extinction holding on to the points lead, but it's a mad dash. Ducky gets the headache! Gets the headache and can't score the 39, but ultimately it doesn't matter with Vaporeon getting the 100 points dunked into that tier 1.
Wow, there was no time left at the end of that. What a clutch little ending right there. I mean, yeah, like you said, it probably wouldn't have mattered, but a really nice defense anyway. Being able to split up with no time to discuss it like that is such a strong skill. And wow, Extinction picking up the first win in what is certainly an upset so far after winning, I mean, all of their games here up in the regional finals. So they're holding on to their momentum for sure. This was was a great looking game for them.
Yeah, I liked in the Chris Smith interview was say that the only time Extinction was able to beat Evil Geniuses in the regular season was the one time that Chris Smith was not on the roster, had to play with their sub, but still Extinction looking like they're finding some answers. And geez, what an just a chess match of a game, right? Like it felt like every resource was so important, and it was always resulting in ways that we barely ever see. Not big knockouts, not huge goal zone pushes and major scores. It was objectives and little by little getting an experienced lead and even taking some important space. This was such a major moment. And here Metallic, I think, getting a little risky trying to chase the KO on Ducky's Psyduck. They do respawn in time and rejoin the fray. You can see that heat wave dealing devastating damage to the Rayquaza, and in the end, their teammate picking up the last hit secure. JL's Vaporeon gonna get player of the game with 0 KOs, 2 feints, and 3 assists. One of the lower coughs we've ever seen before. But in a match where there was only 205 points scored for the winning team, a score of 135 is very impressive.
And truly, JL's ability to survive in that game was really amazing. There were so many times where they used a lot of resources to try and deal with JL, and then he was able to escape regardless, and then they kind of reset the fight to try and take it back. So really nice stuff altogether from, I mean, obviously working as a support and with a lot of recovery, as you can see already, but it was really a true secondary tank as well. When Rex was playing such an important game of trying to deal with certain threats, I feel like the entire time, right? Was of course the frontliner, but also just had to really pay attention to things like the Charizard Y, for example. So they needed that backup. It worked really well. And I mean, I guess Metallic also as well, kind of a semi-backup tank.
Yeah, this situation, I think you might have to call it that. Yeah, I mean, JL stat-wise looking pretty okay with the 54,000 recovery, right? That Aqua Ring not only healing their own Pokemon, but also everybody surrounding them. I actually am kind of curious to see their first score stats a little bit later when we get that heat map, because I think it took a while for Extinction to kind of get in position to get some early scores and get those dunks going, especially since JL was sharing a path with Chris Smith's Mega Lucario, who, by the way, they held to 23,000 damage. So in these moments where you're kind of forcing these fights to be more about positioning and kind of staggering each other, a brawler like Mega Lucario is kind of left without a role sometimes. And I think Chris Smith finding it really hard to get in the mix in some of these fights when they're taking so much poke damage from Trainer and Bora Reach.
Right, and Chris Smith, I believe, went down pretty early, right when the objective was taken, and I think Power Punch would have been kind of one of their only secure options. They didn't really have all that much, especially compared to something like a Drake and Meteor, which is going to be so much damage. Obviously, it did take it, and then they had, I believe, the
instances
as well.
of damage too, right?
Yes,
like those Drake and Meteors are hitting really rapidly.
Yeah, and so it makes it really awkward, like if there's not like one big overheat or something like that to try to deal with. So that did make it a pretty nice little secure for Extinction in the end. You can see on the graph right there kind of how that one went, but yeah, it was an interesting pick. I'm still not sure how I feel about Mega Lucario in general, but here we go. We get your stat.
Okay, interesting. So very fast on their first score. Only took them 42 seconds to get it. I love that the first KO stat is 0. That's so awesome. JL not really worried about that situation. A cough of 1.5, but scoring, crowd control, and damage taken is certainly where JL is hanging out in this one. Yeah, this Vaporeon looked really good. I would not be surprised to see Extinction return to it. We saw a lot of success in a few regions from the Umbreon and Vaporeon double pick. However, Evil Genius is already focusing a ban on that Umbreon. And if I'm going to guess, I don't think that's going to be changing at all throughout this series. I think a ban on the Umbreon will remain.
Yeah, I mean, especially too, like we see a lot of these teams that really want to make sure that Umbreon doesn't shut down like one of their main strategies, because that is, I mean, its Unite move is just so unique. Aside from the fact that obviously it's just a great Pokemon, it really can shut down a lot of picks, especially if it's chosen like a little bit earlier or a little bit later in the draft. It can just shape how the whole draft is chosen, and then it really doesn't give away too much of your own draft as well. So it can just work in a bunch of different really weird kind of behind the scenes ways. And you are correct, it is going to stay banned completely.
Yeah, looks like the bans will likely be an identical run back. The Machamp being banned is interesting. I am curious how Metallic's Machamp looks, if I'm going to be completely honest. It feels like a Pokemon you could likely let through. Here we go with Evil Geniuses, though, their first pick. Last time they picked up the Psyduck in this position, they are going to change it. I think Ducky on the Snorlax makes a lot more sense personally. They just have a lot more experience on that Pokemon, at least in these regional leagues, and I think this could be the new look that Evil Geniuses has been looking for.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Psyduck, I think, is just so good. I mean, it was like almost top damage in the team. They had so many good fight initiation moments. I don't know. I really don't know any way to like skip Psyduck in general right now. But we got some great picks on the other side. Looking to be pretty similar, right?
Okay,
there we go.
Yeah.
Originally, my thought was, well, they could just steal it away from you, but nope, they're gonna give them plenty of options. And honestly, we are sticking with some just pretty similar choices in general.
Yeah, Christmas is going to remain on that Mega Lucario. I think with Champ and Zacian being banned away, those are probably the only two Pokemon that Christmas specifically would have up in their roster above those in terms of pick priority. Maybe the Moltres. I don't know how much experience Christmas has playing that Pokemon. Extinction currently is hovering that Mega Charizard Y. If I'm Extinction, I might hold on to this one just to see and leave LGC your final pick in this draft, but they're going to take that one away. Curious to see what Vin wants to do for adaptation. We have seen some teams really struggle to answer this Moltres. I think one of the best looks we saw was Peru getting an Umbreon to mean look it basically off cooldown and hit it with some kind of mage that had a lot of crowd control access. Currently, Evil Genius's best answer is going to be rolling on the Psyduck, just being a menace. Vin and Curios are going to go with just the straight up damage option. They're going to try to take this Pokemon down from range quickly, early, and often.
This is a very interesting damage option, though. I'm not Scyther. I mean, Scyther is obviously very fun, but one that we see a lot. The Decidueye in general is going to be interesting, and there actually aren't that many, like, well, I mean, I don't want to say that there's not high mobility options, but there's not a lot of like dive on the other side to really try to take down Decidueye, and that might be some of the strategy. You can obviously dive with, for example, the Charizard Y Unite, and then you just kind of fly in, but that is a little bit risky because you are just taking damage the entire time. Or, of course, you can dive in with the Moltres, but we'll see how exactly much that works kind of as a solo dive. It's a little bit better, I think, defensively. So this could work really, really well, just outranging them completely.
Yeah, I love it. For the exact reasons you're saying. I think there's very few things on the side of Extinction's roster they can really contend with it. Honestly, Crustle, one of the better options. Like, Crustle as a defender often gets picked up as sort of an anti-attacker Pokemon. You can kind of punish them when they're kind of pushing up for early wild Pokemon. A lot of these early game moments will favor the Crustle as that evolution happens. While maybe we're fighting over Swablues and Alterias in a lot of spots, that Rock Tomb can make it really tough for a Rowlet or Dartrix stage Pokemon to kind of contend. However, once Curios gets up to that Decidueye level, gets access to these arrows, if they don't misclick Razor Leaf, hopefully they've learned lessons from what happened in day number 1 of competition with Decidueye. But either way, I think this is a really, really good pick that Extinction is going to struggle with shutting down.
Yeah, I'm interested to know why specifically they would choose it over some of the other potential sniper options that they have, but I love the Decidueye, so I'm never going to complain about seeing it picked. And honestly, we've seen it do pretty well. A lot of the last times that teams did finally decide to choose it, it's been a while, but we'll see.
Okay, headed into game number 2. Evil Genius is your purple team, Extinction your orange team. This time, the flavor of Thea Sky Ruins will be Kyogre. As it is always for our game number 2s, we will have Trainer LGC picking up the Mega Charizard Y this time around, and Vin be on the Scyther, one of the scariest Pokemon that we have seen in the metagame for quite some time. We did just see an early score from Rowlet, so Kyrios getting in some early stacks on their attack weight.
Yeah, after seeing a level 15 Anemo just win a game by themselves, basically, I am very scared of that Scyther. But we are going to see Metallic, at least for the moment, solo up top. Obviously, they're eventually going to get their friends to help, but they were not able to stop all those scores. They obviously can't score or stop the tiny scores, so they were able to do as much damage as they can. And being able to do a lot of damage to a lot of people that are kind of like all around one area is really a big strength of Moltres. I don't want to say just like AoE damage in general, but anybody that's near it just takes a lot of accidental damage. I feel like it's a lot like Zacian in a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. We'll have to see if they can contend over these birds. I mean, unfortunately for this team, both Metallic and JL are special attack specs, so both attempting to stack, and they have not had the opportunity to do so whatsoever. Vin's early rotation, and then, of course, just Roland and Chris Smith finding a way to stop anybody from getting close to their goal zone has been a major problem. You see the rotation, they kind of expect Vin and Roland here, but that doesn't matter. You got to make sure you shut them down. Vin takes about half of JL's damage and is almost able to make it away. Rex Wheel trapped with a Rock Tomb, but with that stun from the side up, it will slow them down enough to avoid the KO.
Pretty nice little escape there. There just really wasn't that much damage to follow up that nice rock tomb. I love seeing all the great Crustles hit their rock tombs, and that was one of them. But again, there's just not that much damage being assigned to try and fight them because they're probably going to get away or actually just win the fight. So back up to a little bit more of a safe game, and honestly, just that little bit of an invade was more of a risk than I felt like we saw these teams take in game number 1. So they might be like, okay, we're done kind of limit testing. We know each other, but now it's time to try to throw the other team off balance, especially now that one team is up one game.
Cool rotation from Evil Geniuses, right? We're setting Dartrix up here. I think Curios essentially trying to find the path with the least amount of enemy Pokemon so they could potentially find a way to get a score in and get this attack weight built up a bit more. Attack damage scaling, one of the most important things for a Decidueye to hit. It will be the Regidrago, which will help them in the experience race a little bit, but again, Curios hunting for that level 7. A Psychic pullback on a Vaporeon is solid, but it's such a tanky Pokemon, they can't hunt for that KO.
All right, but again, you can just use it so quickly. Again, Christmas getting very, very low, and we can see the damage from this Charizard is starting to add up. The thing is, they don't really have, with this particular these particular four that they have up top, they don't really have the damage quite yet to try and finish off a lot of these tanky Pokemon, right? They've got so much consistent damage, but the Psyshock potentially could be a really good way to try to finish off these already damaged Pokemon, either damage from the Moltres or damage from the Charizard. And then, of course, once the Charizard gets that Unite and pops it, then it's a whole different story.
Interesting choice from Trainer here, just trying to fast pace themselves to level 9 as quickly as they can. So they actually opt out of fighting over this Regieleki, even though Extinction did have 3 members up to contend with it. And the Trainer just really wants to have access to that Unite move before they force another team fight. See, Evil Genius is kind of rotating through the middle of the map. Trainer LGC is actually rotating very safely all the way to this bottom tier 1. Again, this has been the story of these two teams in this matchup. Play it safe. You do not want to give up any resources if you don't have to, but spend them rather in very important ways. Ducky gonna push up forward, buy some space, Finn right behind him.
Ooh, actually pushes away. Roland managed to get Trainer a little bit further away, and the nice secure from Curios is able to take that Reggie Ice. I know that it looked like Trainer was maybe trying to flank around and find a target to use a Unite on or something like that, but they didn't really end up finding that, especially after being pushed away from Roland. A really nice call to, of course, check that tall grass. And now we're in that tough spot where when you give Curios all this space, even these big threats on the other side, even when they're high level, it is just so hard to deal with all of the snipe damage. You can see Trainer going down about half-life. Gonna heal back a little bit, but wow, double jumped on, and they're gonna go for a double here as well. Rex not quite getting finished off, but that was still a huge amount of damage.
Oh yeah, we see Espeon landing from their Psychic Solaire. However, they cannot escape the range of Knock Knock as Curios' Decidueye Unite move gonna take that KO. Rock Tomb gonna slow down this squad, but currently it's a 5-on-2. Make it 5-on-3 as Trainer is joining up, but can't Mega Evolve in the face of Ducky Snorlax. Will finally take to the sky. Sun is set as Mega Charizard Y will drop these gigantic Fire Blasts right on top of the goal zone. Problem is they likely will be struggling to earn any of these KOs, but they do stop any of these goals going in. Evil Geniuses still held to 14 points, and while they're doing this, Metallic's Moltres is getting in multiple stacks. This is actually working out great for Extinction. That delayed fight is going to get them way more up in the stats department.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a real name for it, but it is a really important thing. If a team can't really score, oh, nice pull. Metallica is going to be able to get out of there. But when a team is not able to score early, get rid of the small amount of points, and they kind of get clogged up with Aeos energy so that every score after that becomes even more difficult unless they truly try to win a fight. A nice another secure, by the way, from Curios. And that's certainly what's happening with Evil Geniuses. They're just clogged up with so many points, but oh my gosh, clogged up with damage as well. That was a huge amount, and I mean, a really key member, 2 key members going down right there. Lucario and the Scyther. That's going to be a goal zone going down. The lead for points only going to go up here.
Yeah, what a big push. I mean, Metallic dropping the Moltres Unite move too, that Firebird Inferno just for the KO. I love seeing that from this Moltres, and obviously all that being set up by Poor Reach landing a perfect Psychic combo with this Espeon. It kind of paves the way, and Extinction able to capitalize. Evil Geniuses, though, they have a bit of a split push win for themselves. That goal zone finally brought down to about 34. This Regirock gonna be very tough to steal, but not for more reach. Perfect Psyshock landing, and Trainer is gonna take that opportunity to take to the sky. 2 Firebirds attacking this goal zone.
Oh, they are going to back up and try to build a little bit more space. They're going to be going in with the Lucario, but they just get burned down immediately, quite literally with this team. That's really all that they're trying to do. Curio's trying to get some damage. They're going to pull them in a little bit closer, and Trainer will go down in return, but the goal zone already gone. A huge power nap coming out from Snorlax, but in the end, oh, actually, wait, hold on a minute. Double KO there, I think, from the Scyther. No, okay, maybe only one, but they managed to get a pretty good amount back, and they could use this opportunity to try and get a bunch of goals in. No respawns for a little bit.
Yeah, and Rex is back, right? They don't go down. They're able to eject button over the wall, so they can join this defense a little bit. JL and Rex gonna go down, but again, Extinction's quick rotations and clever plays are keeping these goal zones up and defended. Evil Geniuses still trailing by quite a bit. The obvious silver lining, though, is that Scyther is able to KO the Mega Charizard Y in that exchange, already at a high level, but knocking out that enemy central area player is just gonna get you a lot of EXP. So now Trainer forced back into the central area. This contest between JL and Trainer is going to be interesting because both of them need their Unite moves, and I think Vaporeon, one of the latest to drop that Vaporeon Unite in the midst of that fight.
Right, not a lot of time left, and now a little bit more pressure even with this 15-second left Regieleki. They, of course, could just potentially lit this in, but this could be really important here for just getting a little bit more score to try to even things up for the side of Evil Geniuses. Doesn't look like they want to take that risk. They are going to walk down and see that there's already a lot of members here in the center area. We're going to see Snorlax a little bit caught out, takes a ton of damage. A lot of members of Evil Geniuses take a bunch of damage, and now they're split up. The Unite being used from Charizard, and a Unite defensively from Vin to just get out of there. Awkward situation for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, it is an uncomfy spot, especially when you have no healing supports this time around. A rarity for Roland, so there might be some forced recalls. Christmas, on the other hand, has a lot of HP to work with, and Trainer might not anymore. Big combo onto the Snorlax, though. Eject button, Buddy Barrier from Ducky. Gets a couple of knockups. The Aura Cannon is applying some more splash damage to the Mega Charizard Y, and now it's Metallic's turn to join the fray. They're trying to chase down that Scyther, who was able to recall and is back with a full tank of HP. Crispin taking the offense, jumps into the midst with a close combat power-up punch, and everybody from Extinction is getting wiped off the map. Trainer LGC's got to run, but the Spirit Shackle will find you wherever you hide.
And nobody left to defend. Even the one member left is just trying to run away, not get staggered. A big objective take with everybody up and full pockets for Evil Geniuses. This is how you score the points that you pulled in the very beginning of the game, is you just eventually get the Kyogre buff, and then you can score in those Hundo Burgers. Another KO here as JL will be caught out. 284-point lead here for Evil Geniuses, and they decided they probably don't want to give away any of these buffs. 40 seconds left. If there's a push left, there's not going to be a lot of time for Extinction to actually make it. And I think Evil Geniuses has such a strong defensive team as well. I'm not sure exactly what you do here as Extinction. Just maybe make one last push attempt. By the way, we do get to see this Lucario sneaking around for, I mean, one of three big back caps.
Yeah, this Vaporeon might be able to slow Pokemon down for a time being, but I don't think they're going to be able to grab all three of them in that situation. But let's see. We got 10 seconds remaining on the clock. There is at least one Hundo Burger. Again, 10 seconds left, and with a Decidueye defending this goal zone. Snorlax winning the fight. Evil Geniuses tying up this series. Wonder Chef, we got a series on our hands.
We do. No 3-0 sweeps. I think Doobsnacks was saying that we all only get to cast 3-0 sweeps aside from that duo. So that curse has been broken, and I'm glad to see it. But what a dominant game from Evil Geniuses. That end game was like, okay, they're almost going to be a chance for Extinction, and then they lost it in every single possible way. I mean, Evil Geniuses made an amazing set of back caps. Their defense was perfect. That power nap, by the way, I've been talking about it all weekend. The buff to the power nap knockup is ridiculous. Like, it launches you for so long now. I know it's only half a second each, but it really makes a difference. So great stuff to them in general. I mean, what an interesting last fight.
Yeah, they crushed it. And in the end, I think one of the biggest factors, Chef, is exactly what we were talking about that draft screen. That Decidueye just felt so safe the entirety of that end fight. You got Pokemon like the Mega Lucario and the Scyther taking a lot of damage, but in the end, it's just this Decidueye gets to keep on peppering in this damage in really, really scary moments. And yeah, Curios rising to the occasion in a major way a couple of times. Trainer LGC sort of getting caught out. They you see the Psyduck, the one actually take the knockout experience on the Mega Charizard in that situation, and Vin kind of cleaning up everybody else. But take a look at this. You have the Decidueye sort of winning the 1v1 versus Metallic, and from that point on, Decidueye's like, all right, I will take up the job of hitting the Kyogre, and why not add the Mega Charizard wide to the roster?
I do think it was really interesting the way this turned out. By the way, is it curious? Okay, curious. I was wondering if they got knocked out a single time. They did one time, and I don't remember when it was. But aside from that, they were just never able to be targeted out by any of the damage of Extinction. So clearly, the Decidueye pick worked extremely well. That is why Kyrgios is going to be our MVP. I think that's a super heads-up pick that they ended up making.
Yeah, I loved the selection. 79,000 damage done, and of course, only going down once, but only taking, 15,000 damage in total. So really remarkable stuff from this attacker player, and one of the reasons why Evil Geniuses is considered to be one of the best squads in the entire world. You can see Mega Lucario from Christmas having a much better game in this next one, right? 60,000 damage done, but also tanking a ton of damage and even providing themselves with a lot of self-recovery. I actually do like the Mega Lucario against the Moltres. It feels like a battle of two very similar play styles. You're trying to get a lot of your own HP recovery, one with these fire type attacks, the other with the fighting type maneuvers. But either way, these players are really showing up to play in this first series of NA.
Right, and I know we just skipped past that screen, but you get a chance to see that everybody but Kyrgios on the side of Evil Geniuses had like 30,000 healing, and they weren't true healers, right? It was just such a self-sustaining team, which is a big reason why they were able to do well in the end of that fight. And it was weird. I want to point it out one more time, just how that all went down. I thought it was really interesting that I think that Extinction made a really good call splitting up Evil Geniuses, and it really looked like they were going to be able to collapse on one of the two kind of groups that were left, but they just returned towards the center, and they weren't able to really find any KOs off of that interesting little split. And then they were out of the Unite from the Charizard. And Charizard without a Unite is, it's not like it's bad per se, but it can be really rough if it's getting focused down because it loses so much of that self-sustain and ability to escape from crowd control. So it was kind of one of the first ones to go down. And it was just the way that we got to see Evil Geniuses recollapse into that fight after being put into an awkward position that I think was really expertly done.
Yeah, it's so hard to fight out of that position, right? Your defender core kind of lost the battle for positioning. Ducky won it, and Roland won it in spades. And then all of a sudden, you're kind of forced into taking these offensive Unite moves you'd love to translate into KOs in more of like kind of, defensive safe ways. There was a cool moment where Vin had to use the Unite move to kind of bail out on that Scyther. You were calling it, but it worked out so well for them. They were able to rejoin the fray, no worse for wear. And you kind of saw Metallic chase down that Scyther the entire fight. That meant that Metallic wasn't able to play with the rest of the team because they were trying to hunt these KOs, give their team an advantage in terms of numbers. But in the end, it's just Evil Geniuses, rather, who were able to hold on, keep their numbers strong, and honestly, just trust in that that long-range dominance from Kyrgios' Decidueye.
And we get to see the top win rate percentage for just today and yesterday. Miraidon actually number one. I feel like that one's a little bit of a surprise. Some that we've seen only from a few teams, I would say, currently, but we did see it banned out, of course, in this set, and for good reason. But we do get to see a lot of these Pokemon that I feel like we only see sometimes, right? Espeon really on the uptick, and then Slowbro always dependent on what's on the other side of the draft screen, I should say. And it's done some really great work, especially the last set that we saw in Latin America.
Yeah, I've been loving seeing this Slowbro. A lot of defenders taking this role, right? I guess I can be Psyduck in that position, but two supports as well, those yellow backgrounds. Miraidon, I think the exception here in this situation. I'm honestly shocked to see the win rate that high. Could be just because players who like the Miraidon seem to be doing very well today. I don't know where the transitive property actually ends up in terms of, do the teams make Miraidon look good? Does Miraidon make the team look good? Who knows? But in the end, this weekend has been a great weekend for the Miraidon. I was wearing the pin yesterday. I should have worn it today.
You should have. We get to see some of these other ones a little bit more standard. I'm surprised it's only 50% on the Scyther. Still talking about the Rhydon, though, just going back in my brain. It was definitely a lot of Peru, right? I was talking to Doopsnacks and Spraggles off broadcast, and I was saying that Peru they just use the Miraidon and they play around the Miraidon, Zynos in particular, in a way that I feel like no other team is able to do, and they allow it to enable so much for them. I was saying that during the cast yesterday as well. So only 8 wins really for our top kind of set of wins, so that's probably why we're going to see that. But it's also probably why we're going to see it. Well, I'm actually not sure if we're going to see it banned once again. We'll see what ends up on the chopping block, as we're going to see the double bird ban to start things off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's many birds that you could consider bans in the meta game right now.
Double flightless bird ban, maybe.
Yeah, there we go. Flightless bird ban so far. It is interesting, though. The one swap we already have is Extinction will be first pick. So after taking the loss, they will elect to be in that first pick position on this Groudon map. Obviously, this will be the final locked-in map. After that, we could see some rotates and oh my word, are we going to see a Decidueye ban from Extinction? I mean, if you truly don't have an answer, why not? Decidueye is going to be banned away. Extinction is so comfortable in the compositions they are bringing out. They don't want to see that true counter any longer. Curios's Decidueye gets a target ban in Game 3.
I'm not sure that I honestly like that, because I do feel like there are some other options that can play a somewhat similar goal to the Decidueye if they do end up allowing their own comp to be a little bit vulnerable to that range like they did last time. So we'll see if they do end up changing anything at all. Of course, we could just take advantage of the fact that Decidueye is not banned and try to be a more aggressive comp that kind of pushes the envelope faster than the other team on the side of Evil Geniuses. Curios's flexibility, another one of his greatest strengths. I feel like I'm kind of just talking up Curios over the course of the set, but is able to play so many different Pokemon that can really kind of play a lot of different roles within the role.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll have to see what they elect to be going with right now. Interesting to see Jail and Rex picking up the Umbreon and the Hoopa. So Jail, I would say, most well known for this Hoopa pick, and obviously it's crushing it in the win rate department, and Rex having a chance to play the Umbreon, but Talik finally have a chance to play the Zacian. We're going to see those picks, but here we go. We got Vin picking up the Zapdos. Evil Genius is probably the team to make that creative Zapdos play look the best in our last week of seasonal play. So Vin gonna be picking it up. We could see Curios have a late swap onto that selection if they want to. Extinction now having a chance to lock things up. Man, I would love to see Bora Reach pick up the Latios. If Trainer's going to be picking up the Latios, like, it would just, to me, it would just paint a pretty picture. But instead, you got to go with a great win rate Pokemon in the SPL.
That is a lot of ranged damage added to this comp at the end of it from Extinction. And there are going to be some pretty decent targets. I mean, the thing about Zapdos is Zapdos can do quite a bit of damage and a lot of AoE damage, but it also isn't very mobile as far as things go. And I mean, I guess you're not very mobile on the side of this Venusaur as well. I'm waiting to see if these items end up switching to see what comp it's going to be. Okay, it'll be Venusaur. So that is actually kind of what I was saying, right? Like, there are some other options to try and outrange a team if you just ban away Decidueye, and this Venusaur potentially is going to be one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I hope y'all liked game 1 and how much of a poke battle it was, because we are looking at that in game number 2. Reminder, I mean, the differences between Groudon and Kyogre map could be a relevant factor here. There's a lot less tall grass. It's going to be a lot easier for attackers to spot out Pokemon who are kind of roaming to try to shut them down. So Pokemon like Venusaur or even Latios will have a lot more vision to be working with at any given time. Not to mention if you drop a Chris Smith Moltres Unite move. But yeah, at this point, it will be, I think, a tough game for both Metallic and Crispit to play these all-rounders in, as there is going to be just a tremendous amount of poke damage from either side. That Venusaur, that Zapdos, and of course the Latios and Espeon.
We're going to have 7 ranged attackers in... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Well, I guess depends on if you consider Moltres ranged or melee. I mean, obviously its attacks are melee, but it has like ranged damage.
I almost would consider Hoopa. So
I was gonna say just 7 ranged Pokemon in general and 3 melee Pokemon in general, but Moltres, okay, we'll say 6 and 4 maybe. I don't know, 6.5 to 3.5. Regardless, an interesting match that we're setting up. Like you said, a lot of poke damage with Extinction versus Evil Geniuses, tied 1-1, going into game number 3.
All right, Trainer going to return to the Pokemon that did get them a game win, but at the same time, so is Ducky. So that's Snorlax being back in the mix, and they're already going at it in the bottom side of the map. You can see here, actually a KO on the top side. It'll be Zacian picking up the Gossifleur. Curios left alone with this poor Bulbasaur, but does have 9 points of Eos energy, so was able to secure a lot of stuff in the early game. Just a little cutie on that Bulbasaur.
know, with the heart spray, so very excellent. I appreciate that from Kyrios. But really, this is one of the Pokemon that we're gonna have to see. Oh, yeah, I know.
Sorry, I thought he was about to put in 20 in their face. Like, that is disrespectful, Vin Diesel.
I know, I thought so as well, but just barely stopped. But I'm really curious how the Zapdos is going to do. I feel like we've seen a lot of these other Pokemon quite a bit so far. Zapdos, last time we saw it was, or one of the last times we saw it do really well was from this team, obviously, so we'll see if they can repeat that strategy. So far, though, 0 score from anybody. No early stacking until at least the birds. Oof.
Yeah, that's a great point. Latios will pick up a lot of those last hits, which notably, by the way, not running any stacking items. So kind of interesting. Obviously, Latios' whole game plan is a lot more to do with farming and getting last hits. So they're not as concerned about getting any points in those goal zones. On the other hand, Christmas would love to get some on this Moltres, the power up. But here we go, yet another invade, this time from Extinction into the opposite side, but Talon can be quite safe with these empowered moves from the Zacian. But Vin gonna be trying to chase down, and take a look at that, the Kanto birds chasing down the Hoopa. Welcome to the mythical battlefield, Hoopa. You're out of here. Big KO for Christmas.
It's this is almost certainly the first time we've seen 2 of them together, right? I mean, obviously we're not going to see Articuno yet, but that would be, you know, we could see a third if the comp does end up working. And so far, I mean, it's looking pretty decent with a double, but still no score in the entire game. The Regidrago, honestly, you could use that buff to try and get the first score of the game. I mean, it might help, because I was saying last game was a low scoring game. This one is like as low as you could literally get, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I say unfortunately, it is an interesting match still at this point in time, right? But remember, when we are looking at this many ranged attackers, this is the kind of metagame we're going to have to expect. Shouldn't see the full commit onto the Sludge Bomb, but it makes a ton of sense, right? There's so much range damage. It's not like you're going to be able to have a lot of Giga Drain targets anyways. As you see Trainer lining up these Draco Meteors into these opposing Pokemon so frequently, stacking up that Aeon power, they're up to 3 Meteors a pop now.
I do wonder if Draco Meteor is just a pick that they really do like against the Moltres, because that's when it's been picked so far, or I should say, you know, this entire Pokemon using Draco Meteor, not just Draco Meteor as a move, but it's a pretty big target, and it's been taking a good amount of damage from it. Well, there we go. That's a good way to KO it. Obviously, plenty of assists on that. Didn't need to be the Draco Meteor, but it kind of been a pattern, so we'll see if that is maybe their strategy.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, honestly, I just think Trainer prefers this moveset as well. Like, they've been playing it so much. Whether the opponent is the Moltres or not. So the trainer playing a little bit more for comfort at this point in time. Lucky can actually elect to not dunk in that 30. Chris Smith really needs this opportunity to stack these special attack specs, and finally, Evil Geniuses will have the opportunity to do so. Not to mention, Moltres will be getting that much closer to his level 9 and having access to that Inferno.
And we don't really, I feel like we don't really have a chance to talk about or like see the effects of that Unite, where it does give you the vision of the goal zones, and that's really important in the final moments. But from like an observer perspective here, it's just not something you can easily see, because we can see everything all the time, right? But just a reminder for everybody out there, since Moltres is so new, whenever you use its Unite anywhere on the map, you see vision around their 2 furthest forward goal zones, and that's really important to show you kind of where things are, who's defending what. And oh my goodness, almost got that KO there on Roland. Pretty big threat here from the side of Extinction.
Yeah, Roland just kind of face tanking it, but now you got to worry. Kyrios' Solar Beam's ready to go, and that's an interesting interaction to see the telekinesis pulling the Solar Beam closer to you. We have to watch Trainer be a little bit careful about that spot with the telekinesis on the Latios. But yeah, I mean, so far the poke damage going back and forth, and in the end, it'll be both teams just kind of waiting to chill. Vin catches out this Umbreon Solar Beam, and Sludge Bomb lands on the Umbreon. So watch out for that special defense shred of that poison effect to really add some extra hurt onto the Zapdos and Venusaur damage.
That was like a jump scare. Rex is like, I'm going to enter their center area and see if there's experience. And then they walk in and they get hit by the double combo from both those special attackers. It's like, ah! Yeah. They didn't get out, which is lucky. I mean, if they weren't a defender, they probably would have fallen to that. So a nice little ambush. I love ambushes in general, but Evil Geniuses did a good job of that. Now we're going to get a spawn for both these objectives. Once again, both of them taking them pretty quickly. Doesn't seem like there's too much here. A beam steal could be the only option, if it's even attempted. Regieleki now down to about half, and I do like this spacing where you're trying to prevent Kyrios from even getting close, and yeah, they were not able to get close enough.
Right, yeah, it's a great call by Rex on that Umbreon. It's exactly what you want to do. Get up in the face of these attackers. Here we go. Latios taking a KO onto the Eldegoss. Make it 2 KOs as Vin will also fall. Trainer LGC setting up some big ones. Verdant Anger will land. Metallic does not have Metal Claw up off cooldown to block it. And now Ducky trying to create a bit of space. JL the one taking the brunt of damage. Rex trying to lead the retreat, but Ducky close on their tail. Metallic with the play ruffle jumping towards the Venusaur. And of course, at that point, we will have a pause. So we'll stop just for a brief moment there. Wonder Chef, one thing I want to talk about really quickly, because you were calling it out, that a little push in by the Umbreon. I just want to say, like, what are the cause and effects of these kind of things? You see these top players make some interesting plays like that in the situation. They go in, they get ambushed by these 2 Pokemon, but you look at what Extinction does immediately after. Umbreon is able to bail, and you see the entire team rotate to bottom objective. Right? You have 2 Pokemon spotted out in vision. Worst case scenario is what happened with the Venusaur, is they recall, but you still beat them there off the rotation. So you'll at least have a vision of 3 to 4 players. The worst you're dealing with on the bottom side for that fight is maybe 1 enemy Pokemon. So that vision created by the Umbreon or any of these roaming supports is so valuable to these top players because they know immediately what place is safe on the map, or at the very least, what is advantageous for some of these teams to kind of force.
Yeah, I mean, that's really a topic that it relates perfectly to the Moltres Unite that I was talking about, where we as casters, I think, obviously there's just not enough time to ever talk about it, but we don't really get to talk about vision enough. I mean, we can go through entire matches.
Pauses.
Honestly, can we pause, like,
pause the game?
Yeah. We'll make it like a sports game. We'll give them each a timeout, you know? Like, we'll give them each a certain number of timeouts, and they can use it throughout the match.
And then give the casters 1 timeout. We just have like a really good point that we want to make. We want to pause the game.
We'll make the players pause for us. Yes. No, production already trying to figure out how to fire us for the next season or potentially even the next match. But yeah, so the vision is just such a big deal, right? We obviously kind of as viewers, we get to see vision of everything all the time. And it's one of those hindsight 2020 moments. But things like the Moltres Unite, things like just being able to know that a Pokemon is leaving your vision with low HP and no way to truly heal does give you this great advantage in making these macro decisions that these pro teams are so good at.
Yeah, I mean, in other games of this genre, it'd be something called warding, right, is one of the really important factors. Only one Pokemon sort of has a mechanic similar to it with the Sableye, and I guess now Moltres, you could kind of consider to be that opportunity. But here comes that push. We got Rex actually pulling Ducky back. Solar Beam will land into the Hoopa, but just a sideline glance. Ducky gonna take full advantage of that Zapdos debuff. Wow, I'm getting it mixed up here. The Zapdos Unite move gonna open up the path for Ducky to put in 40, and with the Buddy Barrier, they're actually gonna make it all the way back to the goal zone. It will fall there, of course, as these Draco Meteors are stacking up to the moon with Trainer LGC. There's Meteors going to the moon.
Oh, there's a theme going on. Yeah, no, I'm glad you were the one that was speaking during that moment, because I was sitting there and I was like, how did they get a Regieleki?
Right. So they spawned a Regieleki.
Yeah, I was like, what happened? I was like, I swear we saw that already. But yeah, that was the Zapdos Unite usage, and the Moltres Unite usage, as far as like the way that it affects goal zones, it obviously can be really cool and give them some information. But the Zapdos one is like a very direct, like, hey, you want to score some points? You want to make a big comeback? And that is why they're choosing that. Well, not one of the only reasons, but a big reason why you would choose Zapdos in general. And so we've seen that win the game for them already. We are going to see a pretty even split right here, just of course objective to objective, and the Regieleki will be in its proper place down here on the bottom path.
Yeah, no high voltage siege needed from Vin on the bottom side of the map. Regieleki will provide that, but now it was a Registeel buff towards Extinction, so a little bit more firepower for this roster, who's already boasting quite a bit of damage. Smith will move in on this Moltres for a big score, utilizing that flying type Moltres to dive in with the Sky Attack for a quick score. And now we are set up. Evil Geniuses with a big lead and only 2 minutes left on the clock. Final stretch time. Here comes Groudon.
We might have been able to wait a little bit longer to get double points there, but they want to be safe. And now it's time for a similar idea, right, of what we saw in game number 2, where it's going to be a big poking game, potentially. We're seeing a really far back hold from Evil Geniuses. I mean, Ducky pretty far forward, and they are going to try to defend them. But, I mean, look how far back and spread out they are. They do not want to get caught with all of this poke.
Yeah, I mean, Metallic knows where a lot of these enemy Pokemon are now, but so does Rex. He's jumping to the mist with that big Snarl landing. JL caught in a really scary spot here. They're going to go down without being able able to use their Unite move. A perfect flank by Ducky. Shuts them down, and Crispin's going to take down Rex. The whole support core gone. Metallic, that's a gigantic Zacian Unite move, but it's simply not enough. Trainer LGC will escape the Snorlax, but this Groudon is already in a dangerous spot for reach. Called out by Roland, as that Eldegoss is going to kind of bubble them out. Latios on the outside currently. Groudon at about half HP. That Sludge Bomb debuff has hit the Groudon. Verdant Anger will go for the secure, but it will be the Venusaur taking down the Groudon.
That was an extremely scary time, honestly, to try and take that objective for Evil Geniuses, but they do manage to make it happen. I mean, they had the Psyshock there, they had the Draco Meteor there, all still available. Everybody was running back, but they were confident and they made it work. But still, like I said in the last game, an awkward position. We've only got what, an 70, I don't know, 6-point lead or something like that. So I mean, any score here is going to be big. Hundoburger going up top, and they're going to completely leave this goal zone alone. Oh, they catch Roland. That's actually going to be huge.
Yeah, and Bora's the one to get the buff, so they will have a Groudon buff to work with. Again, only 20 seconds left. They're going to dunk in these points. They will get them in, but the Zapdos going to dunk a Hundo Burger in the back line as well. They need 2 scores for the side of Extinction, and Evil Geniuses still has a couple of players with that Groudon buff. Maybe first and foremost being this Venusaur, but the Moltres actually trying to take the cake for the KO streak at the end. A big push by Chris Smith for a 3 KO streak to shut down the defense, and Evil Geniuses with the go-ahead game 3.
Honestly, they could have guaranteed that nobody could score in that goal zone for like 10 seconds straight. They could have Moltres united, and then they could have used Venusaur, and then they could have, I don't know, there was a few more, but I mean, that was going to be an impossible wall to break with only 10 seconds left. So Evil Geniuses, knowing that, making a smart decision to just go for their specific couple of back caps and then retreat, as they're going to be moving up 2-1 in the set. Very well played, and honestly, a pretty different final, I would say, like 2 minutes, or maybe the first moments of the final 2 minutes, than I thought we were going to get. Very different from the last game.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Genius is playing really well, but I gotta be honest here, Wonder Chef, if I'm Extinction, that was maybe the most worrisome game. You got a lot of Pokemon on your side that have been banned against you for quite some time. You got the Zacian, you got the Hoopa, and then even the Latios, which gave you a game win earlier on in this series, you just took a loss with. That's a really tough one to take. Evil Genius is finding a lot of clever answers. It's right there in the name.
And I do think that, like I was saying in the previous draft, one of the biggest issues here is that you're like getting rid of, I don't want to say worthless Pokemon by any means, but you're getting rid of a non-meta threat Pokemon in the Decidueye, and then giving them something else like the Venusaur, which is also in the kind of a similar place. So it's so hard to figure out what they want to draft here. We did get to see some of these last fights, and honestly, it was a lot more aggression from Extinction than I thought there was going to be. Chris Smith being our MVP.
Matt, you saw it right there in the replay. That Zacian Unite move hitting so many targets.
I know.
Unite. If the Draco Meteor was paired up with that in that exact moment, just a little bit more coordination from Extinction, I think we'd be looking at a totally different endgame. But in the end, it's Evil Geniuses the one to come away with this matchup. Chris Smith, 5 knockouts on the match, 3 of those coming in that final defense with the Moltres, only dealing about 26,000 damage. But again, in these attacker-heavy compositions, these all-rounders are put in some pretty awkward spots and not able to dish out as much as they'd be hoping to do. You see their counterpart on the other side, Metallic, at only 38,000 damage, which I know they've hit far greater heights in the past. Curios was 66,000 on the Venusaur, looking real clean. Then with only 27,000 on the Zapdos, but again, scoring a major part of this series so far, and Zapdos giving them a lot to work with in that department.
I think most of that metallic damage there, the 38,000, was from that one Unite. I agree with you, by the way. That might have been the best Zacian Unite that I've ever seen, which is a really sad fact that it didn't end up getting any KOs. I did see what healed them back. Did Roland use a quick Unite to kind of heal everybody back in and give them all those shields? I wasn't able to really see what happened, but they got all chunked to like 1 hit away from KO, and then there was just a great save from Evil Geniuses. But I mean, great plays from both sides, obviously, as we expect from any of the teams that we're going to see, especially on day 2 of these regional finals. So really nice kind of counter returns and seeing exactly what you need to do. But Evil Geniuses, yeah, they felt like they're in control, and they're playing such weird comps as well and in control, exactly like you're saying. Like what do you even do here?
Yeah, it's an awkward spot to put yourselves in, but the spot that Evil Genius has forged for themselves, Wonder Chef, is one step away from World Championship qualification. They are on match point, and if they can eliminate Extinction here, Evil Geniuses will lock up their place in San Francisco. On the other hand, Extinction have 1-1 with Evil Geniuses in total match count, and they want to bring this one to a favorable win for them. They will need to win back-to-back games of Pokemon Unite to pull it off. And we'll be going back to the Groudon map, and Extinction will be going back to first pick.
I do feel like it's very, very possible here that we do go to a game 5. Extinction just needs to find an answer. It does seem like they just haven't been, I don't know, not that they haven't been confident in their drafts. They just haven't really found their spot in this matchup in their drafts. And Evil Geniuses, they're a weird team. We haven't really, I think, had a chance to talk about it as much over the course of this season. They have a lot of weird flexibility as far as their picks, and there's a good reason why they're kind of on top right now, or at least one of the top teams, is that they can. It's so hard to deal with them in the draft just in general. I think one of the most difficult that we have in the league.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see the adaptation that we have into Game 3. What I would love to see from Extinction is honestly a full pivot. I think Trainer's Latios is looking at excellent. I would love to see Trainer on something like the Scyther with a Mimikyu, or even the Palmon in some of these situations. Let's shift it up. Let's get some dive opportunities for this team to work with. But potentially with Evil Geniuses drafting around and prioritizing these defenders, it might make it difficult. Zacian will be the final ban. Evil Geniuses with a few options are going to take away the Machamp. Extinction, if I'm in their shoes, you might want to consider a Snorlax first pick.
Ooh, yeah, I could see that. I mean, Snorlax more and more has just become a super high priority pick, and especially if there's somebody who's really good at it, we are going to see that. I think one pick that I would like to maybe see them go to is the Mimikyu. I feel like that was, quite a strong pick for them, but it also just an option to deal with some of this range damage. I don't know. There are a few different ways that they could go with this draft. Obviously, we are going to see Umbreon, and once again, this Moltres going over to Evil Geniuses. Moltres looking quite good still once again today.
Yeah, it is really the dark side of first pick, right? Not knowing what Evil Genius's final selection will be makes it tough to go with the Pokemon like Mimikyu in the final parts of your draft. With Vin and Curios both having just kind of such strange playable Pokemon pools, it can be tough to shut down these players. But it's one of the strengths of Evil Geniuses, what makes them so good and what set them at this point in the tournament. JL Borareach going to pick up the Vaporeon and Espeon, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. EG gonna hold Curios's pick for the final selection.
Yeah, the smart order that they're drafting in does make it certainly a lot harder to want to go Mimikyu, but certainly already, I mean, I think just even with this comp, it doesn't feel like Mimikyu would be the worst thing in the world. I think that they can't go such a mid-range maximum comp with no dive again. Oh, that is an option.
There you go.
That is certainly an option. All right, don't ban it. Just instead steal it away. And I think that's actually a really smart option. Trainer on the Decidueye.
Yeah, we'll see. Curios was kind of hovering over the Mega Charizard Y for a moment, which is interesting because they picked the Decidueye to kind of counter that Mega Charizard Y composition. But they will go with a different fire-flying Pokemon. There's a lot of them now. But they are going to select one of the OG fire-flying Pokemon in Pokemon Unite in the Talonflame, but hand it right over to Vin. So Curios going to pick up that Zapdos. Again, they've shown they can play it before. They've won tournament matches with this Pokemon before. LGC going to be sticking on the Decidueye. I mean, in the days of Amaterasu, we saw Yeet Fan play in this Pokemon at LGC on something else. I miss those days, but I'm sure trainers picked up plenty of ways to play the Decidueye.
Yeah, this, I mean, that is an old name to remember. Amaterasu, old team now, or old team name, I should say. A lot of members still around, let's say. Yep. But yeah, we get to see a chance to, or we get to see an example, is what I'm trying to say here, of how difficult it is to deal with Evil Genius's draft when they're literally choosing the same Pokemon and then giving it to a different player on the team, right? I mean, just ridiculous. Obviously, there's a lot of teams that have done that in the past. Well, maybe not a lot, but a few. But Evil Genius is one of the best at being able to do stuff like that and shift around their strategies. Really, though, I mean, so much of this is going to depend on how this Decidueye does, because if you can get away from Vin on this bird, this kind of return bird with the Talonflame, then you're going to do great, honestly. I mean, it's a very similar range comp that the Evil Geniuses themselves use it against, but if you get hunted down by one of their 3 flying Pokemon, then you will unfortunately maybe crumble.
I think the biggest concern for me around this decision-wise, Chef, is where do you put it? Like, Trainer LGC is going to have to go into the central area with this Pokemon, a Pokemon that does love to stack. When we saw Curios picking up the Decidueye, they were able to play it in path, but it's not like you're going to put Espeon or Buzzwole in your central area. So Extinction kind of being handcuffed a little bit in their path assignments. We'll have to see if they can find a way to work around that puzzle. Nice little rock slide from Ducky. Curios expending an early eject button, but for good reason. Snorlax take it down. That's your KO.
And that's a pretty scary path as far as just damage down there on the bottom. But Chris Smith getting really low as well. Hold on a minute. We've got so much aggression. Can this little Eevee catch this KO? Let's go. Manages to catch a JL, the menace. And that's it's going to be a nice way to kind of get that return. But already so much violence.
Yeah, Pokemon Unite's a funny game. You know, it's a game in which Eevee can chase down a KO onto a Moltres. JL is working out pretty well. Big mean look on a Metallic. They catch the right Pokemon, and Roland makes sure they translate that into a KO of 2. Moltres takes 1, Umbreon on the other, and now Curios is pushing up here for a 3 flying Pokemon and 1 walking Pokemon push into this tier 1.
I know. Well, you know what? It's okay. Roland's got enough legs for multiple Pokemon there on that quadruped, but they're going to get a lot of points in. I mean, we were seeing 0-0 for a long time in a different match of this set, and now we are already at over 100 points scored with only, you know, a minute and a half on the clock. So lots more aggression, and it certainly does make a lot of sense. Again, though, we got to see how this Decidueye does. Currently, it hasn't really been a part of all that much, right? It hasn't been helping nearly as much aggression as we've seen from the center area Pokemon Reveal Geniuses. But now it's scaled up. Now it's actually Decidueye as we're seeing this KO on the JL, and we'll see what it can actually bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it took a little while for JL to get up to level. Even getting that in Victorian Evolution. Ooh, Metallic actually is spending an eject button to try to play around that. You had Trainer with the Spirit Shackle. However, they grab the Umbreon the second time. They won't get the disruption. They'll get the damage done, but obviously that Umbreon passive going to hold them in place and won't be affected by that CC.
That was so close to Chris Smith going down. I've never seen that low life, but now they've got to deal with a lot of range up in that top path, and you do see the rotate a little bit more towards top from the Talonflame. Maybe going to be trying to chase down this Decidueye, I think, a lot of the time. Oh, and Moltres going in, not realizing there were quite so many people in that tall grass. A nice follow-up from Vin. Going to be able to take down that Buzzwole, and they're just all going to back up. Snapshot so close to hitting, but once again, JL just hunting down these legendary birds. There's nothing scarier than an evolution or an evolution.
Yeah, that is crazy. JL crushing it right now. That's how the type disadvantage. Vaporeon going to take down that Zapdos, and now Extinction kind of level it up. I mean, Trainer hit a crazy 3-player Spirit Shackle, kind of showcasing why Decidueye can be a very relevant sniper, even with Inteleon still in the metagame. But either way, the second Spirit Shackle not able to close out a KO. JL very happy to take the Constellation knockout there. And that's a Regirock for Extinction. So this match getting closer in terms of EXP. Evil Genius is off to a much hotter start, though, and they still have a pretty large lead, including points, as they sit 124-49.
Oh, look at this
thing.
Threat.
Stored power future sight. Interesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's going to be pretty different. We've seen so much Side Shock. I just made the assumption. But yeah, you can see it right there. Little blast there. Curios, though, is going to be trying to defend this goal zone as we are going to see the first KO going on to the Umbreon. A nice little return KO. And finally this time, Chris Smith is going to go down. And at this point, this is where the range really matters. Curios cannot try and defend this for very long. But I like that. Trying to back up and bait the vulnerability. Trying to get Vin to go in and get that flank, but Trainer was ready for it and still has not gone down from a lot of these dives. So the combat's looking pretty good for Extinction so far. You know, a lot of these fights have been going pretty well their way, but their points lead is pretty significant. Or
yeah,
little, I guess,
they are
deficit.
crushing it in that department. Not to mention they got Vin at level 10, but I guess so is Trainer, who is rotating back up to their side. Let's see if JL and Rex can buy enough space on this Vaporeon and Snorlax. And well, that's one down already. Zapdos plus Talonflame is a recipe for disaster. At least if you're an enemy Pokemon, you do not want to be reading that one. Big push by EG.
but they just can't get all that much going against some of this range and some of the defensive power that we see on the side of Extinction. I'm really interested as to why we're not seeing the Side Shock, but maybe it's just because there's already the burst damage of the Spirit Shackle, right? So maybe instead you want to play a little bit more mobility, a little bit different of a style, and oh, nice snipe shot. Didn't really do all that much damage to Roland, but you just like seeing snipe shots hit. There's another one.
Yeah, it could have something to do with just what their path matchup was earlier on in the game. However, I suppose that's something you'd have to select even before we get in the lobby now these days.
Yeah.
Here we go. Another push onto that bottom tier 1. Both Vin and Curious going to get even more points. So EG's score lead will continue to increase, and with a double defender, they are able to shrug off a lot of these Spirit Shackles. Even at the start, Regice is brought down to about half HP though. Trainer charging up the arrow. Easy secure. Ducky a little bit late on the Rock Tomb.
Right, I mean, and while it's not Side Shock, I mean, still so much burst. So the combination of, I mean, both their like ranged damage dealers and Extinction is going to be really nice. It's kind of landing a lot of secures, something we might have to look at later. A nice trap into a ton of damage. What a combination there. Chris Smith is going to go right into the depths, trying to chase down these defenders, but I mean, there's just going to be so much life on their side. They manages to get the goal in and break that goal zone. So, I mean, that was such a well-coordinated little team fight there.
I mean, crazy play from Roland to steal so much of that buddy barrier shielding on the Umbreon. I mean, they're getting it from multiple Pokemon. No longer do they take all the shields, but still, that is a lot to work with. Extinction was able to get a couple of scores on the bottom side, so hopefully Trainer's damage will be up to snuff now as they take down an Umbreon to start. That is a Moltres caught by the block for a moment. They will finally get out of the range of the knock-knock. Decidueye not quite far ahead enough to follow up with any of the damage. Regieleki will leash, but does not fully regain its HP. It should be Extinction taking down the Regieleki and sending it towards this tier 2.
Yeah, unfortunate little reset there. It didn't really have any reason that it was reset, but just went a little bit too far. Lots of experience right now on the side of Extinction, and only a minute and 16 left to the final stretch, so I think they want to try to take their time and farm back up. No level 13s quite yet for them. Only one level 13 on the other side, and that is going to be that Talonflame. Obviously, they want to hit some of these big power spikes towards the end, and especially with how these comps go, I mean, you could theoretically try to either take this top Reggie in a few seconds or try to push down this goal zone, or both at once, but I mean, it's pretty scary going up against this team, and Extinction hasn't had a great time trying to be the ones on the offense so far.
Yeah, they have had a tough time setting up some of these fights, or at least following up on any of this damage. Metallic will take down that mean look and immediately get KO'd. Evil Genius is able to follow up on that so easily thanks to the help of that Brave Bird. I mean, Talonflame so powerful at getting into the mix. Ducky will lose about half their HP, but again, the coverage from Roland and everybody else is so solid. Registeel is brought down to about half HP, but so is Evil Genius. Extinction do a good job of poking down this enemy squad. This is risky for EG to still be hanging around this major objective, and likely will have to forego the Registeel buff in favor of better positioning.
Right, once again, a kind of weird reset that didn't necessarily need to happen. There was only one person on it, but it did end up happening, and that actually prevents them from getting the buff, which is pretty huge. Otherwise, they could have burned it down, but we're just going to have everybody repositioning in the center area. We are going to have Snorlax pretty far forward down on that bottom side, trying to get a little bit of vision, and then the Talonflame just waiting to see if there's anybody going for that. The only vulnerable tier 1 in the entire game up in that northeast, but as we know in this poke battle, something like the Decidueye is going to be very scary, and you've got to deal with it before it ends up just poking you down.
And you can see Evil Genius is kind of spreading out in that vertical line across the map, right? Trainer LGC to hit multiple targets would need to have a gigantic flank rotate. You see on the bottom side of your mini-map there, Talonflame actually caught out. Big Unite move, pulls all the way back. They'll need that Wish healing. The Shadow Sneak lands on them. Without that Wish, they go down via that Shadow Sneak. That's so scary. Ducky's going to take about half HP. Roland going to be constantly trying to get the Wish healing back up. But now it's Rex kind of getting in between those two defenders. They could have an opportunity to split this team apart, but now a minute is off the clock. Extinction's options are running out due to time.
They've got to make something happen, and they just haven't yet. There we go. Unite going in from the Buzzwole. They're going to be able to take down Moltres. It's a huge first pick, following them all the way down. And Vin, the next one to fall, but they are going to finally trade in for the Buzzwole. Still a 4v3, and this is a really good runaway from Evil Geniuses. They're making it really difficult to try and chase them all down, going different directions. They know that time is on their side. We've got two members trying to deal damage up to Groudon, Bora Reach, and Trainer. A chance to steal here, but not going to be super high from the side of Evil Geniuses. Geniuses.
Right, and notable, no Zapdos Unite move for Kyrios, right? So if they wanted to have a late game siege of some kind, it will not be an opportunity. That Buzzwole is spawned back in with Groudon buff, by the way. Still very tough to get to the other side of the map. Snorlax goes in, tries to bait out a few cooldowns. Take a look at this Espeon. Gonna attempt to put in that Hundo Burger. Will not score. Umbreon gonna be able to stop them. There's gonna be an attempt here on the top side, but Evil Geniuses might hold them completely. They do it. EG are gonna take down Extinction.
Wow, just barely stopping scores both on the bottom pad and the top pad. I mean, that was such a scary situation, but a great defense, and not the first great defense from Evil Geniuses in this set, playing to their strengths, and a 3-1 victory will give Evil Geniuses the win and, of course, the qualification for the World Championships.
Wow, Extinction's hot streak will fall just shy of the championship match, but Evil Geniuses will punch their ticket to Worlds as well as this next game versus Root Dignitas. I mean, what a match between these two teams. Extinction having one solid game in there, but other than that, I feel like Evil Geniuses just having the download on this Extinction team.
And so much of it was draft. I think so much of it was draft, more than some of the other sets that we've seen today. I mean, obviously there have been a lot of really interesting fights and kind of drawn out fights at the 2-minute mark, and some really great macro decisions, I would say, or even just split-second decisions as to kind of like where you're going, what you're doing in those clutch moments after everything was taken. I mean, this is the perfect example, right? What an amazing defense, both on both screens that we get a chance to see here. And that was, like I said, not the first time that we saw Evil Geniuses pull off an amazing defense. So Vin will be your player of the game. And on this final pick, Talonflame, that was honestly not really, I would say, used in the way that I thought it was going to be used. I thought it was going to be hunting down Decidueye a little bit more, but it was extremely important in kind of how they won the game.
Yeah, they basically decided wherever there's a mean look, there I shall go.
Yes.
Vin chasing down any of these callouts by Roland. So I think why Roland's got 9 assists with 8 knockouts, right? Just working together in tandem so well. Ducky doing the same thing with 10 assists on this Rock Tomb Crustle. I mean, mean look Umbreon, Rock Tomb Crustle. That is a difficult composition to play into. And Evil Geniuses were not lacking in the damage department either. This Talonflame with 8 KOs while only doing 31,000 damage. I mean, big ups to Kyrios and Chris Smith for setting up a lot of those moments for the Talonflame to sweep.
I really like it. It's I mean, of course we really expected, I actually expected it to potentially be Fly as well. There were just so many different ways that they decided to play this out. I do truly like their draft, or I wouldn't even say like, I love the way that Evil Genius has been drafting this entire time. Of course, looking a little bit back, I mean, I guess we could look at some of the damage here just to see if there's interesting stuff. Legendary Birds doing quite a bit, 50,000 each. I mean, we do get a chance to see the trainer was able to get a ton of damage, but you could see in a lot of those fights, despite the fact the trainer was hitting that damage, there just wasn't maybe enough follow-up, or there was just a little bit too much sustain or tankiness on the side of Evil Geniuses, so not as many KOs off of chunking people for, you know, 1/3 or half of their life.
Yeah, it's interesting the way these matches play out macro-wise, right, Shep? Like, I mean, you can see our Evil Geniuses just crushing it top to bottom, but reminder, they lose that Groudon fight in this situation. Like, Evil Geniuses kind of through that slow burn end up falling a little bit short of Extinction, but just having such an immaculate defense, and also having a giant lead and burning that much time off the clock is so good for this squad. So really never count this team out. EG so good at finding major times to really turn these games around. And I mean, this one, they kept it all the way through up until one final fight where they lost, but still, despite all that, pulling off the win.
Right, and I think at this point, of course, I will do what I've been doing all of these sets so far, which is talk about Extinction, of course. That is going to be the end of their run here in this particular bracket, but not the end of their run in general. We are going to have a chance for them to play at the LCQ, which will be in 2 weeks, and of course, the pretty good chance, I would say, that at least these players will be in some way or form at NAIC, which is going to be happening, I don't know, a couple months? I don't know. The passage of time is very confusing to me. We should talk about that. But Extinction, a great comeback story, I think, from players that we know are world class, and certainly not the end that we're going to see from them.
you said you had no thoughts on the passage of time before.
That was like 12 hours ago, 15 hours ago, something like that, I think.
Good clock of passage of time. Either way, Evil Geniuses, I think, very happy with the situation they have put themselves in, despite how long it took, right? This team on such, so close so many times, right? LEIC, not the performance they wanted. EUIC, second place. At the end of the Regional League standings, they end up being in second place to get this tournament started. But now they have a chance at a championship bid, finally having the opportunity to take down their in-region rivals. And Wonder Chef, I'm not gonna lie, I cannot think of a better way to cap off our season with Evil Geniuses versus Root Dignitas for a regional title. Like, that's just perfect.
I know, and especially, of course, for anybody who maybe hasn't been watching the entire season, this is a match that was really anticipated for a long time, and a whole bunch of stuff just kept happening that made it not happen. Either like a team couldn't show up to an offline event, or they ended up not playing against each other at the one offline event they were both at, and then some like subs happened in one of the matches. But now finally we're gonna get a full power from both teams, and before we get to do that, we get a chance to talk to Ducky, who we've got on the line to ask some questions. So Ducky, how you doing?
Oh man, there's a lot of emotions for sure to qualify for the Worlds for the first time. Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, Ducky. I'm so excited to see the Ducky Christmas duo at the World Championships. This is going to be so sick. But I mean, this Evil Geniuses roster, you guys have had an awesome season. You've come so close to getting your automatic qualification for the World Championships a few times. You've finally done it. How good does that feel just to kind of get that pressure off your shoulders?
Oh man, the pressure in a Worlds qualifying game, like there's nothing like it. I've been in this opportunity many times. Me and Chris on Tagang last year, we were one set away and we lost, and that was just heartbreaking. So to win in a grueling set like this, honestly, it's the best feeling in the world.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah, I mean, congratulations. I mean, definitely savor this moment. Well deserved. But I'm going to ask you some more in-depth questions about the set, if you can still remember them. I know I certainly wouldn't be able to at this point. But do you have any like thoughts that you can give us on like how the draft kind of played out for your team? Because I felt like your team was just absolutely winning in the draft for so many of these games. Was there any particular strategy that you were going to? Obviously, some interesting shifts to like the Decidueye, and then the Decidueye being stolen away, and then shifts away from that. Anything that you can now say as far as like your strategy now that the set's over?
Yeah, obviously we watched all of their sets yesterday, and we've been watching their scrims and stuff, and they've been using this double mage comp in a majority of their games. And we prepped for that, but honestly, game one we kind of were. It just felt really difficult to kind of make progress. I think a big thing about playing against double mage is breaking their bot pad, and them like almost all their comps had like double tank plus Espeon, and it just felt too hard. So then we made some adjustments. We had some great draft picks, like Decidueye, it was banned the following game. And then in the final game, we had Talonflame, which are, some great answers into double mage. So yeah.
Yeah, it looks so good. Ducky, you had a couple of great moments individually in this series, I thought. You started out one of those final fights, I believe it was like game 3, with a Snorlax like Unite move eject button combo. Are you the one calling for those major moments when you're the defender player, or do you like have a different shot caller on the team that's like, Ducky, get in there? Like, what's the communication like on your team?
It can be both. In that game, at like 3 minutes, I took a look at the levels and it looked kind of hard. So I made the call that we should just have an all-in fight and try to pop their mages before they can escape. So yeah.
Cool. Hey, good call. It worked.
yeah, excellent call. You can look back on that one proudly. But now, of course, that was an amazing set, but you do have another set coming up, and I gotta ask, how much has the team practiced for your next opponents, Root Dig, or has it been like really just gotta focus in on the World's qual spot and then it's just back to normal with them, or have you been putting in a lot of work? Obviously, there's been a kind of, I wouldn't say it's like necessarily like a rivalry between the teams, but just as far as being the top 2 teams in North America, everybody wants to see you two play a lot.
Yeah, I would definitely say we put a majority of our prep toward extinction in this last match, but honestly, like, we still feel confident into Root Dignitas because 2 weeks ago we played obviously them in the final week of the league, and although there was a balance patch in between, we feel the meta hasn't changed too much, so we can definitely, you know, use some of those prior ideas in this next set. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing your strategies and everything like that. Before you get out of here and go to prep for this next game, Ducky, just quick question. Anybody you want to shout out or anything like that? You finally made it to Worlds. Anyone that you want to shout out that's kind of helped you along on your journey? Teammates, friends, anybody like that?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, obviously, shout out to my team. I would not be able to be in the spot without them, so props to them. Everyone played really well. And then also definitely a huge shout out to my family, especially my parents, who are have been extremely supportive of me competing and playing Unite these last couple years. So additionally, I would not be in this spot without them. So yeah.
Awesome.
Well, I gotta ask. I mean, wait, have you told your parents yet? Are they watching right now? Do they know that you just qualified for Worlds?
Yeah. My mom has been in, like, she's been tuned into almost every set this weekend.
Awesome.
So yeah, she knows. Yeah.
That's
well, then hi Ducky's mom. Hi, congratulations, Ducky just made it to Worlds.
yeah. I hope you're ready to go to San Francisco. But I know, Ducky, you're going to be headed there. You got to prepare for a trip. You got to prepare for your next match, the championship match here in North America. So congratulations, but most importantly, good luck in your next game. We'll be seeing you very shortly, Ducky.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Ooh, wow.
All right, Wondership, I get to put another name on the board.
Yep. I mean, great to hear, by the way, all that stuff. As well, you're gonna try. Do you have a working marker is the better question. All right, we got it. All right, no, we don't got it. Well, I'm glad that this is our last Worlds qualifying team. I'm very glad because we have run out of ink in the marker, and that is the official sign. They give Zoinks one marker with exactly enough ink to write down every single name, and once it's done because it is done. That's, I mean, not the tournament, obviously, still another match going up right after this, but that is all of our teams from this league qualified now for Worlds.
All right, yeah, we got 6 teams out of the regional leagues. There's still SLQs and all things like that, but we got one more match to play, a championship match, no less, between 2 rivals, Evil Genius and Rude Dignitas. We're going to throw to a break, and in that one, take a look at these interviews that Kello had with both of these competitors.
Hello there, everybody. This time round, we have Zealot from Root Dignitas coming in to have a quick chat. Firstly, Zealot, how are you feeling today? Did you manage to get enough sleep, knowing that, well, not only do you have prize money on the line, but also the title of becoming the NA champions here today?
I got 0 sleep.
Oh,
I got
why
nothing.
is that? Nerves? Or just in general, you don't sleep?
I don't really sleep that much, yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm feeling good.
If feeling good despite the lack of sleep. Well, you've had 2 weeks to prepare. You know that you only had to go up against 1 of 4 teams in a singular best of 5 for the grand finals. What has the team preparation looks like leading up into this event? Did you actually use the whole 2 weeks, or I guess was it more of a last-minute scramble in terms of looking at who ended up coming out on top after yesterday's matches?
We haven't really prepared at all yet, so we're gonna watch the matches today and hopefully prepare.
Okay, well, that's not a lot of time to prepare, but hey, maybe cramming might end up working. No sleep, last minute cramming. I feel like I'm sounding like your mother here. I'm a little bit concerned here, Zealot. Yeah. But you know what? Hey, you did end up coming out in that #1 spot there. I guess, given the 2 teams, we have Extinction and Evil Geniuses. Out of these 2 teams, is there any team in particular you would like to go up against in the grand finals?
Probably EG. Probably, yeah, Evil Geniuses.
Any reason why?
Revenge.
Revenge. Oh, okay. Watch out, Evil Geniuses. If you do make it out, or against Extinction, Root Dignitas are looking for revenge. But any final words you would like to give to Extinction and Evil Geniuses before you go against either of these teams?
Let's have a good match. I'd like to all play our best, just put on a show.
Put on a show. You know what? I can get on board with that. Thank you so much, Zealot. But we'll be cheering for you, for Root Dig there once again. But yeah, all the best. See you out on the battlefield.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the end of a very long road for our regional leagues as we have one final match in front of us. We will be deciding who the champion from North America is, and could it be any other two teams, Dupe Snacks?
Well, technically it could have been, but those two teams removed those doubts. You have your number 1 seed, Root Dig, against number 2 Evil Geniuses, who just did a very good job extincting Extinction.
That's right. Evil Geniuses, your second-ranked team in North America, only dropping 3 sets the entire run. E.g., Kyrios, Vin, Roland, Pika, Diff, and Ducky. Also, Chris Smith on that roster. Pika is usually the sub, and I believe that is the case today, as we saw Chris Smith earlier.
Yeah, you know, just throw out whatever graphics we want. Doesn't really matter. Evil Geniuses is number 2 ranked, going into number 2 spot and trying to end as the number 1 team in NA. But of course, standing in front of them is none other than Root Dig.
I mean, there are just so many situations where these teams, these players, these situations have run into each other before. You know, Kyrios running into members of TTV in a situation like this. We've seen it happen time and time again in North America. Now, both of them under new orgs. Evil Geniuses, of course, and Root Dignitas. Root Dignitas already had won their spot to Worlds. Evil Geniuses just won it a moment ago, and the series between these two teams have been split. EG won one series and Dig won the other, so this is going to be very exciting.
So not only is this for first place in the league, it is essentially the rubber match between these two squads as well. And what a great opportunity for Evil Geniuses to win the last set of the season and finally take that #1 spot for themselves. As mentioned, though, across from them is Root Dig, a team that has been performing incredibly well, not only in the league, but in international events as well.
Yeah, I mean, they won LAIC. They got 3rd place at the Asia Champions League, almost securing a world spot at ACL. And now here they are facing off against their in-region rival in Evil Geniuses, going 12-2 for the season, dropping one of those games to EG. These teams, again, are 1-1. So this is kind of a perfect matchup.
Yeah, just how you'd want it here in NA. Your two best squads make it all the way to the end, and the two teams that have played each other so competitively all season long get a chance to really end the season with a big exclamation point.
Yeah, Zugrug, Otter, Toon, Inder, and Zealot, the Titans from North America, our representatives over in ACL, and some of the best players in the game. If you've been watching Unite since the beginning, you know many of these names. And here we have our bracket. Root Dignitas has been sitting here waiting for their opponent in the championship match. Evil Geniuses had to wait for Extinction to climb all the way up. Great series between those two squads. I think we saw the best Extinction that we've seen all year. I hope they have another opportunity to secure a world spot because they look phenomenal, but EG was EG, and now it's time to see if they can take down Dig.
Well, listen, Root Dig has something up against him here because every team so far today that has come from that first match has won the grand finals and taken the title for themselves. So first it was Komai, then it was Peru, and Evil Geniuses want to keep that trend going. So is momentum a key again today? Something that we have talked a lot about.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? No question about it. With the way these teams have run up this gauntlet, now we have another squad moving in. It's momentum. It's also you're warmed up, right? You've just played a full set. You're kind of cooking already. And this other team could have been sitting there on ice, watching the games, just waiting, maybe freaking out a little bit about the match in front of them because so much is on the line. The championship in North America, a $10,000 difference between these two spots, and you want to walk away from this having won your region. As we get ready for our first match, we're heading into our draft. 3 bans per side, starting with the Rayquaza map. We see Umbreon, we see Psyduck. On the other side, Machamp and Surfetch'd. We're going to see the final ban from Root Dig.
We've been seeing a lot of support and tank bans today, and this time we're kind of splitting our attention here. 3 supporter defenders and then some all-rounders, and of course that Charizard.
Well, yeah, but that's Charizard.
You're right, that that's why I said that Charizard, because I was caught a little off guard there.
This feels like one of those moments where you're showing your opponents that you're not allowed to ban out a certain pick because we will take the other power pick. It also could just be an absolute mistake from Root Dig. They may have wanted to ban out Charizard Y, as Chris Smith is going to grab the Moltres, Roland on the Hoopa. Next couple of picks over here to Root Dig. They grabbed Zacian right away. I mean, they just came back from ACL, right? Very recently, where Zacian was one of the #1 picks in the world. Oh my gosh. Otter on the Zapdos. I'm ready.
Yeah, Otter is a fiend on any Pokemon at this point. Let's see where Zugrug goes. Slowbro indeed. So we've got our shutdown tool. Evil Geniuses still has the opportunity for that Charizard Y, which was not banned. That is base model Charizard right there on the chopping block. And we go Delmise into Mr. Mime, and we are cooking today, brother.
That's right. The question is, are they going to burn that kitchen down, or are they serving up a hot dish for everyone at home? Either way, I'm excited for it. Inder picking up the Crustle here. We've got the double defender out of Root Dignitas, and Toon grabs the Charizard in the gutter pick.
All right, Evil Geniuses gets one bite at the apple here to solve this mystery of what they're going to do in the face of a Zapdos and a Mega Charizard Y. Of course, Vin is queuing up this Glaceon, a Pokemon that they have been finding success with when we've seen them, but that was a few patches ago, my friend.
Yeah, it was. This does feel like a comfort pick for Vin. They clearly have a great Glaceon. This also gives them really nice burst damage at range and pretty solid secure. On the side of Dignitas, you know, the Zapdos is going to play at a slightly shorter range than the Glaceon. However, you know, given that you're sort of throwing those balls of energy towards the side of Evil Geniuses, I think you could pick up some solid damage. And then we have Toon on a Pokemon that he is very scary on. I don't know if there's anything I'm more worried to see Toon on than Mega Char Y. This thing is incredible, and he is very seasoned with this Pokemon.
Without a doubt. There are some landmines that are going to be set, though, by EG. If you're looking across the way, of course, we have the Moltres. We have the Delmise. A good anchor shot can really shut stuff down, right? And especially put everyone up on a serving platter for Vin, who has been playing, most likely that Icy Wind Glaceon, right? You mentioned that burst damage.
That's what it looks like, right? Especially from the items that they have set up. You know, things could always change once we get into this match right here. Well, I guess they can't change once we get into the match. They have to change before we get into the match when you select your moves. A new feature that's been added to Pokemon Unite. Let everyone know what you think about it in the chat. I'm sure it's going to go really well. I do think this is a interesting comp from both teams. There are things I didn't expect to see right away. I think Evil Geniuses is throwing more curveballs than I expected as we head into game number 1. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Evil Geniuses, your orange team. This is for all the marbles, the whole kit and caboodle, Doob Snacks.
And then the box and beans, or whatever they say over in OCE, whatever Kello was trying to tell us. So,
it's like chalk and chaff or something. It makes no sense. Nice try, Australia.
Yeah, nice try. Box and beans, get out of here. Zugrug on the invade here, doing a decent job stressing Vin right now, getting away from those walls that Ducky set down. And Vin taking a ton of damage, like a ton of damage. Has to eject over the wall. This is wild work.
Yeah, this is a fun start to this match. That's kind of what you want. I mean, look, if you pick up the KO right there, that is a legendary invade from Dignitas, but it's not bad either way. We talked a little bit about this anchor and the anchor shot that it's going to have here. Could be very powerful. Otter, however, already level 5.
Yeah, Otter's really good in the other stages of the game. Actually, the K opener did go to EG while we were watching the chase down on Vin. It was actually the Zacian up top that got knocked out. So Evil Genius is finding a way to make some magic happen.
You know, a little bit of a scuffle here. They're just fighting over some experience. On the top path, it looks like they're also fighting, sending 2 back through the hyperspace hole. Now we have both of our center area Pokemon just getting as much experience as they can, as Otter is looking to cruise towards their level 6. Zugrug on a possible invade again, but Ducky's heading up to stop them.
Nice little rock tomb there, making Ducky stuck behind a wall of their own. The earth type, the rock tomb. And now the confusion blast into their walls. A lot of damage down on Zugrug. The anchor has an opportunity. The anchor delivers an absolute massive shot.
And here we have Otter, I mean, just pushing forward more towards the side of Evil Geniuses, seeing if he can save. Zug couldn't make it happen, obviously. Now we're into the top path. Level 7 on the Charizard. They are ready to fight. Pushing the Hoopa around. You have multiple members of Root just trying to move EG off of this pad so they can score, and they are able to put in 30 and then another 5.
I want to tell you, Toon might be the best in the world at being level 9 at 7 minutes. No matter where they are on this map, they are showing up to those first Reggies with a Unite move, and they are on track to do so yet again.
Yeah, 100%. Prioritizing the experience, there are few players that level up as quickly and as consistently as Toon, and he is just one of the best. As Chris now moving forward right here, picking up a KO and then heading back through that hyperspace hole. Really nice combination play by Evil Geniuses, as we have the Slowbro in a lot of trouble here. Gonna need to peel back. Unite move, however, used from the Charizard. They are setting up their son, as you would say in VGC. Now champions. Regice going to be easy for Dignitas, as Evil Geniuses has a great setup on the Regieleki.
We'll see how they're going to wrap this up here. Obviously, the Moltres, Chris Smith, up top is a problem. And they're going to let them have Regieleki. They're going to let that thing walk, and they're going to put some points in at their will because that goal zone is unlocked.
Yeah, now the question is, how do they want to score right here? They've got a nice overcap, and they are looking to go for it here. Yes, they do. The 35 goes in. We also have Slowbro going down on the side of Dignitas. Score line. Pretty even here, Doob Snacks. 116-116. Root Dignitas had to change that real quick.
Yeah, of course. You started talking about it, and there's one thing these players do is make us wrong all the time, no matter what. Here.
It's definitely not us. It's the players.
I agree completely. I agree. Some people would say that's an unfounded accusation, and I think it's definitely founded.
It's completely founded. Whatever I say will not happen. Zugrug, there's no way Zugrug will steal this right here. And you see? He did. Wait.
Yeah. Wait, you were right. Oh, no.
Oh, no. 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 I should have said the other way. I didn't think he was going to get it.
Glacial Stage over the wall there, snatched up immediately by Mega Charizard Y, and that is a fast knockout when that mode is activated. We are on this pad looking to fight. A lot of damage deep into the zone is Curios, putting the pressure on Toon. The portal is down. The knockout before they can reset. And now Vin's coming back up trying to get into the mix here. But really, that fight belonged to Root Dig.
Yeah, great fight from Root Dig. And of course, Charizard with a Unite move ready to go. This thing is just so strong. It's already level 12. We talked about how consistent Toon was. You'll see he's going to take some of this experience here, get himself a little more charge on the Unite gauge, and also just make sure he's ready for a rotation in the center. Instead, we actually have a fight in the bottom path. Mime helping pick up a big-time KO right here. Ender in some trouble, also goes down.
Yeah, a lot of damage has been put in, so maybe trying to set up the opportunity for Toon to step up and sweep. However, Evil Genius is not willing to play that game with them right now. So it's just Zugrug that's responsible for babysitting. We go rings unbound. Roland pulls the crew through. They want this basement objective because the Regieleki has been sent down the path already. It's just Zugrug playing forward. Waiting for their time to go in as Ender, right into the backside. Okay, Glaceon secure. That's what you want them for, but the knockouts are starting to fall, and it's Evil Geniuses getting caught right now. Ducky in the wall, Ducky gone.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Geniuses were able to get the objective, obviously, but Root Dig right there to follow up with some big-time KOs. However, Regieleki walking the top path means this game is still insanely close. 145 to 136. We've got a 24-point score happening right here. Another 12 would be excellent. They do. And then the Charizard, 228 to 136. Dig way up now.
Somebody got their Snacks and Spraggles branded abacus because that was great math out of Root Dig. Zug goes down, but really that bought enough time for Root Dig to turtle up around this goal zone. Mr. Mime Showtime snatched up by the Charizard Y. Now we're putting down some Fire Blast. The chase continues. We've got the Phantom Force down and unwilling to go back through the hole is Hoopa, and now Root Dig really settled things out pretty masterfully.
Evil Geniuses are doing a solid job of keeping the game close on the scoreboard, but they are behind quite a bit level-wise, and that's going to be a problem as we continue to move through this match right here. Otter now at level 12, level 13 for Zealot, level 13 for Toon. Should be probably 14 here before we hit our Rayquaza in our first game. Otter now just getting as much experience as he possibly can. Also, Dignitas is up every metric, but this doesn't mean that EG is out of this thing. A big pick, a nice pull with the anchor shot, and they could be right back in this game as we have 5 members of EG mobilizing towards this bottom objective, hiding in the tall grass, waiting for an ambush.
All right, Zugrug gets some vision here, gets past the wall. Curious looking for an anchor shot, doesn't go anywhere, doesn't hit anything. 25 seconds until Rayquaza here in our first match between these two squads. Another anchor shot goes wide. Root Dig is going to purchase up next to this Regirock to see what they can get. Big stun on Toon. They're taking a ton of damage. Mime Showtime eject forces out the Unite move the other way. Now we're fighting here. This is going to be our fight to the finish. We are going for it. Mr. Mime is down. Tons of damage there. We're trying to retreat. And it's Otter picking up the slack here for Root Dig. They're looking for the big pivot to the middle. The Delmise is down. Tons of damage on the rest of their players. They have to reset. Here comes Moltres over the wall. Glacial stage is set. Rayquaza at half. Moving in with an opportunity to save the game is Vin. No, it's Otter. And now Vin is on the backside. Half HP gone. Zealots on the chase. Root Dignitas stayed in control, kept composure, got it done.
That's right. They have their Rayquaza shields now. The match is not over. They're up, but not by an insane amount. However, they've got the ability to score in a huge way. Kyrios in some trouble right now. Going to try to break some shields or at least get away from the Zapdos, and they do have to run. Still, 228, 172. Evil Geniuses looking for a defense here as 4 members of Dignitas siege the bottom goal zone.
I must say, I loved the call out of EG, especially Ducky, to go deep to try and get Toon once they had them caught. But the coverage and the recovery out of Root Dig was just a bit too much. 1 minute left. They're down by about 250 points. We'll see what kind of magic they can make happen.
Yeah, and here we go. They're going to try to make something happen at this goal zone. Really no shields left on the side of Dignitas except for Zapdos. I don't know if Zacian still has their shield as well, but here we go. We're looking for a fight. Anchor shot misses. Hoopa's looking to score right here. Crustal's getting extremely low, but we still have defense and Char's in the air.
Snatching Hoopa before it can catch its own portal through, and that is the first knockout of many to follow. KO streak of 3, KO streak of 2, KO streak of 4. Can Toon get all 5 here and make the statement that Root Dig started as number 1 and they want to end there?
Ducky using the showtime just to get away and not give Toon the Penta KO in game number 1. Beautiful plays from Dignitas. I also really like the call to move in with Ducky there, take Charizard, or at least force out the Unite move. Root Dig, we saw a moment like this earlier with Komai. After they had expended all of these resources, they recognized it was time to win the game. It was just, you have to go for the objective immediately. Yes, members of EG can come and try to stop you, but you've already spent so much. You're pot committed at this point. We're just going to need to see the river. And for Dignitas, they ended up doubling up, taking game 1.
Great job by Root Dig. Again, controlled the whole game, not only on the scoreboard, but you mentioned it. They had 3 level 13s at the 2 minute and 30 second mark. In Evil Geniuses, I believe only had 1, and that's just tough sledding. I mean, we didn't hear much from Zealot, but a level 13 Zacian just running around all game is going to be a problem for you when they finally decide to join the team fight.
Yeah, and here we have that fight at that tier 2. Kyrios moving in, just trying to push them back from this. They try to head back home through the hyperspace hole. Can't make it happen. Nice secure by Evil Geniuses, but this is when Root comes in and picks up a couple KOs back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, Ducky pinned to the wall, don't have their eject button, don't have their Unite move. They get dispatched of 2 minutes here. Eject goes deep, forces out the Unite move. But look at the coverage here and the stuns that are able to go down. Ender pivots, Otter pivots. Everybody turtles up around Toon to make sure they stay standing. They keep a core member of their team, and now they're able to take this weighted flip.
Yeah, they take a weighted flip right there. Nice slow beam onto Chris Smith. I think the better target obviously would have been Vin, but you really take what you can get in a moment like that. Player of the game, Toon on the Mega Charizard. As I said, I would be very worried to see Toon on this Pokemon. 9 knockouts, didn't go down a single time. 6 assists with 71,000 damage dealt. And as you brought up, Dupestex, one of the most consistent levelers in the game. Always topped off, always with the Unite move, always the biggest thing on the map.
Yeah, incredible game sense out of Toon, right? We mentioned the easy metric is level 9 at 7 minutes, going into those first baseman or top Reggie with your Unite move. But Toon constantly clears that central area and is constantly in fights, right? Sometimes when your jungler is leveling up, you're like, man, I really wish they were kind of in the mix with us right now. Toon cuts it both ways and doesn't really give up much opportunities in either department, and definitely a pace car here for any central area player in the league.
You know, you got to look at this composition also from Dignitas. They have no way to get any HP recovery on their side, really. They have no resets with Hoopa. They have no healing support. They go for the double defender, something that we've seen Peps run. They won EUIC with it here. Taking a look at our score line, Root Dignitas up all game and end up winning the game. And I would say they were up all game in pretty much every metric. Not that it was a, you know, complete disaster for Evil Geniuses, but they simply were behind.
Yeah, ironically enough, when you were trying to call out the teams for being even at 116 and they immediately scored, that's kind of when Root Dig like just put the pedal to the metal and gave no real opportunity for Evil Geniuses to really sniff the lead in this game number one. So great job by Root Dig, not only in proving you wrong, as they do so very often, but also winning themselves a game.
Yeah, good for them for winning a game and for proving me wrong. It never ceases to amaze me that whatever you say as a caster will not happen. Even with the Crustal moment, I don't even think that counts because they know I screwed up.
Yeah, exactly. You said the one thing, but you reversed actually what it meant. We were confused, meaning you and I'm sure everybody else understood exactly what was going on. So yeah, you know, anti-shout out to the teams for making us look bad, but super shout out to Root Dignitas here in that first game because it was well executed.
Yeah, well executed, great game. I thought the call to go for the objective was 100% right. You know, a lot of people might think, oh, well, you know, let them move back in. They're winning a lot of fights, but they really used so much to keep Charizard around that I don't think you can walk away from that without essentially closing out the match, which is what Dignitas did. Heading into our next draft here, Evil Geniuses is going to be our first pick. We're moving over to the Kyogre map. Our maps go in rotation, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon. If we move past game 3, which we have multiple times throughout our playoffs, the teams will then get to pick their maps as we go. Machamp banned out, Psyduck banned out, Zacian, Umbreon, and now our final ban for EG.
Keying up a Hoopa here, last moment switch to Mew. We'll see where they end up. Either way, we are finding something of value, and that's a Blastoise catching a ban.
Yeah, these are some interesting bans here. The Charizard was an odd one for Dignitas. It was almost like them saying, we don't care to ban anything right now. Chris Smith gonna grab Surfetch right away as a first pick. This Pokemon, I feel like, has legendary games and games that are not impressive at all. We're gonna see how Evil Geniuses looks with it.
Well, they're going to have to fight through Otter Zapdos yet again, and Ender really likes this Slowbro. They might end up the double tank composition. Hoopa's still available. Maybe they'll switch that up. Obviously, Zugrug has a ton of mileage on the Slowbro. The counter picks here from Ducky. Of course, a Mamoswine. You love to watch a good Mamo. And the Charizard Y is going to be in the hands of EG.
And now we have Root Dignitas with the decision in front of them. They're not able to get the Charizard. They could take the Moltres, which has been a power pick for a lot of teams this weekend. Zealot grabbing the Mega Gyarados, Zugrug on the Crustle. So we know for sure we were running the double defender. Before this, they could have pivoted into something and then thrown the Slowbro over to Zugrug. But once again, double defender for Root Dig.
All right, how is Evil Geniuses going to respond? They don't have their support character yet, so they'd probably like to lock that down. Meanwhile, they need something that can really shred through these two big bodies that are going to be sitting in front of them. And they're going Alcremie, they're going Mew, which means Toon has the perfect information for the best gutter pick available.
Yeah, let's see what Toon wants to bring out here. I think there are a lot of options. He could stay far away with, you know, something like Cinderace, which we've seen from him. There was an Urshifu look that I saw from Dignitas. Maybe it was at ACL. There's something interesting about being able to charge up your Wicked Blow. You know, you're completely resistant to what your opponents are trying to do and set up huge plays. I think they were running with Umbreon, though. I can't remember, but I do remember them using this once before.
Well, you and I were just talking before this match how much we didn't like either version of of Urshifu, whether it was the Rapid Strike or the Single Strike. So needless to say, I'm more than happy to be proven wrong, and it's something that Root Dig, as we mentioned, does to us casters quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, if either of these teams are picking it up, I'm on board, and I want to see what they're going to do here in this match. We have Roland on one of my favorite Pokemon, Alchemy. I think this thing is a really solid supporter. We're going to have to see how it plays for the side of Evil Geniuses. Once again, Dignitas, deciding to bring no form of recovery into this match except for the focus bands that they have on their Pokemon and the potion that they have on the Gyarados.
Yeah, I mean, I can see an opportunity here where Roland builds that big cake after a deep engage, and all of a sudden everybody on EG's recovering HP, and it really turns the tide of a fight. So if Roland can get that timing down and make sure that they execute, that could be a game-changing, game-saving play out of the support.
We've got the float stone on Zugrug here, and that leads me to believe that once again we could be seeing an invasion attempt from the Crustle. It worked out pretty dang good in our first game, and if they're going towards a Cubfu, this could be very mean. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. Root Dignitas, the #1 seed out of North America, your orange team, up 1 game in our regional finals, and we do have Crustle making their way across the middle. Ducky already there to try to stop them.
Zugrug gives up their mission to really stymie Ducky's attempt here. Toon is getting right into the mix. A knockout here would be nice. A good boost of experience for the Cubfu. And I can't tell you the last time I saw a Cubfu get a knockout.
Yeah, it's really tough for it to get much of anything done, and they have a few weak early game Pokemon here. Magikarp isn't too impressive either, as we have Christmas get a lot of that experience in the top path. It's going to be a slow start for Dignitas.
Already halfway through that effort gauge, though, is Zealot, so we'll see if they can become that Gyarados quickly and really make their presence felt. Into the middle, Vin is there. Ender's going to try and break up the experience attempt, grabs a berry, gets back into the mix. Meanwhile, we have our single strike Urshifu ready to rock and fire.
Yeah, up here in the top path, there's that big time Wicked Blow. Enough of that goes over to the side of Evil Geniuses for Surfetched to evolve. And we do have Ducky and Zugrug once again just kind of going at it here in the center.
Baltoy helping out Zugrug here, putting some damage on poor Ducky as they're able to use Tackle and dive forward and get those berries, which means guess what Zugrug's doing? Going to that central.
And now we finally have the invade back the other way here from Root Dignitas, seeing what they can take away from the side of Evil Geniuses. Such a strong strategy. If you're able to slow your opponents down, you can get a huge advantage for your team.
Ducky, unable to evolve, just left chasing Zugrug around, really just trying to give Vin the time they need to get this Charizard online. Finally, a Piloswine for the tank player for EG, but the life and just times of this difficult situation continues.
No way did he steal both of those, by the way. Now over the wall, getting away with a Rock Doom. That was absolutely disgusting, Zugrug. When you don't give this guy a trophy, I swear he gets really ornery.
Yeah, I mean, that's why in his picture he had the thumbs down, because we told him there was no trophy for this event, and he said, hold on, let me kick that thumb into the other direction here, because I need to let him know that I am not happy about this.
And here we have Toon stacking up in this bottom path. This start is incredible for Dignitas. A lot of it has to do with how well Zugrug has been, messing with their opponents in the central area here, trying to steal even more experience from the side of Evil Geniuses.
Curios uses Surf, trying to get in there. X-Scissor into the wall. Zugrug still standing somehow. Bopped with that wall. And is Zugrug going to go down? No shot, brother. Otter with the save. Holy.
Come on, man. I mean, what are we doing here, Zugrug? Please be kind to them. I feel like this is the meanest I've seen him in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Otter taking it personally that Curios would take a Mew and bring it to the map here when the Mew god out here, Otter, is no longer in the queue for that because they grabbed the Zapdos. He took that personally.
Yeah, and here we have Chris Smith looking for their level 9. They're going to tick over to it. They will have a Unite move. They were able to get the top objective and score in the top goal zone. So still 83, 104. Charizard only level 8 here. Ways behind members of Root Dignitas. They need their level quickly in case there's a fight. Otter, however, in trouble, getting caught right here. Nice play from EG.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of walked into the trap, and Evil Genius is executed pretty darn quickly. Surfetched, gonna get jumped on here. Single strike Urshifu is there, pinned against the wall. Ducky's back in. Ice Fang repositioned, snatched by the Mega Charizard, and that's a decent little knockout on Toon. Now that Pyroblast that covers 2/3 of the map is down, and they're gonna get some scoring in behind it as Otter is leading the charge back forward, getting a knockout for themselves. But that Mega Charizard Y wasn't quite done with that Root Dignitas business yet.
Beautiful stuff there from Evil Geniuses. You take the 1 KO against Otter and you chain that into multiple KOs, coming right back in this match and now taking the lead. 178, 104. You did use a couple Unite moves in this fight, but look, Chris Smith already has their Unite move back on Surfetched. We have Zealot here in the top path with Otter, and we have Zugrug as well, looking for a KO. Haven't used a Unite move to run away, but they can head right back in.
Sweet Scent is down. There we go. We're looking to fight on Pat. Into the back line here. We have built a decent cake, and that's a lot of HP getting recovered. Is it going to be enough? Zugrug pops their Unite move, looking for the next target, and they are CC'd up. And now all of a sudden, Root Dig is losing this fight. That Alchemy Unite put just enough in the EG tank for them to get to their destination.
I don't think anyone told Zugrug he's not the carries. He picks up a double KO against Evil Geniuses here.
But the cake, again, being a difference maker, keeping this fight going for Evil Geniuses. But I think they overstayed their welcome. Not as much value out of the Alchemy this time around, and it's not enough to help them withstand what Root Dignitas is doing. And I don't, did it all come down to the Surfetch exposing themselves to grab that dollop, and Ender was able to surf 3 players? I don't know, but it looked like it might have been the beginning of the end of that fight.
It's interesting because I think that's exactly what EG wanted. It just didn't go their way at the end of it. Now they're chasing Ender down for a KO, which they will get. That's a double KO for Chris Smith here. They're continuing their push. Otter in trouble, caught with a big time Ice Fang right into the X Scissor back the other way. And now EG throws a big time haymaker, picks up a double KO. These teams are not allowing the others to breathe at all.
No, and now the level lead belongs to Evil Geniuses, even if it's just slightly. And I have to tip the cap to Ducky right now because they've had a lot of good repositions with that Mamoswine on those Ice Fangs.
Yeah, and here we go. Registeel. Evil Geniuses wants it. So does Root Dignitas. 20 seconds down till our objective. This could once again turn into the fight, Doob Snacks.
All right, into there. A nice reposition knockout on Urshifu. Mamoswine is down. Really, Evil Geniuses, they could push the screws here because Otter's down as well. They're going to be back just a bit late. How is Evil Geniuses going to react?
Yeah, that's the question right here. How will they do this? Zugrug uses their Unite move. We saw a Unite move from Ender as well. They're just using these to buy time at this point. They recognize if they walk towards that central area, they're going to lose the game. 3 members of Root is back. Evil Geniuses now has to decide if they want Kyogre, and if they do, how do they want to fight for it? Toon, ready for a secure. Otter hiding in the tall grass. Zealot hiding in the tall grass. Ender is back, and in 4 seconds, we have Zugrug. So you know what? They actually made it back from this. The stall was there. However, 2 Unite moves have been burned.
Yeah, only 1 down on the side of EG, but that Surfetch gets it back pretty quickly. A little bit of damage on Kyogre. Otter steps up. Kyogre is getting worked on. We go for a flank. Wicked blow on Ducky. Ice Fang goes for it. Now we're rampaging. The cake is built. This is where the fight is going to be. Huge E-ball knockout and 2 players down instantly. Now the Mega Charizard Y is doing exactly what Mega Charizard Y does. The fire type is saying everything I hit hits for super effective. Now they're pivoting to Kyogre because Root Dignitas has been cleaned up.
We don't do 3-game series here, all right? In these grand finals, we're trying to go to game 5, and Evil Geniuses looks like they're taking game number 2. Looking for scores now, 44 seconds left. It's not over for Dig, but this is going to be tough, Doob Stacks, after they lost Kyogre. Now down another Hundo Burger, 464, 127. Evil Geniuses in control, 30 seconds left. Time is ticking away, and that is going to be the end of game 2.
Yeah, especially you can just send Mew in, right? Jump him into the mist, use that Unite move, and go from there. We just saw the Urshifu Unite. It did delete a target, but there's not enough time to get across the map, and right into the mist on cue is the Mew to lead the charge in and get a couple more burgers in and make this thing a no-doubter.
Yeah, tough one there for Dignitas as EG looked fantastic. A difference maker in both games, by the way. Mega Charizard Y. Will we see it in game number 3?
Well, you got to start considering banning it at this point, right? I mean, it's a problem, and it looks like each team has a really solid Mega Charizard Y player, so just get it out of there, you know? Just get it out of there.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I have to say, watching Zugrug on this Crustle in this game was fantastic, but they just couldn't get anything done with it. I mean, look at these plays right here. Unbelievable that they make it out thanks to Otter, leaving on 0 HP after they stole both buffs also.
Yeah, there we saw the cake, which I think was a big difference maker in this game. I tried to highlight that at the start here, that building a key cake is going to be a recipe for success. And we saw that happen there, and we see it again at our objective that we're going to take a look at here in a few moments.
Geez, that was such a beautiful combination there from Evil Geniuses. You have Ender just using the slow beam to hang on. I think there's maybe an argument that we didn't need the slow beam, but they're just trying to buy time for their team. They obviously can't have Evil Geniuses make their way to the center with no one from Dignitas around. Vin, player of the game, Charizard Y, the Pokemon once again that gets the MVP. Is there any way you give your opponents this Pokemon? We're going to have to find out.
I sure wouldn't. I want to highlight real quick, as you know I like to do, the support core here for EG. Roland and Ducky were doing great work for this team. Specifically, Roland's use of that Alchemy Unite and Ducky's Ice Fang repositions were hitting quality targets over and over and over again.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. We take a look at some of the numbers here. Big numbers on the Charizard, 74,000, 75,000 from Chris Smith. On the other side, Root Dignitas didn't seem to really get it together in the damage department that game.
No, looking at the draft, looking at what they put together here, I didn't think it would go this poorly when it came to team fighting. I just don't think it had the same pizzazz as Root Dig brought to game number 1 here. So they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Zugrug, of course, is clearly a highlight for you. It's a highlight for me as well. The Crustle was not the problem, but we might need to adjust how we're working around that Crustle right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at Crustle, has the most damage out of the entire squad. Is their defender, their invading defender player, doing more damage than everyone else. Our next map will be Groudon, and Dig will be second pick, so EG will get first pick here.
Okay, so they're going to try to take advantage of the reactionary nature of being on the orange side, because you get to operate with a bit more information than you do on the purple side. Here we go, though. EG having a slight lead, really felt like they were in control. Similarly, about the 4-minute mark, just like Root Dig did in game number 1.
Yeah, really solid stuff from Evil Geniuses. Game 1 didn't really go their way. Game 2, they looked much, much better. And this is what we've come to expect from our grand finals. No team is just, lying down and letting the other team run away with it here. We are scrapping. We are already guaranteeing a game 4.
Without a doubt. And you love to see it. You want your top teams fighting to the bitter end. You don't want it to be like the days of old in EU where it was just one team kind of running roughshod through everybody else. You show off the parity within our leagues. Let's see this thing go to 5 just like we did in EU.
All right, and here we are with our draft for our game number 3. First ban from Evil Geniuses is the Zacian. Obviously, that is targeted towards Zealot. I don't think they were too impressed with Mega Gyarados. I doubt we see a ban there unless they are really, really focusing on Zealot.
Yeah, I don't think that's where they're going to go either. I do like the Surfetched adjustment. I do think Chris Smith had a very strong game on that Pokemon. And look at this, Mega Charizard Y, not going to be an option. Making Root Dig make the clever selection here in that last ban spot before EG makes their first pick.
That's what I thought we were going to see, is that Machamp now, Evil Geniuses, has the first pick. There are a few Pokemon we could see in this spot. Moltres has been getting a lot of priority with things like this, but there are strong supports and defenders they may want to take. There is a possibility they take the Slowbro away from Dignitas that have been playing it every single game. Next couple of picks over to Dig. How do they react here? What do they want to take away? What do they want to get for themselves?
Looks like Zugrug is really feeling the Crustler, which I don't blame him. It's been looking great. Zealot quickly getting Moltres, Zugrug again the Crustle. The reactionary picks here from Evil Geniuses. We'll see what direction they go. They've already got a great one in the Psyduck, and Curios goes Inteleon. You know it's going to be liquidation. Let's get to work.
Chris Smith here, finding their Pokemon. Mega Lucario, one of the best I've ever seen play Mega Lucario. So this is a scary one that Evil Geniuses is bringing out. And Curios, I don't know if he has any accolades on the Inteleon. Let me take a look. I guess he won Worlds with it. So there's that.
Well, yeah, you know, that's a pretty decent one. That's a pretty decent one. Reactionary picks again for Evil Geniuses before the final goes to Root Dig. And it looks like Vin is taking a look at this Palma Roland, eyeing up a Clefable, which recently got some great buffs to that Moonlight move and really increasing the already absurd amount of healing that Pokemon can produce.
We're bringing out Dragonite once again. This has been a popular one to slot in late in a draft in our playoffs here, and I love to see it. Really strong with the ability to secure objectives and rip them themselves. Toon, on the other hand, is going to be playing the Latios. The question is, which kind of Latios are we going to see? Watching Extinction, Trainer was bringing out a very mean Draco Meteor, and we could see the same thing happen here in our next game. Curse item on Toon, curse item on Zealot, and they're going to need them with that Clefable healing. It is difficult to stop this from topping off the entire team.
Yeah, as I just mentioned, it getting a buff as well recently. It was pretty darn good before, but it has just been kicked up to another gear. So it's going to have to be something that we're going to have to take inventory of. However, something you can do is the timing on Moonlight. All of these players know it because this Pokemon's been around for a long time. So you can really adjust how you're focus firing down targets to make sure that you're taking advantage of when that move is on cooldown.
Yeah, no question. You're also focusing so much on burst damage, right? One target at a time. You can't spread your damage out when you have a Clefable. You need to wipe something off the map, send it back to the Pokemon Center, then focus on other members of Evil Geniuses. One Pokemon that they're really going to need to watch out for too is this Dragonite. You leave this alone with any objective for any amount of time and it will take it by itself. A scary one to have on the side of Evil Geniuses. However, it does take a little while for this thing to get online. We're going to see if that's something that Root Dignitas can punish.
Well, Root Dig is putting a lot of eggs in the Otter basket here to try and out-secure a Power-Up Punch Lucario and, of course, a Hyper Beam Dragonite.
Evil Geniuses, your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. We're all tied up here in our grand finals. One of these two teams will be the North American champions. We're going to find out who it is in a few short games.
We are, as you mentioned, definitely going to 4 games in our best of 5 here because it's currently tied 1-1. Evil Geniuses would love to win 2 on the hop and get that action right now sorted out in the next 2 games. Root Dig needs to get back on the hop though.
Yeah, here we go. Vin moving up to the top path here, already level 5. From Dignitas, we have them moving up as well, but we do pick up a KO in the bottom path, the K opener over to Root Dignitas.
Yeah, that's Otter locking it down with that Mew, really trying to show Curios how it's done, despite Curios winning last game. Again, Otter taking that personally, and it is a Draco Meteor Latios.
Yeah, making sure they get the last hits there, charge up their own power, and here comes a big-time Draco Meteor. Are they able to secure enough of that? Looks like a decent amount goes over to the side of Evil Geniuses here. You know, Latios is okay to start, but gets insanely good by the end of our match.
Without a doubt, if they can help facilitate getting those numbers up on that Pokemon, getting that counter all the way to the moon, that damage is really going to start piling up.
And here we go. Chris Smith looking for their level 5 right here. Obviously, they would love some stacks as well. We have level 5 on Zealot. Do we have a fight in this top path? They should just be able to peel away from this, and they do. We have Vin coming up here with the Dragonair. Could look for a fight. They are level 7, but no, they decide to peel away.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a scary spot there. Glad that Root Dig identified what was going on and peeled back. It would have been a tough spot to get a knockout, or get knocked out, I should say. Otter just surveying the scene. Great at securing these things with this Pokemon. Looking for an opportunity. No, they're switching to fight here. A lot of damage on Evil Geniuses. Here comes that Draco Meteor. Curio's taking a ton of damage on the Inteleon. Going back through. Looks like the Regidrago was secured by the power-up punch Lucario, but Root Dig taking all the bodies, looking to push.
Wow, and here we go. They are moving forward here towards this goal zone. Huge scores for Dignitas, as well as massive KO pickups right now. We're going to see how they want to play it this next moment here. They could have let Zugrug score, but they decided not to. The Draco Meteors continue to reign in. The X-Scissor pushes the experience towards the side of Dig.
Just sitting on pad right now as Evil Geniuses looking for their opportunity to move forward. Base objective is showing up in 5 seconds. This is the fight. Oh, good eject X-Scissor on Vin. Tons of damage here. You try to use that Latios Unite move on the Dragonite, not enough. Draco Meteors are going to create space. They're going to start going for scores. Ducky is gone, and now the goal zone is getting worked on as well, and I think that one's going to be gone too.
They do break the goal zone here, which is going to open up some experience for the side of Evil Geniuses, but they're going to send this Regieleki walking towards their tier 2. Unfortunately, they don't have much they can score. The Draco Meteor gets the secure. Again, making our Latios more and more powerful as it goes. Nice secure for EG. They pick up an objective right back the other way. Behind on the scoreboard, however, level-wise, pretty close, but still behind Dignitas after a couple nice fights.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses, again, down by exactly 100 points. Gonna have to gobble up this Regieleki here, but Zealot is just priming up, ready to go, knowing that Christmas is in the shadows somewhere.
Yeah, here we have Root Dignitas towards the center of the map, looking to see what they can get. Zealot and... let's see, Christmas fighting in our top path. All of this heads over to the side of Root Dignitas, which will mean a ton of Aeon power for Toon, as we have Evil Geniuses ready to fight.
Good reposition by Ducky. Snatches up Zealot quickly. They are KO'd very, very, very quickly in short order. Now that's a Psychic Psyduck Unite into the Psychic, going to get another knockout secure. Draco Meteor comes in, forces out the eject button. Latios Unite does dispatch of Christmas. More Draco Meteors landing on the heads of, ironically enough, the Dragon type. We are looking for more here. Psyduck is trapped. Solar Beam is going to KO them. And now Root Dig is looking to move forward.
Yeah, Root Dignitas trying to pick up a couple of KOs there. We have Otter and Toon just raining insane amounts of damage from afar as Zugrug holds them in those rock tombs. A couple good KOs after losing Zealot early in that fight. Now we have Zealot moving down to the bottom path to get some experience, while we have both teams just trying to clean their plates here. Any yellow dots on the map are wild Pokemon. They need these to make sure that they are as high of level as they possibly can be for the next few fights. Unite moves on the side of Root Dignitas. We've got 3 of them, the Eldegoss, the Moltres, and the Crustle, and we've got 3 of them on the side of EG as well, the Dragonite, the Inteleon, and the Mega Lucario.
Christmas taking a ton of damage. They go straight into Mega Mode. They're going to power up to get this Regieleki. Hyper Beam and the Power Up Punch good enough. Draco Meteor fading back as the Latios. They're sitting on pad. They've got a Regieleki to contend with now. Regieleki already at half. Tons of damage being shellacked into that thing. Root Dig is a powerful squad right now, doing a lot of damage.
Here we have Dragonite running to the top path immediately, using their Unite move to start charging up on this Regice, using their Dragon Dance, getting their Hyper Beam as strong as possible. Here comes the easy secure for EG.
Well done. Draco Meteor's down again. Is this going to be enough to keep a push from happening? No. Psyduck goes into headache mode. Psychic pull on to Zealot. Go straight into the follow me. Is this going to be enough? Look at those Draco Meteors just collapse in on top of EG, sending them scrambling.
Yeah, really amazing stuff here. They're just getting more and more powerful. The Unite move doesn't take down the KO thanks to a Clefable Unite right back the other way, healing them and giving them a shield. Very scary moment for EG. I mean, not the end of the game or anything, but you do not want to give up your level 12 Pokemon there.
No, because Vin has been doing a great job so far keeping up and trying to maintain pace despite some of these fights not going their way. And they all know, they being Evil Geniuses, that they have the secure advantage here between their Dragonite and their Mega Lucario.
Only 6 points so far for Evil Geniuses, way behind on the scoreboard, but not in a catastrophic way given how fast points can change in double time. That's a level 13 on the Dragonite, level 13 on the Latios, so these two Pokemon are at parity right here, and these teams are very close here in game number 3.
Nice psychic pull. A lot of good shots here by Ducky on this side up. Right into the follow me. Solar Beam through the barrier is going to deal some damage, but they end up just giving up that goal zone. And I think I just saw Ducky use their Unite move on the Psyduck as well.
Is that right? Oh, wow.
I think so.
That would be rough, as we have Regieleki being taken here by Root Dignitas. That's going to walk towards the side of Evil Geniuses. They're up on the scoreboard, but now it is a very, very slim margin. However, I don't think they're going to want to walk with this. They're probably just going to let the Dragonite take it or let the 20 points go in. And yes, that is what they do. We have Root Dignitas positioned right around the pit, ready to go. How do they want to play it, Doob Snacks? As they're getting ready for this fight, we have the Pollen Puff on the Moltres. They're moving in. Toon gets caught.
Zealot taking a ton of damage, forced to use their Unite move. They're low on HP. Here comes Ender with the save. Those meteors create a gap here. We're trying to put some damage down on the Psyduck, and thank goodness it was just their headache proccing before, and now it's the Psyduck Unite that is out. Curios is down, and so is the Moltres Zealot. We're looking for more opportunities. They're already ripping through Groudon. They're trying to space out Root Dig. Trying to move in is Mew. They use the coaching. They're looking for an opportunity. They're into the mix, but it's Evil Geniuses that secures, and the Dragonite is looking for more. They're taking care of the Crustle. They're taking care of the Groudon, and they're using their Unite move to try and take care of Toon, and they are successful.
What a beautiful Unite there from the Dragonite. Picks up a triple KO. The objective secured by EG, and man, do we have a series. 408-161. Not over for Dignitas, but this one's looking pretty bleak. EG could be up 2-1.
Thank goodness I saw wrong, because Duckies, it was a headache proc that did the Hollowware Ripple, and I was like, oh no, did they just use their Unite move? They got it back in time and used it expertly. They cut off 3 players from Root Dig, reducing that damage, being a nuisance, being a problem.
And here we go, moving towards this goal zone right here. Otter sticking around, but no, goes down to a massive crit from Curios. We're gonna see if Zugrug can fight here. Zug also going down. The Cotton Cloud Clash is just a little too late. Not much we can do here from Dignitas, as we have Evil Geniuses scoring in the home goal zone of Root Dig. This is gonna be a win for EG. Wow, Doob Snacks, it's possible that every single team that had to play their match first today is going to win in the grand finals.
Well, like we said, Evil Genius is now up a game, and they are one 10-minute match away from officially being the #1 team in the region. Root Dignitas, they need to find a solution here. I just think Evil Geniuses is just finding their moments. Despite having some missteps throughout the game, they're course correcting very well.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's really hard to KO a team with that Clefable still up. It's just really, really tricky. It's such a rough one when that Clefable is able to moonlight even a couple times in a fight. All of the damage that you've output really doesn't count for too much. They also set up some huge plays, moved in and picked up big KOs. As we're taking a look at our replay here, this is at the 8-minute mark in our match. The Regidrago secured here by Chris Smith, but Root Dignitas right back the other way with some huge KOs.
Yeah, look, you see the big Psyduck Unite enveloping a couple characters there, and it's the Hyper Beam Dragonite getting babysit by Roland, getting babysat by Ducky. And you know Evil Genius is making the call here. They've got all the secure tools. Hyper Beam is lined up. Bang. Great secure, getting some collats as well. Evil Geniuses with a good strategy, and they executed it well.
Yeah, they did. It was pretty incredible there. And they also were very patient with the secure, right? Toon through the Draco Meteor, just a little too early in that moment. The Hyper Beam comes in and secures it after that. Player of the game, Ducky. Yeah, some huge plays on the Psyduck. Psychic Bubble Beam is the build.
Yeah, I think they hit specifically Zealot with about 6 or 7 Psychics. and just yanked them off the pad and opened up opportunities for EG to score because they forced Zealot to have to retreat away with that big legendary bird. So great work by Ducky here. Again, Ducky and Roland having great back-to-back games together, and they are really helping Christmas, Kyrios, and Vin do their job, which for Vin was simply secure the objective.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the damage here from the Dragonite, and it's nothing impressive at all, 29,000. I mean, it's like kind of similar damage to the Crustle on the other side, right? Same thing with Christmas, 28,000. However, the secure potential for both of these Pokemon, insanely high. The rip potential on the Dragonite, insanely high. And you had Ducky and Roland just making sure that their team was topped off and healthy. Most damage in the match belongs to Toon on this Draco Meteor Latios, but they couldn't get it done when it mattered in this final fight. They just weren't able to set up enough Draco Meteors to pick up enough KOs. They were able to get Kyrios, but not much else.
Yeah, I mean, and that's credit to the team, right? The Draco Meteors land in a single spot. Well, that's pretty easy target practice for Roland to make sure that they're using Moonlight in the correct spot as well. So that's just a great opportunity of coverage here by the support core, again, making a difference. Root Dig now backs against the wall. They're down a game, and if they lose the next one, they are finishing this year in second place despite having that #1 seed.
They are the #1 seed. They have had the best record throughout the season and the best showings at international events. But last time they ran into Evil Geniuses were able to beat them. Well, let's see what happens here in game number 4. Look, Noob Snacks, call me selfish. Call me whatever you want. Never call me late for dinner, my friend. But one thing I am also not is someone who wants to see this end in a game 4. I want to see a game 5. I want to see Root Dig take this next game.
I agree completely. Let's go the whole way. Going into this next game, game number 4, Dig has chosen the Rayquaza map, and EG will have the first pick. So Root Dig putting a little volatility into your bloodstream here for game number 4.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Ray plays out here and exactly how this draft is going to play out. Evil Geniuses, once again, they will have your first pick and they're going to have your first ban right here. It looks like we've been targeting out Zealot, and I think they're pretty happy with that play.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going well for them, right? They're now 2 on the hop, feeling pretty good. So blocking off the Zacian is a great look. And yeah, if I'm Root Dig, I like getting rid of Duck as well. Ducky on the Duck was incredible. And Umbreon has just been a staple of the Evil Genius band package.
Fun story, Ducky was named after Psyduck by Ducky's parents.
That is an awesome bit of information.
Yeah, just an incredible fact right there that we got from the facts team. Thank you guys so much. I didn't come up with that.
I know you did. Vin also named after Vin Diesel.
That's correct. If funny enough, when you say that, you mean the other Vin Diesel is named after this Vin Diesel, which is accurate. The movie star is named after the player you're watching here on EG.
I got that wrong. So thanks, Stats team, for just setting me up for failure there. Shout out to you for that. We finally rounded out our band phase here. Of course, Zacian, Umbreon, Mega Charizard Y, the Psyduck, the Snorlax, the Sirfetch'd, and Roland first picking Blissey.
Interesting play here by EG. Dignitas going to see how they want to respond to this. They're going to have some power picks themselves. They're grabbing the Hoopa, and it looks like they're grabbing this Crustle. They have had some amazing games with Zugrug on Crustle, so I'm not shocked to see this.
I'm not either. Ender grabbing Hoopa. We're going for some comfort here through that Root Dig squad. They are going to have that gutter pick, so an opportunity to adjust. Christmas hovering the Moltres. Vin grabbing the Machamp. So we've got some options here. Christmas going with the Mega Lucario. Is Kyrios going to end up on the Machamp? Are we going to switch up a little bit for EG? We'll find out here shortly as Otter grabs Mew and Zealot grabs Garchomp.
Yeah, it looks like they were fine with this Garchomp. They knew right away once they saw Roland on Blissey that they didn't want to pick up the Machamp. A really great draft play, I think, from Evil Geniuses. As our final pick is going over here to Kyrios. Let's see what they want to line up and play with. They don't have a ton of dive on the side of Root Dignitas. Toon on the Dragapult with everything on the line. I love it.
That was a snap Dragapult pick too. That was lightning fast. They knew exactly where they were going with that pick. And I can't believe we are seeing this now. Like you said, their backs against the wall, their tournament life on the line. Let's do it.
Yeah. One of these teams will become your North American champion. One of these teams will also win a lot more money. $10,000 separates first and second place, but I don't know if that's more important than the bragging rights. I gotta think. I feel like I like bragging more than money.
I know you, my friend. You definitely like bragging more than money. I feel the exact same way. I can't believe we're wrapping this thing up potentially with a Dragapult game. So let's see. Let's see Toon go to work on this thing. I can't wait.
Honestly, this is awesome. That's like that is such an exciting pick. I know that Toon plays this Pokemon. It recently got buffed in a massive way. It's a solo queue demon. Toon is a demon on just about anything, so I can't wait to see it, and I want to see a game 5. So let's see this Dragapult crush it.
That's what I'm rooting for all the way. Sorry, EG, but my heart is with Root Dig on this one. If not for the game 5, definitely for the fact that they're bringing Dragapult into the mix. I do also like that the support core of Ender and Zugrug are going on some of their classic selections here between the Hoopa and the Crustle, which is a great way to build a foundation for a win.
Well, here we are. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. EG up 1 game in this best of 5. 1 game away from becoming your North American champions. And now it all rests on this little Dragapult.
With amazing Hollowware, by the way. This Hollowware rocks. It's so good. Here we go, Dreepy. Get to work, brother. Start working through that Acelgor.
We have a bit of a fight breaking on the top and bottom path here as they're fighting over some of this experience here. Obviously, as much as you can take away from your opponents, it will set you up to win some of your next big fights. Wow. Rolling, throwing down the mitts, taking that away from Root Dig.
Yeah, that big old oven mitt just come crashing down on the head of the wild Pokemon, and they get to hit their evolution here. As Ender's still stuck on level 3, doesn't have their next move set. Moving forward, though, is Toon. I think Vin and Roland were close enough to be able to see that. They're going to poach poor little Zealot. They're going to put some damage down. We're spinning to win right in the middle here. A lot of action out of Toon. Christmas looking to charge forward. They're getting some of that Swablu and Altaria, but really it's Root Dig looking for the A-presses.
Wow, they're still pushing forward right here. Toon now going to have to back off. Of course, Dragapult has a really cool interaction with its moves. If it picks up a KO, it gets a reset on that move. So you could see that become an infinite Dragon Dance depending on how many members of Evil Geniuses go down.
It's going to have to work in tandem with the rest of Root Dig, though, and more importantly, they need to get Zealot online quickly. You need something to draw the attention away of Toon so that they can lay in that damage and go to work.
We also saw Toon running the Drain Crown on this build. It does have some built-in lifesteal in multiple parts of its kit, especially when Dragon Dance gets its plus move, but now he's going to have that early, so they are looking to scrap. Toon wants to be in the mix more than other Dragapults would be.
Immediately working on the Swablu Altaria in the middle. Zugrug shows up for coverage. Otter joining the fray up top. This is a 5-player rotation. They're trying to get the stacks on Toon immediately. Tons of damage in. Hoopa gets credit. Rock Tomb is down, blocking off a lot of players. We are spinning this Dragapult all over the place right now, and now we're getting a ton of points in to boot.
Yeah, and here we go, stacking up in the top path. Actually, I don't remember if any of the players were stacking. They may not be stacking at all, but they are scoring in that top path. 7 minutes, 20 seconds, which means we have a Swablu Altaria spawning in the top and bottom path. Root Dignitas heading down to the bottom path here, which is where we want to take a look at right now, because that's where an actual fight might be breaking out. Zealot trying to secure some of this here, but it looks like they just peel back at the bottom path as well.
Yeah, maybe that there's the fear of Toon being there, and of course, hitting level 9 right on cue. 7-minute mark guaranteed. There it is. That's the Toon stamp, seal of approval. Regirock is getting low. Zugrug doing great work. Solar Beam is late. Regirock secured. Now we're looking for more. Ducky taking a ton of damage. We are dancing all over the place with this Dragapult and that big clown costume. We're getting it done.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here so far from Dig. Kind of a weak break right there, but they are ahead, 91-146. As you said, Toon, of course, make sure that they have their 9 before that first objective. The secure with Dreep and Destroy, the Unite move there from Dragapult, is pretty solid when things are low. Has nice execute potential on some of these KOs as well. We're going to see how they want to use it here. Otter, level 8, hiding in the tall grass with Toon.
They really just hope the evil geniuses roll to the center of the map so they can surprise and pounce on them here. We'll see if evil geniuses wants to play ball.
Yeah, we can see Ducky. I mean, that feels like everyone knows what everyone is kind of up to right now.
Super well-timed X-Scissor. Vin didn't even have the opportunity to hit submission. Toon right there for the damage support. And now all of the Swablu and Altaria easily belong to Root Dignitas.
Yeah, nice stuff here. They're looking for a fight here in this top path, catching Roland. Roland running around the rocks right there, and they end up going back. Both teams not wanting to make a mistake here, but it does feel like Dignitas a little more aggressive, even when they're trying to spring their traps.
Yeah, especially because just the benefit of you picking up knockouts with Dragapult lends itself to more and more and more. So setting clever little traps around the map certainly makes sense to me. We are, well, Chris Smith going for a fake reset there. Now we're going to see which targets we're going to prioritize. Again, keep in mind, Zealot is Garchomp. They are level 10, and they have not joined in a fight yet.
Yeah, now down on the bottom path, multiple members of Dignitas ready for this fight right here. Christmas seeing what they can steal away. Otter has that set up as bait. Here comes Machamp.
Nice submission. Machamp Unite. Zugrug doesn't go down. Uses the Rubble Rouse. X-Scissor back the other way. Into the mist is Otter. Tons of damage here on top of Ducky. They finally rampage with their Unite move. Solar Beam gets 2. And now all of a sudden Regirock is getting worked on. Ducky has no HP and Toon has no support here. Otter stepping up. We'll see what they can do. We are rings unbound, getting everybody through just in time. It's secured by Roland, but we're fighting now. We have the Bliss Assistance on top of that front-lining Pokemon. And now we have to Dragon Rush back, and it's Evil Geniuses getting folded like laundry.
There we go. That's a double KO there for Root Dignitas. They can continue this push right here if they want. Level 12 on the Dragapult. Zealot here also level 12. Nice stuff for Dignitas. They are ahead in the level game, ahead in the score line as well.
I mean, Zealot showing up just in time, right? Yes, Ender got knocked out as the Hoopa, but not before they went rings unbound, which allowed Zugrug to come back through, Zealot to come back through, and re-engage in that fight and really help bring a balance to the score sheet.
Yeah, and now what we're looking for, of course, is a high-leveled Toon here. The higher the level, the better. Again, one KO leads to another, and that's what they're going to be looking for at the end of this match. Zugrug in a little bit of trouble right here, staying on a lot longer than you would expect. And here comes Toon, Dragon dancing to try to win this fight, looking for some KOs.
Oh, barely dodges the Machamp Unite, but gets eaten up by a Solar Beam afterwards. Maybe just an A-press in tandem with the Solar Beam here. Nice little suplex out of Vin, and that's another character down. Another KO streak of 2 for Kyrios.
Yeah, Kyrios reminding everyone that he is the 2-time world champion for a reason, always making huge plays, even on these ranged Pokemon here. Now level 12, definitely going to be 13 for our final fight, which is a great break point for Solar Beam Venusaur.
Yeah, I mean, quietly, though, Root Dignitas losing fights, but winning on the experience metric here. Couple level 13s for them, only one on the side of EG, as we're looking for more fights. Power Up Punch, Solar Beam out of Otter. Just contesting Solar Beams here. We're pushing forward. E-Ball hits Vin. They're very low. Boosted Auto takes care of that. Zugrug with a nice Rock Tomb to provide some time and energy that they'll need to get this Regice taken care of.
Yeah, good little objective here for Root Dignitas. That's going to give them some HP recovery in this fight. Of course, if they can peel away for a moment. Evil Geniuses has incredible burst damage, however, between the Machamp setting up a Unite move right into Venusaur with the delete button. If they can catch one of those combos, it's probably over for Dig. However, if Dig can start chaining KOs, they could wipe the entire team. This could be it for Dignitas. 2 seconds now until Rayquaza, and here comes Root Dig.
Rayquaza really getting chipped in here. Good spacing. Nobody willing to engage just yet.
That's right, Chris Smith now looking for their moment, charging power-up punch. Rayquaza down to about 1/8 of its HP taken down. Zugrug eating a solar beam, but no one's starting this fight. Incredibly close on the score line right here. Ducky jumping in, catches no one. Zugrug looks for a rock to him, and we may have it here.
Ice Fang right into their reposition. We're popping Unite moves now. Ducky looking to stampede through somebody. Hurricane goes, Mega Lucario online. Close combat misses everybody. Zealot now pops their Unite move. They're looking for a target. Chris Smith eats the Bliss assistance. The Blissey goes down, and we're looking for more. E-ball support follow-up. We're trying to get on top of this Mega Lucario. Zealot is taking a ton of damage. The stunned fist from the Rings Unbound Hooper aren't going to be enough. Finn goes over the wall, takes a ton of damage. 2 players down now for Evil Geniuses, make it 3. KO streak a 2 for Otto. They're putting the team on the back, and the rip is happening. And Root Dignitas takes this objective while Evil Geniuses is collecting their teeth off the ground because they just got him knocked out.
Amazing plays here from Dignitas. What a fight, juggling it there with the Jester Dragapult. 176, 344. More points in the home goal zone. The Hundo Burgers on the grill, and a Game 5 on the horizon. You couldn't have asked for it to be any better here in North America. Dragapult wins Game 4, and now we are heading to a final game between EG and Root Dignitas.
Wow. Root Dig grabbing that Rayquaza map. Root Dig grabbing that Game 4 win. Root Dig still looking for more with 10 seconds left on the clock. Let's boost these numbers.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not their job to stop picking up KOs at any point, right? It's their job to keep going. That's going to be a triple for Toon. Dragapult, it was real. It was real, everyone.
Yeah, and I can't say this stuff. It's one of my favorite Holowares. That little clown Holoware it's so good. And listen, you love to see it. We're going to a Game 5 because you and I just don't get Game 3s today. No, nothing ends 3-0 with us on the mics, and I love to see it because if there's one region that deserves a best of 5 going all 5, it's got to be NA.
Oh yeah, NA, EG versus Root Dignitas. This is the match everyone wanted to see all season, right? We waited for it and waited for it and waited for it. We even had to wait until after EUIC to see these teams square off. It's only fitting that we are all tied up here for the championship in North America between the 2 best squads in NA. It's perfect.
That Rings Unbound right there made a difference on that Regirock real early in that stage of the game. Allowed Zealot to come back through and follow up and get some knockouts, despite Evil Geniuses securing the objective there.
You know who had a great game on the side of Dignitas also was Zealot on this Garchomp. A lot of huge moments for Zealot, I noticed. Even here, I mean, they get a good catch even though they're going down. In that final fight, I feel like Zealot had a few awesome catches as well. Like right here, I remember the eject button around their Unite move was just very solid. Oh, I think we're already past it, but I remember the eject button with their Unite and helped pick up a really good KO.
Look at the zoning here out of Root Dig, preventing anyone from coming in. They didn't even have a chance. Really, it was up to Curios. Is the only Pokemon that had enough range to try and do something about it, and they were bubbled out to next Tuesday. Let's take a look here. Toon, our player of the game, on what else but the Dragapult. We love to see it.
Dude, I absolutely love to see it. When a player brings something that other players have not considered meta yet into the meta, I think it's fantastic. This Pokemon received quality buffs a while back, and I was kind of shocked that no one in the competitive scene was trying it. To be fair, Dragapult has had a really rough run in the competitive scene. As we're taking a look now at some of the stats here, Vin held down to only 19,000 damage. We see Curios with a crazy amount of damage on their side, 78,000, but big numbers across the board here for Dignitas. We have 40,000 from the Mew, 68,000 on the Garchomp, and of course Toon with this 73,000.
Well, I've got some news for you, Cowboy. We just found out that EG chose first pick and Dig chose the Rayquaza map yet again. So, put more of that into my bloodstream if this next game is anything like the last one we just watched.
I'm super curious to find out what exactly it is about Rayquaza that Dignitas is enjoying so much. Obviously, the games are going well for them. Maybe they're just noticing a pattern like, hey, we win these, so we're going to continue winning these. But I want to know what the strategy is, and if Dignitas wins, of course, we will get to interview one of the winners, and I can't wait to find out what exactly that is.
You know, we were kind of talking about it at ACL. A lot of these Eastern teams prefer the Rayquaza map. So if they were boot camping there for a long time, maybe they just got so much Rayquaza map, they're like, you know what? We've been on this map a lot more often in the last couple months than anyone else in our region. So let's run down Ray and see who remembers how to play it.
That's a great point. I mean, that really could be what's happening here as we're taking a look at Toon's numbers. Of course, level 9 right there, 3 minutes, 8 seconds in the match, just about as the objective is spawning. And here we have it, our final draft in North America, our final draft here in our playoffs. Our league has been leading to this, and it's leading to a perfect ending, all tied up between the two best in NA, EG and Root Dig. The bans coming in, Zacian once again with a targeted ban, Umbreon, Duck on the other side for Root Dignitas.
Really targeted stuff here. Snorlax as well, gonna be eliminated, so the defenders are getting just stripped away. Mega Charizard Y, we'll see where we finish our ban phase here, where we're gonna end up, and what we're gonna pick. Surfetched getting the nod and saying, stay on the bench, Chief.
All right, we've got our first our first pick opportunity for Evil Geniuses. There are a lot of strong Pokemon. This obviously gives them a really incredible play here. By taking the Blissey, they are also kind of guaranteeing that they get Machamp if they want it. Zealot on the Garchomp right away. Zugrug now hovering the Crustle. It's been a first pick for them throughout this entire tournament. We'll see if that continues, and it does.
Zugrug, no slouch on that Crustle, obviously, and you mentioned how good of a game Zealot just had. So, you know, feed the players that are carrying right now or doing well, at least with a comfort level that you are happy with. So they are getting their picks. Ducky grabbing the Blastoise, Vin back on this Machamp. Not a lot of changes yet. Is this another opportunity for Dragapult? We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to play this here. They could play at some extreme range. Next couple of picks over here to Dignitas. Otter getting the Mew would not be a shocker. One of the best Mew players in the entire world, and their Mew games have been incredible today. We're going to see how they want to lock this in. Ender does take the Hoopa. Otter does take the Mew. Final two picks over to Evil Geniuses. And a lot of this has just been kind of me wondering what Curios is going to bring into this match. Our final pick with the tournament on the line. How does Curios think they can carry the squad?
Going through a lot of potential options here. It looks like they go with the Cinderace. So the only switch up for Curioso is the Cinderace. Still can get ranged and changed by a lot of stuff on the side of Root Dig. Toon hovering the Suicune. That's not what they're looking to commit to yet. 5 seconds to lock in a pick here, and it is the Decidueye.
So the Decidueye is going to outrange the Cinderace by quite a bit in some of these fights, but they have a lot of answers to get to that Decidueye. The biggest one being, of course, Machamp. You also have Mega Lucario that can dive pretty well in some situations, but Machamp is gonna need to get to Decidueye. If they don't, Toon is going to rain destruction from afar. Curios, however, has had some incredible Cinderace games, so if this Pokemon gets powered up, especially by a helping hand, it can rip through even the tankiest Pokemon on the side of Root Dignitas. This is going to be an exciting one. It's all coming down to this with some A-pressers for both of these squads here in North America. EG versus Dig. One final game.
One final game, and I have to clock the secure tools that are on each side of these teams. On the side of Evil Geniuses, you're really only working with that power-up punch from Mega Lucario. On the side of Root Dig, you've got your Mew that can either E-Ball, Boost It Auto, Solar Beam it down, and of course, you have Decidueye. If it's a Spirit Shackle Decidueye, it has the real opportunity to pop some pumpkins and secure that big green dragon in the middle and bring Root Dignitas one step closer to being the best team in North America.
Man, it is such an exciting matchup here. I'm so glad we're heading to a game 5 between these two teams. I really don't know which team is going to take this here. Truly, it could be either squad. You could see this going either way. So evenly matched when these two teams face off. Not a shocker at all, given that we are 2 games for both of them. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. Our last match of our league.
Let's get after it. Vin in the central on one side, and we've got Toon in the central on the other. And in the middle, we're already scrapping in that bottom path. Look at the pressure being put on. Good little advantage by Root Dig just between Otter and Zugrug. Specifically, Otter can put a lot of pressure on early. Conversely, so can Christmas.
Looks like Zealot got a ton of this experience here. Already 20 Eos energy for the side of Dignitas. That seems like it went over to the side as well. Ender grabs that. They're going to now hit their level 4 for the Hoopa.
This is great. Obviously, as you mentioned, it looks like we're going to go with the Trick Hoopa yet again. They're putting some A-press pressure on Roland as the K-opener goes, in fact, to Otter, putting tons of pressure on early in the bottom path.
Yeah, the bottom path is where the action is at, and you're seeing it there in our picture-in-picture. We got a little bit of a fight here on the top path. Could we get a level 5? We do. Gabite evolves up here. The bottom path, they continue to pick up another KO. Again, really does feel like that's where the action is.
Toon going down there is rough and a great way to close the door on it, and Otter going down too. This has just been a great sequence here for Evil Geniuses. I kind of thought Root Dig got the better of it, but they overstayed their welcome, and it was a good response here by EG.
Yeah, that's right. Now they're going to be sending the Cinderace towards the center. They were able to give Vin their level 5. That's all they were looking for right there. Get submission online from a champ. And now the rest of this central area experience is going to be taken by the Cinderace. They're looking to get their levels as quickly as they can and carry the game.
Otter kind of showing themselves here to see if they can get somebody from EG to overextend into their direction, see if they've got a chance of that wild farm. Ducky's there with another 10 points going in. Zugra are going to try and collapse and close the door here on this War Turtle. Ducky slowly making their word away. Christmas tries to get back to pad. Tons of pressure. Dragon Rush by Zealot tries to secure. Meanwhile, Otter gets a knockout on downstairs on Ducky.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here for Root Dig. They finally hit their level 7. Cinderace also now level 7 on the side of Evil Geniuses, so both of our starters have reached their final evolution here. Christmas in some trouble. Beautiful snipe.
Snipe shot into Spirit Shackle, into Dragon Rush, into Spirit Shackle. Great knockout, quality one here, giving Root Dig some good positional advantage in the top path.
In the bottom path, it looks like we just have them fighting over some experience here as Blastoise is finally leveled up. Our starters getting online for our teams. We still have just a Gabite. It takes a little while longer for that Garchomp.
Nice little surf push away by Otter. Ducky gets caught in the Rock Tomb. Tons of damage. Spirit Shackle does not ring true in that particular moment. Cross drop to get Vin back to pad, but now it's Evil Geniuses that's on the retreat, and Root Dig has the positional advantage here. Spirit Shackle laying in tons of damage. Rock Tomb is there preventing the surf to come through, and now Root Dig gives up their position.
Yeah, Root Dig peeling back right here. They're trying to hit enemies with these Spirit Shackles. They get one, but Machamp goes in for the KO. Vin, could you set up the play? It looks like they were going for it, and they get the Decidueye, but they lose Vin back the other way.
Good pressure can be put on Otter, actually looking at Ducky, trying to change where their focus is going to be. Christmas is low, was low, gets their HP back, and now secures the basement Reggie for the team.
Yeah, nice stuff for Evil Geniuses. The top path looks like was secured here by Root Dignitas, and we now do have Garchomp online. Big time Spirit Shackle hits all of the experience as well as multiple members of Evil Geniuses. Toon making sure that he gets as much of that as he possibly can.
Yeah, Toon actually behind for the first time at that basement objective compared to the first 4 games we watched. Hopefully that's not a common theme here for the rest of the game. Good work by Root Dig to take control of the bottom path, get some of that contestable experience for themselves.
Yeah, and here we go. Otter in this bottom path right here. It looks like we got 2 members of Root Dig that are going to continue trying to contest all of this against EG. Couple of level 9s for Root Dignitas down here, and it's pretty close for Evil Geniuses. Finally, Lucario ticking over to 9, giving them that mega option. Will they look for a fight here in the bottom path? Where is this going to kick off? Both goal zones up in the top and bottom path for both teams, 46-30, incredibly close match, and I think both these teams can feel the pressure right now.
Yeah, you can see nobody wants to make a misstep. Nobody wants to give away their position. Nobody wants to make the call to move in on an opponent when they see them. So we're taking it real slow here in the mid game.
Yeah, we've got 2 members of Root Dig in the top path, possibly looking to move towards a goal zone, but I think Evil Geniuses has sussed it out. They're walking top. We see the power-up punch. Behind that, of course, we have Kyrios on the Cinderace. Again, no one wants to make the call here. No one wants to make the mistake. Objectives in the top and bottom path, and now these groups are going to need to make a decision. How do they want to fight over this? The advantage for Dignitas, of course, they have the Hoopa Unite move. They can bring the team down. With 5 members of EG in the bottom path, that is where the fight is going to happen. We're taking a look at Zealot right here, deal with some of these birds, and here comes Evil Geniuses.
Ender now just taking inventory of who EG has, and I think the signs are up that A have everybody down here. Ender peeling back, Toon sitting on pad. Registeel is taken quickly. Now they can at least go Rings Unbound to protect this goal zone if they want to pull the team through. Otter's already on the move. Zugrug taking a bunch of damage, pinned against the wall and eviscerated through the submission Cinderace combination. Spirit Shackles there, Rings Unbound are in fact stunning him down. Knock knock arrow, Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anybody. Good timing by Zealot to get in and convert on the knockout without getting hit by the Unite move. Here comes a submission, cross chop, looking for some action, gets Ender to kick flip over their head, and they're taking a ton of damage. They devolve, they get cross chopped down. Now Zealot finally fires off their Unite move deep into the tank here of Evil Geniuses. Spirit Shackle lines up a shot, can't quite get there. Root Dig looking to fade back for a moment.
Yeah, and we have this Machamp just waiting for an opportunity to grab Decidueye. You saw it multiple times right there, just looking for their moment. Zealot right now, one of the biggest things on the map here at level 12. Kyrios moving in for a possible fight, but it could eat a Spirit Shackle. No, not quite. They are going to peel back here.
Tons of damage on Vin there. The Machamp dealt with quickly. X Scissor onto pad. Spirit Shackle cleans up the trash. E-Ball doing half of Kyrios' HP. And now Root Dig is winning big on the scoreboard.
Yeah, 46-32. We have 40 going in the top path for Evil Geniuses, but they're still behind by quite a bit. Now Zealot in the top path trying to stop this Mega Lucario from scoring anymore. Might actually get the KO in this moment, and they do. Mega Lucario just trying to stack up and score a little bit. 101, 232, 30 seconds now until Rayquaza.
Whew. We've got this Garchomp ticking over to level 13 after grabbing the Swablu Altaria in the top path. We've got 15 seconds until Rayquaza of this map here. Let's see how it plays out. It's going to be an exciting one. Game number 5 in our best of 5.
Looking for a sneaky catch here for Evil Geniuses. They're moving down towards this bottom goal zone, but they want to get a member of Dig. I don't think Mew is going to be the target. The Spirit Shackle hits the Blissey. Kyrios now moving back. Ducky avoiding a Spirit Shackle in the tall grass. We have Zealot waiting in the top path. And it looks like Evil Geniuses may be moving to fight Zealot. They are looking for Zealot. The Dragon combo up to the top of our screen here, and Dignitas gets a KO.
A great follow-up Hydro Typhoon Bliss assistance on the Blastoise. We are now going Rings Unbound. Rayquaza's getting work. Eject button Surf trying to chase down Decidueye. Otter's looking to cover. 2 players still advantaged here for Root Dig. Make it 3. They're moving forward. Evil Geniuses on the backside of a nightmare here. Rayquaza's getting worked on. In the mist is Otter. Big Machamp Unite in the middle, and it's secured by Otter. Vin tries to make a hero play with their Unite move. They can't quite get it done. And now Root Dig is on the verge of being NA champs.
Root Dig is going to need to be careful here, though. These shields could be taken out. We have Kyrios fighting back on this goal zone. Big time Unite move from the Decidueye. Lucario does go down. Blastoise trying to stop the scores, but we have points going in. More, another Hundo Burger. That's going to be 408 to 201 with 53 seconds on the clock and another 100 points. This might be it, Doobstax. I think Root Dignitas has just sewn this thing up. They're heading towards the center of the map, and it looks like to celebrate. Curios trying to make something happen here. 35 seconds on the clock. There's just not enough time. There's just not a way to stop them. The number one team in North America takes their position in Thea Sky Ruins. Your champions in NA, Root Dignitas.
Well done. Great job bouncing back after giving 2 games on the hop to EG. We've got 10 seconds left. We're in garbage time. We just boosting stats here. It's Root Dig all the way.
What a game. What a series. I mean, 2 insanely great teams representing North America. And walking out of this weekend, I mean, you just have to be so impressed with each team that is going to be representing their regions at Worlds. So many quality squads and so many amazing teams that didn't get to make it because of how intense this level of competition is. Dignitas taking it in Game 5.
Woo. They are back. Like I said, they started in first place, going into first seed, going into this. They are ending in first place, and they cannot feel any happier right now, I'm sure. Unless you're Zug, and then you're just bummed you don't get a trophy, but everybody else is humming right now.
Yeah, I can imagine. There's a lot of there may be some trophy discussion, but this is a moment, of course, for celebration. What a year they've had. What a season they've had. Dignitas just doing so incredible. That was a massive Hydro Typhoon, but look at the coordination here from Dignitas to pick up that KO. An attempt at a steal, but we had 2 insane secure tools. You called it out earlier. Both Mew and Decidueye looking for that final hit.
Yeah, and it's Otter that delivers for the team, a position that they're used to a lot. And when you have somebody like Otter, you know, it's easy work when it comes to getting that big objective in the middle. Your player of the game, Otter.
Yeah, incredible. One of the best players, I feel like, in the entirety of Pokemon Unite. Just unbelievably good. So I'm not shocked to see Otter as the player of the game. So many clutch moments throughout our series, but you could say that about every member of each of these squads. Truly an incredible war between these two. And now I'm honestly forgetting, what did I mean to ask them about Toon? I had a question about the Dragapult. I know I did, and now I don't have it anymore. Dang it.
Yeah, well, you know, somebody will let us know in chat. I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody remembers. I'm sure everybody remembers. Maybe the question is just why? Why the Dragapult?
Me too, why?
I know what my question is going to be. Why the Rayquaza map? Tell us the stories, you know? I want to know that.
Question. Thank you so much. Yes, why do they keep choosing Ray? Didn't have anything to do with Dragapult. I know why they picked it, because it's friggin' great.
And they did have the right hollowware as well. As we're taking a look at these numbers, I mean, Roland try to keep this team on its legs. 81k healed out of that player, but it just wasn't quite enough. As you look down, the damage numbers for this team, Evil Geniuses, in the dumpster, my friend. Doesn't matter how much you get healed. If you ain't dealing it back, you ain't getting knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, a really interesting one here for EG. Obviously, when you look at that damage number from a champ, you would think that this Pokemon was a non-factor, but it truly was one of the scariest things that Dignitas had to deal with. If it could have made itself to the back line, if it could have picked up Toon, any of that could have changed the way this game went, but incredible zoning and positioning from Dignitas as they shut it down. Ton of damage for the side of Dig. And even though Zealot was targeted with a lot of those bans right there, the Garchomp was extremely effective.
Yeah, great pivot in Game 5, grabbing that Garchomp in their first round of picks. That was a really great way to insulate Zealot a little bit, make sure they got a pick they were comfortable with. They just had a great performance the game prior, and it showed here in game number 5 as well.
Yeah, what a season for Dignitas. So impressive. All coming down to this. Clearly, these two squads out of North America are incredibly close in skill level. Dignitas having more success in the international level this season, but you wouldn't be surprised that they're so, you know, that Evil Geniuses is so close when they have the world champ on their team.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what I'm looking at to see how Evil Geniuses bounces back. Not that this is a bad performance by any means, but being this close to taking that #1 spot in NA, you're going to need some of that world champ difference to help convert and go real far here in the world championships that we have in August.
Yeah, no question about it. As we're taking a look at the heat map, looks like they were mainly hanging out in one spot. I mean, maybe all game, just right there. Just kind of winning in the bottom path all game. And you don't really need them anywhere else if they're winning.
No, I mean, we kind of talked about at the start of game 5. It's like Mew kind of has the advantage in that path right early, and Otter certainly took that advantage, certainly worked that advantage. And since we're talking about Otter, let's pitch it to an interview with Otter, your player of the game here in game number 5, and now NA Regional League champion.
All right. Welcome on in, Otter. Congratulations. An incredible run for Dignitas. You've had an incredible season in many ways. How are you all feeling after this huge victory?
Yeah, hello. Thank you guys so much. We feel really good. We're definitely quite happy. The last couple weekends of play that we've had haven't gone too well for us, so I think this was a pretty nice one. And it was a little scary, knowing that we were like going to be the coldest team going into this tournament, because the format really favored the 1 seed, but you go into it very cold, and the other regions, the other 1 seeds lost, so we were starting to get a little nervous.
Well, I'm glad you're able to buck that trend and break that sequence for yourselves there. Otter, I have to ask, of course, you're perennially known, at least in my book, as one of the best Mews moving. Best Mew for my money. How personally did you take it when Curious grabbed the Mew in game 2, beat you guys, and then you just said, nah, I'm going to ride this Mew to the finish line, and were absolutely able to dominate? How salty were you, if at all? And if you weren't salty, please lie and tell me you were super salty, and that's why you had to snatch it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those characters that gets respected against us a lot. And we definitely under-respect like the enemy picking it, or we kind of think they're gonna ban it a little bit more. And then when they pick it, we're like, that's not fair. They can't do that. And then the next time they left it open, and it kind of flowed with our comp. Before the game even started, Toon said, I'm gonna play Dragapult. You guys figure stuff out. I'm like, well, Mew works well with Dragapult.
Yeah, Dragapult was a pick I was so happy to see. I was wondering if Toon was going to bring that out into any of these games. I know it's a Pokemon that he enjoys, and it recently got some buffs. I have to ask about Rayquaza. So I think a lot of teams would not be picking Ray as their map, but this was something that you guys wanted in all of these games. Tell me about the Ray choice.
No, it's not something too much about the map. It's more about the draft selection of it, because we don't have too much of a preference between the map, but we just feel like when a team is set to pick a map, if we choose any of the other maps and the other team gets side select, it kind of always presents the team who picks side an advantage. Whereas on Rayquaza, we don't really care whether we're first or second pick, but we feel the other sides are a little bit more biased, so we kind of like have to pick Rayquaza.
Ooh, I like that. That's a pretty strong read, right? If you're going to have the option to select something, put yourself in the best advantage to insulate yourself from whatever your opponents are doing. Otter, last word from you, my friend. You are your NA Regional League champion. Obviously, Dignitas incredibly well represented by you and the 4 other members of your team. So this is just a great opportunity for you to sound off whatever you want to say, whatever you want to put out there, and we'll button this thing up. And one more time, I'll say congratulations before I stop talking, which is now. Go.
All right, yeah, thank you. Thank you to Dig, thank you to my team, thank you to Root, and I give a big thanks to my girlfriend, who's always supporting me, and even while at work, she's always watching me and cheering for me, so I appreciate that one the most.
Amazing. Otter, congratulations. What a run Dig has had so far, but of course it's not over. The World Championships are coming up. I cannot wait to see how North America and Dignitas specifically does at those. I think you guys have cracked the code. Finally, a team can carry Toon and win with him. Impressive stuff. Thank you so much for your time, dude.
Thank you, boys.
All right, and we're gonna bring our casters back in here. Welcome back, Zoinks, Wonder Chef, and Kellosaurus. What a weekend, what a playoffs. We now know our teams heading into Worlds. We're gonna get some final thoughts from the crew, and we're gonna take a look at our bracket and talk about what we have coming up here. I'm not sure what the first thing we've got is. If we've got our brackets, let's take a look at them and see where we went here today. We can talk about what happened. Hey, there we go, EU. Hey, Chef, why don't you tell me about it?
All right, all right. I almost choked when you made that tune joke, by the way. That was almost a gigantic disaster. I was drinking some water right before we went on camera. But we had, of course, our champions be Komai, who were able to defeat BH3. They were also, of course, I'm sorry. Wait, yeah, come on. Yeah, it was. I'm sorry. I got a little bit confused for a second right there. Volticons not able to complete their entire run. A great team to watch, but all of these teams from EU have been so incredibly close. So I'm excited to see where exactly they will be going in the LCQ.
All right, let's take a look at Latam, one of the most intense regions that we cover. I would say the most intense region. I think this was the most up in the air. I had no idea how this one was going to finish. Kelosaurus, tell me about Latam.
Well, Peru Unite ended up being the champions there. First, they took down Infamous Gaming coming into day one in that 4th seed position, but they were not finished there as they took down DreamMax and Stamina Esports. So definitely a godlike run there to make it from the bottom all the way to the top to defeat Force Gaming.
And then, of course, as we take a look at North America, we just saw how this ended up, Zoinks.
Yeah, a battle that was always destined to go the distance. I mean, Root Dignitas and Evil Geniuses, just both such bitter rivals all the way to the very end. And I mean, that best of 5 delivered. What a great final championship match.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, these are the two teams you would expect to be there, and they delivered in such a massive way. I feel like all of our grand finals today, I mean, all of our matches were incredible, but these grands really delivered. So fun. And of course, the season is not over. There are more teams that can qualify for Worlds. We have our last chance qualifiers coming up very soon. That is something that you can sign up for. I think right now, I don't know, something's going to pop up on the screen. Yeah, right now, registration is open now. Play begins on May 9th. It's up there. It's up there. So, oh no, I pointed the wrong way. It doesn't matter. Make sure that you are following us on all of the channels where you can follow things with Pokemon Unite. Head on over to Pokemon.com/broadcast so you know when we will be live next. But now I think it's a good time to get some final thoughts from the crew at the end of our playoffs here. Let's start with Zoinks.
Okay, yeah, I have absolutely loved this regional league format. It has been so fun to watch these teams week in and week out, and a perfect way to end this season was this playoff format. Exciting all the way through and through, and I needed this. I got all 3 predictions right. I'm feeling pretty good at the end of the weekend.
Oh, dang, you needed it, and you got it. Kelosaurus, some final thoughts.
Congratulations, Zoinks, first of all, for getting that win. I know you said earlier that you needed it, but no, a fantastic weekend, a fantastic season here for the regional leagues. It's been incredible to be able to see the growth of so many teams over these weeks, and just see, you know, who ended up making it to the World Championships. It's not over just yet, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the season.
Wonder Chef, of course, some final thoughts and just some general thoughts about the passage of time.
You know, the passage of time, it truly is hard to grasp because it really does feel like we just started this league, and now we're here at the end with 6 teams qualified, and one team that we are probably going to try to get disqualified because Otter did not follow Doob's just very simple directions to lie and say that he was salty. So I think we're going to disqualify them and we're going to take their money. That's how it works, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, we get the money. I'm not going to argue with the disqualification. Doob Snacks, final thoughts.
Yeah, shame on Otter for not saying how salty he was and instead giving a very clear, concise, and pretty well thought out answer. So yeah, I guess super anti-shout out for that. But realistically, what an insane series of games today. Exactly what you'd like out of your regional league finals that we were able to get. You know, 5 games, 4 games, 5 games. You love to see it, and that just shows how much parity, of course, is between these top teams. So I couldn't be more excited for what's to come, and especially the World Championships right around the corner, because we now have 6 teams that we know for sure are going to be there.
Yeah, so many amazing teams qualified for Worlds. That, of course, is on the horizon. NAIC is coming up, the last chance qualifier. But this has been a little slice of heaven. The games were amazing. The teams really brought it here. And, of course, getting to cast with you 4 is always a treat and a privilege. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. You are the reason that we get to do this production. So thank you all for your support and always being here, rooting on your favorite teams and never cheering for the ones you don't like. Thank you all. I love you, and we'll see you all next time. Goodbye, everybody. Bye.
Bye.